inflation premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody do it. Again, I want you to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care. You get much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich in the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged from 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000 you lost. On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will open 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by, frankly, I would say by anybody. We're certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule. In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early in the new year, you will see this. In the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens. 100%. In the end, government either serves the productive, hardworking American citizen, or it serves those who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America. We're going to put an end to it. For so long as before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day. Not anymore. We're putting America first, and we are making America great again. Very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic boom the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all. All right, that was President Trump addressing the nation with a good amount of energy, I would say. Yeah, I talked about a lot of things, healthcare, bans, also Venezuela, the tariffs, and trade, and we'll see. We'll see. If they showed his approval rating before, right before the speech, I think it said 39% total, which is not great. It's not great. But there are, there's a lot going on in Washington that we don't really cover on this show because it just pisses off half the audience. And I always said that unless you're in the military or you work for the government, I find really very little difference between who's president, whether it's Trump or Biden. It didn't really affect my life. Maybe it affected yours in a certain way. Again, if you're in the military, it certainly does. Or if you're on one of the border towns, when those border towns got real tight with a lot of people flying over the border. But other than that, most people live in the United States. If you say, how was your life different under Biden than it was under Trump, or how was it different under Bush than it was Clinton? Most people would say, I don't know. Maybe I paid a little more tax. Maybe I got saved a little more tax, but not a real huge deal. This speech lasted about 20 minutes, and Bellio came in and said, the president's a little late. And I said, why is he late? And she said, well, he was late to the last one. I said, well, that was the State of the Union speech. Give you a car, drive to the Capitol. You didn't have to walk down the hall. Scraping at him or screaming for him or yelling at him or yelling for him. And he had to drive, that car in the beast all the way over to the Capitol, and then walk through the Capitol, and then get to the podium, and then deliver the speech. This thing, he just had to walk from his office to a different part of his office. One of the biggest Congress is that he announced they will order dividend for the military for Christmas. He says he's going to give every soldier is going to be sent $1,776, 1776. He said he checks on the way. He says he's going to use it for the military. Oh man, that's going to be expensive. I don't know how many are in the military. There's a lot. And that's everybody, not just in uniform, but everybody that supports the military, I think.
Yo, what up, Mr. Gabo? Hope you're doing well. I'm about to have a meeting with someone, so I can't talk right now. But I will make sure to unmute you. So just one moment. There you go, big dog. I know you didn't. Hey, I know. You're fine, and all is forgiven. To our man, our gambling friend, what's up with him? He's asking for loans. He came in here and asked. He asked you. Right. I don't know. He's got a problem with gambling, and it's really unfortunate. Like, it's one thing to joke around about it, it's another thing to be risking your family's livelihood. And that's what he's doing. He has a pregnant wife. He has, yeah, I'm in, right. I think, yeah, I have concerns for him. Not like that. Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's, I understand. There's a funny joke I know about it, though. Of all of the addictions, gambling's the only one where you can make a lot of money. Yeah, not if you're doing them. I mean, it's more difficult. Okay, I mean, that's not a that's not a cocaine addiction. A cocaine addiction is someone who has to do cocaine all the time. What you're talking about is a successful drug dealer. That's true. That's 100% true. Right. How many alcoholics do you know who make a lot of money off of alcohol? Make a lot of money off of it. 100%. No apologies needed. 6:30 6:30 p.m. Absolutely. All of all of them. Absolutely. I don't even I don't even know what that means. I'm someone who I'm someone who believes in logic. I do my best to be. As much as I can. I mean, what drugs you talking about? It, yeah, as much as I can, but I mean, who knows? Sugar's a drug, caffeine's a drug. I really like LSD. I really like LSD. That's probably 100%. I love it. You have a you have a seven. I'm in agreement with you on some of that. Yeah. Do you ever do LSD? What did you think of it? Why didn't Why didn't you like it? Okay. Okay. I gotcha. What do you like, indica or sativa? Well, your secret's safe with me. I no no no. I Okay. Well, well, that'll do it. 39. 39. Correct. Correct. You look great for 90. Excellent. In January, you'll be 91. Oh, your birth year. Oh, I thought you were saying you're 90 years. Oh, okay. So you're like 35. Okay. I've got you. Okay. What did you think of the millennium? What did you think of the millennium, the year 2000? You were 10 years old. Yeah. What do you, what do you mean you didn't think? Yeah. Yeah. We survived Y2K, man. Congratulations on your congratulations. You survived Y2K. The year 2000, remember they thought the world was going to end? No. 100 I said 100%. Are you kidding me? Oh, my friend, I'm going for 3,000. No, man. There's there's life extension technology and mind uploading technology, my dog. No, dog. Baby, I is a better coder than any human on earth. What do I need to learn to code? My bots were able to connect with you a year ago and got you back in here now. Video games are a waste of time, my man. How do you know I'm not already a millionaire? I'm ex- I'm extremely happy. I might be the happiest person on earth. I do too. I do too. I wish everyone had as much happiness internally as I do. Oh no, don't talk like that. I understand. Oh, yeah, Grand Theft Auto. Oh, what? Of course. 100%. Yes, I remember that. 100. One with Duck Hunt. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Things were things were simple. Things were simpler. Utica, New York, Yucatec. Oh, Jupiter. Oh, you want to go for $1,000? And it seems oh, that's okay. Is that how it's going to work? I don't know. Well, absolutely. Mr. Gava, my friend is here. So, if hello, what up? Oh, excellent. Okay, Jimmy, we're gonna go to a different VC because this one gets popular. We're leaving you. Yep, absolutely. Don't worry. We'll be excellent. All right, Jimmy. Jimmy, do you see? Pleasure to meet you, Jimmy. Do you see below it says join to create voice? I'm gonna create one right there, and I'll see you in there. Okay. Excellent. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Jimmy, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Jimmy, can you hear me? Mr. Gaba, get out of here. Mr. Gaba, get out of here. Jimmy, can you hear me? Jimmy, can you hear me? You can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can hear me. Can you speak? Can I hear you? Interesting. Okay. That's a new one. Okay. So try talking. Okay, I still can't hear you. Interesting. It's interesting that we could hear you in the other one. Neil, go in the other one. There you go. Jimmy, can you hear me? You can hear me. Can I hear you? No. Okay. Let's go to back to 24/7 live stream. Maybe that one for some reason is working better. Let's try that one. Okay, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Interesting. Very interesting. And I can hear myself in my other okay. That's all right. How about I call you? I'll call you on Discord and maybe that'll fix it. So, just one moment. All right, video call. I'm ready. I'm calling you. Let's see if this works. You should be getting my call. All right, Jimmy, can you? I'm in this call. It says I'm alone in the call. Are you getting a call on Discord? Yes, no, maybe so. Hey, what's going on, Zoo? Zoo, just a moment. I'm in the middle of a call with somebody. Okay. I see that. I'm calling you with a different account. Okay, why don't I call you on Twitter? Is that okay, Jimmy? Excellent. Okay, just one moment. Hello, hello. Excellent. Don't know what was going on there. Absolutely. Just yeah, very strange. Okay, just one moment. Bear with me. I have to allow my settings on my iPhone to get my camera going. So there we go. Okay, I just heard you only said you have a minute. Is that correct? Oh, 8 minutes. Okay, very well. All right, so you have a connection to someone in television or something, right?
Television. You talking about Daniel?
Well, didn't you say that they have like 200 million viewers or something like that?
Oh, up to 400 million, right? Yeah. This is what's it called? Hubcast Media. Yeah, they've got a bunch of stuff going on. Sorry, just a second. Get this charger. One second.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, Hubcast Media. We've done. So they got like 5 million unique viewers. I mean, the Peace Day event. I know you're all about peace.
100%.
Yeah, so that could be some potential collab there. They have a really cool high production studio in Vancouver, and yeah, so there's that. What else? You're also involved. So you said there's like a 100 million market cap token that sponsored you or something.
Yeah, so that's what you see on my merch, like on my shirt. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's like that's why they sponsor all the merchandise that I have. Yeah, so I do that, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in like Nigeria. We run food drives, toy drives, just like general good outreach. Nice opportunities to be able to give back to communities. So I certainly do that. The big thing that I do is I have more data than anybody ever. So I don't know if you've ever seen my live streams, but I have 20 of them going 24 hours a day, which is a giant opportunity for not just the world to be able to learn from one person, but also in the background, I keep the news going 24/7. So it's essentially a time capsule of human existence. And I talk about a lot of things that are really interesting to people. Of course, you hear me shill about all of that stuff, and that's cool. But really, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I think the data that I'm creating will be extremely valuable to people of the future, especially from an AI standpoint. Essentially, AI needs human examples on which to build its models, and I have more human data for it to study than any person ever. That's going to be valuable. Additionally, I like to talk about space tourism, space travel, things like terraforming of other planets. That kind of stuff is really interesting to me. De-extinction, people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm just kind of shocked that more people aren't talking about it. And I find it to be a privilege to be able to archive some of these events. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think this is just a really exciting time for humans to be alive. Moreover, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born, Jimmy, average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80 years old. But with this type of technology, we may be able to utilize, you're going to live to be 100, 120 through things perhaps like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, certainly things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, perhaps peptides. And, you get to be 120 years old, there may be the opportunity for you to be able to, at some point, utilize another type of technology. If you want, this is all with your consent, known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying is that there may be an opportunity of a future of digital immortality.
Yeah, you looked into is it the Don't Die guy? You heard about this guy?
Enlighten me. Dodai. Enlighten me on Dodai.
Don't Die.
Oh yeah, Don't Die. Yeah. Wait, now I know. He's the he was the guy who basically hit it like he was an entrepreneur, and then basically started to, am I understanding this correctly, use ambrosia therapy of his child, of his son, basically started injecting himself with his son's blood, trying to extend life as long as possible. I believe he's like 50 years old now.
Many methods. He's like hundreds of experiments, including psychedelic mushroom. He took like 5 grams of psychedelic five because that was potentially a theory to like heavy, but he's doing like hundreds of experiments himself and taking everything, and he's open sourced a lot of it. It's called blueprints, so you can see all the stuff that he recommends: diet, exercise, sleep, and all that stuff. And yeah, that's a pretty interesting thing with Debbie. So, all right, cool. So these are the kind of you're interested, you're about. That sounds cool. And yeah, I'd love to see how we can make impacts because I know you talked about water. I also came from clean water. Like for 7 years, I was mostly clean water through events and that. But yeah, now I'm a bit more focused on climate, which obviously affects the water system. Right? Like for example, this guy called Kawagumba of Kawagumba Village Project. He's in Kenya. He was with me for the full 4-hour Guinness World Record that I did. He was saying how like he used to go to a water source for his farm, but that water source was getting further and further because it gets worse every year. It's
right.
Like that. So yeah, it affects many, including the water crisis.
Absolutely. What was your interaction with the people at Guinness, at the Guinness World Record company?
So I've had several calls with them because we had to create a specific methodology around grove trees. Mangrove are kind of different from other tree species, so we had to update methodology and work with different scientists to find that methodology for the Guinness World that I ended up breaking. And so I got to have a consultation with them. I did kind of pay extra to have that consultation where we went through the criteria very, very clearly. You know, we had to have 2 independent witnesses, shifts every 4 hours. We had to, one of us to be a tree planting specialist. We had to film the entire thing for 24 hours. And so, yeah, that was my interaction with them.
Was it $25,000?
Oh, no, it was much less than that. I think it was like 5,000 pounds or something.
Okay. Okay, very well. And then
to pay them, then you just find the requirements online for most records. I did that for the consultation, and also to have a specific criteria refinement.
I was looking at your social media. I was looking at your link tree. It's excellent. And your search engine marketing is amazing. It's really good. You type in tree gems, you show up the first 30 different results. But I did notice, I don't want you to be impersonated. I don't want somebody to steal your name on the different platforms. Just curious, do you have plans to be on like the top 30 different social media platforms, things like not just Twitter, but like, are you on Blue Sky? Are you on Truth Social? Are you on Mastodon?
I've never even heard of Mastodon. I'm signing up for Blue Sky. I hadn't really thought about getting on Truth Social much, but actually, you know what? I did sign up for it, but I'm not active.
And you don't have to be active. I just don't want somebody stealing your name, and that's going to happen. And so, what I.
1 minute, like, realize I'm so sorry. I have to jet to the next meeting.
Absolutely. Hey, pleasure speaking with you. We'll talk again.
Likewise, Rabbi. Yeah, 100%. We'll talk again. I'll try to pop by your Discord. I appreciate you onboarding me into there.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I send you the top 30 social media? I think you should just at least get so you're not impersonated.
Yeah, please. So you're live streaming across all of them, are you?
As anyone that will allow me to live stream, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, please send that to me.
Excellent.
I'd love to try to do something similar when we broadcast. I think that's really great.
Excellent. Take care. Best wishes with your next meeting. Take care, my friend. Peace.
Presidential address. Live by 24-hour newsroom. In his 20-minute address to the nation tonight, President Trump claimed numerous achievements since returning to the White House in January. One of his main topics was the crime rate, which he blamed on the Biden administration. Trump claimed the flow of undocumented migrants into the U.S., including drug dealers, gang members, this is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again.
He alleged the previous administration allowed men to play in women's sports, transgender for everybody, and crime record levels. Robin Michelle Reiner's son made his first court appearance charged with their murders.
The arraignment scheduled for this morning was pushed to January, and Reiner's attorney, Alan Jackson, says the case involves a family tragedy with complex issues.
Those need to be thoroughly, but very carefully dealt with, examined, and looked at, analyzed.
Jackson says he wants the public to allow the justice system to move forward with restraint and not a rushed judgment. Reiner faces 2 murder charges that come with a sentence of life without parole or death. Restream's parents were found dead Sunday. Michael Monks, KFI News.
16 suspected members of the La Puente-based gang have been arrested in narcotics and other charges. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says neighborhoods will be a lot better off now that these guys are in jail.
There are dangerous gang members who will be going to jail, but most importantly, some of our communities that they were impacting are going to be safer.
If convicted, 9 of the people arrested will face life sentences. The president of Edison International, the parent company of SoCal Edison, has addressed the Eaton fire.
Pedro Pizarro, president and CEO of Edison, confirms the company has started to pay victims through a compensation program. Pizarro says Edison is taking accountability, even though there is still no official cause of the fire. Pizarro stresses that this is not an admission of guilt or fault. That's despite a video appearing to show SoCal Edison equipment sparking near Eaton Canyon on the night of January 7th. People who accepted settlements from Edison waived their right to sue the utility company for the fire. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Former Special Counsel Jackson has given a closed-door deposition to the House Judiciary Committee about his investigation into President Trump in the 2020 election. ABC's Alex Mallon says he has no regrets.
He says he would have charged President Trump while he was out of office for his alleged unlawful detention of classified amongst his alleged criminal efforts to overturn his 2020 election last week.
Smith says he would have brought those cases regardless if Trump was a Democrat. The search is continuing in New England. Bill Urban, MIT professor, ABC's Aaron Kuchersky says the husband and father of 3 was killed in his home over the weekend.
This professor was shot this days after the tragedy at Brown University. At this point, authorities have ruled out a connection, but they are aware that this professor was a noted nuclear scientist.
He says a large team of investigators is working on the case, and a new study ranks the companies with the best customer service.
Forbes magazine says UPS is number 1 for the 3rd year in a row. Makeup skincare company Mary Kay came in 2nd. Chick-fil-A, USAA Bacon, recreational equipment company REI, fill out number 1 for UPS is especially significant because the annual list is creating using completely new survey data each year. In fact, all but Mary Kay in the top 5 have finished in there for the last 3 years. Mary Kay was 93rd last year. Other brands making people happy include Discount Tire, Trader Joe's, and the relatively new salad and wraps drive-thru called Salad & Go, which made its debut at number 7. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
Southline weather for KFI, mostly clear skies tonight with lows in mid-50s, about 50 in the AP. Sunny and warm tomorrow again, highs in the low 80s most places, low 70s at beaches and AP. Slightly cooler for Friday, then we're looking at low 70s this weekend. It is 59 right now in Mission Viejo, 61 in Costa Mesa, 62 in Arcadia, 66 in Calabasas. The KFI Financial Report, all in red today. The Dow goes down 228, S&P 500 down 79, NASDAQ down 418. Now we got a flipped car in the 16 Riverside.
That's heading eastbound. All lanes are closed off in this wreck that's in between Market Street and Main Street. So you'll see a standstill from about Valley Way. And as you travel on the 15 northbound in Ontario, we have a crash there just after the 10. That's going to be blocking the left lane. You'll see some brake lights as you come away from the 60. As you make your way up 91 headed eastbound in Anaheim Hills, traffic building up as you approach the 55. And it's looking like a busy ride from there until you get to about Green River Road. Traveling on the 57 northbound, that's in Anaheim right at Lincoln Avenue. We have a crash there. That's
How you doing, big dog? Oh, cool. I was just talking with a friend. What? Oh, yeah. He was in there. Oh, yeah. What did you ask? What channel was he downloading? He was in the custom one that you created. Oh, we just were in there for a second, and then we talked. We spoke on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, my friend. Is he in the Discord? Yeah, he's in the Discord. I don't know.
Side hustles. Yes, the Santa Claus is one of them. Yes. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my book. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for making me aware of them. But I was needing to buy some books. And so if you click on it, there's like an actual GIF attached to it, so you can upgrade that and do that. So we're kind of doing the same kind of thing. So
You got the video. I've been trying to buy that cat for a minute, and it won't fucking let me.
I'm doing it. It's different.
Yeah, we all have streets, bro. Streets are fucking dope, actually. We love them. We are the raiders of streets. We actually came here to take over, bro.
Bree, what's the problem? What's it say?
It just keeps kicking me out. I'm logging in, and it's like I have.
Do you have to? Oh, sorry.
What?
I was just gonna say, do you have to pay to do that?
Yeah, on our website, yeah. It's 0.1 for a template option, or if you have an idea and a custom option, it's 0.2 Solana. So for
charge your points this one.
0.2 Solana. So you could
You remember when Magic said you needed 10 rave gods to get a personal one-on-one? That probably should be your entry, at least.
Yeah, but otherwise said that.
Yeah, he meant art. He meant art.
Well, yeah, but you could do that for anyone who wants a custom prompt from you. They need to be a win.
Yeah, it's true.
Bree, if you want, if it's easier for you, you can send me someone. I'll buy it for you.
Okay. Yeah, send me your wallet.
If that's easier, and I'll then just send it to you.
Okay.
That's why you were discussing what a whale was earlier. I mean, that should be a whale part.
True. Yo, check it out, Tay-Rare.
What's up? You heard my name, bro. Yo, and this space is popping. We need to talk about the Rave Gods Myth. I don't know if you guys know, but there is a flash sale right now for 0.12 soul. That'll get you exactly one Rave God. And maybe you'll get one of these original arts that come out, but even better, what if you get one of the normal guys who just transform before your very eyes into a much better banger than you could have ever imagined? Oh my God.
Yeah, legendary status. And it's ending at 10:30, it's going back to 0.2. So.
Yo, I got it. This Trockets one is fucking dope, man, with the cat ears, rainbow. Yeah, you see that one? I got the rainbow.
that right into my wallet. I didn't say nothing. That magic just appeared there. I didn't have to say nothing. He just blessed me up because he's a great guy.
Nice, dude. You like yours, bro?
That's really cool. I actually love and drop. Thank you very much. I want to post it on Instagram. I'm just liking posting and replying to hats. Post because that's what you want, bro.
So with a Rave Gods, you will get lifetime passes to these rave events that will be happening all over the U.S. And discounts to merch that will be coming. You will also, as a holder, be receiving dividends from the Rave Gods for each raid that happens. 25% of that raid will be paid out as soul, maybe rave token. We don't know yet. They're gonna figure it out. But we're gonna talk about the 10% that's going to mental health for children.
This is a story that we would see all across the country if Congress doesn't extend the Obamacare tax credits.
From a purely political standpoint, does this hurt the Democratic districts or the Republican? People on both sides are going to suffer, and you can't lose sight of that. Red states, what is it?
See, I see Crypto Nova. I know Nameless jumped in, but let me see how to do this.
Yeah, I'll just right here.
I was gonna say we're done with updates, partner updates. If anybody wants to speak, definitely throw a hand up. Yeah, I'm just hanging out with Randy, enjoying the vibes. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, good to have you. Thanks for coming on.
Hell yeah. Well, you don't sound like the original Bobby Bones, but definitely like I did not know there was a Bobby Bones when I picked that name. I just was sitting on the side of the road one day and said Bobby Bones, and I just went with it. I found out about 3 or 4 days ago there was a real life Bobby Bones. He's actually big, like probably borderline billionaire. Runs a radio host show thing. He won American Idol or not, Dancing with the Stars. I think that's what I've seen. I Googled it. Yeah, something wrong name figure. But really cool to see what you got going on, and welcome to the Archon show. I was just telling Randy I'm probably going to change it up now that I know he's a real life person. I was like, yeah, let's come up with something else. I'd stick with it. I've seen one before.
We have to see him dance then.
Yeah, good luck. Nah, I'd stick with it. I think it's kind of like the algorithm thing, well-known figure. I'll never forget when I just got into crypto, there was a friend of mine. I talked to a good bit and kind of consulted me, and now he really still a friend of mine. And he goes, his handle is John Cena. And I tell my wife, I'm like, no, I'm talking to fucking John Cena. Like, swole. Like, if you're ever going to divorce me, like, you can just take my phone to him. Anyway, good stuff. And I'd stick with it, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna work on something. We'll see. I might stick with it. I just don't want to get sued. Truth on that. Of course, I'm not claiming to be that guy either. I just
Change the spelling and that's it, man. Just put an EZ at the end.
Or could do that, yeah.
Yeah, do something like that. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't realize even the PFP freaking looks just like him until I saw his picture. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, it does look really close. That's why I figured you knew what you were doing. Well, anyway, do you have any updates? I'm not sure what you're about, but you go ahead and throw that in there. Now we'll move on to the other.
Nope, I joined Randy Coin a couple weeks ago. Figured out there was a dude holding 20% and clipping the chart, and decided let's keep this guy out. And so we finally finished that, and now we can really start to build. So,
right. And how'd you find Randy Coin?
she
actually hopped in a space I was in with another token about a month and a half ago or so. Heather is resilient. She worked her ass off. That's always now to her as far as a partner. She does not stop. Similar to, I guess, the way I'm programmed and a few other people in this project. But definitely Randy's got some good stuff going on. Welcome to, Earth Spaces. I'm not sure if you know much about Archon, but what we have done is we got fucking rugged so many goddamn times that we decided we were going to build a project to not only help people learn about crypto, what to look at, like how to, look at a token, low, high market cap, whatever it may be. Look at bubble maps, do some research, build a team, protect each other. It's kind of our thing as far as, what we are. Definitely glad to have you on board. Go ahead, Chroma.
And just to go off of that, just establishing safety within the crypto environment and combat the constant rogue ecosystem at this point. But I don't want to cut you off, but we do have some speakers. We do have bags up. We do have this Rabbi something up. We do have Crypto Fight Club joined. Everybody joined as the hours come into a close. So, but I want to hear, if anybody else.
Absolutely. I actually see a bunch of hands up. Bags is a speaker right now. Bags, if you want to tell us a bit about your coin. Thanks for jumping in, Trace. I don't have a lot of control on who's got mics. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit too, Cajun. Not sure why. Sorry, guys. I'm cut out for a minute.
Yeah, Larry.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, it's great to be on here. For some reason, I kept dropping out in here when I was trying to get the mic thing on when I first started talking about bags. I'm like, it kept dropping out, so.
Oh, okay. Well, it ain't on our end. I'm hooked up to what am I on? Maybe 930 gig connection right now.
Yeah.
Gigabit. Yeah, so pretty solid connection on my laptop on the spaces. So we got that under control. Go ahead. Let us know what you got to say.
Yeah, a little bit about bags. I've always been like a retail. I was an investor just in crypto in general. I really got interested in meme coins. I got in in 2017. Just starting to learn a bit about crypto. And bags came about. I had a raccoon that kept coming in my garage and tearing up trash and stuff.
No way, not a raccoon, huh?
Yeah, and so I'm like, what am I gonna do about this raccoon? And then I go on Moonshot, and I got something that came across online, so I was checking it out, and then it said create a coin. I'm like, create a coin? Well, that'd be different, you know what I'm saying? So I said, what better way than to try to create a coin that I would be looking for personally that I haven't seen on the market? And my thing is a meme coin is not just a meme coin. I wanted to have all the utilities of mainstream coin. And so once I developed the coin, I'm like, well, I guess now I picked up the raccoon because he was coming in my garage. So I'm like, well, the raccoon will be dope because I really don't see any raccoon memes, right? So this is in July. And so I put the coin together and everything. I said, well, now I have to learn how to make utilities. So everything's been a learning process with me. I've built everything myself. So it's like, it's crazy, you know what I'm saying, on the other side.
How long ago did you launch the token?
July 1st.
Okay.
We were
still holding? I haven't pulled up the CA yet, but
I'm
still holding.
10,000 now. I was higher. I got up to 13,000, and then someone pulled. And with me being with a stable coin, I'm paired up with a stable, so I don't get the fluctuate. I don't fluctuate that much in the market. So,
Nevermind is one of our partners that does not see that fluctuation, even with our own token. has seen with Solana fluctuation. I'll even give you an idea. Solana was still sitting over, say, even $180, $200 market cap. Her market cap would probably be around 200 to 250 if I'm incorrect. Dreas could chime in, but her market cap was definitely affected not by sellers, but by Solana dropping almost 40%. That's right. And that's what it is. Very good call on pairing with that, and
I want more stability. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And what you have here, if you're interested, Chroma would throw you in a. Do you have Telegram?
No, we're on that. We already got a group with Bags. We talking with him.
Okay, didn't know that. All right, good deal. So already talking with him, definitely, for everyone else, that's the way we kind of work. We can educate. You're by yourself. You don't have a big community, correct? You do not have, a lot of resources and a way for a token like his to actually thrive, and
I've definitely been building out. I just got my app built, and I do other things. So, I write music and everything. So now Bags has music out. I just launched our little Christmas song that I just wrote and put out just to start getting the YouTube channel really moving with the music part of it.
Nice.
I do a lot. I cook. I have a restaurant and everything that I do too. So a lot of business orientation as far as my background.
It's cool how we all end up together. So I own a mechanical contracting company. I work for a number of restaurants. I can tell you how your refrigeration systems work. Things like that. Randy AI, wastewater treatment. One of our members is in also wastewater processing. Just happens to be all the way across the country. It's really cool how we've all linked up in a sense. But definitely, I'll dig in more to your project and definitely looking forward to seeing what you got going on, dude. Awesome. Thanks for.
I appreciate the opportunity to even just talk. This is the first time I've actually went live anywhere talking. I've been trying to see how I can come out and do some AMAs and different stuff like that.
That's the way to do it. We'll be here next Wednesday, just like the following Wednesday. It may be Christmas Eve. We'll catch up. It might be short New Year's Eve, but into 2026, all the way into next Christmas. Count on us.
Good to have you come up and tell us about the coin, dude.
Absolutely. Everybody follow Bags Raccoon. What are the odds? And definitely follow him. Follow each other. Everybody here is pretty much, here for a reason. We like these small group spaces and definitely like getting the word out. Dreas, you see anybody else? Bobby Bones, please speak. He's got his fucking hand up finally.
I just had a question for Bags.
Go ahead.
You launched on the Moonshot app when they released their launch pad? Pretty much. I believe I did it like my first launch 5 months ago.
Yeah, I was just curious what that process was like.
It wasn't really a hard process to make the coin. It was after I created it, I wasn't able to edit anything, add websites and all that stuff. Of course, I didn't have one at first until I built one, and so then they upgraded to where I was able to add a website. I think it was Telegram on here, and then I was able to add videos and pictures and stuff. So it's been upgraded slowly, but it's just been a hard platform just to get traffic.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot, and our team could actually advise on different platforms and things that we've helped one member, Fat Memes, relaunch, and looking forward to helping them get to a certain point and things like that. But definitely let the Archon team and myself, anybody else know. And I'll even be honest, all my team members are way more educated on it than I am. I'm really good at making AI videos. That's my little piece. But yeah, definitely let them, keep working hard. Is anybody else got anything to say? We're actually cutting close to that 1 hour mark. I see a bunch of other people here is why I'm asking. Fight Club, Crypto Ola, I know a few other people chime in. Anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah. So let's see if Fight Club wants to come up and tell us about his coin. I've actually never. I don't think I've ever heard the actual Fight Club spaces that he has. I need to go and see it. I need to go and hear it. Yeah.
I agree. I don't really know what they're about. If not, it was extremely good. Really catching up with everybody.
Okay, Paul, you got anything else?
Did you send crypto?
Yeah, let me send it. I'll make sure once come up. Yeah.
Have this Rabbi Rothschild also. I don't know. They were requested to speak. Mean Guy Corey, Shanassi, a bunch of people. If anybody's got anything more to add, feel free.
Yeah, definitely leave me out at the end to give a little follow up, if you will.
Yeah, we'll send crypto. All right, man. What's up? You there, guy?
Hey, what's up, man? We can hear you.
TM guys, I don't thank you guys how do you guys work every day, you show up every day, every single day. I want to thank you guys for your consistency working together as a team.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, man.
Yeah, we
appreciate it.
Absolutely. Glad you show up every day too, brother.
And I also thank you for the opportunity you gave me to be part of this team. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. And it's things are growing, as you can see, and it's going to continue to grow.
It is. Guys, just so you know, too, Crypto Ola stuck with us from the beginning. Doesn't obviously speak great English, but, great team member, big part of our community, really stands up to all the fucking FUD. Like, people that just want to downgrade shit because they, do what they do. I do not understand the negativity in the space, but real positive person and a great team member of ours for sure. Stuck with us from go. And Crypto, you got anything else to say, Ola?
No, guys. I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say we thank you for all your hard work. People that you sell the coin to and things, you do not go unnoticed. Just so you know.
Yeah, we've got some real great team members. Our Archon supporters. I should say that. Basically, they show up every day. I mean, they're in it for the long haul, and those are the people we want in our circle and for our partner projects as well. It's great to have that. Crypto, Panama is another great one. Ledger Flow, he's in here. He's a good guy. Striker, always around. Lots of good people in our circle. So great to have everybody here tonight. It's great to see some new faces in the spaces. I was really happy to have our usuals, Randy, Fat Memes, Brennan with Reba, of course. Bags, thank you so much for dropping out. It was great to hear about your project and get a little bit more. Crypto Fight Club, thanks for dropping out. We'll talk a little bit more.
Hey, the meme coin contest. Yeah, I was going to say that. And before that, make sure everybody joins our Telegram, X Spaces. You know, that's where the updates are. If you want to, I hate the word front row, but if you want to be involved with, you know, some future projects with that Archon is vetting and things like that, and help us be able to, you know, support these projects that are real. They're long term. They're not fucking rugs. In a sense, excuse my language, but you know, we're not out here to sell anybody shit. You know, you can go get a KOL to charge you $12,000 to partner with your project. I forget what it is with Archon, but we have resources.
It ain't 12 grand.
Yeah,
It ain't 12 grand. And it ain't 250. It ain't $300 for
we've given it to or very low and just apply for a few of them because we believe in these projects. We believe that crypto should actually be, you know, longevity, long term, things like that. And what we're doing is building a portfolio of projects, not only ours, but other projects that aren't going anywhere. That I'll give you, what do you call it, a thesis. In the next year, there will be people that are going to flood into this market. They're going to need to know a safe place to go. And that's going to start with Archon. That's going to filter down to the projects that we, you know, vetted. That we say, hey, this is a safe project. You know, especially a low market cap.
Yeah, and you know what? And I don't mean to cut you off, but partnered projects, a great thing about it is that everybody shares different types of knowledge, like what you were saying. There's people that are great with developing and building and videos, like you. There's great people with memes and websites and social media, and there's just many aspects that have to do with meme coins that Archon brings to the table. But not only us, our partners are knowledgeable in many different areas also, and having that is a great thing because one of our partners might need some additional help that maybe the other partner has a little bit possibly more knowledge in an area, and then it kind of cross connections are made there. So this is basically what we've been working on and building up and continue to build.
Absolutely. We will continue to build a resilient community that backs each other, has knowledge that shares with each other. Our kind of motto is to research, protect, and grow. And that's what we're here for. I hope everybody's here for the same reason.
But the meme coin contest from last week, are we going to announce that in a post? We want to do that like we did last week, Chromo?
Yeah, I was going to say check Chromo. And,
Hey, Mr. Aquarius, just one moment.
I don't want to do it. I got to go through them yet. I have, but, you know,
I'll send you an invitation in just a moment. I'm in a space right now. It's just about to end.
Strike Pixel, Pioneer, Crypto Nova, you know, your guys' submissions and knowing that you're here in the space, it does aid in your overall chances and the visibility. You know, we appreciate the support, so, and we reward our supporters. So we'll take a look. We're going to pick, you know, the best ones. And we'll make a post. We'll get all of the payments out. 5 winners, $10 Solana.
Let everybody know too. Like, hang tight. Like, we've been here for 3 months. Not one person isn't getting up. We've seen that a little while. You know, for the Empress winners, what's messed up, they're not here. So when you see these guys posting like oh, who won and things like that. Like, hang tight. We
You want it that way. You want it that way, man.
always here to get that every contest. Yeah, every single contest. We're gonna run them weekly, guys. We love it. We love seeing the memes. This shit is funny as fuck. Give us a damn break. Everybody's usually paid out by Thursday, no later than Friday if shit goes south. But definitely, what's really cool about our main contest too is our partner Alex with Fat Memes. He's able to host them, and people can, make memes on his platform. Like, it's just another avenue of how we're growing, if you will. But definitely thank you all for the support. This project's going nowhere, and we're looking actually really forward to where it's going. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks everybody. This is a good spaces and a good turnout, and I appreciate every one of you. And if we don't see you in our next week's spaces, and you celebrate, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to everybody, and whatever else everybody's celebrating. Happy holidays, Happy New Year. But hopefully we see you in next week's spaces, and we will announce the meme coin winner from this week. Like Romo just said, and we're also going to announce the next meme coin contest that'll run through our next spaces next week. So, yeah, thanks again, everybody. Appreciate you all. Have a good night.
Good night, guys. Thanks.
One of you will leave here with an ISIC contract for $250,000. This is when mindset comes in. Someone will be eliminated. Pressure is coming down.
Trainer Games on Friday, January 8th. Watch the trailer on TrainerGames.com. The world's best are chasing gold. Get inside the action and support the team. Join Insider, the official U.S. ski and snowboard fan loyalty program for exclusive perks. Visit insider.usskiandsnowboard.org to join today. This holiday, Verizon is giving you incredible gifts and savings you'll enjoy all year. Don't trade in anything. That's right. Get 4 lines for just $25 a line, and the amazing 5% for everyone. Save big this holiday. Visit Verizon today. $20 monthly normal credits apply. Your account will 35 months of line on welcome. Times of congestion on 5G and 4G LTE.
Miss Aquarius, when you're ready, I'm ready. I sent you an invite. How was your day? Okay, what happened?
Snowboarding their every move.
Well, that's nice. Now, why do you say you're not doing that anymore? No, not a lot of people like. Did you? What did you get to give to someone? Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius. You don't understand something. You okay? You said, if I recall, you said my coworker got the portable charger. I didn't hear you. Yeah, wait, but you didn't say that I bought. Did you get a charger, the person? Are you allowed? Are you are you allowed to steal your gift back? The charger that you the charger that you Miss Aquarius, I'm asking you a question. The charger that Miss Aquarius, I'm not even gonna talk with you. I don't know what's gotten into you tonight. I'm Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius. I'm playing the rest of this game in silence because you're not even letting me ask you the question.
And so you are entitled to a speedy rating. We have that, and it's usually like 24, 48, 72 hours.
Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius. You don't even know what I was gonna say. Miss Aquarius, I didn't even get to ask a question, and you just went yapping, 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 yapping. I was just asking. I was. I'm, I'm not even going to ask you. I just, I just want to know. I just wanted to know, was it an Android or an iOS charger? That's all I wanted to know. And that's a nice gift. Now, my other question was, what kind of Lego thing did you get? That's a pretty big Lego set. Ooh, okay. But yeah, that's not something that you want to do.
That are Wisconsin, or essentially
Yeah.
to get yourself up to 8, and then just keep buying like that street on only the most stay using it.
Well, you're not alone with not liking that kind of party. I've heard people don't like those kinds of parties.
One simple reason: get all this publicity, whether you know, CEO. Like, I don't know, but that's
What What'd you get 3 years ago?
I don't use it, but I will.
Oh, okay.
Rappers, anything you can think of.
That stinks. That I mean that's fine, but like you want something maybe that you can have you ever used anything that you got in this party?
Don't worry, if I said resurrected, you'll notice she likes to have Jesus to memes. Yeah.
I
Rabbi always loves me. He's on my summer. Like I got confused because I was we basically base is their like central baby. You know, so mini, that's really cool. To have that.
and you said somebody got something from Sephora. What was it? A gift card?
It was Christmas. Oh, it's fantastic.
Okay, but what was it?
I helped my buddy launch a. He has a
Oh,
coffee
okay.
brand. He's from Sri Lanka. He's like, oh, I want to like. He's launched called RWA.
So they didn't even show what was in the bag?
And it was a business in a box. Like, and you're so. Yeah, like he knows the whole spiel, but business in a box. Never had this kind of getting there. Oh, let's develop a video.
Very well, Mr. Curtis. Well, undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship, and you've got one more day.
Appreciate
I know.
guys.
I would.
Never die in the house. I don't know if you're.
No, I don't do that stuff. But I would not like that either. I've seen it played on television, and it doesn't go very well on television. So
Long-term development project. So make sure you follow move. Make sure you scoop up a bag while it's cheap. My big help Catboy get to 50 mil and help send it there on BNB all the way to 100 mil, guys. Just saying these things because when I'm committed to something and I'm locked in, that's two as long as what is going. Why do you looking at this game pump and then everybody that before. I've been looking at at best with you there, and I had an idea of what you're going relate, and I've looked for the names and like it's the hardest. Like if you
is eternal. So there's beings at least. You have blockchain. Jesus was always will always mine. Uh,
There you go.
Always gonna die. It's never gonna go to zero.
Take care. Sweet dreams, Mr. Curtis. God willing. See you tomorrow, God willing.
The words that Jesus said 2,000 years ago. He said, "Whoever believes in me will never ever die." And so I know that most of religions out there, they have this afterlife, paradise, hell, all these things, which doesn't make sense. But and they don't make sense, and it's like nobody can prove it, nobody can show you that. So even if it does exist, but the reality is the words of Jesus, if you believe in his words, you will never ever die. So nobody ever took this approach. Everybody believes in death. From the day we're born, we believe in death. Like I talk to maybe 10, 20 people a day on average, and many people tell me, "What are you talking about?" One thing for certain is that we will all die. And I say, well, true, because that's what we believed in for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. What if we're going to start taking these words seriously and believe that we will not die? So I've did a little bit of research on the scientific side, and I found out that Elon Musk recently, a couple of months back, he posted something about that in 20 to 30 years from now, our kids will have technology to live at least 200 years. And we're not talking about you live 100 years and you get all, what's it called, wrinkled up and like you live the next 100 years miserably. No, you're going to start aging at 170 or something. So there is a path to living and not dying. Well, unless there's a war, accident, or like event, like nature event or something. But I think that what Jesus meant, and his other expression was, "I came to give you life and life abundant," which never talks about death. It's life. Life is the opposite of death. If there's life, there's no death. If there's death, there's no life. So I took this approach, and I think this is extremely controversial, extremely aggressive, even to like religious folks, that you may never die. You don't have to believe in death. And so what if we're going to start thinking about life? Everything we do, we participate in crypto projects. We want to make quick 100x. Why we're so interested to make 100x? It's because we want to make the most of money. Why? Because very soon we will die, so we want to enjoy it. But what if we're all going to start thinking about, this is not about, I will live forever, so it doesn't matter if I make 100x today or next year. So I'll just focus on my business, focus on growing community, focus on growing the project, and this will happen no matter what. So this is the approach. This is the aggressive or controversial second meaning of this project. And most of our videos that we make using Grok has to do with Jesus running with Elon Musk and all these meme coins, or anything that's trending right now or popular. We try to put Jesus there. Like Donald Trump announced invasion of Venezuela, I put Jesus next to the map of Venezuela. So things like that. So this is less of a religious token, which most people maybe at first glance will think of it. But because in the logo we have also meme coins and Jesus, we try to make it that this is everlasting projects. They will never die. So that's a short version.
Let's go, let's go. Yeah, man. I love that meme, Andre. To be honest, it was one that when you sent it to me, I immediately was trying to convert some Bitcoin into some Solana, which I hadn't really been diving on Solana except for Ian. So you guys, because Ian had never died, y'all got I'll be back in the Solana after a long break. So if anybody asks, it's because of y'all.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Now,
Well, our experience.
You got to tell everybody Winslow's now found Jesus, the Reaper, Phoenix rising from the ashes. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir. That's good. That's good. Yeah. You know,
Yes, sir. Jesus definitely has my heart. So
many people maybe do not know this, but I have been a big fan of what Winslow is doing since I think like 2 years ago or something, or at least a year and a half ago, at least. And we, together with Winslow, saw projects that we took over. Shiba Inu on Solana, one of the first ones that we took over at 30,000 market cap, went to 3 million within weeks. And we all had doubts, but it did. And then some others, like recent one. The recent one was Jeffrey Epstein on Solana. Right after Elon Musk posted something about Jeffrey Epstein, we took over this project at $4,000 market cap. Like literally, it was somebody made this project a year ago, and it was abandoned. And I found that this was OG, the only Jeffrey Epstein original on Solana. We took over. Winslow helped, everybody else helped. It went to $1.2 million overnight because Grok noticed my account, Jeffrey Epstein account, on Twitter, because I was all day spamming Elon Musk on everything he posts. And then Grok noticed our account and tagged Elon Musk saying that Jeffrey Epstein Solana is the number one, what's it called? Like the person who will, number one account who interactor with Elon Musk and tagged Elon Musk. So we all went to bed. It was like 11 p.m. We received this tag. It was really exciting. So I'm like, okay, well, nothing's happening. We're like 150,000 market cap at that moment. And then I went to bed. Then Winslow texted me, I don't know how many times, 4 in the morning. It's 1.2 million. It's 1.2 million. Oh my gosh,
man, that shit happened so fast. I remember I laid down and I put a movie on, and I was like, oh, there's some action on the chart. I was like, all right, cool. I think it was like 150K, like when I was looking at it, 200K, and I was like, all right, that's cool, we're up. I put my phone down. I got like halfway through a movie. I checked my phone. We're at like 600K. I'm like, oh fuck! Like we're taking off. And then I looked, and then it just blew up, dude. And this is like,
that's quite literally the best feeling ever.
Yeah, you know what I told?
Relax for a little bit, and then
you know what I told everybody on my team? I said, if Elon Musk is gonna click like, I'm gonna literally run around naked with my girlfriend in Seattle, which is possible in Capitol Hills, one of the streets. And then we're gonna do, because it was insane. Like the emotions, emotions were insane. Just also a recent example. In June, I think it was 6th of June or something like that. I have a construction business, so I was on the project with my team. And then I felt like I want to go home and just cook lunch at home. So I left everybody at the project and went home, started cooking lunch. And then I look at the text tools and the list of the coins I'm watching. And I see this coin called America Party. And I'm like, you know what? And I have this clear voice in my head. Sell something and buy this coin, right? So, and this is like the intuition. I've been doing trading and all this stuff since like 2009. So I developed intuition for the, these things. So I went ahead and sold some crap. I had some coins I never needed and bought for $1,500 worth of like 10 million coins, basically, like 1%. And then started cooking. 15 minutes later,
in some currencies.
Exactly, yeah. And then I'm like, okay, so I'm cooking, and I'm like, hold on, why the hell I bought this? Like, do I really need this? So then I look at the chart, I'm like, I can do $6 million market cap. I'm like, what's going on? I go to Twitter, and I see Elon Musk. 15 minutes later, I bought it, and 15 minutes later, Elon Musk posts that he's going to name his political party called America Party. This coin went to $6 million market cap. Next day, it was 10 million. So I made 40K plus just from that. I mean, I was streaming as,
watching, people say. So notifications are a big deal in this bracket, I guess.
Yeah, how do you strategize around Elon Musk? Impossible. Like, I bought this 15 minutes before he posted. Like, if he would text me, then I would put in like 100K in this thing through different wallets. But I would
never know. So 15 minutes later, I'm at 40K plus. So these kind of things. So with the project Never Die, we want to capture this, and the reason why, because also Elon Musk recently started to mention something religious, very rarely, but something like today he posted an image created by Grok that Moses splits the sea, and he puts or he reposted somebody else's image, like, but anyway, it's on his the account, and so we right away started posting our stuff underneath. So, and most of our images will have Elon Musk included in them because maybe he's gonna like something. And it's also, of course, the market is saturated, but everybody wants to have Elon Musk attention. But we already had attention from Grok on Jeffrey Epstein, So that gives me hope, and I think we're doing the right things. And like these stories I have, maybe in the past 3 years, I have maybe 10 to 20 stories like that where I would buy something minutes before he made news or something, So it's really, really interesting stuff. Anyway, I'm not talking. So thank you, Will.
I'll say this.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you too, brother. Appreciate you for coming up here. Never Die. I'll say this much. Well, I'll just say Andre, but I'll call you both. Man, every time I've gotten into one of your projects, minimum, to me, Bond, a little bit more, but sometimes you launch some fucking bangers, dude, and they send. So guys, don't sleep on what he's got cooking. He knows what he's doing. He's been doing it for a while. He's got his own marketing channels. He knows how to promote these tokens. He knows how to see when the floor is right before any heavy pushes or anything like that. So it's definitely worth, throwing a bill in there, if not more. Just depending on what kind of.
Can I ask you guys what kind of like analytics tools you guys are using? Because I'm fairly new to the meme coin thing. I know GMGN, I know like Dex Screener, but if you're looking to find these floors that you're talking about, like what is the? I'm happy to like throw some shit after like if you guys know the game, but like what are you guys doing?
Man, honestly, we just kind of have like a little group of people, and we all kind of support each other, and we all do projects and kind of word of mouth more than anything. I mean, we got a little solid group, and a lot of the people here have been showing up for a while, small, but we just tell each other, hey, we did this one, or hey, we're looking at this project. Just share them around, and usually if somebody likes them, they'll make their own decision whether they want to buy it or not. But I'm just kind of basing things on experience and what I've seen from certain devs, and what they've previously done. It's just like me. Not every single thing that I do is a gold mine, but I've printed a lot of people a lot of money, so my
I aim to do the same. So I want to learn from you guys. There's a gentleman here right now. His name's One Eye Willie on the he's on Lister. But I've been working with him for a couple weeks now, and damn, man, the amount of alpha we shared in our kind of cohorts, it's really good. It's like a team effort, right? And I got some stupid meme coin out there, but the idea is you pick the stupidest meme coin ever, right? Or the name, mine's Santa Trump, and it's if I'm doxxed, I'm fully doxxed. You guys can even LinkedIn me, I don't give a shit, but it's the transparency aspect is the easiest way to get renowned in this game, because everybody's been not playing that game. So just go to the opposite end of what everybody's doing, and little by little you end up winning. Honestly, I'm a buy and hold guy, but with the apps that are out there today, you can just make anything instantly. I would even recommend bringing Willie on here because he's got some I don't know, he's a good dude. It's hard to meet good people that are not always just shilling garbage and just more or less interested. How do we prepare for the next big swoon of capital that's coming in here that retail will get wind of?
Right. Well, hell yeah, man. Yeah, just hang around, and we got some more projects coming up here that you might take interest into, and
I think you'll be able to find a couple that you might like. So guys, definitely check out Never Die, please. At least, even if you're not, everybody has their chains they like. Everybody has their type of narratives they like. But let's all at least do each other a solid. Make sure we're following each other, showing the love back and forth. Giving all the accounts a follow, whether you're a marketer, investor, or you're an actual. If you're up here with your crypto account, token account, follow everybody, man. Show that type of love back. I'm definitely loaded up on Never Die. I don't buy every single token that comes up here, guys. So if I'm buying it, there's usually a reason why. I've scooped up some Never Die. I think it's going to print, man. I think it's going to make some bread for everybody. But of course, it's not financial advice. Not every time I call something is it a win, but I do believe in Andre as a developer. He's definitely one of the better ones. So next I'm going to bring up Timmy, and then after that I'm going to bring up Holidays, and then I'll bring up a few more people in the crowd. We'll do like maybe 2 more people to see what you guys got cooking as well. And don't forget, just like I did yesterday, I always do at least one free YouTube video on my rap channel where I got like Boozy Badass and a song with Jelly Roll I just put out, so you'll be featured up on there on the top page. So hey, what's up, Timmy? How you doing, bro?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sweet. How's it going, guys? My name's Tim, or Timmy. Nice to meet you all. I see some familiar faces from the past week or so. So I have been involved with a few number of people in here with a week-old token called Ian, the Laughing Gas Bird, which super excited about for a multitude of different reasons. The first is that it's been slow cooking for the past 6 days. It got released a week ago, but the original token was released about 8 days ago. I think it was only around for about 12 hours before everything got a little bit complicated. Basically, to make this a long story short, we had the mom of this viral superstar kid named Ian come up and create her own token that we have been backing for the past week or so. And I don't know if you've seen the video, but it was on national television. It's this kid that is in a dentist chair. He had some laughing gas. And
David goes to the dentist. Is that him?
No, his name's Ian, actually.
Thank God it's honey boo boo. Sorry, I had to.
No, you're good. If someone can post up the video here, it's been really weird. We haven't been able to post up the videos and everything. But anyway, it's been on Instagram. It's been on TikTok. It has 100 million views. And funnily enough, we got in contact with the mom and launched the coin with her, basically guiding her through it all. So she has all the creative fees that go towards him. She's in complete control of the token that she launched herself.
Cares about these stupid ass
kind of building up holders, and then showing it off to people. I'm trying to really just gain that organic sort of flow of momentum into it. It's really I've been in crypto for 10 years. I have traded NFTs. I have been in the pumps of my altcoins. I have been trading Solana coins while I was an early investor in Pepe, where I made almost $1 million off of that. So I kind of get into things that I really enjoy and trust. Yeah, and anyway, but I've seen this coin. I've been really trying to help with it, and so Winslow's been kind of helping out here and there as well. I don't know if I could show the link. I would love to, but I don't know how to really do that on here anymore.
I think he just got it pinned up there. He must be using a laptop or a computer.
Epic. Okay, yeah, this is the video of him, and then that's our community as well attached to it, which we're able to see and all that. But this kid is, first off, he has an amazing voice. Secondly, the video is viral. Thirdly, we're backing up the kid's career. He wants to get to theater. One of his dreams is to get into The Lion King on Broadway, which he has auditions coming up. He just had another TV live interview on his local news station. I think they were in Washington, so it was like WUSA 9 or whatever it is. And so we're going to pin up that interview soon. We're just kind of editing it right now because it was a 10-minute interview. He did like the weather and all of that. It was pretty cool. I don't know if there's any really real questions or anything I need to really add to it. I barely ever come onto Spaces and shill tokens. In fact, I haven't done this apart from this coin in about 2 years. So I used to trade ETH coins. I used to trade all kinds of different NFTs. I used to do this a lot. In fact, I saw one of the guys in here that I hadn't talked to in like 3 years. He left, I guess, but I saw him in here. I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen this guy in years. It was kind of funny being back into this space and doing this again. In this sort of way, but I'm stoked for this coin. I really am like super bullish on it. I think we have an amazing team behind us. I think we have like really gotten through that period of that 2-day like people farming it, pumping and dumping. We're starting to really grow it, and I think this is going to be $1 million ticket. Let's go.
Yeah, man, I 100% agree, guys. I don't want to keep comparing it to this because it's totally, completely opposite, but like some of the big, crazy, like viral moments like the Dr. Phil with the Catch Me Outside girl, which is completely different. That's like a negative momentum thing, but it just blew her up and she went viral. Like, this is that type of viral. Like, in just the last week, I've been scrolling up my Instagram feed, and I've seen at least collectively over 100 million, probably even more because I hadn't looked at my phone all day because I was working. I've seen at least over 100 million views just on Instagram alone. Now it's starting to, what happens, so when something breaks the internet on a platform, so say, for example, Instagram, right? It starts hitting 110, 120 million views. People start taking those videos and they start clipping them on YouTube, TikTok, you name it, all the other ones. So what's going to end up happening is it's going to end up just blowing up, getting billions of views. And then what it does is it just creates this like super career, as long as which they are doing. They capitalize on the momentum. They keep working. They keep dropping content. Start auditioning for whatever movies, like The Lion King, like you're talking about. Potentially rolls into the music industry, being that the viral clip that blew this whole thing out of the water is actually clipped with the Kanye West song. So who knows? There might be a Kanye West some sort of deal in the future. Like this is going to open up a can of worms that the crypto space is probably not even ready for. And if you're not positioned, you're potentially missing out on, in my opinion, something that's going to go mega crazy. Like it could be any number. I don't even know the number. It could be 30 mil, 100 mil. It could be more. I don't know. It's definitely about to catch flame, and I've been buying all week, to be honest. I think it's going to blow.
Yeah, I love the Kanye West remix, and there's so many like remixes that are coming out, like with it. People are starting to add different reels to it. Like, it's so funny. Like, first off, that clip is hilarious. But then, like, everything else that comes with it. I mean, when in crypto do we have a mom that's like made the coin, that's like supporting it, like that has now the creator fees that Pump Fund has like come up with, like, which, like, in my opinion, like the creator fees hasn't been abused so much, and now like we know for a fact that these creator fees are going to the mom and the son. Like, gosh, I've been in so many coins, like, and where things have just gone to absolute shit because there's been so many bad characters involved. I'm so confident in the team that I've assembled with different people here. People have stepped up, like part of our team has stepped up. A lot of the team that we've assembled are like have the experience of like taking coins well over 10 million. I mean, I've taken a few over 10 million, 20 million. There's a couple other guys, and so we all know what we're doing, which is also really important because we're really just like stepping up and doing the, like, being patient and doing the correct things rather than being like, hey, we're going to try and, like, put in, like, boosts and, like, some organic, bots and like to just do like fake sales and all that sort of shit. Now we're slowly building this up. Like we're picking up good holders and we're like doing this for the long run, so we can see like actual gains rather than just a pump and dump.
Right, man. Yeah, I get burned out of not just in the Ian community. It really hasn't been much there, but a lot of communities, man, think that there's some that if you spend money buying boost, to me, you're just buying a screenshot of that you boosted something. That's just my opinion on it. I know maybe it helps a little bit, but it doesn't bring an ROI. I hope I'm not trashing anybody's network, but I just, from what I've seen from somebody that spent close to, if not more, $300,000 in marketing, I've thrown a lot of money in the toilet in the past, and I just don't support spending money on certain things anymore. I could be wrong, I could be wrong. Maybe some combinations of things do help. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't know, man. I've never seen it.
There he is. Shot right there. It was a little bent over.
Not really. I mean, you basically just like throwing
when the film
money, like
ended, everyone was crying. It was man on moments.
Just seeing like exactly what's going on, like
58,000 people. And ladies and gentlemen, Joe DeMucci.
I appreciate.
I'm not speaking.
You bring me up here. I don't want to like totally run hair off.
What am I doing?
But it, like, see how we go.
I can do that.
6 days, 5 days. It's been a slow build up.
We're in the runway.
Like doing anything like crazy. We're showing that we have like a really good narrative here. We have a kid that we're supporting. We have a mom that we're supporting. They're supporting it. On the news shows, like to like advertise them. Like, who does that in crypto on Pump Fund? So like we're really like we're trying to really like do this the right way and do it in a way that's gonna like benefit everyone because we're long term. So
absolutely.
Bring me up to Mr. Schoenberg's box first time I'm up there.
Yeah, Tyrone, I was about to bring you in too, see if you would chop up any about it. I had to jump on the laptop so I could share those things.
Don't worry about it. Sit down, have whatever you want. Your family's over there. Welcome. We'll straighten him out. And
she actually did. She was one of the producers behind Lady Gaga's halftime show for the Super Bowl. I did point her towards this, and what was funny is that she said she had seen it several times already, and I said, yeah, I talked to the mother and she's doing these things and blah, blah, blah. So the word is spreading. There are people in the industry who know this kid exists. I think things are going to start to really pop off for him. And eventually, someone from the Wicked cast is going to reach out to him. You never know who that's going to be. But it is one of those things where this isn't a flash in the pan. This isn't like viral for a day and done. I mean, news organizations are reaching out to him left and right.
The president has signed an executive order now that says we have found weapons of mass destruction, but it's on the streets.
We're formally classifying Bento as a weapon of mass destruction. We knocked out 96% of production by water, and now we're starting by land. And by land is a lot easier. It has to start happening. President Donald Trump.
Starting by land. Is it easy to cross the border? Are we going to start a land? He's talking about the border, right?
President Donald Trump's executive order classifying Bento as a weapon of mass destruction. He signed the Oval Office on Monday. Trump said his administration's classifying drugs as a weapon of destruction. And it
I feel like this reporter is talking. How much so that he's a woman of
Trump said his administration's classifying drugs as a weapon of destruction. Yeah, he was locally
Was he drunk? He's Russian too.
He said his administration's classifying drugs as a weapon of destruction.
Something that was in the end. Something sort of.
You would say that was like weapon of medicine. And it does what this is doing. The term weapon of mass destruction is a very specific history in U.S. policy. Biological, chemical, or other kinetic threats are capable of causing overwhelming and lasting damage to people and infrastructure. Right now, it's not even clear how this designation
So that's how they're dealing with it. So here's my concern. I kind of understand. I understand the logic. In the same way that in the 80s we declared a war on drugs, right? Drugs are killing our kids, drugs are killing people in the streets, drugs have to stop. We declared war on major things in the past. War on poverty, war on, even a politician will say, on the left will say that Republicans have declared a war on drugs. Like, they love to use this high reference, but this is an actual executive order that declares fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction based on what? Based on the harm that it does to society. Okay. I don't know if the president is using this. Time will tell. This is plays out. Is the president
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. Millions of free children's holidays. That's a package included. But now, with Jet 2 holidays, nothing beats
everybody see no money? So does that mean we're putting boots on the ground somewhere? And again, we'll have to see how this plays out. Here's my concern. As you shift the definition, what is that for future administration? Suppose that you have a president AOC who suddenly decides that carbon tailpipe emissions are weapons of mass destruction. Suppose that President Newsom declares that automatic weapons are weapons of mass destruction, or semi-automatic war, or what they call weapons of war, right? What if they decide that those are weapons of mass destruction? So as we loosen our definition, you're giving more latitude to future administration, and that's why I worry about this. And I think so often, when it comes to politics and policy, either agree or disagree based solely on the moment. Rarely have the foresight. This is why so many people applaud the work of the founding fathers. They look back at history, not just their opinions. Obviously, there's provisions in the Constitution specific to that time, like the Third Amendment. Nobody remembers or uses it more. Which is good work for soldiers. But they took a look back at history and they went, okay, what are some other mistakes that have been made throughout humanity that we can guarantee we won't do? And we'll put it in our Constitution. So what happens then when you have this sort of precedent being set where we go, oh, fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. Now we decided that's a problem. And so now we're going to issue an executive order. And that executive order stands. Does that then allow future presidents to declare whatever it is that they're after, whether noble or not, be a weapon of mass destruction? I don't think any of us would argue that, no, fentanyl's a great thing to have in the streets. None of us would agree. Now, you might argue that fentanyl is something that is useful in a hospital setting or clinical setting with the licensed physicians who are administering that drug on a necessary basis. Great. That's what we would argue. However, I think we also all agree on fentanyl is bad. Cool. What happens when the next president comes in and they go, oh, whether you agree or disagree, it doesn't matter because climate change is happening and climate change is destroying civilizations. It is the greatest weapon of mass destruction. No single thing in the history of mankind, aside from an asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, has been so destructive to Earth. There is no bigger mass destruction than climate change. That has to be classified as a weapon of mass destruction, and now we can take action against it. What happens when President AOC decides that? So just be cautious that we're not following this path of, I like what this president is doing. Because for some of us, it might be landing on the moon. Jesus Christ! All this Diet Coke's looking on my land mooning.
Moon landing. You're like Foghorn. Let Foghorn Leghorn. Let land moon and land.
Man, they're way ahead of this. This is a blip on the radar. They're going
Blip on the radar.
That would be so big. I know we probably said this before, but a blimp on the radar. It's like, it's so funny when the wrong word is the exact opposite. A blimp versus a blimp. If it was a blimp, you'd be like, damn, we gotta shoot down this blimp. It's so easy. What were they thinking? Trying to sneak in a blimp. That's what you hope for as a radar technician, that someone tries to use a blimp to sneak in. You're like, got him.
How was work today? Real easy. A real blimp on the radar.
Yeah, fucking, I said,
pull the fuck up.
give me them blimps.
Son.
Yeah, you missed it though. Cross the I's, dot the T's. Pretty good, dude.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, it's the same thing, honestly.
I feel like I've done that one many times.
Let's see.
Yeah, give them the money. Now remember,
It's off their books and they can move forward.
Now remember, must you forget this original lawsuit?
He's putting on a clinic right now.
Must you forget?
He's the Babe Ruth of saying things wrong. Must you forget now? There's a blimp on the radar. Cross your I's, dot your T's. Ever heard of it?
Oh, I bet Mr. Whole Foods.
Yeah, he's Chamberlain putting up 100 right now, dude.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, fam? If you haven't joined the Patreon, this would be a good reason. Jen and me just shot a little over you.
Shot a little over you? What does that mean?
There's a cum shot. Let's see.
Over you. It's part one of all my whips in the shop right now. I give a pretty detailed overview of the cars I have in the shop. It's part one because I have more cars. Yellow archipelago. 10:30.
Fuck.
Yellow.
He's just having fun there. Yes.
A.M. I mean PM.
You're going to Bloomingdale, man.
Then I do Bloomington, Minnesota.
It's funny because isn't it Bloomingdale's is the name of the shop, right?
Isn't that like
Is it Bloomingdale or Bloomingdale's? It's a luxury. It's like Nordstrom's.
Oh, okay.
But it's funny to say because he's trying to say Bloomington, right?
Yeah.
But he says the name of the shop also wrong, I think. Because I think it's Bloomingdale, but I could be wrong. I ain't got money.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
You know that one's long.
I know, but it's just fun. It's so random that it works, but like I think everything with that.
Yeah. I guess that makes me a big old pussy.
Can you hit me some jelly roll really quick?
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Daddy, you're a little older now. We might have to just get that thing cut off. Because I'm like a kangaroo with a pouch above my finger.
I'm like a kangaroo with a pants with my finger.
Hard 21, 22.
All right, kids, that's it. Tune into the Fight Companion myself, Joseph Rogan, but in Bloomingdale, man.
Then I go to Bloomington, Minnesota.
Can you do a tank and you didn't do it the proper way and let the nitrogen cycle run its course before you add fish, you run into some problems. But Ichthyologist. Ichthyologist. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ichthyologist.
Dude, how many people do you think it takes to put like that word in front of him? Where it's like there's one guy that's like, no, I'm not. And they all want him to say long words, and he's like, no, guys, we get one this week. And it's like ichthyologist.
The writers.
Yeah.
Which word should we choose? He's so like hungover and like I'm tired because I work, but he's like this is the morning, you know. His face, this is old chop. And he's doing that. You gotta make sure fish are. I'm an I'm an apologist. What happened the night before? What were you doing? You knew you had to do 5 shows.
I picture There'll Be Blood. You know what I mean? Daniel Plainview in the house by himself, shooting down the hallway, drinking alcohol nonstop, waking up, chugging water, dude.
I am Brendan Shaw. I'm a podcaster.
He said, if I say I'm a podcaster, would you believe me?
Podcast. This is my son, Austin.
DW.
I have a pouch in my mouth. I have a pouch inside me, in my mouth.
Yeah. There's an oil tiger thick under our feet.
Polyphysiologist, gotta feel on the list. Do that. You're a fucking praying mantis barking at a tiger walking through the fucking jungle.
That's legit creative, dude.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, he really wants to fuck Nate up, dude. Saying some shit like that. I would get scared if I was Nate.
You're a fucking white deer in the woods of Austin, in the scope of a Brendan Shaw.
Yeah.
Okay? You never forget that.
You're a kiwi in the aisle of the grocery store with Gerardo walking towards you.
That's facts.
Yeah.
Don't make me stop and twist your fucking neck off.
Please be.
That's what's great about that culture, like black culture. Yeah, like even R. Kelly could sell a Mess Square Garden.
Messy Square Garden.
Because they've been burnt by the system so many times. With even though the video of Diddy beating up, homegirl came out. Yeah, they still go, yeah, that's terrible, but he's still our guy. Yeah. And also he still made great music.
And he got railroaded.
Do you guys like your freedom? You like have an opinion of freedom? Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
That's so awesome. He said, thank him and you're welcome. That's so funny, dude.
They don't know what to say. I think part of my favorite part of the clip is just Chappelle and Alec going at any. They're like,
bullshit.
like they would look so ridiculous if they faked a picture. You know?
They're like, well, we also haven't been paid for 3 weeks, so should I thank them right now?
They're not allowed to talk about race at all, and he's like, thank those white soldiers.
The whole thing. Fire your manager. No, but here's the thing. Figure it out, dude. But again, these managers are so, I don't know who their managers are. Their managers are so scared to say anything to the UFC. To say anything. Yes, I'm asking. Yes.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh, is it Bram Stoker's trapped?
Oh, is that you? Are we live right now, dude? I was like, where you go?
Subscriber.
Check, please. wait, motion on 30 minutes. Yeah, motion, check, please.
Yeah, I did it too.
Check, please. Yeah, that's when it's exhausting when you're constantly fighting. Yeah, check, please.
Did he say it again? I'm sorry, you're talking. One second. He did?
That's when it's exhausting when you're constantly fighting. Yeah, check, please.
I'm not good at it. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, check, please.
Oh my God.
So there it is.
Dude, even Brian's like, I get it. People hate this guy for a reason.
It's just, he just, we gotta put some words in that he can, whatever we want him to say, find out a way to see if we can get him to say it.
Yeah.
We gotta think of that. I don't know how we get it in there.
Sleep with the enemy. We'll figure it out.
So they ride with their bike off in the ocean.
It's like that movie. They ride with their bike off in the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know what that one is.
I think he's talking about riding towards the sunset, like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade type thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You got it really wrong.
They ride off into the sunset.
Yeah.
And he said,
right off their bike into the ocean.
That sounds like that.
This is the way
Like Denzel Washington, I'm in the hotel room and you got a bar there. Yeah. I go to Charleston, you got tits everywhere. We all know I'm trying to walk a straight line.
And by the way, let the sun go down and let the drinks start flowing. Because if you don't think there's a drink and a drug in Charleston,
I'm a werewolf. I'm a Charleston werewolf. Oh, he's reading the comments. I've been confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Skyco Stu, is awake and stable. However, Raja Jackson knocked the person out. Renamed Skyo Stu and followed up with a lot of heavy punches with Skyo Stu. Psycho? That's not how you spell psycho.
No, that's just I like how he gets arrogant too. It's like, that's not how you spell psycho.
I would have thought it was sicko.
Yeah.
But dude. You know what? Some of the ways he was saying that, the names, they kind of started to sound like cool rapper names. Cool rappers just they branch up a bunch of words and they're like, you'd say how you'd say this, and then you got a new rapper, Skyo Steve, or whatever. Yeah, Skyo Steve is a new double XL freestyle rapper.
Cisco Stu. He's got a hot freestyle right now, too.
Funny, weird way of doing it.
Okay, Psycho Still.
Yeah.
Change your name. Which one?
John Africa. They show Sean Penn now? Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10 to 8. The fight of Colts is 10 to 8.
Yeah, he's old. I don't think. I mean, it's like, how old is he though? That's what an old guy looks like.
I'm sorry. Is he Native American? Is he Geronimo?
Jesus Christ, the closer they'll get.
Yeah, Geronimo's too close. It's almost not funny, but it's still funny.
I might put that on the soundboard just because it sounds like my name, dude.
Go to how old he is. Good for him.
Because unless your face is always in the wind, don't look like
I
that.
think he looks cool.
That's pretty good, actually. Unless your face is always in the wind, don't look like that.
It's kind of funny, but I don't know if it works for Sean Penn.
Also, it might just because it's 1 in the morning right now.
Yeah.
Finding anything funny.
He might live on a farm or something. He's always getting in.
Everyone's hot. Everyone's fair. It's all about I am the beauty beholder.
Get the name.
I haven't been that.
I have the beauty beholder, dude.
That makes me want to ride off my bike into
the ocean.
And hungry. I've just not been eating much, and I love when I see somebody in LA and they go, "Man, you lost 10 pounds, huh? You look skinny as shit." I'm like,
Never
I
good.
guess I do. Yeah.
Weathering away, pal.
Yeah.
Weathering away.
Yeah. I stopped drinking.
A chin can't take it sometimes. Like withering, dude.
Call it.
Take a little break from just chatting about this crazy world with our boy Kurt Megsner. All right?
Megsner.
We haven't got any of those clips yet, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember him saying Kurt Megsner.
That's it, Metzger.
Megsner.
Metzger.
Megsner.
Listen, if Kurt Megsner.
You know what I think? I'm going to say this. When I read about this, like, I'm a flawed human being. You're a flawed human being. But you know what we are not? We're actually good people. Yeah. There are certain ways.
Dude, what have you done that's good?
Yeah.
It's not even that there's obviously plenty of people saying they've done bad things, right? But what is it exactly that you've done that's good? Do they do charity or anything? Maybe
if they had money, they would do charity.
If they don't have enough money.
No, not a chance.
Have you ever heard someone go, "Oh yeah, Brian Callen really helped me out"?
No. I've heard friends of shop be like, "Oh, I want a truck."
Yeah. Not a chance. That's random. Friends of shop. He got me a truck. I mean, I want a truck. I don't know.
I promise I don't know. Is this you with him in 6th grade? No, that's an apple. Let's see.
There are certain ways.
You're talking about getting involved with the law. And, I don't think the law's against BJ. I love that she's the head of HR. That's the best part. Yeah, she resigned right away and he got fired shortly after. But he still has all his spots.
He owns the company, so he resigned.
No, he resigned. She got fired.
Yeah.
I guess there's just a minute left. Let's see.
So I said.
Well,
I'm Tanning. What's his name? Channing Tatum. Channing Tatum. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm Channing Tatum. Yeah, of course. And better at everything besides acting. And his looks are better than mine. And he's more shredded. Whatever. I guess he was black belt as far as knowledge rolling with you guys, but as far as competition goes,
Man, his brain is just like, you could do this, dog. And then he tries and he's like, Brain, I can't do this.
Yeah, something is working faster than something else.
Yeah.
Maybe part of the brain, there's one part of his brain that's going really fast and one that's slow.
Yeah.
And it's kind of trying to catch up, and then that's how you get knowledge. Which is funny because it kind of sounds like New England.
Yeah. It's like he has an Apple laptop, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's on the Intel chip. He's not on the new M6.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's not even on an M.
Yeah.
He's on an M1.
Yeah, no, not even. He's on
i5.
Intel. He's on
Intel. Okay, yeah. No, I remember that. He's fucking. That'd be funny if he got really stupid or if he just starts doing a Massville accent. That'd be cool. Brendan Schaub, Massville. Yeah, spicy. Fucking cock.
Like, is he executing it against other guys?
Like,
besides you guys?
He has no aspirations.
We're cool. Breeze is an incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink these days. They're not charged at the officers. Well, there you go. They were subdued and put them in handcuffs. I'll charge paramedics. There's possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge.
There's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider.
See it?
Oh, man.
Damn. That's great.
He's the greatest ever do it, dude.
Let's see if there's one more. We got this by Icy Staff 1036. LA tire prices got me like, me when I see top brand tires at low prices on Fix. This is a promotion, dude.
Oh, fuck.
Damn, yeah, it took me a while to see that. I saw a cat. I thought for sure it was homeless cats.
Yeah, they're getting smarter, these advertisements.
Caught a little something on the Chin apartment video posted by Gandhi with my pimp. Let's see here.
This is the studio. This is where I made music. This is where me and Browse recorded most of our album.
Oh my god.
I think we've seen that. Do you remember that?
Nah.
I think way back.
Yeah. At this, let's see. Listen to it.
This looks like a classic.
Yeah. If you want to fight, I'm your Huckabee, but at the end of the day, it's not an option.
Great title from Danny Kaufman.
Danny Kaufman, let's see.
Had this dude go bad on me, right? This Steve will do it. I made a mistake on the shop show, and I just apologized to him. He kept going bad on me, and fans were like, "Oh, this would be so good for views. Roast him. You guys should fight each other." I was like, "It's just not what I do." I get what you guys are saying. I went, "My bad, dude. I fucked up. I assumed something I shouldn't have." He talked all this shit. I went, "I get you're angry. You know, but you're not gonna fight me. That's not even an option."
Right.
So I fucked up, dog. My bad. And then he can keep going, but you're not going to get anything from me. It's
Right.
I would have such a bigger career if I engaged in all.
Yeah, but
I've had some feuds through the years, and I just never engage in it. It's just not what I do.
Right.
Because at the end of the
You called Mark Maron a cock.
Yeah, you literally want to fight Mark Maron.
Yeah, you've said that he should be punched in the face.
You threatened Bobby Lee's career.
That's true. They did that too.
Yeah. He's trying to sue Trash Tuesdays.
Yeah, Trash Tuesdays unique. Any like copyright strike stuff or in the beginning.
tater tot once a week.
He should be eating a tater tot and chilling out. This, if he really was like that, might be better off.
Maybe he's not keto right now.
No chance.
There's tough guys
Right.
online, and then in real life, that's where I live.
Right.
So
Fucking.
it's keto, bitch.
Fuck you up, dude.
Pull the fuck up.
I found some idea.
You're so upset you want to fight. I'm your Huckleberry. I'm so fucking down. But it's never going to be fair, so it's not an option for me with these guys.
It is, though.
I guess that makes me a big old pussy.
It's so funny when it's not showing you because it sounds like he's saying it. I like how Chris is trying to be like, stop talking. He's like,
Yeah, though, he just, all I heard was like, all y'all bitches and I'll kick your ass. True,
That's how I feel.
Right. Yeah,
Oh, fucking dude.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Is there anything else you want to tell the audience before we get out of here, like on the board there? No
I mean, on the board, maybe.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
I'm always driving my son to baseball practice because I got violence in my back. So I mean, look, you guys can play around all you want. I'm not gonna fight you. It's just not realistic that any of you would. I would kill you easily. So it's like, I'm not going to fight you. If you want to, just pull up. Yeah, pull the fuck up.
Let us know what you think of the new setup here, the chairs. We're thinking about getting some more rain cans in here. For sure, we're missing out on some of those. So funny. And then Magic Mind, hit us up. We're trying to do a Magic Mind advertisement.
Yeah, dude.
Also, Black Buffalo Nicotine. We're trying to get one of those neon signs in here, something like that. Kimbo Slice, a little behind me right here, something like this, you know?
If you're watching Pico de Gallo, hit us up. I'm trying to get some more Pico de Gallo.
Yeah, he needs a Pico de Gallo connect, dude. But yeah, anything else?
Check us out next week.
Oh!
Look at this athleticism. Oh, that's great. What is
That's why marsh water absolutely works as the type of liquid as water to make something receptive to be with capital Tuma. And then again, they compounded the mistake by saying, going to stop premium outlets. He said they made sin. He said they did so. What happened? So it's obviously correct. Just don't forget that. So we got to put this in when it comes to this place. And this is like a mess.
Join today at simonplus.com.
Like, no, you know, you have to do purposely. And then you just turn into misunderstood shit. The misunderstood shit, or the misheard shit. How long? Well, I was in shock, bro. So it was like, after Rabbi saw this, they enacted the following rule. How many al-Goya al-Bikin Yidroshis Morabo? First thing, should not possibly, unless of course he has a choice from his life. So what's essentially what happened after that? Words, by the way, Iman doesn't mean the person in the start just says come. Right, come. It doesn't say come. It just says come. So this guy came, and he went ahead and gave a shit. I will say again, one of the most important things, but if someone's going to ask me, what the most important thing they have to do is what? Make sure that what I'm saying is explicitly clear and cannot be misunderstood. So obviously this guy came, and obviously you see how people can make a mistake, especially from the order between basic and maybe sorry, especially if their primary water source was marsh water. So this was like a perfect storm that resulted in this erroneous practice of telling people. So what he sees is that where they constantly, you know what? No one constantly tells all so that was just something. Yeah, people permission. So this is the concept of identity, and that's why people forget that. That's why people matters in this sort of actor, like when Rabbanim come down from so they have to get permission to pass the law. Incredible. Look at the sense in place. You're allowed to go out and explore grain and place out of the yourself actually says, really talking about that's what Lushos. Lushos are undenied, the culture of the precious. The Lord can share with the females, all of the culture of the as I said that again. If you have a weak you're able to separate together, but also in chat. So one of the ways the Lord used to do this was soak it for a couple of moments, just make it a little bit looser, and then pound off the chaff and extrapolate from it. So come from the same Rabbi, everybody Ari, asking that you can do this even on Pesach. That was what the tradition is. So generally again, rain, hot, and water on Pesach is a no-no. Right? It's a big no-no. Right? That's what I'm saying. You don't make maths out of things. Right? You can't make maths out of things. I've always had lots of questions on things. You're right. But there's a concern that if you get it wrong, what could happen? That's a shiny comment on things. You got to be very severe. So here, Concord is coming there on the same day. I won't put it myself. You can so in the water because again, this is only done for a couple of moments. Before the same out. There's no competition. So I don't know. They said there, love. Why pass me along? Like the money, like the new stories here, you got to tell you, how many are you ever unlockable? So the people give a little bit of most of the time. They're not even necessarily, going ahead and disputing what it is that you say. So what they're asking is the process. You're right, there's a figure that's speaking at you, but it's not on top of his place. So he wants his elements out. At the time you learn, how many are you ever unlockable? The common distribution of us, they're not going to be the element. So what part sounds, connected not going to be slow. Unless, of course, the Rebbe is at least 3 parcels away. By 3 parcels, that is the size of the Jewish encampment in the desert. And in the rule, the Rabbi that I said, I'm sorry, I didn't know. And had I known, I would not have asked him. I would say, again, what is this doing here? What is it doing here? So again, it's one part of the same suya. But the book has seen a lot of, we need to be from your ready. And if there's someone who could be in the proximity, do not ask him how long, almost so. But here, because you know who rather, I'm trying to get some class. This is from here. Saw a guy who was walking in the cemetery. I will say that we just figured out what's the case over here. So this was a cone. So the case is a cone walking in the cemetery. I'm like, Love Ben Ish Boy Turn. I thought Orange is the son of a boy. He's the son of a boy. Orange is the son of a boy. Like, what are you doing in here? What are you doing here? I want to say, by the way, it's actually interesting by the way you know this. How the first day, right? He doesn't say the name, Orange Boy. He says the Orange is the son of a boy. Well, I want to put very way to get pressing up to this, right? But look, I think the son of a boy is going to have and not immediately attach the blame to the individual himself. Sometimes they take the reaction to the person. The best way to do it is in a way that doesn't make the person feel terrible about themselves. So he says to this guy, aren't you the son of a boy? So alright, he says, yes, so my father, before being married, I don't think this is fascinating. Before being married means, again, he had literally translated high eyes. Rashi says, Allah Akadina. He finally dies, succumb to his temptations, and also being a bit and he decided to marry, he became a little bit wrapped up in a divorce. She married her, this is this guy's mother, the hero. And he was ultimately, again, yes, my father was a boy, but I am a fellow. I'm a fellow. You understand? Now, Rashi goes down to the what is this story for you? Like Rashi said, well, the Spanish woman might buy off the Rashi of here, because they might buy off the near the guy, and your nephew is there, or if you have coffee with him, don't pass it. Because they're going to have coffee with him. So what's the exception? If we see it here, committing a prohibition, committing an area, then again, step in if you can, and try to prevent it. And don't worry about if they're going to come cough, I'm not going to come cough, and the accident, and go to the other, if you see and you're doing something wrong, and you can step in and prevent it, then again, you do not have to worry about the chain of command in that situation. We are here, was it coming with God, in the same place, rather than come up.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with the Jewish Kano, Lee Zayat, for another fun-filled episode of the Church of What's Happening Now, New Testament. It's Tuesday, the 16th of December. That's it. We got one more Monday left before we've been counting down. Some people like to jump up and down on New Year's. That don't mean dick, okay? Count down Christmas, it's even more painful. It's like how they got Jesus. They stabbed him in the stomach, then they stabbed him in the hand. You know, it's a less subtle. But anyway, the Christmas season is finally here.
Yeah, but January 1st, you're gonna say 51 weeks left until
That's it. 51 more Mondays left till Christmas, Jack. Then we start all over again.
It never ends.
But it's a beautiful day to be alive here. I mean, what's going on here today? Nothing.
Not a thing?
Not a thing.
I've been busy.
I know you've been busy, but flying, getting stuck on planes, sitting in coach in the middle.
Do we have a timer? I think it took like 46 seconds into this podcast that it got brought. Dude, the problem I have with you is you yell at me now before you even call me. Because as soon as anything happens, I'm like, all right, Joey's gonna say that, and you say, I gotta be honest, fuck AI, I could write a script as Joey Diaz. And first of all, I was not in the middle. But yeah, I took a 1 o'clock flight, and that's...
Hold on. We got to sponsor up tight real quick. This is going to be a deep conversation. So we're going to be right back. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Happy holidays. Uncle Joey here. Listen, fellas. It's time to level up your big game. Blue Chew just dropped Blue Chew Gold. Listen. Blue Chew Gold is a 4-in-1 tablet with a mix of key ingredients. Increase blood flow, arousal. Blue Chew Gold dissolves under your tongue. It works in as little as 15 minutes. You don't have to wait there like a fucking movie. You know, listen, this stuff is tremendous. It says 15 minutes. All you gotta do is think of what that monkey looks like, and that fucking soldier will be pop up. I'll be at attention. That helmet will be nice and pink, just how they like it. You know what I'm saying? Medium rare. Yeah. Get your confidence back in a single tablet. Make life easier by getting harder. Discover the options at BlueChew.com. It's December. You understand me? New Year's is coming. Christmas is coming. Everybody wants a Christmas present. You're going to give them the best Christmas present they ever got. Dig for 12 days straight with Blue Chew Gold. Listen, we got a special deal for church families. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code Joey. Listen, for years we've been giving you a little Blue Chew every month on the house. Listen, we got a new formula and you got to jump on it, all right? Again, that's promo code Joey. BlueChew.com for more details, important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. And I also want to thank you for putting together Blue Chew Gold. There's a lot of men that are going to take this and they'll love the way you sling that fucking hammer. You're not even going to believe it's you. You're going to keep pumping, nuts coming out. What the fuck? Blue Chew Gold. Merry Christmas. We're back, Jack. All right. So what happened?
What happened? I took a 1 o'clock flight. It was honestly the best LA I've ever had because they did it before I got to the airport. I took a 1 p.m. flight, which I know that you are a big fan of the 6 a.m. flights, and you're right. They barely ever get delayed or canceled. You are correct. But
you would have been home at 1 o'clock.
I would have been home at 3 o'clock. I looked at it.
Fuck.
But dude, I don't want to wake up at 5 in the morning after I get back at 1 in the morning.
You're already tired. That's why Saturday, instead of jumping up and down, you take that nap.
I did. That's all I did all week. I took naps. I went to the beach. I got splashed by the ocean. I looked like a fucking asshole.
That's a norm any day now. You know what I'm saying?
But dude, I took a 1 o'clock flight that at like 11 in the morning. They're like, hey, this hasn't barely even left. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you. I'm telling you, this is a 63-year-old man. You ain't got time to waste in this life. Look, I'm telling you this.
I feel you.
I wasted 30 fucking years. I would have had those 30 years, forget about it. But then again, you know, who the fuck knows? What happened? Adam wouldn't have bit the apple. A lot of shit, right? Right? I mean, who the fuck knows, right? You know, listen, man, nothing. There's a system. And that system always works. And you never deviate. You stick to that system because it's a proven fucking mule. It's a mule. You know, there's not many locks in life. But in today's airline system, I know that 6 a.m. is going to be a motherfucker to cancel it or at least I'm going to be in the air in the winter by 7 a.m. I'm sure that flight at 6 got delayed. I know for a fact, because when you wake up with snow, everybody panics.
It might have, but and like I said, you're right. I just didn't feel like doing it, and I did get lucky though, because when we landed at JFK, there were people who were waiting for over 2 hours for their bags. A lot of people got fucked. I just got lucky that I didn't get fucked.
This is a time of the year, man, when I had all these plans and all this shit. I was going to take George to Austin for his birthday. By the way, happy birthday to my brother George Collins.
George.
He's 50-something years old, but it's just, I'm not in the mood for an airport again. And I'm not in the mood for that fucking Austin airport. Like, next time I go to Austin, I'm taking a fucking helicopter. I'm doing something different because I can't. That was brutal. That's brutal, man.
No, I don't blame you.
It doesn't work for me, though. And I'm very, some people will never, some people hide it. I go, that just doesn't work for me. My knee cannot handle all that walking. My lung can't handle landing and then walking, and then you gotta walk to the Uber another mile.
Yeah.
It's rough, guys. It's fucking rough, okay? That's not part of my fucking itinerary. Is walking 82 miles. I could have just walked in here. I could have just gotten the fucking here on the right. What were they talking about? What's the road that goes through Union? I didn't know this. There's a dangerous road that goes through 1, 2, whatever. The 22. The 22 takes you all the way to fucking past Nashville. I didn't know that. Well, anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. My point is
that pretty short joint kicked in.
It's just.
Oh, I totally get it.
And I understand you're playing barefoot in the park. You get married, you're on the beach.
No, I fuck.
Taking pictures for the
No one took pictures. Although I did see there were 2 couples doing that on the beach. No, I planned this a while ago because I wanted to maintain, so I'm not in the middle of the back end delta. I needed one more flight for the year, so it worked out. But it was trust me, dude. I've been doing this conservative like a third of the time we've done it. I'm sure in 20 years I'll be like fuck flights and all that. But yeah, it was. I will say it was great to go back to California. I did miss California, especially San Diego. And I
go up north though.
I did.
Oh, you did?
I didn't, dude. And this is. I knew you would hate this, but you might respect it. So I did 2 spots Thursday night. I did a guest set with Sam Talent, who was a great. Hystera loves you. He's started in Denver too. And then I did a spot at Madhouse, and I just didn't feel like going home. And I was hoping that our buddy Eric was going to be at the store, so I just looked at Anisha, and I was like, "You want to go to Yum Yum Donuts in LA?" So there was no traffic. It took 2 hours. Eric was with a lovely gentleman of the night, so I didn't get to see Eric. But we drove straight to the valley.
Yum Yum Donuts. You go
ours, right by your house.
Trannyville?
No, I did drive through. I drove by the store, but no, I went. I wanted to show her chocolate. So they were fresh. We got there like 2 in the morning.
Oh, they're fresh.
They were fresh. They were so. I almost got a chocolate one with peanut, but I was.
Bro, that's the shit I was born to do. Like get off the stage and go, Lee. First off, we're on a different time clock.
Right.
You go to your room at 11. You're just gonna sit there till 3.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's 12 o'clock here. That's what average time you go to bed. Something like that, right? So, oh my God, they get an Uber and smoke dope in the Uber and take an edible and get the Yum Yum Donuts and then tell them to stop at the other place to get the blueberry.
Oh, I almost, dude, I wasn't trying to be good. I thought about going to the
How fucking crazy is that I live in the metropolitan New York area? And I don't even think of fucking donuts because they're fucking disgusting.
Oh, they're gross.
They're always dry. You got Dunkin' Donuts. They're made in a fucking factory behind an Amazon. It's behind an Amazon with some guy Abu delivering it. No. And you know what? The coffee's not bad. I understand. Whatever. But dog, how can both of us, 2 mid-sized chubby dudes, miss the donuts in California? How the fuck is that possible?
Because Koreans know how to make Koreans and Mexicans. The Koreans are pretty good, but that Yum Yum Donuts hasn't changed them.
They push it over the top. The glaze with the chocolate on top.
Yeah.
You want to stab yourself when you eat one. That's how fucking good that chocolate is.
They have ones that you haven't even seen before. One of my favorite there is like a cinnamon crunch.
Oh,
I had like just cinnamon, and I don't even know what it is on top. But I didn't. We drove there. I got 2 donuts, and I just ate them. I drove to the store. It was dead. There was nobody at the store at like 2:30. Hollywood was dead.
Yeah, Tuesday night.
Thursday night. I thought there'd be somebody.
No,
Hollywood is dead.
After all that shit, I mean, everywhere is dead after 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Everywhere. My buddy works in the city, and he works downtown by the courthouse. And he tells me, he goes, I look out, and it's not what it used to be. It's a bunch of homeless people, but it's not.
I didn't even see that many of them
Walking around. Oh, you didn't see a lot of homeless?
No, there were a lot of RVs. I did miss that. But no, there just wasn't much of anybody. But it was, San Diego was a blast. San Diego is my city in California. If I was ever going to move back, San Diego is the top. It's like Philadelphia, to be honest. Philadelphia to New York is San Diego to LA for me. It's just a smaller version. Oh, I did, and I thought, I fucking just have you in my brain. I did bring my passport to be like, maybe we'll go to Tijuana, and then just not even. I was like, nope, I don't need to get fucking kidnapped. You wouldn't even come and get me. If
I'm not going to Mexico. Send Nick the politician down there. See how that works out.
Negotiating. Oh my gosh.
You know, Nick's playing a trumpet in Mexico.
What would you do if I used my one phone call and I had the cartel kidnap me and I called you?
Maybe I could talk some sense into them. Believe you got yourself in a bad predicament. I told you not to get those Airbnbs, but you decided to go. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
It's a scary fucking world out there. I mean, this morning we all got up, and on fucking Monday morning, I get up, I have my coffee, I feed the cat. I didn't even notice, because I won't go on the fucking computer. As I was going upstairs about 8, I go, let me see what the fuck is on Instagram. And all of a sudden, the first thing I see is he's dead. Okay. I said, rest in peace. I am alone. So I didn't know what was going on. I go, fuck, me that's dead. And the next thing you know, my wife goes, did you see about Rob Ryan? I go, yeah, he died. It's a shame. He goes, the son killed him and his wife. And I go, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's when she started telling me, I'm like, that's wild. I went to the gym to do like a leg warm-up, like a stretch, before I worked out with the dude. And CNN was on. And fuck, they always have sports on. And that's bad enough. Like those sports shows in the morning, they're for, like, for 2 days. New Jersey 12 and New Jersey and Eyewitness News told you about the storm that was coming. All day on Friday and Saturday, they talk to you about a fucking storm. It's on the way. Areas of Hudson, Morris. And you're sitting there going, what the fuck am I watching here? Every 15 minutes, they go, snow's coming. Snow is coming. And then you get my wife, who's also a fucking retard. And she's like, no, the snow starts at 10. Okay, everybody's a fucking psychic now. That's the best. When they tell you snow's going to start about late 8 o'clock, and you sit, when you hear that, on principle, you're sitting by the window. You're just so pissed off. You're like, this motherfucker. So, the dude said 7. My wife said 10. I go, both of you are fucking wrong. I get in the car at 6:45. I hit the 18, headed to New Brunswick, and it's snowing, but it's raining. It's like Puerto Rican snow. It's snowing, but it's raining. And then I'm trying to park the car, and there's no snow. When I get to the heart of New Brunswick, there's no snow. I'm driving around looking for a car. I go, fuck this. I get back on the 18, it's like a fucking blizzard.
At one time,
like 3 miles, all of a sudden, that was it. That was it. When I got close to my home, that was it. And then I think I looked out the window about 11, maybe 11:30, and there was nothing. And dog, I got up to pee at 4 in the morning, and all hell had broken loose out there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then I got back up like 6:30, and I went right out there and shoveled.
You shoveled?
Me, Mercy, and Terry. Fuck yeah. I had the shovel, Terry had the electric fucking snowblower, and Mercy had the fucking stairs with the sweeper and shit. Because we just wanted to get it over with, man. People die. Like, if you're not in shape and you go out there, you
So
fucking...
why are you doing it?
Because, what am I going to do?
You have enough money to have a Mexican guy.
What am I going to do? Sit there and watch my wife do it?
Pay someone to have come over. You have a driveway that's 8 feet long. Just it takes them 3 seconds with a truck.
The problem with America is everybody depends
No, the problem is that
everybody depends on the Mexican. And look what happened. Now they're taking them.
They need jobs.
Now we're going to get back to work, and then I'm going to be lazy from sitting in my house all these years. Now they take all the Mexicans that want to shovel snow. I'm back out there when I'm 72, when I'm getting no Social Security. Why fucking, it doesn't matter what you have and what you don't have.
Jesus Christ.
10 minutes. And it's a family thing. I did it as a family thing. My wife was going to go out there and I go, Terry, you can't go out there by yourself. So I went out and started the cars, cleaned off the cars. She got the fucking electrical thing going. And then wherever she wasn't hitting, I was hitting with the fucking shovel. I cleaned off the stairs and Mercy came and brushed it off. It was 30 minutes of our time. I didn't have a heart attack.
All right.
And it's a family thing. We took a picture at the end, like 3 fucking times. I didn't post it up on Instagram because it's a family fucking thing. And it was beautiful. And
all right, well, that's a nice story. Now I feel like the asshole.
No, because you're trying to build something. What's a family for? For me to fuck talk. Look at these people. Look at the people we knew. I mean, and you're not going to think about these people right now. But in time, I want you to think about this and for me tomorrow. Look at the people we knew 6 years ago, and now they're completely different people.
Yeah?
They forgot who they are. They forgot who they are. So all of a sudden, I'm going to hire 3 Mexicans and I'm going to wait for them to come to my house while it's snowing out or whatever the fuck it is. You know, I don't fucking know.
Well, I see what you're saying. Although, if it were me, like, I'm surprised you and Terry just didn't sit on the rocking chairs and have Mercy do the whole driveway by herself.
It takes 2 fucking years. She don't know how to shovel snow, but she don't know how to shovel. You know, she doesn't fucking know how to shovel snow correctly and efficiently. I did it for a living while I fucking cased houses. I did it professionally with Joe Coffee, Snowman Village.
But you took it
1983. No, they teach you how to shovel correctly, and it's in badges, and you know when to go. And I had no gloves.
Why?
I was like, they're upstairs. I gotta take these boots off. Go up 3 flights and then put them back on. It took me an hour just to put the fucking snow boot on. It took me an hour just to find them. Go behind the fucking luggage hidden back there.
God.
They had dust on them and shit. I had to blow off the snow boots.
Did they weed in them?
Nah, there was nothing but it. You know, I got high and I helped the shovel and it was fucking great.
That's nice.
Fucking tremendous. You know, an hour later I went out there and the town got hit by a fucking break. But my point was that when did it snow?
Saturday night?
Saturday night. It's Monday at 4 o'clock. I'm leaving the house. I put on channel 12 to see what's going on.
What's going on?
We're here. We're showing snow, and it shows these people out there. It's fucking Monday at 4.
Oh.
Okay? And they're still talking about what happened 2 days ago. Yeah, they got 8 inches. Most of the surrounding town, Mawa, they got 4 inches. I don't know what happened here. Well, I've lived here for 80 years. We haven't seen this winter. Go inside.
Have you ever seen, there was a storm somewhere, and the reporter was in a canoe or something, like doing a report, and then people just walked by, and they were pretending they had to be in a canoe, and then 2 guys just walked, like 2 inches of water.
They love creating drama, dog, out the fucking air. They even tell them, we're out here, and they got the hood on and shit. It's coming. You should call your boss, tell him I'm not going out until it starts snowing. Give me 2 or 3 inches, but don't make me go out in
Even
there.
that, could you imagine going out in like a natural blizzard, like it's snowing a foot?
That's what they pay you for. That's your fucking job. Listen, the most dangerous fucking place when it snows is right over here.
Where?
Right over here. This fucking park called Hudson County Park. That motherfucker snows. I have done whirly-woo. I have done spinny things in that park. Whatever you call that with a fucking car.
Oh, donuts.
Donuts with that in that fucking park. Right before you hit Burger Line by White Castle, right? It started like 100 yards away. I was with my buddy, the politician, and he stepped on it, and the car just started spinning with a body in the back. And the body's banging the sides.
Wait, you did donuts in a hearse? On purpose or by accident?
Look, in those days, it was a sheet of ice underneath.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Even you could have the best Department of Public Works, and you still after midnight. That's a jungle out there. You're just asking for trouble, dog. You're just asking for trouble out there.
That is scary when that happens.
You go down that Edgewater Road behind the fucking grinder, that's a problem when it snows. That's a problem. All this shit is a fucking problem. That wind comes off that Hudson, my friend. It freezes everything. Dog, listen, all you gotta do is grab a motherfucker, knock him out, put some snow on him, and put him on a park bench by Hudson County. They won't see nothing in the morning. It'll be like that dude in Fargo. They'll just leave him out there with all the snow on him and shit.
That's what happened to that cop in Massachusetts a couple of years ago.
Dog, you don't want to fuck around up here. Don't want to fuck around up here. That wind comes off that fucking Hudson jacket. And you get on that fucking thing walking your little dog, that's how they'll find you. You and the dog frozen with little white stuff on his face.
I know you like being here in Jersey. Do you miss California a little bit when that happens?
I was ready for this.
Okay.
And I was in Boulder. I was with my ex-wife. We were somewhere. A woman was talking, and I never heard this before until I moved back in. I didn't hear this. I didn't feel this way. And this woman was talking. Nice lady, pretty. She was saying that she had boyfriends. For years, she didn't want to have sex. She goes, I was a virgin till I was 27. In the back of my mind, I'm like, this girl gave a lot of blowjobs. But she, she was talking, yeah, because at 27, they even have men talking to you, because it's like damaged goods. Anybody fuck this bride? No, okay,
why are we talking?
Why are we talking? But, and she said something that made a lot of sense, not when I was a fucking idiot. But she said that, and sincerely, not like a fucking idiot freak or whore. She goes, I was 27, and I wanted to hold out till I was 30 and get married. I go, what happened? She goes, my body asked her. And she goes, I dated the guy for a month, slept with him twice. We broke up, and I didn't care. I didn't feel bad about it because my body needed that. That's the same way I feel when I talk about moving back. It was time. Like I had been away from my...
Are you saying that she needed dick and you needed New Jersey?
Yeah. No, she said she didn't need dick. She didn't put it that way. That was the beauty of the conversation. It wasn't nasty.
Okay.
And her body started hurting. Her body made it happen organically. Wasn't that, and it was, now that I get here, it's so weird because I thought I was going to do so many things when I got here. And I ended up not doing anything. I remember telling you various times, leave. 2 weeks I'll be eating pizza like a motherfucker. That's not the case. I thought I'd be at Rudy's every other night jumping up and down. That's not the case, right? I thought I was going to come here and just fucking take over New Jersey as a comic. Didn't have it in me. Just didn't have all these plans I had on that plan. But like, once I got here, I saw what time it was. I'm like, oh shit. I've been living in a fucking time warp in my brain. Right? It happens. I only came here once a year for the last 30 years. 30 years I was here. 27 years. I would only come once a year after. Right. I didn't really know what was going on.
For like 2-3 days.
It's like that guy that goes to prison and comes out of prison and all of a sudden he's like, what's a cell phone? Right. Exactly. Exactly. So I came back here. Listen, man. Every Monday I come up here. Now, again, every Monday I can have my doubts. I have my doubts about a lot of things. I don't know if I want to do it. And I'm I'm sure the first 4 times I had to come up here on a Monday, I doubt. Why am I going up there? Fuck that shit. I can do it from here. My body needs this on Monday. Can't do it twice a week. Cannot do it twice a week, because then, if I do it once a week, I enjoy the drive, I enjoy the traffic, I enjoy the radio, I enjoy the scenery, even though I'm looking at Pat LaFrida, meat, and all this shit on Tunley Avenue. My body needs that. My mind needs that. It's a way of healing, or whatever the fuck. I don't even know if I should be saying those words.
No, I know what you're saying, because I feel I'm a lot happier in New York than I was in LA. I feel like the city fits me better, personally. But I will say, being back, when I was there, and this is the first time I've been back, I was back for a couple days, like 3 or 4 years ago. But this is really the first time I was back. I did miss it. I saw a couple people. I saw just being back at the Comedy Store in La Jolla was great. Just in California as a whole, people talk shit about California, and I'm not political at all. But just as a place to be, the people, the Mexican food, I had a great time. There's a lot of fucked up shit that happens there, and you gotta put up with. If I flush my toilet in my house, you can hear it all around, because they stuff 4 houses on one lot. You're packed in like sardines. Anywhere in LA, you how close your house is to one another. And Airbnb, a few blocks from the store. But even the gas is like $4.50, $5 a gallon. There's a lot of shitty stuff, but I missed California.
Listen, man, I miss California for what it was. You're not seeing it how I see it. If I went to California, we discussed me doing the Netflix festival, and then we said, why do the Netflix festival when we could do it on our own? And I gotta be honest with you. It's like I told my wife, I go, we're gonna take this little trip in a few weeks, and then the next thing I want to do, this is pretty interesting. I go, I want to go to Boulder. I want to go to Aspen. I started thinking about it, and because I said it in my office, it keeps popping up on Facebook. Discover Boulder at Christmas, And I looked at her the other day, and I go, you know what? I think we're going to put a damper on Boulder. She goes, why? I go, I want to go to Boulder. Listen, I would kick ass if I did the Boulder scene.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer. That would sell out. I'd have a good time. My old friends would show up. The cops that arrested me would show up.
Judge.
But at the same time, look, something's never wanted me to go back to Boulder. There's like an inner energy that says, you know what? Been there, done that. Why would I go at insult to injury? You know what I'm saying? That was a memory. You gotta remember, I left Boulder 30 fucking years ago. George, that's crazy.
How long were you there?
From 83 to 95.
Damn. Yeah.
And I left in 95 and never went back. I left to do comedy. I went back twice for other business, but that was it. I never had use for coming back. Before you say something, okay? California, come on, man. I would love to go back to California. And now I know where to stay. Get some Yum Yum donuts. I definitely get some sushi.
Oh yeah,
But if I tell you something, guys, you're not gonna believe this. I don't want to walk into the store.
I can see that. As sad as
walk into the Improv.
Yeah.
I don't want to walk into the Laugh Factory. No, because I've been chasing ghosts all my life. Okay. But let me tell you something. And a wise man told me this. You can't go back. You can't go back. You're just going to shoot yourself in the leg. You cannot go back. I did my time in there. I did 22 years in a place where when I started, I thought I'd never even walk on the sidewalk in front of it. I became part of that fucking building for 22 years. I walked out of there. I walked in there. I walked in there. I had the criminal kid that was lost. And I walked out of there a top-notch comedian and a gentleman and with a wife and a child. Why would I go back in there now to be that guy? I don't ever want to be that guy. Hey, man, when I was here, we were blowing out this guy. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. And I don't want to be that guy because I was there when guys my age were going in there and humiliating us young guys just because they're evil. They want to make everything fucking better in their mind. Oh, this place is great, but it was so much better. Shut the fuck up.
Right, let it be theirs now.
So before I go in there and start talking that nonsense, who knows? It's in my mind. It made me a man. It was a hell of a fucking ride. It was a hell of an education. I should go to therapy. God, I should go to therapy because I thought it was so far from me. And then I became it. Do you follow me? So one time you're like, I'm just going to play football. And all of a sudden you're like, my dream would be to play for Dallas. And all of a sudden, you're on fucking Dallas and you're starting. You're on Dallas and you're 13. But they put you in for something stupid. What's that shit called? Special teams. And you tackle the guy, intercept the fumble, and score a touchdown. Now you move to the second team. And all of a sudden, one day again, you go in there, bam, and all of a sudden they move you to the first team. And now there you are. And that's how you walk out there and you win a Super Bowl. You're going to start talking shit and they'll trade you to the Niners. Okay? And then eventually you're going to want to go back to
maybe one of them was the son of his sister. Amar Mar, I will be Hana, the Shila Umarkim Radifia, Hulu Bene Abba Barakas, Hulu Bene Abba Barakot, Karsala, Kakri. So once at the end again, they were all people. I will Hana, Shila, Marka, Radifia, were all the sons of the same father. Essentially, both of these young men were both sons of his brother, not sons of his sister. So why did he call one of them the son of his brother, son of his sister? Which was Rav, Barachua, the Hava Bar Achse. Interestingly enough, Rav was actually both the son of Rabbi Kia's brother and his sister. Right, so Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out over here that if you look at Rashi says, Ivo, Avod Rav, Havagiris was interestingly enough. So Ivo, who was the father of Rav, actually married his stepsister. Now what is that? So he married his father and mother. His mother died. His father remarried another woman. That woman married his sister with a daughter. Sorry. So actually, again, so Rav's parents were technically speaking stepbrother, stepsister. Because of that, he called Rav the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Okay. So the Gemara says this one. Good. So Rav Bar Achua the Hava Bar Achse, Rav Bar Hana Bar Achua the La Bar Achse. Okay, it's never a clear response. So therefore, again, Rav was actually technically speaking the son of Rabbi Kia's brother and sister. Rav Bar Hana was only the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Like Levi saying, the other possibility is Levi saying, Hashem talked about something. So also it's actually quite beautiful. The other possibility is the reason why Rabbi Kia was called Rav, the son of his sister, wasn't anything to do with the commitment. Rav was the son of his brother. So why did Rabbi Kia call Rav the son of his sister?
That was in your career. You could have ended it right there. Well, like a fucking man. Walked out with your chest up. You wanted to play fucking stupid games.
So we'll see what happens. I'm not telling you to do it, but to play devil's advocate in football, Phillip Rivers came back this week. 5 years later, he's not going to be he's not going to be MVP, but
I understand what's going to happen next. Next week they're going to pick him up and launch him with his fucking head. And he's 44 years old. He's going to walk over like fucking, I'm just saying, you can't get back.
Well, you're also not trying to move back to in my head when you were saying that, I was like, I understand you don't want to be the douchebag making all the guys feel bad and bumping them in the OR. But
I would never bump it.
I know, but like, you wouldn't want to do like a night in the main room or even in the belly room, just say no to everything.
You know why? Because I know me. I know at the end I'm going to be disappointed.
Okay.
Because it's not what I was used to. I don't ever want to say that.
Right.
It's not what I was used to. A different feeling. You know, I listen to all this old music. You know, on the drive. I'm an hour to kill. I listen to some shit on Ozzy's Boneyard or fucking one of those black channel. The guy with the fucking little green thing in the top. That's not music. That's stripper music. I try to listen to everything. But I listen to the music I grew up with. And you're sitting there going, you know, all these bands. Motley Crue this year. I thought they should have done Motley Crue. This year they're going on a tour with Vixen and some other band that I like. I like them even more than Motley Crue. And they're going out on an album tour, like one of those albums that they put out that were dynamite. They're going to tour that out. And their attitude is, we're going to bring that back. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. That was at a certain time. You were in a certain place. I just saw it. I don't know if you were on it. Somebody was on it. And let's speak fucking frankly. Let's speak frankly. I'm going to give you an example that everybody could fucking live with. Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor came up, was knocking people out within minutes. All of a sudden, they gave him $100 million, and what happened? Before the powder. You give somebody $100 million, and what happens? They get the Mexican to cut the lawn. They get somebody to pull the sheet back from them so they can go into bed at night and make sure the sandals are right there, not over there, but there, and they're Gucci. I want to get up and pigeons fly out of them right there. That's a long ride away from me waking up, sleeping on this couch with blankets, opening up that thing, and there's fucking water, no juice. And I gotta go fucking work for the MUA outside, fucking digging on Kennedy Boulevard. Right. And I gotta walk up this hill, that hill, with no fucking breakfast in my stomach. It's a different feeling. You know, and somebody was saying this, the same thing for fucking. Sure. I don't understand why people, you know, we went to see this guy, and it wasn't really that good. The guy left that show with $82 million, okay? He's doing this because his wife is not sucking his dick. And he's sick of going to the gym. Okay? That's why he's going out. What did you expect? For him to come back better, and that's not anymore because we accept mediocrity. You know, Netflix puts out these specials once a year. We've discussed this 1,000 times. You cannot develop as a comic in a year and a half. It takes 2 years just to put it together. Really, you're going to see that if you shoot it, as soon as you get in your car that night, you're going to go, bah! This goes and all this material comes out. Bah, bah, bah. That's brilliant. Oh, you almost crashed. You're almost passing out from the fucking laughter. Right. You know, and that's the problem you have. And, you know, we're not hungry no more. So why would you pay $300 to see this guy? This guy has a personal chef cooking from them.
Right. I get that, but so to take it back to you, like I think I know you don't have like the 2-3 cents a night kind of energy anymore, but you still take comedy seriously. Like if you were gonna go back to LA, how would you go back to LA the way you want to do it?
I would just do 3 theaters. LA, San Francisco.
Yeah.
A good meal at downtown.
Original Joe's.
Get a nice steak and it's Original Joe's. Get a bunch of fucking burritos.
Oh yeah.
Diego. That's it. It'd be, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. And fucking right after San Francisco. 6 hours.
Oh. You know what I never had when I was in LA, and you talked about it, and I should have gotten it before. I had my first bean and cheese burrito this weekend.
that shit with a little bit of sauce on top, a little bit of the red onion. Oh my God, a bean cactus.
Remember I used to get one every night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Every night.
That cactus, yeah.
Every night. I stopped at them at a U-turn. They closed at midnight or 11 at night. I had that clock to a T. And I would pop in there because a bean and cheese burrito kills everything. The green sauce in the middle. And they had, again, none of you motherfuckers have seen me eat this. But I ate it there. They had a fucking a bowl. That bowls were fucking real.
Oh, like a salad bowls. Like
Rice. Pinto beans, a bunch of salad, tomatoes, and when you put meat, you know, the cheese and hot sauce, nothing but fucking protein. I would make them give me 3 things of those beans, 3 fucking inches of those beans with rice and this little slop with regular refried beans to give me some fucking fat, like I had did some avocado on that fish.
Nice.
Stop it! Stop it!
Oh, they had a bunch. They had those hot dog carts in San Diego that were great. But I want to get your opinion on this because I've never had this happen, and I almost got into kind of a fight because we were walking down that like gas lamp area of San Diego.
Not good.
Dude, this guy had his dick out.
Not good.
This dude was he was the drunkest I've ever seen anybody. His pants were just open. He had his hand on his dick and he was like stumbling to the car. But like, Anisha was right there, and I just looked at him, and all I could say was, "Dude, put that away." And like even then, I as soon as I said, it, I was like, "Fuck, should I not have said anything? Is he gonna punch me because he's hammered?" And luckily, he was so hammered that he kind of just looked at me like we just left. But I've never seen anybody with their dick out.
Oh, they just killed somebody down there.
Really?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
In San Diego?
Yeah, dog. It's bad all over. It's bad all over. Like, it's all, listen, you know, like I said, I went to fucking the gym this morning. I was on great mood. I was feeling like great mood. And I'm watching the video on the bike, and I'm fucking doing that. I'm stoned to the gills, and I'm making believe I'm watching the TV so nobody says a word to me. Like, don't come over. Old people come over. Hey, how you been? You're like, how old is your daughter now? She's still playing football. She's playing the maracas now. Okay, get away from me. I'm fucking dying to breathe here, you know.
Oh my God.
So I'm seeing that, like I said, that June, what happened in Australia, I'm on a good thing. They had the thing up in Brown University, but they can't find the shooter, and they had whatever. And I'm looking at this, I'm like, it's a week before Christmas. Officially, it's the 15th today. Happy birthday, Drew. It's the 15th today, and we're a week away from Christmas, and this is what you want to wake up to on a fucking Monday, you know? But yeah, you don't know him, Joey. Listen, I don't need to know. There's a thing called empathy. And there's people that have to bury people next week. And don't think of Christmas. It's like a fucking, it's like voodoo for them. You have somebody pass away around that. You have somebody pass away in Trump. You have somebody pass away when they pass away on the holidays. You want to wake up on the 1st. Right. You want to go to bed on the 15th and wake up on the 1st. Trust me. You don't want to feel the pain of losing them, and you don't want to feel fucking like Christmas. Fuck Santa. Like, you know.
Dude, what about, and he doesn't, I don't know if he deserves our sympathy, but I can't imagine what happened to that Michigan coach. That 24 hours that guy had. But like, can you imagine what his family would like to blow up your life that badly in 24 hours?
This girl now used to be married to a girl named Sue Silver. Okay. Sue Silver was a little petite Jewish girl. Very cute. She actually managed Soundgarden, Alice in Chains. She was big time, but it was all connected to her dad. And her dad was a big time manager in LA. In fact, he managed Jeff Garcia for a while. He got him a big time deal when he was 16. reach out to him. So God rest his soul. So because he was also working with Marilyn Martinez. So Marilyn introduced him to me one night. He started coming down to the store every night. Now I'm telling you the story because it leads to your story. And a Spanish comedian come in. I had a beef with no reason to bring up his name. Came in with another guy, a producer guy, and they had a convertible. And the convertible was down at night. And they were listening to some type of music. Mr. Silver looked over at me and was little, acting like Negroes. And that's exactly what happened. She got broken in, domestic violence with a chick.
So we got fired for having a relationship with this college girl. And then broke into her place with like a knife or something. Or a chick? Yeah. And he was going to kill himself and then her, so he was the same girl.
Oh, that guy's got to go home. His luggage in front of the house.
He's in jail. Really?
Listen, the guy's getting $6 million a year or something.
It was like $40 million or something. Had a contract, just cut him.
They got to give him something.
No, because he fucked up. He got fired for cause. And he didn't fuck that girl.
Yeah, he's got some money put away. After she thinks about the wife, because they have the baby there underneath the love, okay? Meanwhile, when you're pregnant, he's fucking the assistant and trying to break into a house. Yeah, college kid.
Is she really pregnant? Oh my god. He doubled her salary. That was what I saw.
That guy kicked the fucking kiss and that. Oh my god. That poor, that poor bastard.
No.
That poor bastard.
Can you imagine? He woke up one day, he was the coach of Michigan. The next day he was in jail, getting fired for fucking his assistant, and then he said he was going to kill himself, but he was going to take her first or something. Yeah. Oh my god. I can't even, I've had a bad day. But that's... But I was thinking about this originally, because I was going to... It seems like... I don't know, does it seem like once a year, as an adult, you go through something that you never thought you'd go through, just bad stuff? It's not the worst thing, your life's not over. But just something happens that you never thought would happen. Or you're just everything, you're okay, this year's been going pretty good. And then a few weeks before, you're I have to deal with this shit. Sometimes being a fucking person sucks. Or just some bullshit happens and you lose your mind and you get arrested. But I can't imagine having that bad of a day.
I was living with George. I woke up one day, I went to the dentist. And for some reason, I had this dumb idea. I was going to take this kid's coat. It was going to be hunky-dory. I was just going to take it and go on a plane, land in Newark, and go right to Tom and Corky's and start jumping up and down. That was the thing. And while I was hatching the plan, I was like, this is a bad fucking idea. Oh no. But it was too late. I was already in,
you already spent the money in your head.
You're 24 I was. You don't really know, and you take the mistake. I did my time, I came out, I became a better person. It didn't happen overnight, right? It took me 10 years. I had my fucking struggles, old habits die hard, you know what I'm saying? And the coke and the fucking problem with my ex-wife, there was just a lot of problems. And then you start recognizing when you're going down that way. You just start saying, I remember that. One minute you're fucking snorting fucking coke on Monday and Saturday, and the next minute you're snorting 4 nights a week. You don't even realize it. You look at your bank account, you missed work the last 3 weeks. You don't even know, guys. We fall into something, and what that is could be anything. You bump into a girl, one of these hot chicks that are fucking, twerking and showing you their ass at a club, and you're married, or you've been with the same woman for 3 years, and you love her, and you got dogs now, and You got a cat named Choo Choo, and everything's hunky-dory, and you go to her mother's house for Christmas, but no, you know this girl. She's gonna rock your world. She's gonna put that pussy in your face and shake it. Of pubic hairs going onto your nose, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then we don't catch ourselves, and then you're leaving there, the bitch guy, you want to fucking trap her. Because if they don't could track you right on the phone, guys, we're living in a different world, and you have to see where you're getting yourself into. What am I fucking doing here? But you go, well, I got it beat already. I got all my problems beat. I was doing fine. I was doing fucking fine. And then I started eating edibles. So I thought my heart was going to fucking blow up half the time. We were eating big time. The other night I ate 2,000 milligrams. Damn. Of those in the clouds. Guys, I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown. Like, it's just that first level when you hit those heights, it's too much for a motherfucker. So I didn't know. I went to the doctor, and he's like, dog, I gave you these pills. You got to start taking them with the what pills? Because every month they say you make these fucking
Rabbi Rothschild, he has always been a big Steppers Discord channel. We literally made and gave him his own voice channel because he is always there. So, with that being said, Rabbi Rothschild, the space is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I am the best follow back in the game. If you follow me, I'll make sure to follow you. I love following back. It's one of my favorite things to do. Yes, I do stream my life in that Big Steppers Discord. You want to make sure you're locked in there. It's discord.gg/Big Steppers. Make sure that you're a member. And with that, here we go. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. And here's a little addition to my normal pitch. If you go to that purple pill, you can see live streams in the purple pill. You can actually see me live in the purple pill, shilling myself. How cool is that? I even have the ceiling camera in there. Additionally, if you want to see all my other links, they're available in my profile. You'll also find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a shiller or a raider, connect with me. Send me a DM. I would love to help you. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want to be your free mentor, coach, and friend. In the last month, I've helped over 50 people expand their networks, and I would love to help you. I make sure that you have a link tree. I make sure you have accounts on the top 30 social media platforms out there. I help you dominate social media and AI and search engines. You want to connect with me if you have a project or you want to be able to market yourself better. In addition, I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Yo, Rabbi Rothschild, what a legend in and of himself. Thank you so much for coming and showing what you have going on. You guys, honestly, Rabbi Rothschild, tongue twister, Rabbi Rothschild, genuinely, it's somebody who I think you guys should all take notes from. A lot of people, and by that, let me explain. So a lot of people are very afraid to come out of their box that they're in, their shell. A lot of people are just afraid to just speak. And when it comes to that, I genuinely believe Rabbi Rothschild is one of the shining examples of how you can be, more confident and well-spoken and just well-rounded. Because at the end of the day, it is being able to carry yourself in a room full of people and talk fluently and with, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence. And it's very hard to do that, especially when the spotlight is on you. And when I say the spotlight, I mean, you're on the stage, the floor is yours, there's a ton of people listening, and it can be very daunting sometimes, But here Rabbi Rothschild is literally with the spotlight on him, quite literally 24/7. He is live streaming himself from basically every angle, and that in and of itself is just a feat, because a lot of people have struggles just being able to speak on a stage full of people, much less show themselves and be willing to expose themselves, for the world to see like that. And that is a shining example of how you just have to dig into that fear and just take control over it, honestly, because at the end of the day, nobody really genuinely, how do I put it in a way that sounds good? Not that they don't care about you, but they don't care how you are, essentially. You just be yourself, and people will be there to support you, and the ones who recognize it are going to be the ones that you want in your circle and on your side, essentially, you guys. So with that being said, make sure you go give Rabbi Rothschild a follow and check out what he's got going on. If you're ever curious, you can go and join the Big Steppers Discord. I have it there on the Jumbotron in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It should be pulling up there in just a few seconds, you guys, if it's not already. Like I said, make sure you go and join that Discord. We have lots of Web3 job opportunities. We are still doing an AK member giveaway, so you guys, if you want a chance of winning some of these giveaways that Vibes hosts and does, make sure you join that Discord channel. Do not be late to the party. Or you can be late to the party. Being fashionably late is A-okay sometimes, you guys. A-okay. Because, like I said, the longer we have this space going, the more people will come in and the more people will see it. And honestly, it's just a fact. The longer you go, the more people will see it and the more people will come in. And that is exactly what is happening. So, with that being said, everybody, do not be afraid to grab yourself a mic. There are a ton of people requesting to come up and speak, and I am getting to you guys one by one, because I am running the show solo, even though it is a Mist and Mint show. Mint is having to step away to take care of something.
You don't even know the truth. You can't handle the truth. Guys, if it hit you in the face, you are not alone. You are never alone. And to everyone in the listener section, you are also never alone. Guys, let's make sure that we are never alone again by following every single person in the listener section, every single person in the speaker section, the co-host and the host section. Make sure those notifications get turned on. And guys, if you did not get the memo, guys, if you did not get the memo, the Big Steps Discord is in my bio, it's in this bio,
And you got to be checking that out. And you got to be connecting with us in Discord. We're playing video games. We are talking shit. We are watching movies. And we want to connect with you inside the space. And we want to connect with you outside of the space. And to do that, you just have to join Discord.
You guys heard that. You just have to join the Discord. Okay. There is somebody who was up here as a speaker. I want you guys to go to the Purple Pill and guess who I am about to say that I brought up as a speaker. Honestly, you guys, there's only one other person who I've brought up as a speaker since Rabbi Rothschild has been speaking. And I need to know if you guys have truly been paying attention. And I'm going to choose the winner of the NFT giveaway to whoever guesses the person I brought up as a speaker while Rabbi Rothschild was speaking. I will give you guys a little bit of time to go to the Purple Pill and put your entries in for this giveaway, because while you guys are doing that, I also am going to go to my Phantom wallet and figure out which NFT I'm going to be giving away to you guys. I love each and every one of you guys for showing up and put your entries in for this giveaway, because while you guys are doing that, I also am going to go to my Phantom wallet and figure out which NFT I'm going to be giving away to you guys. I love each and every one of you guys for showing up to the space and being legends in your own right. Wow, that was a lot, and honestly, you guys, honestly, I just need a little bit of help here so that the room doesn't go silent while I figure this out. But you know what? I think I can do it without any help, because, like I said, you guys, sometimes you just have to be able to count on yourself at the end of the day. And I mean that with all the love in the entire world to every single one of you guys. I think I know where I go. And I have I have a Tokyo, I have some Celestials, I got, what is in this? I got Rape Gods. You know what I feel like giving out, you guys? I feel like giving out a Trap Star. Trap Stars. These kind of go kind of hard. Just a little bit. Oh, bro, you know what? No, I'm totally going to be giving out some of these sketches. Yo, these things are hard as fuck. I totally forgot about them. And I don't know where they're at. So give me a few seconds. Honestly, I don't even know if anybody's here still. Anybody, because I'm not paying attention to the space because I'm in a different screen. So, anyone of you speaking?
Are you even locked in? Are you locked out? Are you upside down?
I am upside down right now. I am doing a backflip.
I will call Hopper. We will go to the upside down and pull you back, bro. But like this, it has to stop happening.
I still can't find it. Wow. I am so...
Dude, Miss, thank you so much for your kindness.
Yes. Let me check. Engaging, let me see who's thinking. Yeah, Victor, go ahead.
I think this post have stayed too long. We should bring them down and bring in a set of rules. You're wasting too much time.
Yes, right.
Listen, in between there and point one. So like literally, I say in a week or two, maybe we're fucking getting
more people in, and that batch hits, and we're pushing, and all this other stuff is going down, all this new advertisement, and everything we're doing, you know, I want to start streaming and talking on my Kick and all that, so I can also go on there. You know, we got a following already. We can take it to Kick, and I can show my art, talk about crypto, whatever it may be, and you know, I like to talk anyways. And I'm gonna do it, bro. So we already got something there. We talk long neck legends on there, and get more people talking about digital artwork again on the different spaces. So that's another plan. But yeah, man, motivated.
Dude, I love it. And shit's moving. Every time I check the numbers, it's literally increasing by like a half a crazy. Yeah, it's moving up. And when I say like one sold hits, like I'm not selling out.
You feel like it's too expensive to buy the floor now? Boss?
Better bet your ass it is. No, it's too expensive to buy the floor. It's Christmas time, bro. I'm dropping too much money on it.
NFTs, it's the best Christmas.
The only reason I've been averaging like one a week, bro. I haven't.
Grab them right now, wallet, and give them some of those NFTs and teach them about it. They don't need to come here. Talk about that. They got fucking digital.
My family, no, IRL, my family here. If I bought them a salon, it just wouldn't work. I could probably do it for like a friend. I got a buddy of mine. Christmas present for. I could probably do it for him, but my family, it's a weekend, not a choice. Alex, it's what up. It's not a choice. Weakness. What a great weakness.
I know a lot of it is because they asked with freaking all these replies now too. She's got 80,000 on 1-1. I got only 100,000. I got 100,000 impressions just today. First, whatever. I gotta go harder, dude.
Yeah, you really fucking do. What's up, Rabbi Rothschild? Dude, what a great name.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. When possible, may I please share my project?
Yeah, that's your ball sack.
Excellent. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people as I can in here. If you follow me, I will absolutely follow you back. I'm the king of follow backs. You should also know I figured out how to embed videos in the purple pill. So you can actually hear this space live on YouTube from multiple angles, which I think is quite cool. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and that ceiling camera is available in the purple pill. You can find all of my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, you can find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
I guess I'll be the first one to reply. I think everything you said was fucking flawless. It was very robotic.
Well, I've been saying it for 4 years, so it should be robotic at this point.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you're getting it. You're getting it. It's just, I would probably cut it in half, make it a little quicker. Like, I'm not being an asshole at all. Like, everything you just said was awesome. But it was very, fucking, I don't know, man. Like, good vibes, dude. Good vibes, but I remember the same thing. And, I mean, you're nailing it down. You got the sales pitch down for sure, brother.
Sounds like you're being a prick. That's a weakness.
I'm not trying to. Well, if anybody's taking it like me being a prick, that's.
It sounds like you're being a prick. That's a weakness, not a choice.
No, you're fine, Haas. I get what you're saying and agree. It's a little long and drawn out. It could be shortened a bit.
My friends, I talk about everything from making you rich to world peace to live streaming my life. If it's too long, it's 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Usually people give you anywhere between 1 minute.
If you could punch it down to 30 seconds, I think it'd be an awesome thing.
My friend, I have a 30-second, I have a 60-second, I have a 3-minute. If you want me to do a 30-second, I absolutely will. You don't, I understand. Look. You tell me how much time you want me to take, and I will. If you don't tell me that there's a time limit, I'm going to give you the whole thing. Thank you.
Dude, I get it. And I get it for sure. I think next time, like in a big space like this, I would probably try to punch it to your 30-second, maybe a minute. And again, brother, there's no bad love at all. Like everything you said, again, everything was good intention and it was awesome. It just got a little long.
Hey, thanks for coming through and pitching your project to us, bro. I appreciate it, man. I've heard you a few times.
Thank you.
Keep grinding, man. Keep grinding, and you'll find your people. Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas to everybody, and yeah, bro, peace. I'm with it, dog.
World motherfucking peace. That's a weak.
Hey, Oz, do some Trump stuff for me for a second. I'm on the phone.
That's a weak.
You know, the guy made a great pitch. I'll tell you this much. Like I said,
They're all assholes in here. I think there's a lot of just a bunch of gossiping going on in this bitch. I just wanted to come in here real quick and say, Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas, Big Ellie. What a great day Big Ellie is.
And don't let the Grinch take all your presents, okay?
We take a lot of presents. You know, there's a lot of
Merry Christmas and fuck you.
So good to hear from you, Big Ellie. How are you? How's life?
Oh, it's going good. It's going great.
And we got our fucking art down here. We call him Mr. Chicago, probably the biggest Chicagoan we've ever met. What a great guy. Biggest on the big art team with a teeny, definitely. That's great.
I'm probably one of the biggest, but one of the smallest at the same time.
Good guy. So is Pete Kelly. I mean, by the way, Pete Kelly, phenomenal rapper. What a great rapper.
Great rapper. What a shitty rapper. Shitty fucking rapper.
What a bad rapper.
He's a terrible rapper. He's a punk.
He's probably one of the best. We got Art here. Art's great.
I hate my own blood cousin. I hate my cousins. I hate family.
Get it down to 30 seconds. My friend, did I say, hey, will you please critique my pitch? I don't remember that. It's long, my friend. Then tell me beforehand how much time I have. You have a big space, 22 people. I was just in one with 396 people. That's a big space. 22? That ain't shit, son.
Kelvin. Let me hit. Okay, I've already liked this post. We have a post by a Fox Verse. We have a post by a Fox Verse. Drop a like.
This motherfucker's a zoologist. Thought his name was Sexy Pimp.
And can you hear me?
At this particular topic, I think I don't know what's on the job, but this what you're correct. Ultimately, you're correct. Because I go to technical crisis, the video one they watch, very confusing, but the moment somebody just broke it down, and so I just literally go the experience, right?
Sorry, because when you go by what you see outside, sometimes it's outdated information, and then you end up with a lot of like LinkedIn, all these platforms that are paid that have professors who are experienced in the field, and they put up a course and set it up paid. Those courses don't come free. They are paid. Most times, the people that you see who are sharing information and little good stuff, they must have gone through those courses before coming out to make videos and put that information that they put out. there, and sometimes they can just put out different at the same time, and you don't even know which one to follow and which one not to follow. But to get accurate, updated information, you have to pay the real deal. You have to pay.
There are some tools you want to
And
some tools you once they give you the information, you pay the money, you start making money. And ultimately, thank you very much. I don't like this argument at all. Anyways, the post on the Jumbotron by Isaac Suzuki is currently seated at 28 likes right about now, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You guys should go and pick it up. Pick it up from there. Let's fucking go. I don't know if like say people don't really come for engagement today. What's actually the problem? Is it because Nagoba had the wrong or is it that's not Puisi Amara? I don't know, but let's find out. We'll definitely find out. Anyways, Cryptomania is talking about linear chain. That is the growth strategies for linear chain and the partner representing. With the post on the Jumbotron is 1 repost, 2 votes, 9 likes, and 30 bookmarks. We're definitely going to lift it up. I said 5 days. Cryptomania, we don't enter 2 days. We don't enter 2 days. I don't know why you still like 5 days. Because I think you need to go and edit your post and make it, or redo it, or do another one. Because it's actually, okay, my boss is back. Post sent. Yes. The book by the man that I called Bad Fella. The baddest fella of all time. Is pretty sitting at 36 likes. That post came up with about 25 likes right about, but now it's seated at 36 likes. 5 reposts and 1 vote. But at the hot. But yeah, the energy is so slow. Yep, I'm not gonna lie. I saw a video of an influencer made on TikTok. People don't really pay for information anymore. But it is everywhere. YouTube, Google, yeah. But there was a time in this place where you must pay to gain information. I know what is trying to say about probably Web3 and all that. But yeah, even the skills we learn here, you must look for somebody that will guide you through. If not, you could just develop inside this and not learn anything. But yeah, and again, paying for access to. Let me pass the mic back to Odita. Odita, are you back for me? We can hear you, Dodo. We missed you.
I missed what the crazy minute was. Let's not just take this talk. Bring this up towards the end. It's very interesting. Yes, they take this shit. I entered a class. Paying 5 I noticed that so many people are paying you can also pay whatever the person is teaching, you can decide now what the person is teaching. So obviously teaching me so many techniques. Also there is strategies. Now when I finish learning, I will now want the strategy that works. And then by trying to get the strategy out, I also discover other strategies as well. Now if I rely on the class, I'm going to teach you what I know and what I have developed over the years. That is my book. I can give you the normal I'm now going to teach you something that the next day that was in the because you really know my class. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not obviously not going to even if I was the class this year now. This is 2025. Next year I might have developed another strategy. And I decide to pick those that pay next year. When you get the new strategy and the one that you actually do. That is what the payment is. You're not going to see your future. You're not going to see your future. So that's just what I'm saying. Jamming for the person where you believe, the person where you believe, see, you know, say you get the best thing, and those that have actually attended the class, whatever class is,
I'm doing well. Like I said, I recently some just like it was. There is a discount class. A class that was held in 2023. Let me say 2025. 3 years. 3 years class. And I saw many. In fact, out of the people I saw in the comment section of that class, I think the page 10 where I know now this place that I know that are visible and I saw the comment section of this class. There are some I know that did in class, particular class this year, and they are still working around this and say, and I know somebody who was working that class, and is doing very well. So I think 2 people in the same class. One is doing well, the other one is I will be able to course not. I basically give that class. So it depends on the interface and it's media as well sometimes. I give you notes, even if you it's not that we just say understand I think with this I hope I confuse you. And you know my up class and it's going to be the class is just 10,000. January.
All going to Dubai.
Most of the job I missed the juicy part of let us leave it here. I'll bet ask you don't get the class. What is you get that information. And the truth is there are some people who are better than you have research. So now when there is and sell it, you have to buy. I cannot supply this. Anyway, let's move on to the post. There's a GM quiz by Robert used to never take there's a GM quiz by as well. Big Waltz was also here. I said, and I'm going to be letting them I don't know whether the legend Alibi is not Alibi is the legend. And their recommendations to you. Recommendations to you. December money don't stream. We have a say legends and the speaker with my certificate. And that's it, expected to see Alibi's legend against people of the band like a certificate again and consistently. It's a valid another amazing tools here. I want to give the mic straight up.
Why not? Because the first time that it's mentioned, that's your right. That's the source of where the wave will come from. So because that's the source of where the wave will come from, therefore it can't be used as a symbol. For example, the first time the jury mentions a judge, so we use the judicial system. So we can't utilize that as part of a more complex structure. So notice it says you don't dash it to us. So as I said, so how does he call that? How do you connect that? Says, I'm going to do a whole question again. That means no judge. I show you how do you sure. So for the notice that you have two ranges. So first time you mention judges, that's what it's the judicial system. So then you have two other mentions, which gives you like what? Two judges. So how do you want to have a fair number? So eventually, they shuffle. So therefore, what? We'll see that I already played that, but I didn't very much slow stuff. There's this ultimately a thing that kind of is if you're never a bad or a third, that's his source for basically a food. You gotta have some weight on regressions, that's the difference. So they need to argue on whether or not the regression, the first place of those motions, the kind of summer, the kind of shape, those. One of the reasons
Say something. Also share money that you already
the show was said, now what very nice of you to dash, the first very something is mentioned, right? But my second thing, dash is yes, and then everybody says, you can't
I didn't know too much. I just like my GM post made a your share, made a online camera. Didn't like. I don't really give a fuck about. I don't know if I'm wrong in GM everybody, but it's about to you. But it's just what I want to say is people gonna help me share my GM post. That's all. At the gate. Thank you.
Thank you, son. You have to come up with it's when it's time. When the history is done on me. Give me the mic straight up now to are you there? Are you done?
The first time you're
I think we're next. Just investigation. Moving on quickly to step by step. They say no step by step. President, GM to you. How are you doing? How are you doing?
GL music doesn't stay. It feels good to sound like me again, right? After lots of medications and everything since ending of October, that I've been having this health crisis from one thing to another, different things. But thank God who heals and who restores. I'm good. I'm back. I'm fully back. At least my back is back. At least for my voice, you know that I'm okay. Like I'm happy to be back. Really happy. Yes, thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Big Wells, particularly Big Wells. Have made it a to be checking up on me. How are you doing? What's going on? But then if I lament, you should be like, "Chai, sorry, don't worry." Because I just said it. And they also try to support me to help keep my account active. The level. Thank you so much, Big Wells. I really appreciate that from you. Yes, guys. So on my people, please, I need you to join my WhatsApp channel, right? Because there are some things I'll be posting that I might not be able to post on my X account. So I just join there and stay connected. Alright, so that's basically, and then Base app is not available for everyone, Sha. Base app is not available. They launched yesterday night. Nobody should not. All people that are selling invite link now, their markets don't crash. They need to find another hustle. So this app is not available. People are selling it not for small money, for $5, $10. So I even heard people sold for $25. Like people have mind these days. They're selling it without any remorse, and people are buying. That's interesting thing. So this app has launched now and it's available for you to download and then enjoy. They have been able to do a lot of upgrade on the app, so it's smoother than it used to be, right? And there'll be more improvements going forward. Yeah, basically. So I've become a space like I usually used to. Yeah, it's good to be back. Thank you, Odita. Thank you, Shinite. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to you. I want to give a mic to
I'm sorry, I don't have anything to say. I'll just be on down.
Thank you so much for what she has said. She's sorry. You should please forgive her. She's going to be bringing up your own story. But I can also drop a link for people that have seen. Even if that kind of likes the gets charging, I'm not going to beg anybody to shit. Secondly, I'm going to give the mic to Stephanie. Stephanie wants to champion to you. How are you doing? It's been a while since seeing you and discuss. Have a slide with you.
I know you're missing when you call my name. Yeah, but because I belong to the chain with near creative edit. It was adding right. Crazy. Victor went to warrior reality champion but he beat up the spring and be and wax media James how you Jim with the how you your good and yes I'm fine I'm alright. What is the activity?
I just I don't know what's up.
I'm very maybe
Yeah.
Why did you blame the Russians?
And so the ginger, I needed the ginger.
If there's a vaccine that way, you have not been that vaccine for your son. Well, like, you don't come back.
Yes.
These people don't have no post. How can they put on?
You got the money in. Stephanie, I'm fine again.
I'm not going to be go back to that actually about your home. I just asked the same question. You asked me about cookie. I also asked you about cookies.
It's okay, I'm fine.
Sorry.
It's alright, thank you so much. I'll give the mic to but I want to say something. But I do yet to say something.
No, look, I'm never going to do this.
You're not there on the bus,
I posted it on the page so everyone can go see it.
Sorry, that's it. Okay, you.
If you still comment on
I know you. One money in your pocket. You sing song restrictions. You even if I get so what is that? They have been about that. Please, I want to give the mic to another person. I'll hand it over to people. There are quite some people in the community that are not against it. But I'm not going to say what's going to happen. If you're coming in, that means you're filling the witness form. Just fill the witness form, knowing the fact that you cannot stay 3 days. Or you cannot even stay 2 days in our community and not go like you come to in the community and for 2 days you never see you. That's serious. Over 150 persons after the we're over 100 persons, and I can tell you that if Dollar Queen is missing in action for 2 days, yes, people but I'm calling the ones you know. If some people are not in action right now, we will say the past 2 days never do anything strange. It's facts and things. So there's no hiding place in the community. And so if you're coming in and you feel you just want to join, then you like that. It's not going to go. It's going to be giving you stuff. And you can't hide. You can't just sit. You're going to be looking for people that are going to use that's the way the community and it's time to take up down connection. Those are that are not active. We have expanded. Definitely want to be in the community, but not to be active. We have somewhere with them. Have a very wonderful so for those that are active, I know they're going to be in fact, I said something before we actually created the community. We structured it, not created. We structured the community when we structured it, and it's playing out before many people's eyes. The unserious ones, two unserious people can talk the morale of this is something we've been doing since January. I've been in the community, training people is what is needed to me. I don't know like anything. I've been in the community with them. We have got a different structure to tell you that two people that are unserious without any excuse, no limits. There are people that are genuinely not active because of school or because of work. Those ones they understand. And those ones they. I'm telling people that are just they are in the TL, they are being
good morning. Good morning. Some great visitors to the second Senate meeting by taking all of our sponsors board this morning today. All of our incredible correspondents. Anyone from the correspondents to touch the Tilson family and our self-identity and all the issues we're in the here. Wishing a massive talk to the entire Daphne family, now, as we're beginning the seventh and it's also to take this journey to Lagos, this resource and manifest in the community, expand our repertoire for the and the co-sponsors for the month of Kislev, Josh and the Kingdom, Mission of the Earth, and Josh's family, so you Semi and the safe return of our hostages, and success for our precious soldiers. Sending off the Esther City memory of their parents, Yitzhak, Blake, and their family, Sarah Rasmussen, Inga, Bas, and Efraim, and their dear friends, great soldier, the loving husband, and father's faith,
so just carry on for mine. So it's not somewhere you just go
today, Robert Evans for the young side of the list, Bas, Sarah, and in honor of the Dr. shared,
That's 1.5, so I'm eating them 1 and 2 a day, 3 a day. Next thing I'm up to 16 of them. Next thing I'm buying them 100 bags, $800. You know, guys, how does it slip up on you at not 40, not 30, but 55, 56, 57? Guys, you don't recognize the traps. All our lives have fucking traps. Every time we go towards that trap, it's going to be the same result. And, you know, I don't even know how to say this without sounding like a fucking idiot. But I'll lay it on you. We have traps in life when we're regular people. Think about when somebody thinks they know you. Think about when somebody really thinks they know you. A podcast or something like that, guys. They're gonna lay fucking shit on you every fucking other week. You're gonna bump into something. You know, that's interesting. That's some interesting shit. I can have a good time with that freak. But then in the process, you're like, I'm gonna lose everything. I'll lose everything, but most importantly, I can get that shit back. I'm gonna lose credibility. And I can't do the podcast no more. I can't be on stage no more. Because you have no credibility. Yeah, people still watch you because they have no soul. But anybody who knows you, you lose credibility. Not the money, not the car. That's all bullshit. You can always get that back. It's your word, your credibility. You've been on a podcast for 12 years, Joey. And meanwhile, you snort coke on Fridays and Saturdays. How fucking dare you, man? How fucking dare you? At least that's how I would look at it. Right.
Have you been talking about being sober for all these years?
Yeah, you guys know what I do. I eat my fucking mushrooms. I don't even like those anymore. They taste like ass. The ones I ate the other night didn't do anything for me.
I got yelled at for years saying
I
that.
still ate them with a shrimp parmesan sandwich.
You never gave me a shrimp parmesan sandwich.
Because you want to eat them with honey because somebody told you it's a good idea. You gotta eat them with food. And the best food to eat fucking mushrooms with? Pizza.
Georgia's soup.
Wonton soup at the steakhouse today, ladies and gentlemen. Because the waiter told me, he said they got a sushi bar. Then how do wontons come in with the sushi bar? Wontons are from China. There's a sushi bar. A couple weeks ago, he comes in with a menu of a Chinese place that sells chicken salad sandwiches. Listen, you're in no danger. They kept me, I'm telling you, it's good. Listen, you're in no danger. You gotta pick a flag in my world. So as soon as you go to a steakhouse, everything's in the steak vein. Lobster bisque, bread, French onion. A fucking Caesar salad, not a wrap. A fucking wedge. Ooh, a 12-ounce steak. Ooh, a tiramisu. Another cup of coffee. But no, you gotta listen to the waiter. Yeah, I'll have the wonton soup. Yeah, it sounds yummy. And I don't mind, like, if you're 10, like, even if my daughter makes one of those decisions, I'm like, I gotta talk to you when you're home. But when you're his age, I can't. And you grew up in this area, I can't even put my fucking head around.
Why would you tell him you got wonton soup at a steak place?
Because that's his world.
You can't tell him that.
And then he tells one of your things. He blames it on the waiter. Well, the waiter said it was good. Some skinny kid, shoots fucking peptides to lift weights. You know, why are you bothering me fucking for, you know? Let's go to a break. I'll be right back. We gotta talk to you about a couple things. Yeah! Hey, what's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, for a good workout, you need to train smarter, not longer. Now listen, you can get results in just 20 minutes a day. Again, 20 minutes a day with the Hydro Roll machine. Hydro works 86% of your muscles. That's right, 86% in one seamless motion. It works your arms, your legs, and the most important, your core. Okay, rowing with Hydro is twice as efficient as cycling or running, and a lot less, your knees, the whole thing. Hydro keeps you motivated with different workouts filmed in beautiful spots around the world. All led by world-class athletes. It's never been easier to get a Hydro rower with free standing shipping and a 30-day risk trial and a 1-year warranty. There's nothing to lose. Again, 1-year warranty. So do me a favor. Take care of yourself in 2026. Head over to hydro.com and use code DIAZ, D-I-A-Z, to save up to $600 off the Hydro rowing during this holiday season. Jingle bells, jingle bells. That's hydro.com, HYDROW.com, code DIAZ, D-I-A-Z, to save up to $600 today. Hydro.com, code DIAZ. Happy holidays. Uncle Joey, I want to talk to you about something. Look at my eyeballs. Make any day feel like a weekend within the cloud. In the Cloud is your online dispensary. Try out their gummies, vapes, pre-rolls, and edibles. Looking to replace that nightcap? Check out In the Cloud's new zero sugar, calorie, THC sodas. All In the Cloud products are federally legal, THC. Everything sold is DEA certified, lab tested, and shipped discreetly so nobody knows nothing. Listen, I love these little drinks. They're stronger than all the other ones. You kick one back and you sit back and relax this holiday season. Whether he's in the neighborhood or not, you'll hear Santa. Get yourself some In the Cloud. Listen, if you're 21 or older, visit inthecloud.co and use code CHURCH, CHURCH, for 25% off plus free shipping. That's inthecloud.co and use code CHURCH, CHURCH, for 25% off, free shipping, and a better way to unwind. Enjoy responsibly, and thanks for In the Cloud for sponsoring the church. Love you guys. We're back, old smokers. So, this is it, man. I hate this time of the year already. Like, I like the holidays, but I hate that we're at the 15th already. People's mind is already starting to slip. Who's bringing the eggnog? Who's cooking?
Why does that upset you? Like, I understand if it's someone
I want everybody to work straight to the 24th at midnight. What time does Santa come? The 24th at midnight. What are you talking about? What do you need to do? Everything comes on Amazon now, right? You don't even have to go to the fucking store. No. I don't know, guys. When it comes to shit like this, I'm a commie. Like, I want everybody to fucking work till the 23rd. Whipping it. This is it. The year ends. What do you think happens after the 26th? Nothing. That's why I'm not married. Unless you have a restaurant or you're a theater owner or something, nothing happens. People come in with fucking returns. And then you gotta start again on the fucking first, all over, back to your fucking grind again. Yeah, and this is just, and then a guy like me has to wait. Well, I haven't had an audition in 3 months, so I don't give a fuck anymore. The phone doesn't even ring, okay? And I gotta be honest with you, I'm pretty fucking happy. Because the last 5 or 6 jobs have been jobs that I'm like, I don't want this, you know? I had Tulsa King, I had some other independent pilot on Netflix I never heard back from that I was interested in. But besides that, it's like, fuck, I don't want this. And I have an agent that's a sweetheart of a man. I've been with him for 25 years. He was with me at Daniel Hoff. He's my agent in New York. And he always sends me these college auditions and shit. I'm like, but they're always a twist. So I always get out of it. He has to speak Russian. I don't speak Russian. Yeah, but you could try. I don't speak Russian, okay? It's not going to happen overnight. I'm not going to fucking...
I'd like to see you try to speak Russian.
No, it's not. Listen, it's not going to work. Not at this age. I can't do impersonations. I can't pull rabbits out of hats. This is it.
That's your acting move?
That's it. That's all I got. But listen, guys, I used to fucking... Right now... 10 years ago, I'd be pissed. If this was going on in my life 10 years ago, I'm calling my agents every day because the year ends on Wednesday.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That's it. The agencies close on Wednesday. Nobody's taking calls. Nobody's doing nothing. But let me tell you something. One of the most money I ever made on a commercial wasn't the most. But surprisingly, for what it was, it paid me a lot. It was a demo. It wasn't really a commercial. It was a commercial for the NFL Network. You know what time we shot that motherfucker? We shot that December 24th at 6 a.m. And they were shooting 5 more that day. Damn. And you get 3-4 hours on one of those on Christmas Eve, dog.
What can my presents now?
No, because you're not getting the money till fucking St. Sebastian Day. I have a credit card then. I had to wait. I'm trying to work the guy. Listen, he can't get an advance. You know, we have to call J.C. Penney, forget it. They're never going to give you the money. But, you know, guys, like, I did something in December the year. You don't know what it's like. I mean, people talk about, you know, listen, Here's the truth of the matter is, as adults, always remember this. I don't care whether it's Bruce Springsteen, Nicky Pork Chops, George, we're all at zero on the first of every month. We're all the same. How you tackle that month is up to fucking you. You could say to me, well, Joey, I got $2,000 in my checking account. I'm good. I don't have to sell shit to the 20th. But you know on the 20th, for those last 10 days, you got to roll up your fucking sleeves and dig in there, you know. And that's what I miss that. Like now we have stand-up. Again, I love doing stand-up. During the week, you got to write, you got to talk to people. I'm thinking about this show in Atlantic City next year. I have to make it a production. I just don't want to throw 3 people up there and call it a comedy show. You know, so I'm thinking about all that stuff, and that keeps me busy. But it's not like I used to have a whole 3-hour of my day that was dedicated just to acting. For 10 years, it was just dedicated to acting. I'd read movies in pre-production, figure out the director, call the agency. But I wasn't even with to get a script of that thing, look through it, assume that this character's my age, and I would just send the tape in, because I couldn't wait for the fucking agent. Wow. Yeah. So when you have that type of shit, and then you take it out of somebody's life, it sucks.
So, I mean, we talked, I think maybe it was last week we talked about it, but like, have you thought about starting, not even to make money, but just started something new? Like, you've already written a book, but it sounds like you're talking about, like, you like or miss the excitement of, like, being new at something and not being great at it and, like, figuring it out.
What do you want me to do? Be an attorney?
Sure, no.
Anything I do right now, they're never going to take me serious. People gonna look at me in 2 minutes and go, aren't you? And whatever I was doing also turned into a picture. And the time I was in Joe Rogan and fucking when I fucking ate the ant.
In some things, but I think you could hide as an attorney. Huh? You could be an attorney, I feel like.
But after 10 minutes, people will go, you know. Come on. Can you imagine me at Costco greeting people?
Who was that guy? What was the Italian guy who was like a heartthrob, but then he went to be a teacher? They did an A&E show about it. He was on like one of those 80s sitcoms, and then he was a teacher. Like Shaq is a cop. You could do something. It sounds like you just want to let
Shaq a fucking cop.
He's once every month. He goes for a day or two. He wears the uniform. He does his stuff. I don't know. I just like that's what it sounds like to me. Is that you miss the struggle.
Listen. I'm laying scores for a living. Once a month, I'm making money. All right, break into one, cops are chasing me. I turn around and like, hey man, I'm Shaq. I'm shooting him, you know. I'm trying to fucking, I'm gonna stop because it's Shaq. It's like The Rock. Hey, it's The Rock. You have to stop. Fuck you, I'll shoot you in the kneecap. No more fucking Black Adam or Black Edom, whatever the fuck.
Oh, that looked terrible. But they'd kill you in jail if you shot Shaq.
It doesn't matter. My point is that nobody takes you seriously as anything else.
Who wants to be taken seriously? You're a comic. Why do you want me to do it for a laugh?
Job I could take.
Okay.
That I would consider.
All right.
Is a host of the casino.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Welcome to fucking Casa Moringa. I am your host, Joey Diaz, the hostess with the mostest, okay? If you need chips over there. If you need the bathroom over there. If you need, and I gotta work with the tips. I love that shit. And then it's good. Let me take a picture. Yeah, man. It's light. You know what I'm saying? My palm is empty. You know what I'm saying? You can work it. That's the only guy.
Keep looking at your hand.
I thought about becoming a maitre d'. What happens when you come in and say, you have the Bordelais 1640, and I'm like, guys, just get a fucking Heineken. Your wife wants some martinis, you can fuck her in the Buffalo Lane. You still want to be in, Johnny Goomba and get a fine Bordelais at $400 a bottle. Knock it off. Give her a martini, let her show her friends she's drinking a fucking martini because the bottle's wrapped in a fucking thing. The martini's a lot better knowing you know what I'm saying? It's just, this
something you enjoy, because I get it.
I enjoy food.
Right.
I enjoy food. Like, if they call me over, what do you suggest? Like, well, let's be honest with you.
How's the wonton
You know me. I'm like, the wonton soup, it's a half a Chinese guy. You know, you don't even know Becky. It's so funny. You know, but only George would do that. I would stay the fuck away from that.
You should have, like, you and George should be like a combo maitre d', so George can give you the recommendation, then you go over, like, whack him in the head.
Fucking kidding me? The people won't eat for 4 hours. And Nicky, they broke away. They're not married to the family. They moved to Staten Island. And when they were in Staten Island, they opened up another place. That guy went with his wife, and the people, like, said,
I'm hungry.
Now we're hungry, but George don't give a fuck. Showing them the batteries from Dollar Tree, you know, the whole fuck.
Oh, you know what you could do? There's a guy online, he calls himself, like, John Breaks Bad News, and some people pay him just to, like, call someone up, be like, yeah, your sister is pregnant with my kid, like, with Joe's kid. You could just let people, like, torture people for, like, have someone send you $20 and be like, all right, call my boss. He hates fucking Chinese people. And you can call him, like, order Chinese food. Whatever you do, just torture people from your home office. That might be a good one.
If I do that shit, it can never be for money. It has to be for me. I torture people.
You're a purist?
I would not torture them. The way I torture you, I would torture you for me. It's for me to see your reactions. And dog, trust me when I'm telling you. I could torture you by not saying a word.
Trust me, I know you can.
Certain movements, certain things.
The look. That's all I need from you.
I don't even need to see you.
Oh.
I communicate to you with the weirdest fucking things.
Oh, you're like Denzel in The Equalizer. You would just take it on if it was, like, important to you.
Like, what do you mean?
Like Denzel, that girl. He just takes on that whole movie. He, like, took over to find this guy's pension because he was a nice guy that he met as a Lyft driver. He went over and killed 800 people in Italy because of it. And I could see that if people could send in, like, their submissions. Like, this guy's been fucking with me for 20, and, like, really just get to your heart, and then you decide to fuck with him.
There's people that I want to fuck with, but I knew I would break them because how I had to fuck with them would be so intense. And no, this isn't about bringing them. This is about you being at work and me breaking into your house with somebody and putting a bug in your wall that just goes. That's it. It starts at 8 and it stops at 1, but not loud. Very subtle. So you think there's somebody laughing outside your window and shit like that. You do that to somebody every night, and then you figure out a way for them to invite you over. So come here for a second. Do you hear that? And you're like, nothing. No.
I think didn't you tell me you wanted to break in and steal, like, someone's, like, left shoe?
I did it to the cab driver. That one that sits up there. We're gonna walk into a club one night. We were changing in the parking lot, and I saw his white shoe. It just irritated me. They had, like, fucking these white fag shoes on. A friend of ours that we had Quaaludes, the whole thing, like 4 North Bergen guys with kids. And I remember I told him when he went inside, I go, dog, don't bring those shoes. And he came back like, I do it. Okay. When we got to the location, he was fucking around. I saw both shoes in the trunk. I took one and threw it in the garbage and just broke it. And he's like, where's my shoe? I can't even go in the club. How long am I? You have to wait out here now, okay? For years, he tore that car apart. Looking for that one fucking shoe. When I was doing the cases up in Snowmass, if I didn't like you, I would break into your house just to take a snow boot. You know those snow boots that you get the expensive one? You take one snow boot from somebody, see what happens, and then check on them. How you doing? What's going on, man? I lost my snow boot. I saw one down the road. There's so many things you could do to people and have such a good time on your own, not nobody knowing. And I could do it to somebody for a while and keep a straight face and ask them how did it come about. And they're telling you, you got to hold it. All that shit. You gotta hold it to yourself.
How do you pick a new target? Is it so? Do you have to like the person to want to torture them, or does someone piss you off in a day? You're like, oh, this is a new guy.
No, I have to love you. But at the same time, I cannot believe you're so stupid. You're gonna let this happen to you.
You're gonna let it happen
to you. I do it for you out of love. Like, I tell you who's gonna have a major league problem. My daughter. Oh, she has no idea. I'm gonna fucking manipulate her just through pictures, signs, sounds. You know what I mean? Like,
when is it gonna start? Like at 16?
It started already. I say shit to her already. Like, you hear that? You know, stuff like that. You know, you gotta mess with them a little bit to keep them on. Oh, she has no idea.
I can't wait till she really starts dating.
My wife falls asleep in the middle of the night. I get up to pee. I get up to pee at 3 a.m. Pee. Look at the cat in the bathroom, and I go back to bed. And right before I'm about to put my sleep apnea mask on, I look at my wife, and she's laying like this. It could be 3:30 in the morning. I just go, I just pet her face. It's been going on for 25 fucking years. She doesn't even react to it no more. She just goes, yeah, I'll wake up. What are you doing? You just wipe down her face. Just makes that noise. That's what kills it. You do that to somebody every night at 3 a.m. when you go down. Just those little things, they weigh on you, but you don't even know how to look. I can throw water at you, or I can tie you up and just drop. What's that Chinese water torch?
Yeah, just one drop on the same spot.
One drop in the same spot.
That is you. You're Chinese water torture as a person. Oh my god. That is so funny. Like, do you wake up on purpose? Do you even go pee, or do you just wake up to do that to your wife?
If I go pee and I remember, I'll come back to bed, look at it, and go, let me pet her. I'll give her. So I started doing it to my daughter now. She's not sleeping. She's awake. But when I hug her, I go, she goes, Dad, don't do that again. Next time I hug her, she'd do it again. So it's just a constant reminder that I'm fucking there, okay?
Oh my god.
But
the worst thing anyone can do. Oh, go ahead.
I had a dear friend.
Okay.
When I was growing up, still talking, but not a lot. He's out of his mind. Love him.
You might have tortured him doing it.
We used to hang out a lot. And we would go to this bar like Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for about a year. It wasn't a hot bar, it was an old people bar. It was on Kennedy Boulevard, and we would go there to do coke because there wasn't a lot of people and you get away with shit. And for years, I would go in there, there was an old woman that sat there every night. It was like a relic from the neighborhood. And if I went in there, I would give that seat in the middle, and I would sit next to her because I had a friend that would walk in and fall for my trap. And he'd sit in that chair. Okay? And I'd give him a beer, I'd give him a line of coke, and I'd sit there all night and go, yeah, that's all that's all I would do. I put my mouth, so he was sitting here, and I put my hands in, and I go, yeah, that same wording, yeah, that's it. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, that's all I would do. And he would sit there after a minute, he'd go, oh, this lady won't stop saying, whatever the fuck.
And that's when you know it's working?
And that every fucking night, every time I sit next to her. And for years, Zenya, and he would sit there like, why'd she keep saying that? I don't know why it sounded like the old lady. I worked for Rudy Moreno, was my brother, God rest his soul. He died after COVID and stuff. Rudy gave me a lot of comedy work, and I love Rudy. But Rudy knew that from the minute I walked in, so I used to tell him, Rudy, don't fuck me. I got a spot at the store at 10:30. So sometimes I torture people because they fuck with me first. You call me and go, Joe, I got a spot for you. What time is the spot? Order is 10. You sure? So I got a spot at 10:30. So I got to be off that stage at 10, dog. And I got to be on the fucking 101, then to the 5, then make it back to Hollywood. So don't tell me. I get down there. And also I'm going up at fucking 9. Now I'm missing the $15, and this motherfucker's giving me a check. You You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Right. So I said, this motherfucker wants to fuck with me, so I'll get down there at 8. If you get there at 8, then I'll put you up early. Another time I get there at 8, motherfucker puts me up at 9. I go, that's it with this punk bitch. So I started showing up early. Maybe with Georgia City. That's the stage in front of me, right the camera, and I'd be looking at the stage, and every 3 minutes I go, Rudy. Rudy. Rudy, you do that during a comedy show. Rudy, the guy's on stage. Even people would start turning him like, what's going on? Rudy. 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 And then he would turn around and go, what the fuck? What time am I going on? No. I would ask him like something. Rate him like something fucking superbly, like nothing to do with the show. And he would always bring one of those things for your breath. Mints, a can. Oh, Tic Tacs. No. Mentos, whatever the fuck those are. You would get the cinnamon ones that are delicious. But if you eat the whole can, you shit blood for a day. I would go up to him. Rudy, where's the Mentos? They're right there. And I would get one every 3 minutes. Oh my God. Right in front of him. Every 3 minutes, like I'd pop it. And he'd sit there like, what the fuck? And then after the Mentos were gone, I'd go right back to Rudy.
I'm surprised he didn't put you up just to get you out of there.
And eventually, he started putting me up second. He would give me my check and get me out of there by 8:30.
I love it.
And then I throw in, Rudy, we got a Chinese dinner with this? Rudy, we got a Chinese dinner. You know how many times he just gave me money out of his pocket? Like, go.
Did he even get the food, or you just wanted to torture him?
Oh, I would torture him. Another time he would give me 2 gigs in one night, and he'd pay me for both gigs. I'd do the first one, but not show up for the second one.
Oh my God. What was your excuse?
I didn't feel like doing it, Rudy.
Oh my God.
He would lose his fucking mind. But those, if you're going to give me that, I had a dude convinced that I had the best cocaine across the country. Any city you go to. Now, all the cities he was going to, I was going to, so I knew these cities. I didn't get coke in these cities. Some cities I got lucky, but other cities you don't. But I would tell them I did. Started like a year in advance, like, dog, I go to Cleveland, I get this shit from fucking Samurais. Remember Mother of Pearl? Because he was my age. I remember Mother of Pearl. We just drip down your throat. And, yeah, I remember that. And I get them all fired. And when he go to that town, I call him on Thursday. I go, you bring anything with you? He goes, I got enough to cover tonight, tomorrow, maybe Saturday. I go, do it all tonight. I got a guy showing up tomorrow that's going to rock you. Oh, no. He called me the next morning, man. I did it all. What time's your guy showing? He's showing about 7:30. Now, I knew what hotel he was in, so I knew the landmark. There's a library down the corner. And I would tell him, go down there. He's a Chinese guy. His name is Ming. So I would just build up the fucking whole weekend for him. I did this to him every weekend, guys, for like a year and a half. It became like a joke. I still remember sending him on a mission before I left the house. I was in California. It must have been 9:30. And I'm like, you done with the show? And I go, yeah. And he goes, do me a favor. Go to the White Horse in the center of town. He's like, Joey, it's 8 degrees. I go, you'll be there in 10 minutes, man. Okay, I'll call you from the White Horse. I'd be in the car headed to the store and the phone would ring. What's up? I'm at the White Horse. Is he coming? He's coming. Ain't nobody coming. I don't even know anybody in Pennsylvania. And I'm telling him, wait at the horse. And told, you know, one night I went and did comedy and did 2 shows, got off stage. And he calls like, man, I've been out here for 2 hours waiting. I'm like, you can't. Then he would buy coke from me, from El Compadre. And he wouldn't see me, so I would take the money that he'd give me, pick up the coke, and then he had a camera. So he'd see me come in, put the coke down, but I would just put like a phony envelope and fucking take it back. And he never saw it. So he knew I was there. He knew I opened up the mailbox, but there was no coke in the mailbox. I did that to him like 2 times. He's like, oh, I don't know if it's my daughter. I don't know if it's my cut wife. No, I had this guy on a different fucking world. of torture.
I love that you let other people get the blame. You're like, yeah, it probably was your wife.
You gotta talk to your wife. I stole every time I go to his house, they had a CD on. I'd steal the CDs. I'd steal the CD in the thing. And he'd call me and go, what happened to my CD? I don't fucking know. I don't live there. It was constant.
But did you listen to the CD or you just like throw it out the window?
I threw it out the window. What do I give a fuck about?
Oh my
God. Sometimes the best time, I had a guy in Seattle, that a good dear friend of mine, I still talk to him, and he used to tell me all the time, you should get a business card that says professional torturer.
You should. Just give your services out. Like, cause no one, the thing about I love, most people like just annoy somebody, but you have like persistence and the creativity that I've never seen anyone torture anybody like you.
There is somebody who I don't speak to. I haven't spoken to him in like 5 or 6 years. He doesn't live in Jersey or California, nothing. I know where he lives. And I've thought of 1,000 ways on how to get him. Because I don't want to kill him. I want to traumatize him until he kills himself.
Jesus.
That's
like Hannibal Lecter style?
No, kind of, but with devices and noises, sounds, and fucking, you know.
What about smells? Have you ever like left somebody's house?
Like, I took a shit in the guy's box and put it in his drawer in prison.
I forgot about it.
Found the piece of shit fucking 3 months later. It went from a 12-inch piece, it was all little, like a hot dog. It was a little flag in it. Anyway, that's a complete different story. But I thought for about a year, I would go to bed at night, though, and as I was falling asleep, I go, no. Think about how you would torture this man. And some nights I would get up and write notes. So it would be a slow prep. Between 14 months, he would go in a witch act or shoot himself. Because I know the person ain't shit. Right, he's not dead.
Okay.
He's not dead. He's not. And the way I'm
not strong enough to handle it?
No, not the way I'm going at him. You take pictures of him, mail it to him. You know what I'm saying? You take a picture with your hand in the supermarket, about to touch his badge. You're that close. But you don't know who's that close. That fucks you after a month of doing that shit.
How often are you sending pictures? Like once a week?
Once a week, middle of the night. Flowers, anything that you could send with.
Dude, this sounds like this, like the horror movie.
This is a horror movie. I would make your life a fucking horror movie. See, for you young audiences, they made a movie in 1973 called The Mechanic. And then they remade it again in 2000 with the good-looking guy. Whether it's terrible, it's not. I didn't see the new one, but I could tell I didn't have to see it. Because what that movie from 73 showed you was how to be a murderer, but be methodical about it. So, in this movie, Charles Bronson just didn't kill you when he got a hit on you. He got your medical records. He got everything about you. And made it look like a heart attack. That's it. It was always a fucking heart attack. Okay? But there was a lead up to that heart attack. Okay? He would put you through the ringer for you to have that heart attack. You're not going to get it one time running up a hill. He would say, run, there's a fire. You're not going to get it. Right? You have to, put him in a mental place that when he does it, that's the move. It's putting him in that mental place. And I think about, okay, it's easy for me. George doesn't understand what I'm talking about. When you do cocaine, you get so fucking paranoid that what's going on and what you see at any given time is two different complete stories. Like I'll tell you at night, I had 20/20 vision at the time. I was 22 years old. I remember one night, 20 feet away, I thought it was a dog. I thought it was a man with a dog, and basically it was a fire hydrant. Okay, the man was imaginary. I still remember being in Boulder, the halfway house, and getting a furlough to my wife's house at the time. We were dating, and her dad, he's Catholic. He didn't want me sleeping in the house, so I slept in the trailer, which was great because I brought an 8-ball. I was was in that motherfucker alone all night, drinking and snorting. I'll never forget that night I saw, at one point, I hallucinated. I saw 3 guys with machine guns on, with a white jacket, those white hoods that they wear in the winter to shoot you.
007 style?
007 shit, with machine guns on ropes. I remember seeing it and grasping. Like your heart's gonna, and you wait for the door to get kicked in. You hear noises. I remember a time looking out a window at a hotel, and cars kept stopping, and I'm like, that's the FBI switching cars on me. There was an ATM downstairs, you dumb fuck. You know, I mean, the shit that your mind twists, and that's what you're doing without the drugs. You're making their mind twist without the hallucinogenics. So at first, they don't really know what's going on. They misplace a watch. They misplace. When we went to, I took his phone.
Oh yeah, getting in the car.
At the beginning of it. If I was going to torture Lee, I would have never gave Lee back that phone. I would have gone to the back and took the SIM card out and shoved it down the toilet. That's the beginning of it.
I would love to see.
Next time he comes here another time, I'll take something else. I'll just keep happening.
You remove something around, like just move the forks to the other side of the thing. Like I thought the forks were on the right side.
No, when I was a kid, my mother was a sticky-fingered bitch. God rest her soul, my mother was a sticky-fingered bitch. And before I ever got blamed for anything in my life, I got blamed for something I was not doing as a child. I didn't even think like that, guys, because I was such a fag Catholic. I was in Catholic school 5 fucking nights a week. So I was such a fag Catholic that, you know, this was it. And every fucking once a week, when I got home from Catholic school, my stepfather would go to you. Were you in this money? No, I didn't know that money was. Why would I be in that money? I make my own money. I fucking work bingo at the church on Sunday nights. And I fucking deliver papers when I'm home on the weekend. And I do this. And he would always accuse me, did you take that $20 off the desk? No, I didn't take it. And it became a thing for like a year and a half. And I go, you know what? I go, it's either me or my mother. It ain't fucking me. So if I'm gonna get accused for it, I'm gonna start. So before I started robbing them, I started fucking them. So those Cubans think different. Those old style Cubans, he wouldn't put all his money together. He put 5,000 in a rubber band, but he rubber banded a weird way. He put like a hair follicle in there, so if you fucking move the rubber band, you just looked at the money. He was a genius like that, or he put an initial on it with like something green or something. And he would put that under where you have your colognes. He would put that underneath. He would just throw it underneath. And then there was a fucking bedroom upstairs in the attic. And there was a piece in the bedroom. I found a gun with a silencer in there. And like a pile of fucking money. That one was, the money was long. The money wasn't in a nut. Okay, nut. That's where you hit the money, and the money was long. And then there was a spot downstairs when you pulled in with the car, closet. And he had all his jackets in there. Every one of those jackets had money in that jacket. So I said, I'm not gonna touch, you know, like 500 this jacket, 400 this. He's not gonna know about these. He's got $5 grand upstairs and 10 grand under here, not in the straight money. So I would take the 5 grand and the 10 grand and switch them. Okay,
because you would go see that something was wrong, and then go check to see the other one, and then be like, oh wait.
So whatever closet he went to, and he thought he was like a master technician. Let me go downstairs, and he go, fuck, I put the money in the wrong place. Now I had him. Now he knows he's fucking up. I do that. I'm always on top of stuff. I'm always efficient. 2 weeks later, switch the money again on him. I could see him when he get home 2 days later, racing around the house, talking, everything all right? Yeah, no sé lo que está pasando. Se me olvidó algo. That's the money I hid from you. That's how it started. He had this big Chivas Regal bottle. Like, they don't even make this bottle no more. It was gigantic. It had pennies in the bottom for St. Lazaro, and then silver dollars, dog, to the top. And one day he goes, did you take a silver dollar out of there? I go, no, why? He goes, because I got them counted. What did you do? Did you actually take them all out, count them, and put them? I mean, that's how sick he was. I started stealing silver dollars. Because if you took 10 silver dollars, you could not. If you took 300 out of there, you couldn't notice. That's how many silver dollars he had in this bottle in front of a St. Lazaro.
Must it be one missing that you noticed?
No, I would never take anything that was obvious. I would always switch his money. So he had 3 piles of money: the attorney money, the numbers money. I don't know what the money in the attic was for, but the money in the attic was straight. I could never mess with it. Unless I took $2,000 out and re-band-aid it and put it next to it, then he's really fucking crazy. Like he's like, one of these motherfuckers is fucking with me. So I would switch the money up for a while, and then I just started going big, 500. Because then he started moving spots on me. But I could tell when the garage opened, I could tell how many steps he took downstairs.
Oh my God.
I'm one of those motherfuckers. I'm a professional thief, guys. I'm going to count how many seconds it takes you to get to that play. I remember one time, about 25 fucking years ago in Boulder, a dear friend of mine, and I got a quarter ounce of coke. And he gave me an 8 ball. And he goes, go home and do it. That's yours. But he was going to a wedding the next day. And he goes, I'm only taking $1,000. And I'll never forget breaking into his house. Because I called him. He goes, I'm in Saratoga. I'm fucking having a great time. That coke is great. I should have brought it all with me. Look, I didn't even know this guy, but I went into his house. And I remembered how he walked into the house. And there was a fucking dollhouse from his daughter when she was a kid. And I looked at it because that's the last thing you turn. And I opened up the drawer and there was the coke right in the fucking drawer. And I'm like, Merry Christmas. I will fucking trace your steps. I will count how long you're going to be down there. You get out of the car, you slam the door, you look around, you walk in the fucking house. It's cold out. Why are you out there? The other day I walked up. Last week I drove up. It sent me up 88th Street. We know where 88th Street Park is? Coming up from Tunley. And I'll never forget that I'm coming up that block. And I go, oh, it sent me the other way. So I'm coming this way down the 80th, and I'm touring up to Kennedy Boulevard. And I'm looking at that house in the corner. And I grew up in that house. That's Kurt DiLorenzo's house. We were growing up. I'll never forget that I stopped there, and I giggled a little bit, and I made the left, and there was no other cars there. So I drove real slow past the fucking house. I had a memory about Chris. The one I still talk to now, we just hung of how to get ahead and how to bust people. Listen, one thing about this is a bad point about me. That if I know you for a while, I start to study you. Like, I know what George is going to do before he does it. I yelled at him before because of the wonton, so not yelled, but I broke his balls. I've known him so long, and that's a gift that you never really have with people. But I learned that growing up, because growing up in Hudson County, especially in my house, especially in a lot of houses around here, you didn't have time to talk. It was all based on a look. You know what I'm saying? It's all based on a fucking look. So you gotta read people. Like, I gotta know what you're gonna say, and I gotta know what I'm gonna say.
Why is that bad?
To play the head of the game?
Yeah, to study people.
You have to. If you're gonna do stand-up, if you're gonna be an actor, you know, this is the shit psychiatrists do. Whatever, those psychologists and shit. No, this is the shit you do as a stand-up. You know, when the headliner's on stage, you're watching the headliner. You're really watching the audience. You're watching how they react, how one person's on the phone, how one person's eating, how two people think they're in fucking heaven. They're looking at the comedian like, you know, that's what I like to do. You know, some people like to do, I like to smoke a fucking joint and sit there in the car and watch people walk by. For 20 minutes, 30 minutes, just watch people walk by. Think about what they're thinking about. You know, I was telling my wife that I know men's breakdown. Like, I know men. And I'm not saying this the right way. I know how life can end up. And how I describe it to people is sitting on a plane in the front, whether you're in 7B or 8B, so you can actually see everybody who comes on the plane. And I tell this to people, and I tell them, hopefully you guys will listen to what I'm saying to you. Yeah, I'm not saying nothing bad to you, but when you sit in 6B, or for years I sat in first class with Joe Rogan, it wasn't because I had any money. It's because his agent made you buy 2 first-class tickets. And I would sit there, and when everybody else was watching or reading, I'm watching people, and I'm watching couples in particular. And I'm watching the women that just had a baby, and they have the big Starbucks, the size of a fucking milkshake, and they're walking like, and you know, and then you see the husband behind them, and he wants to shoot himself in the fucking neck. He don't want to go nowhere. You know, you don't want to go. He's got the kid, you know, he's got the kid because she's got the gallon Starbucks with the whipped cream all over her fat fucking fingers, right? And he's got the kid, and he's got luggage, and you can just see in his face. It's like, dog. And we've all lived through this. I know you lived through it. I don't know if you lived through it. I know you lived through it. The reason I'm so lenient with my daughter is because for years I got taken to places I didn't give an okay to, even as a child. One of those places being church. Okay, I don't know if people know this, and you always can tell a new couple, you're gonna do this. You're definitely gonna do this because you're a fact. Oh, thanks. You go to a church. It's fucking Sunday. All right, it's Sunday. It's 11 o'clock. You got a 2-year-old and a 3.5-year-old. The 2-year-old don't want to fucking be there. Throughout the whole hour, you're shaking the 2-year-old. The 4-year-old is looking around like, how long does this last? Why am I in this room with all these ugly fucking white people? You know, and the father's like, just beat up. He just wants to get home to watch the check-in. He doesn't care if he's Catholic, whatever. And you see this at every church you go to. You see a couple, 2, 3, 4 couples that 3 out of 4 people don't want to be there. But there's somebody in that relationship that thinks this is that important. And it very is important. But not right now. Because you're making the people there uncomfortable. The people that your kids like, When you go to a church and they bring a chick that's autistic to church. I get it. But this kid's gonna start fucking blowing whistles.
I was
Whistles is probably the best case scenario. As an American, I gotta sit there during 3 of the whistle breaks. Like, that poor kid, he's got problems, God put him on the planet. By the 5th or 6th whistle, I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I'm saying? But we as Americans don't have that anymore. When you're black labeled, you're called the fuck out. And that's why half the time I don't go out. Because I know I'm going to say something. I'm too old anymore. I'm too old for magic tricks and for fucking, But think about it, guys. And this is why me and my wife, we had a situation a couple of years ago. And we've talked about it a lot. And we were like, look, I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go there in the first place. I understand it's your culture. One time it worked out, but that's it. Never again. You go by yourself. You can get a plane ticket, fly to Newark, and be there in 3 hours. But people think, we're going to go to my parents for New Year's. No, we're not. No, we're not. I ain't going fucking nowhere. Everything is like, and that's what I don't like about church, when you see there's some people that just don't want to do shit in a relationship. If you're making them go to fucking church to sit there with you 2 retard kids, making noises and fucking moving around, they don't want to be there either. Let's go. Give me the fucking kids. I'm out of here. You come home later, stop the donuts, I'll have lunch cooked for you. I'd rather do that. In fact, you're the Catholic one. Go down there and jump up and down and, right. Don't force people to do something. And I told my wife all the time, what would you do? Well, my mother was still awake. I'd be a worthless man. I'd be in prison. But what would you do if my mother was still alive, thinking the way she did? I go, you wouldn't tolerate that shit at all. And guess what? I wouldn't expect you to fucking tolerate. I wouldn't fucking expect you to tolerate. That's too deep of a Cuban shit. And those motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They'll talk Spanish in front of you and try to break it down, and it sounds even worse. Just don't say a fucking word to them. They're American and you're fucking Spanish, and they don't know shit. But there was so many situations, and my wife finally and me came to a conclusion after 25 fucking years that for some shit, not everybody has to go. Not everybody has to fucking go these places. Yeah, I can see when a man is broken. I want to break him, not a chubby wife drinking whipped cream on her fingers, but to get to that thing, it takes a while to break somebody. And even when I got in trouble, my job was to torment Bella in different ways. I could never get to him. Right. But I would have, that's when you start doing, again, you can't make it obvious, but you have to think that they're losing their mind. And you can't go too strong at the beginning because then it's too obvious. Then it's too obvious, just a little bit. So it's very lightly, and you pile it on, sort of how I did with Joe Rogan that he brought. Was funny because he just called me. I looked at it, I just missed his call. And it's like so weird how that worked out perfectly, because when he said to me that every time he talks to Joe, he hears a click on the phone, I knew I had him. That's it. I could run with this for years. It's like a wheel of fortune in your eyes. You're like, oh, this is the jackpot. And I do this to everybody. We were talking about, let's get it out of the open. We were talking about things that you see. I became friends with somebody last year that when I first became friends with this person, I was informed that she wanted to do a podcast. Within 25 minutes, I had naked pictures. It didn't matter. I knew she was bad news. And I go, you know what? I don't want to just stop talking to this person. I'm going to keep him around like a fucking leash, And she would call me every 3 weeks with a story. I never really hung out with her after that. It wasn't even worth the aggravation. But I knew that where I was going with this broad was going to be trouble. Okay? And I knew that there was no way this could ever happen. I already blown my life 18 different times. This could not happen. I really liked it, but not for those reasons. Right? I thought that we could bring her in as a podcast chick or something like that. She's hot. She's something different. She would tell about her horror stories, but she would okay. And then Like after one phone call, like in June, we had. I thought about it. I go, I'm letting this woman torture me. Well, I should be torturing her. And I started my mental mind fuck with her. And it was very subtle. You're not going to see me.
Right.
When you do see me, it's going to be something weird.
It's too late.
And I kept doing this, and I wanted to see if she'd snap. And she did. I always tell people everybody's got a price. Right? No matter what your beliefs are, yeah, but I'm a Christian. I never did that. Everybody's got a price. And I did one of my most torturous moves ever, and cold-blooded. Oh my God. Okay, one of the coldest blooded. I was in the fucking hospital pulling these strings. That's how big my Jimmy is.
Oh my God, you were torturing someone from the hospital?
From the hospital, laughing to myself, watching my blood pressure go up from the giggling in my heart.
Oh my God.
And I saw a fracture. And then what did I do? I had two options. I go to war with her, or dismiss her altogether. And I dismissed her again, and I saw her lose her mind again. Then I finally had to get rid of her. I finally had to tell her that, she was an abortionist, and, all this other shit.
An abortionist?
Guess what? What? A month later, the phone rang, and it was her. And the way I answered the phone, it must have been in my voice and my heart. I just said, I didn't say it.
Haven't you had enough?
But I was thinking it, and sometimes thinking something, like really, because when I looked at the phone, I was sitting in my car, just calling my agents and shit. And I was on the phone with somebody, and I saw a name pop up, and I'm like, nah, I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, I'm seeing this wrong.
Right? Like, I'm seeing this wrong. There's no way this person could be calling me. And do you know that I stayed on the phone with my agent? And do you know that 25 minutes later, when I got the phone with my agent, she called again, and I sat there and let it ring like 3 times because I couldn't believe it. After the torturing and the saying things to her and the baby's head and all this stuff, here she is on the phone to tell me they're having a sale at where she works. But the whole time I'm like going, are you fucking serious? And it's weird that after you torture them, now they start torturing themselves. Now they just get into the cycle that you don't even have to do anything anymore.
You've completely broken them?
Huh?
You've just broken them? So torture yourself is pretty bad.
Huh?
To torture yourself is pretty bad.
Yeah, because after a while, you just torture them. You don't have to do nothing. Because not seeing them, right, is worse. But there's a way to do it. For me to walk in a room and Nick's in the room and I want to let him know I'm not talking to him, that's not it. Nick's going to call me a fat scumbag. I'm going to call him Nick a cocksucker. And guess what I'm doing tomorrow? Disappearing.
Oh, bye.
So guess what? Every time Nick goes to the Cuban place, they're going to say to Nick, have you seen Joey Diaz? And he's like, no, I haven't. We're not talking. But he's going to hear that 3 places. You guys see each other. Somebody in Rudy's going to say, you see Joey Diaz? No, he hasn't been here 3 weeks. And he goes somewhere else. Joey, have you seen Joey Diaz? Talk. No, I haven't talked to him. Why is everybody asking about Joe Diaz right now? That's the torture. That's the first torture. The places I used to go, I disappeared from. And then,
so even when you're not torturing them, like you're preparing you to torture them.
I'm torturing.
One thing when you guys are getting along, you're like, oh, he's gonna hate this eventually.
Because now everywhere they go, they're gonna go, well, we haven't seen Joey in a month, 2 months.
Oh my God.
And now you're gonna go, I haven't fucking seen Joe either. What the fuck is he doing? What is he plotting? What is he thinking? What the fuck is going on? And now that's it. You just paid me rent. I just moved into your head for fucking free. Jesus, dude. What you are, and that is a good word for you because you plot a lot. Everything has to be. Listen, a man without a plan is not a man. Nietzsche said that. You can run around for years. You're gonna run around till you're 35, 36, and go, "This ain't working. I gotta cut the fat and attack this the right way." And that's all that happens. You just learn how to get better and better as a human being. And you try the best. Right. Doesn't mean you have to have a boat, or you have to be 50 Cent, or you have to hang out with Diddy. It just means, and that's where people are confused. Everybody wants to take those Instagram pictures, with models and boats and bitches and gold chains. They don't tell you they got to bring it back in an hour that the gold chain is on rental. Jesus, dude. What do you got this week, P.A. Cardan?
This week, Friday, I'm at Bedford Falls, and then Saturday, I'm at the Gaff West, and I'll be popping in around the comedy shop at Sheba's during the week, but those are the two big ones. What about you? You got anything this week?
I got nothing. I got to go to the bladder doctor again on Wednesday. My daughter's got a recital Wednesday night. This is orchestra. This ain't jazz band. Last week was very interesting to see her play the bass with her fucking fingers and shit. She got all dolled up. It was fucking crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was good to go there and see, because a lot of these kids I know from softball.
Right.
But I haven't seen them since they're 9 and 10. You see them and you're like, what the fuck happened? So it was pretty interesting. It was nice to do. I took them out to dinner afterward. Everybody had a nice time. You know, I couldn't go to the dojo on Wednesday night. I don't know if they're doing it this week. If they're doing it Wednesday, I'll probably end up going there. I'm going to see what time I get out of the orchestra.
Nice.
Take it from there. I think there's something tomorrow night. Tonight I'm going to do something in Southampton or something. And that's it, man. I'm just trying my best. I'm getting ready to kick up the new year with some new shit. And
you ready for the St. George Theater?
And getting ready for the St. George Theater in motherfucking beautiful Staten Island, knocking on Royal Crown's door for some chocolate bread like a motherfucker. We still got the butter. George saved it. You know,
I saw that.
George saved it for his birthday.
It's cold enough here that it's probably fine.
I love you, motherfuckers. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Same time, same bad channel. Yeah! Happy holidays. Uncle Joey here. Listen, fellas. It's time to level up your big dick game. Blue Chew just dropped Blue Chew Gold. Listen, Blue Chew Gold is a 4-in-1 tablet with a mix of key ingredients. Increased blood flow, arousal. Blue Chew Gold dissolves under your tongue. It works in as little as 15 minutes. You don't have to wait there like a fucking Listen, this stuff is tremendous. It said 15 minutes. All you gotta do is think of what that monkey looks like, and that fucking soldier will be pop up. I'll be at attention. That helmet will be nice and pink, just how they like it. You know what I'm saying? Medium rare. Yeah! Get your confidence back in a single tablet. Make life easier by getting harder. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's December. You understand me? New Year's is coming. Christmas is coming. Everybody wants a Christmas present. You're going to give them the best Christmas present they ever got. Dig for 12 days straight with Blue Chew Gold. Listen, we got a special deal for church family. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code Joey. Listen, for years we've been giving you a little Blue Chew every month on the house. Listen, we got a new formula, and you got to jump on it, all right? Again, that's promo code Joey. BlueChew.com for more details, important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. And I also want to thank you for putting together Blue Chew Gold. There's a lot of men are going to dig this, and I love the way you sling that fucking hammer. You're not even going to believe it's you. You're going to keep pumping, nuts coming out. What the fuck is Blue Chew Gold? Merry Christmas.
Even the word is read nachos, it's written nachos without the vowel. So it's not really in a singular form. And therefore, again, you can't mix them up. So we'll say again, what do you see from here? They're trying to keep a whole geish in the mikra. supremacy is given to the spoken word. So Maskif law, so we'll say, so again, so this is really like exceptionally exciting because here the Gemara is saying, why do all of the different opinions, all who subscribe to the zero goes of Yish in Lamikra? It says the Gemara, Maskif Akbayach. I don't understand. You're making it sound like that there are those who argue with this premise of Yesh in the Mikra. Is there anyone who doesn't hold Yesh in the Mikra? Meaning we all agree that supremacy is given to the spoken word and not to the way that it's written. Not Tanya, I'll tell you why. Because if you don't subscribe to Yesh in the Mikra, you have a problem. Pasuk is not Tanya. Pasuk says, "Lo sebashal b'ti b'chalevimo." You can't cook a kid in his mother's work. Pasuk b'chalov. Yochel b'chalev. I thought maybe it's not challah. Like maybe it's not challah. Maybe I won't say what it is. Maybe it's chaylev. Maybe it's that. Maybe what it's saying is those who are shown to be the chaylev. There's no din of basar b'challah. There's a din of basar b'chaylev. So the Gemara says, "Amrit yesh ein lemikra." So I say, but rather you see from here that what? Look at the Rashi. Amrit yesh ein lemikra. Top of down on the base. The left of man did call it. The Poly Plus the Chol us supposed to listen to this. Amazing. So the word says, this is Rabbi Rothschild. Everyone has to agree with Yishin Lamikra. Why? Because if you don't hold this thing Lamikra, then you know what? You don't. Sorry. Right. If you don't hold Yishin Lamikra, then at the end of the day, it's almost impossible to learn out the Isser of Basar B'Kol. Because on both sides, again, if it's Yishin Lamikra, the supremacy is the way that it's written. I don't know if that's Challah or Kayla. If that's but again, because we all agree in the Mikra and our Masorah is that we know that we read it as Challah, that is of Basar B'Kol. So Rabbi saying everyone agrees with Yesh Ein Lamikra. And when we fully Amma Yesh Ein Lamikra. Oh, okay, great. So after we spend this whole hour showing these machloksim, the Gemara says, you're right. There's no machloksim. It's incredible. And sometimes we invest a lot of time and energy into creating a certain construct or framework for ourselves. And sometimes it's clear that it's wrong. It becomes clear that it's wrong. But the hardest thing in life is to back up. The hardest thing in life is to invest so much time in personality, identity, and whatever. And then you guys laugh. This is just incorrect. So I think most times people just dig in their heels and would rather go ahead and just continue down in the wrong path than to revisit it. But you see, Chazal gave us this incredible answer. We just spent all of this time solidifying this idea that there's a machlokes. Now the Gemara says, okay, we are saying an incredibly simple way about it's okay to say that you're wrong. It's okay. It's okay. We make mistakes, and the best thing you can do when you make a mistake is I acknowledge it. Try to go ahead and redirect myself and move forward. You're right. Everyone holds Yesh Ein Lamikra, but we're going to challenge this again in just a moment. Everyone agrees on saying that supremacy is given to the way the word is spoken. So since here's the problem. If everyone agrees that Yesh Ein Lamikra, now you know what we're going to have to do. We have to start all over. Now we have to go back to all of these machlokes and then figure out what are they about. With what they were arguing about Yesh Ein Lamikra, Yesh Ein Masoras. They were telling me that everybody agrees Yesh Ein Lamikra. I need now to go back and figure out what are they arguing about over here. So let's do this. So it says so what are Rabbi Rothschild arguing about? Rabbi Rothschild would be Rabbi Sabar, Yashir Elohim, Green. Rabbi holds that the second time the Torah discusses Yashir Elohim, that's talking about a different set of judges. So when the Torah told me Elohim the first time, which means two, and then Rabbi understands that the second mention of Yashir Elohim is about another two judges. And therefore, you're supposed to say that leads Rabbi to us, and basically end up with four judges. You can't have a Beis Din shuffle, you can't have an even numbered Beis Din, and therefore, again, you get to find Rabbanan Sabri, Yashir Dehev Bahai. Whereas Rabbanan understands that the Yashir Elohim of the second pasuk is referring to the same Elohim of the first pasuk. And just like in the first pasuk it was two, in the second pasuk it was two, you can't have Elohim of two, therefore it becomes three. So the focus is just on what the Elohim is actually going on, but nothing to do with the Yeshua of ourselves. Next, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach. So remember again, what did Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach say? Rabbi Yehuda ben Roach said, "If you have one on so the Rabbi was the labor. So this is Gemara says that really the Rabbanan are not are no keep the Rabbanan like we're going to come back and define that again. Beisilo, what about Beisilo? So let's remember again. Beisilo Rishon was the machlokes of the minimum number of sprinklers. Beis Shammai says that you need a minimum of one before a chatos. Two. Beis Hillel says for a chatos you only need one. So the Gemara says Beis Hillel, the Sanya, the Chifer, the Torah said you shall three times. If they had in the halal dinner, then I come in the matter. So listen to this. So if you look at Rashi, it's the fourth short line in Rashi. Why did the Torah have to keep the Keeper? Yes, I go open. You know how to see. My son of Mukina to Kula Makos now. What we're going to see now, if the Torah happened to Keeper. Because had it not been that, I would have learned there's nothing about it. What's the covenant? Follow thing, Ne'emar Damin, Lamato. It says so, it says Damin, Lamato. It says Damin, Sai, ultimately, still on the Mizbeach. The Ne'emar Damin, Lamato. Not Damin Ha'amur, Lamato. Shenasa, Lamato, Achas. So just like it says also that the second mention of the Damin means that if you went ahead and you did one application, it's Lachatra. I'm Damin Ha'amur, Lamato. Shenasa, Lamato, Achas. So to again, by Damin that I mentioned the Malo, we're going to say what's down just a moment. So ultimately, one application should be enough to affect that Torah as well. Look at Rashi with this one. Ne'em is Damin, the Tarsham and Mato, Gabi Chata Sa'ot. What's it? The Mato is like Chata Sa'ot, the bird offering that is the Chatos. The Shmias Hakush, the Shmias Hakot, the Izam Dam, the Izam Dam Chatas, Al Kiram is there. The Ne'em Dam is the Malo, the Chatas Behina. Is equated the Chata Sa'ot with the Chata Sa'ot. So just like the Chatas, Mata Ma'amor the Mata, just like by the Chata Sa'ot, there is one application, and that's enough. So by the Chata Sa'ot, all you need is one application as well. So we're going to learn how the blood applications of the Chata Sa'ot from the blood applications of the Chata Sa'ot. Okay, that was that soon. Or perhaps one could have made a different argument. Ne'emar Damin Bachutz. It says blood application on the outside of the Mizbeach. Most of the outside of the Mizbeach is what we call the Mizbeach, which was the large Mizbeach used for animal sacrifice. But there were certain blood applications specifically on Yom Kippur that were done on the inner Mizbeach. Remember, the inner Mizbeach is Mizbeach HaKetoras, the incense Mizbeach. You don't not offering up animals there, but in Yom Kippur there are blood applications there. So I was going to find my Tamar more different. So just like if you miss something, in other words, if you do not do one of the applications on the inner Mizbeach, so ultimately again you have compromised the sacrificial service. So too, I would say that what? If you missed a blood application on this outer Mizbeach, ultimately again, if you missed one, you did absolutely nothing. Take a look at the Rashi. It's like in the middle of the short lines. Chatos Hapimios, the Parkman Mashiach, the Ha'anam Davar, Hatu'ulim Sheva Zayos, Ala Baruch Hashem, and the Bam Hazab. Okay, so actually, Rashi's not bringing down the example of Yom Kippur. He's bringing down the example of Parkman Mashiach, or Par Ha'anam Davar, and Hasibar certain sin offerings. Utiranku, Makana Achas Yakev, it stays in the cover. So I'll say, listen to this. So the Gemara is dashing the following idea. The question is, what do you compare to what? So if you compare the Chatos Haplim to the Chatos Haplim, right? If you go ahead, or I should say differently, if you compare the Chatos Behemah to the Chatos Sa'ot, you're saying that the Chatos Sa'ot has one blood application, the Chatos Behemah only needs one blood application as well. There will be more blood applications, but all you need is one. On the other hand, if you compare outside Kavanos to the Mizbeach HaPizzo, to the Kavanos of the Mizbeach HaPelini, just like the Mizbeach HaPelini, if you miss one blood application, the carbon is ineffective. So on the outside, if you miss one blood application, the carbon is ineffective. So depending on what you compare to, will determine the outcome. To which the Gemara says, the Midome, here are the Midome. So we'll say in general, we like to compare similar things. Therefore, Donin Chutz Michutz, therefore, we would rather compare karbanos that are offered on the outside, the external zone, to one another, rather than compare karbanos that are offered on the outside mizbeach Rabbanos offered on the inside mizbeach. Therefore, I would sooner say, let's compare chatas bein with the chatas ha'od. The thing of chatas ha'od has one blood application and is kosher. So too again, chatas bein only requires one blood application to be kosher. Okay, left on the direction. But back to the direction. Done in chatas, the dalit karnos, they chatas la'arba karnos. Perhaps you want to compare one piece of chatas that is sprinkled on the four corners to another piece of chatas that is sprinkled on the four corners. And don't try to compare it to a case that is not a chatos and therefore does not have a requirement of four corners. Therefore, what's the option of all of this? I would lomar v'chiper. Therefore, the Torah has to say, how do we just left this? Just deriving conclusions through comparisons, we can see how we could emerge with an erroneous conclusion. Therefore, the Torah says the word singular word, the chiper, 3 times. And what do I learn from that? Chiper, it teaches me. We'll say chiper 3 times is 3. It teaches me that even if I only have 3 blood applications, even if it required more, I can still look at kapara. Chiper teaches me a second kapara. That even if I only have 2 blood applications, it's kosher. And kiper, ultimately, the last keeper can teach you that what? But even if I just had one. So keeper, if you can have 3, great. If you have 2, you're okay also. But at the end of the day, if you just have 1, it's still kosher. So once it turns out that the machlokes ultimately is just how the darshan. It has nothing to do with Yesh in the Mikra, Yesh in the Masor. It's very exciting. Right there. Says the Gemara, Rav Shimon Rabban, Sukkah to do it. So remember again, we said before this machlokes Rav Shimon Rabban name about what the dimensions are of a sukkah. And I want to say that a sukkah is 2 walls and a third wall is a tefach. Rav Shimon says it's 3 walls and a 4th wall that is tefach. The way we set up the machlokes is how we set it up as saying that Lamaisa again is having darshan of sukkos, right? Even though sukkos is not so Rabbi Shimon darshan did as sukkos, malay, because they're plural, and therefore they give us 6. Take 1 away. Good, you know the drasha. We painted it as a machlokes of Yesh in the Mikra, Yesh in the Masoras. Now the Gemara is telling me everyone agrees Yesh in the Mikra. Supremacy is given to the spoken word. So what's the nature of the machlokes? So says the Gemara. Listen to this. Sorry. So Rabbi Shimon Sava, Siddha Lo Boikra, Rabbanan Savi Siddha Boikra. We'll say, watch this. The Shaila is, do you need one of the word sukkos, one of the sukkos, to teach me the din of schach or not? Do you need me to teach you the din of schach or not? So we'll say, if you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says, everyone agrees that supremacy is given to the spoken word. So the Gemara says, the less value of the sukkos in the buffet, Kashalu Arba. So according to Rabbi Shimon will say that you take out, right? Everybody agrees Yesh in the Mikra, so you're going to take away 1 sukkos, that leaves you with 4. Therefore, Rabbi Shimon says you're going to take out 1 because one of them teaches me the actual din of sukkah itself. Teaches me 4, so I need 4 walls of a sukkah. Halach Moshe teaches me that what? The 4th wall only needs to be a tefach. About Rabbanan Sabri, Simcha Boikra. The Rabbanan hold that you need one of the sukkot to teach you the concept of schach. In other words, therefore, even if I start out with 6 Pashalo Gimel, so therefore it turns out that I take away one of the sukkot teaching the concept of sukkah, one of the sukkot ultimately again to teach me the concept of schach, and 3. They got us the shlishis. And now that I'm up to 3, the Allah Moshe Messiah comes along and teaches me that I only need 2 full walls plus a tefach on the 3rd. So the way the Gemara is framing this now is whether or not you need to take away one of those sukkos to teach you the concept of schach, that you need schach. But I want to say yes. Rabbi Shimon says, why does Rabbi Shimon say no? Why does Rabbi Shimon say no? Because again, Rabbi Shimon says, sukkah nikres shma al shem schach. In other words, what makes a sukkah, is the schach. That's the defining feature. The defining feature of a sukkah is the fact that it has a temporary roof. That's what makes it a temporary structure. We know we pass now up on the walls of the sukkah to be able to most solid roof. It's not what you make the walls out of. I mean, it matters. But the walls don't have to necessarily be able to permanent nature. They can even be able to, what makes a sukkah, I don't need a puzzle teaching us that. It's not going to be the part of the sukkah. Rabbanan say no, you need a pasuk or a word for also. That machlokes translates ultimately into how many sukkot you have available for Russia. Next, Rabbi Kiva and Rabbanan. So remember, next machlokes is Rabbi Kiva and Rabbanan. So Allah said, what happens if you have a revius of blood which came from two corpses? Two corpses. Rabbi Akiva says if it comes together to the revius, then what? It's Mikami Bo'ohel. The Rabbanan say it's not. So what are they arguing about? So Rabbi Akiva Savar, Nachshos, Nashma. Rabbi Akiva says that Nachshos means even from two people. The Rabbanan said Nachshos the Alma Nashma. And the Rabbanan said no, Nachshos is just the way the Torah speaks. It just means people in general. Fine. So the Gemara says, well, so now watch this. So now so just understand what we started with over here. We started this morning, just like, it's only been 40 minutes since we started that. It feels like we've been on such a roller coaster. So remember, we started again with the statement that there's a machlokas. Yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masolas. Then that was the machlokas, and we defined all of these cases along with the machlokas lines. Then the Gemara says, no machlokas. Everyone agrees yesh in the mikra. Supremacy is given to the way that the word is spoken. Fine. Now, what do we have to do as a result of that? We have to redefine all of these machlokas. Now the Gemara comes along and it says, is that really true? That everybody holds Yesh Ein Mikra? Right? Is that really true that everybody holds that? For 1 second. Vatanya. Litotapos. Right? So it uses this strange word of totapos. It says it 3 times. Now, if you notice again, so 2 times it's written chaser without the vav. 1 time it's written chaser. Harei kan arba divrei Mishnah. The Mishnah teaches us that what the tefillin have to have 4 compartments. Where does he get 4 compartments on those things? Because totapos is 1, totapos number 2 is 2, and totapos number 3, which is written chaser, which is written probably with the vav, represents what? 2. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. Then Mishnah dashes from here you see that you need 4 compartments of 4 partials, something with 4 with tefillin. Now the Kiva Omer ain't no tzad. The Kiva says, I understand. What is that Mishnah doing? That is Yesh Ein Lamasoras. What that is saying is supremacy is given to the way the word is written, not the way the word is spoken. What are you talking about? You just told me over here that everyone agrees Yesh Ein Lamikra. And here we have the great seeker Yishmael, and we have no Yesh Ein Lamasoras. Rabbi Kiva says, Inotzar. Rabbi Kiva says, I'm showing you this whole drasha. Rather, Elatat the Kaspi Shnayim, Kaspa Abrit Shnayim. Ultimately, Rabbi Kiva says, you know the whole drasha. The word totapos is not etymologically a Hebrew word. It's not Lashon HaKodesh. There's no Hebraic etymological root for the word totapos. Rather, Lashon HaKodesh says it's actually from 2 different dialects. Right? The Kapsi, some Kaspi languages too. Kasi, some African dialect is too. But maybe it's like a disagree. What's the pshat? Right? The emotional give us the word totapos. It's like the Gemara says, you're right, it's a machlokas. Wow. Like exhausted. One is exhausted. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So the Gemara says, it's a machlokas. Not every machlokas of Yesh Ein Lamikra, Yesh Ein Lamasoras. But how do you watch this? When do they have a machlokas? Heichal Yeshanakra, Mimasoras. We'll say that we'll pick up with it tomorrow. But when do you say there's a machlokas? There's only machlokas when the written word really is different than the spoken word. That's when there's a machlokas between when the way. So the example of that would be, let's say, shinu shuai. When the written word and the spoken word are 2 different words. Actually, leave that on the side. About I, cholov the kids. So remember again, the reason why the Gemara had to say that everyone agrees with Yesh Ein Mikra was why? Basar v'cholov. Because if you don't hold Yesh Ein Mikra, then the possibility is teaching you what? Most of Hashem agree. The Caleb people, it's not that, because that's what we're talking about, though. It's not that the Gemara back to us, the one has to do with Yesh Ein Mikra. Now that the Gemara is saying that it's actually a machlokas, the shaila is how you go ahead and you darshan Basar v'chol. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up and answer the Basar v'chol. Let's just understand where we're holding. Where we're leaving off is we're back to where we started with today, assuming that indeed there is a machlokas between those who hold Yesh Ein Lamikra, Yesh Ein Lamasoras, but if you hold this machlokas, it requires of us to understand how to know that those who are sure believe and how we know is color and ultimately not live. Shabbos say good morning. Good morning. What an incredible space it is, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin the new Masechta together. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's shir today. Our Torah sponsor, our annual Torah sponsor, with Mark Tavshin Day 5785, the Tesla Mishpacha, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year. As he says, first of all, it's a matter of the vision of our Basra, and in Yom Hashem, there is still some strong start and celebration. From the Sefris of Sanhedrin, the Rosh Mishpacha, Israel, we appreciate their dedication, their sponsorship, and their generosity. Great by Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Havadi with Tova, Josh and the Graffiti, the nation of the architect of Josh's father, Israel, Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim, the falls of Holy Rafa, in discussing the sacred of our hostages and the security means Hashem of our soldiers, Samuel Martha Esterson, the Mary of their parents, Ludwig Stephen, Yisrael Blake, and Anna Cohen, Sarah Stephen, Sarah Rafa, Baskar, Abraham, Inda Esterson, Inda Baskar, Ephraim Tikkun, Rafa, and Mary of their dear friend, the great soldier, beloved husband, father, and sister, the brothers, that come Debbie, that come Dorothy, come Gamo, and Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel, Ivan, Hooker, and the merit of our Torah. All of the Neshamos of the families in the Chama, the Yokar and Hashem, the merits of our women, and try to bring our soldiers with complete victory, complete security, and try to bring our hostages home with Shalom and the Kara Baruch Yokar and Hashem to experience Bisoros troubles for all of Klal Yisrael. God's right down to let us to do it is really incredible sophistication in the sector. There's a great energy. There's an excitement, right? You can't explain it. Even though, again, it's not like we're in this for the long haul. If this is the, I don't know, even when you finish shots, like what does it mean when you finish your shots? What do you do? Like, it's fascinating, right? You just keep going. Just keep going in this, right? There's no like day off, there's no sabbatical, there's no take a little bit of time to recharge. There's no like we give ourselves together. It's just again, what happens the next day, we just start again. What happens in Basra, we just start. Right? We begin against Hashem Yisrael Sanhedrin. That's the only participating a little CMS. What if I bring you last night? This Baruch Hashem, as you said, just can't let the other Masechta come and not celebrate this somewhere else. Almost in this Hashem will be Shabbos, January, that Shabbos here in Shul, this current Shul, it's Hashem. It's going to be a great, it's supposed to be like the celebrate day also, but again, with that, let's begin Sanhedrin. Always we have to, again, every beginning of the sector, like everything else in life, so much is about the kavanas when you enter in. So what do we want, or what do we want to do, want to accomplish? So first of all, it's incredibly important to understand Sanhedrin, like where did the Sanhedrin sit? The Sanhedrin sat in the Rishkas HaDasis in the chamber of Human Stone. When we talk more about that in this Masechta, this was one of the chambers, actually one of the small chambers inside of the inside of the base of the Mikdash itself. So it's important to understand that even just saying the name Sanhedrin, by definition, conjures up feelings of the base of the Mikdash. And whenever we conjure up feelings of the base of the Mikdash, that should awaken inside of us a strong yearning, a strong pain, a strong desire for something big. We spoke about last night by the seer. And the Rabbi Rothschild explained so beautifully that all of this is a hachana for Gula. And ultimately, again, exile is a hachana. It's a preparation, ultimately for redemption. So when we learn these Masechtas, we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply. In certain respects, because we don't yet have a base on Mikdash. Yeah, both it's a crystal awakening inside of us, a yearning. When we learn Sanhedrin, what I want more than anything is I want to take not only all this information, I want to see it. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of the Sanhedrin finally out of the chamber of the Rishkas HaDasis. I want to be able to see them coming out of session. I want to be able to actually see it with my own eyes. So that's our Kabbalah. Whatever we do in Eretz Hashem should be a hachana, should be a preparation in Eretz Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third base of the Mikdash, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in wherever. Amen. Those are the guys. Let's begin. In the Mishnah is one. Let's continue. Let's begin. Sanhedrin. Feel right? Feel excited. Okay. Let's just get to it. Says the Mishnah. The ones that say, what we're going to do in this Mishnah is as follows. We're going to focus a little bit on which type of legal bodies, which type of what they do. deal with different cases. Now, let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how do we know that? And we're not that in the answer we're going to get to in the Gemara. As you notice, by the way, the entire Amarayim is in Mishnah. This is why on a daily basis. This is one long Mishnah. And again, this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. In the Tashan, but again, this is going to give us the landscape, the framework of how the legal system works. So here we go. Okay, good. So Dini Maris, B'Shosha. Dini Maris. So what's this again? Monetary law. And again, we're going to get into this in what these terms actually mean to be adjudicated with a base of 3. Regular base of 3. The same as the Kabbalahs. So again, deaths and injuries. So again, deaths. But so if you look at Rashi, and as I said, other pieces, we want to give a very special thought from the Shalom to Rashi. And Rashi has not been with us for a little while. But again, we want to thank Rashman. Rashman did a tremendous job. Rashman in terms of shepherding us in ViralRabbi. And again, once again, the word that we are back with Rashi now in the second sentence. Rashi points out top line. Xenos, Koter, but the Kadon, the Misharet, Oyak Habigazan, the Hirakotik, the Akadela Habigazan, the Gilbaritso as Achonis Miada Mitzvah. Avalo, the Ocean Shabbat, so again, Xenos is just a simple act that we call that. Chavalos, Rashman, Rashi says that Chavalos, Achobe de Kadela, High Picture, Vol. So as you're going to see, the movement of someone, there are 5 different types of damages. So again, that types of this is Xenos, theft. Havalos, injuries, B'Shmosha. Can also be adjudicated in a basis of 3 people. Yazek, the Chatzi Yazek. So remember again, was it that type of a case? So Yazek has damages. Chatzi Yazek have damages. Where is there a case of half damages? What's half damages? Short time. Right, so again, this is a situation where you have an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. So the Chatzi Yazek is once. But Chatzi Yazek ultimately is a third. So Nezek, Tashmini Kinto, and double. Rashi points out Rashi points out the way last of the white lines. The neighbor Shmunis of the ago. When does a thief have to be double? If he catches a thief and he has the stolen object in his hands, Salon Perlesi pay double. He touched it out of the Kamisha and paying 4 or 5 times more of the building. Where does that come up? Rashi, the show of Sasha Papa in Makro. If you sell a sheep or you sell an ox and you go ahead and you steal it and you shecht it and sell it, there's a 4 or 5 kind of penalty for that. That was it. I want to point out, if you notice over here, the list that's growing, Nezek didn't go on the site, but Chatzi Nezek, Tashmini Kinto, double payment, Abba the Chamisha, the 4 or 5 time payments, next bonus, if the man violates a woman. There's a payment. And in fact, the man seduces a woman. Motzi Shema, or again, I don't say Motzi Shema is the case. If a man marries a woman, and then he makes a claim that she's not a Mesiba. This is not a claim. That is a very serious claim, because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. The neighbor she had relations with another man, during heresy. During heresy, all of these cases, the Shlom should be ready there. And they holds that Allah for them. So all of these cases can be adjudicated in a based of the three. So come to say no, once you show up, come to see all of the cases except once you show up. Why? So the Lord says, quickly once you show up, come on, once you show up, the essence of Shloshah, they should each point to me in the fascists. Now the comment is a very interesting point over here. They say we agree with you with all the other cases. All the other cases, then again, essentially all of the cases which are penalty payments, you can adjudicate that in a basis of the one case that we disagree with. Why? The Motushima carries with the possibility of a capital crime. Right, as we just mentioned before, since there's a possibility that the accusation that she wasn't a Basula could ultimately again unravel to lead to the fact that Chazashon committed adultery during a received before we saw it. So because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, the product's got to be picked up to a basis of 23. So this is somebody that I sort of put down. You've never heard of a basis of 23 before this. Like again, 3 I've heard about. Right? 3 because it is a typical basis. Where did 23 come from? We're going to talk about it. But just begin. Oh, that's no notebooks. Notebooks. There are some heavy notebooks. I'm sorry if you feel free to take this on heavy notebooks. And again, as we've already been speaking about, it's so important. We move at such a sort of risk pace. It is important that we want to take so that we want to focus on that is going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. Let's remember something. Remember something. It would be incredible. So if you want your notebooks, here they are. So again, as we go along over here, so you see just different pieces of information to pick up as we go along. So again, these two things in the three, that's what we're operating with this entire time. Things in the 23, we don't know where it comes from, but here's what I do know, which is that things in the 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Okay? It's fine, capital cases. Next. Marcos, Mishlosha. So it says, Marcos, so they're coming, but they're Motzi Shema, based in 3, Chachamim, Motzi Shema, based in 21. Sorry, 23. So let's just follow. Marcos, Mishlosha. So Marcos, what about any case dealing with Marcos? What's a case of dealing with Marcos? So Marcos, ultimately, if there is any lie, pretty much any biblical prohibition, not any, but many biblical prohibitions, how do you look at the penalty of Marcos? Person goes ahead and eats non-kosher, malchus. Person wears shackles, malchus. The violation of any basic law, any basic prohibition carries with it the penalty of lashes. Rashi points out that the word malchus, I body, kind of Yishmael Rabbi Rothschild Rabbi. So about malchus. So the Shura Yishmael Amru, the Esther Yishmael. So it's very interesting. In the case of malchus, now again, remember, where do you get malchus? In a violation of a law, violation of prohibition. And yet, like Shmuel says, that has to be adjudicated in a base of 23, which is fascinating. So, right, so again, so this is just the violation of a regular law. If the Shmuel picks it up to a base of 23 again, is the Mishnah. So I'm just going through all the information, and that's Hashem. This is the reasoning later on. That's Shola. So every single month is comprised of either 29 or 30 days. Right? That's the math. The last time, that's why sometimes there's prohibition. 1 day there's prohibition, 2 days. Maximum number of days that a Jewish man can have is 30 days. Possibly again if it's a chasar, if it's a diminished one, 29 days. And then before the calendar was fixed, that was established by the date. So whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember the time that that type of interest can be received in a base bit of because you're already there. We shouldn't realize this is very interesting. Different process. The Shloshah Masilim, this is fascinating. Halakha myself, you can discuss like the deliberations in a basin of 3. In the Chamisha, no sin and no sleep. And then again, you kind of pick up the conversation to a basin of 5. The Gomrim, the Shiva, you finish it with a basin of 7. Final decision made in a basin of 7. Then Gomrim, the Gomrim, the Paris. But if you take a bypass that system and just decided on this in a basin of 3, it works. So I will say all of this is riveting because now it just happened over here. There's a similar introduced to me again, a basin of 5 and a basin of 7. So I'm going to have to operating with this constant basin of 3 and a basin of 23. Yes, so it's a basin of 5, basin of 7. Okay, so we'll have the first one line of the Mishnah. Smichas is a kingdom. What's Smichas a kingdom? Pick the Rashban. So Rashi, Smichas is a kingdom. Rosh Par Helam Gabashal Tzibor. So we'll discuss this. So those we're going to deal with this. So we actually quite extensively. Par Helam Gabashal Tzibor is as follows. The percentage of paskins on a halacha, and the populace acts based on their direction, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called a kar he'alam davar min hasiba. So that's like, so again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the kingdom. The elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas is the arifas hagla. So what's arifas hagla? That's hagla rifah. Another again, you find a dead body, you find someone murdered in between two cities, you measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come, including a young cat that has never worked, decapitated in a dried up riverbed, wash their hands over the decapitated cat and say, Yadini Reshach Yudamzeh. We are not responsible for the death of this person. Both of these processes, the Shlosha, the Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, both of these things can take place in a day thing of 3 people. He says the Chavisha. Rabbi says, no, it's of 5. Okay? Achalitza next. Achalitza, Va'amiyot. So Chalitza, let's say we don't get a Chalitza. Remember, again, we've been married to Rachel, we've been married to our children. Now there's an obligation of evil that Reuben has. Sorry, that Shimon, so Rabbi has. Rachel or Shimon don't want to get married because of Chalitza. Meaning that the Lord will say, what's the news? Finally, he's also the great Mishnah, because this Mishnah is like the Chazorah of Shas, right? Because it goes through every single process in halacha. What's miyud? What's miyud? Only a father has the ability to marry off his minor daughter Midaraisa. The Rabbanon Chazal gave the brother or the mother the ability to do so. But it's important to understand that that is only a Yishut Rabbanon. But because it's a Yishut Rabbanon, therefore what? The girl, while she is still a minor, to what? It means, change your mind, I don't want this. What happens when she does miyud? She gets free from the marriage. No get, no other process other than the formal refusal to continue on in this relationship. So both Chalitza and Miyud have to be done in a basin of 3. Not to the guy, the nice to shave them up, you do it. Okay, so it's like, why do we shave them over here? So not to the guy, let's say this 4 year pregnancy, yeah, this comes from Allah. What is Allah? So you plant a fruit tree, and you are not allowed to go ahead and partake of the fruit for the first 3 years. Alright, you're not allowed to utilize it. And let's say now what happens about the produce in year number 4? That is called Nafta Ravai. Again, there's Karen Ravai, which applies to a vineyard, Nafta Ravai, which applies to other fruit trees. So 4th year produce, you're allowed to consume it, but there's a caveat. What's the caveat? That what it is that you have to take it to the Shana, essentially treat it like a nicer shade. Okay? So Karen Ravai, Nafta Ravai, Nafta Ravai, in nicer shade, and it was a nicer shade, you can remember, is a time. So again, it's yours to consume, but you have to consume it in Yerushalayim. So what's that? She'in Damot B'Turim. That was it's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi and Rashi, She'in Damot B'Turim, you know, parents were using them Shir B'Shul. So let's say you have produce, and again, in order to I don't want to take it to Yerushalayim, right? I don't want to take my Nafta Ravai, my 4th year produce, I don't want to take my nice shade to Yerushalayim. So what can I do? I can redeem it with money, transfer the same thing out to money, give money to Yerushalayim, Yirakodesh, and go ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what? On food. That's the caveat. It doesn't concern on food. So let's say, for whatever the reason, I don't have the ability to assess the value of this produce. So it's interesting, the way Rashi understands it over here, let's say the produce rotted. Sometimes it's hard to assess the value of rotten produce. So that can be done in a basin of Shlosha, basin of 3 people. Okay, Hekdesh Shotz, the Shlosha. So it's very interesting. Hekdesh can be done in front of a basin of 3. Now what does that mean, Hekdesh? So let's say, so remember again, it can't mean consecrating something, because what do you need in order to consecrate something? What do you need? Right? A mouth. Like that's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain, right? So you have to be able to go ahead and identify, right? I have to be able to say this is Hekdesh, and have that das. So Rashi points out that the Hekdesh means Hapor, if you don't son of Shlosha V'Shimon. This is interesting. This is a case, if you want to redeem Hekdesh, I want to redeem Hekdesh. But so if I want to redeem Hekdesh, so something belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want it for myself. So it's a process of payment of redemption. That requires a basin of 3. Hekdesh of Shlosha, everything on the calculate is Shlosha. Another interesting case over here. So let's say, so look at Rashi. Well, Rashi says over after we talk about the modifiers. So let's here's what we know. An Araf vow is a valuation vow. So it sounds like what's happening over here is there's metaltalin that were pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem those metallic from the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll see in the Gemara exactly what it means. But the Mishnah says that applies to Beis of 3. That Yehuda says, after they had, so Yehuda said, that anything to do with redemption of consecrated property needs a code on the basement. So interesting. Like, since you're eating from the Beis Hamikdash, true, you only need 3. Like, one of those guys has to be a code. Back goes, what happens if you're eating karka? Like, what happens if you're eating karka and you're eating lamb? Go to Beis Hamikdash, teach them a code. That requires a basic code. Right? And one of those people has to be a code. All right? The other, he don't say by it. And the same thing will apply, will say, ultimately again, to the erech value of the person. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Varkakones, Shalek, which gets that sweet code, the Shimon. The Shimon will find it so property is owned by land, is owned by the Beis Hamikdash. And I went to the Beis Hamikdash, so that was part of the valuation, and the valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a Kohen. And Adam, Rashi says over here, Adam, Habon, Liftos, Hatzmo, we had Hadush, Sarach, Hasar, the Shumo. So don't say, so we're going to say it's very strange. It sounds like the Mishnah saying is, if I am pledged to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem myself, or I want to redeem someone else for mortgage, it also requires 10, a basin of 10, and one of those people has to be a Kohen. So let's say, Rashi points out there, the Lord is going to ask me, what do you have a person being placed with the Beis Hamikdash? What's that case? Okay, hold on, you'll see it. Next, what's that case? So now we get off the end, a little bit. Dealing the Pashas, that's what it shows. Capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now, let's say, once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Right? So again, you didn't get it. You don't know. Right? You don't know. Right? And you might introduce it to us over here. Like, sometimes, actually, again, when you're confused about something, it's not because you're confused, right? You couldn't tell us anything. Like, all we have is a constant basin of 23. So, basin of 23, we don't know where that comes from yet. But what we know. Capital cases, basin of 23. I get involved. I have the involved. The S who shows up. What's an interesting case here? What would the name means? If a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performed an act of bestiality on an animal, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So this is a capital case. Like, why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, if the person is a willing participant in this, then ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. Another value, that's in the Shosha. Based of 23, Shenemar, the Harakta Es Haisha, the Es Habehima. The Omer, the Es Habehima Taro. So the mission pointing out over here is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. What does the linkage teach us? It just as capital case one person is adjudicated in front of a basin of 23. So to again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in the presence of a basin of 23. So that goes like that. So you get Rashi, the company motion, Adam, it's the last of 6 of the Rabbis. Adam Harabah is fish Rabbah. So let's say again, you see over here that the death of the person who engaged in the act of bestiality and the death of the animal are linked. Once again, to teach us, just as the person is judged and adjudicated by a basin of 23, so is the animal. Incredible. Shah is go, that's Mishlosha. Shema Shah is Sakel, but the lot of back and forth is that. Shah is go, let's say it's a Shah is go. It's a stone shard, right? A stone shard is a shard, ultimately again, is killed someone. Therefore, again, it's going to be put to death itself. Rashi says over here, Shenaga Adam Ulis. It is a shard that gored someone, and the person died as a result of the goring. So that shard is going to be judged by the basin of 20 levels. Obviously, the shard is not judged, the owner is judged. Right? But again, the case is going to be heard by the basin of 23. Shenaga Ashar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'arab Bas. So the pasuk says the shore will be stoned, and its owners will be put to death as well. So Nisas fighting, Kat Nisas Hashar. Once again, what do you see happening over here? The Torah is going ahead and Okay, but you had in juxtaposing the death of the shark to the death of the owner. Now again, was a lot after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is there's culpability. The idea over here is that just as the capital case for a person who wrote diabetes of 23, so too the capital case of the shark diabetes of 23. Incredible. Once again, that's an interesting basis here. As a Lahari, Lahadov, Lahandama, Barbaros, Standa, Ashkenazal, you have a wolf, a lion, a bear. Nama is a leopard. Barbaros is also something in the leopard family. Napash are often translated as a polecat. Napash is a snake. So I'll say any of these animals which killed someone, we suffer the Asim Shlosha. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in a case in a case of 23. If you go to Rashi, Rashi's in the second white line. Hazevari, Sharisu, Adam, Benidonim, Besinon, Bishar, Damir. Double comma. So ultimately, again, these animals are treated like the shark that caught someone. So what's that? So these things are adjudicated in the base of 23. Which is very interesting. Rabbi Rothschild says any of these animals that have killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, shkoyach. In other words, these are damaging animals. These are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals. And therefore, interesting, it's so fascinating, right? So the Tanakh says, okay, when these animals killed, there's due process. There's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's not the fact, obviously, you're not taking a free-range bear to base it. I don't know, free-range bear or such a thing like that, right? But when I say that, that's not it. It's like not like the animal rights thing over here, right? So this is talking about where you know, by the way, you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals. It's not even a dog land over here, right? You know what I'm saying, right? But it could be, you know, like sometimes you have like people who own like a pit bull. And then the pit bull does something like, I can't believe it was such a sweet pit bull. Right? Like, it's a pit bull, right? You know, like what's the matter with you? Right? So it's like, so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns these animals, right? Someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have nut jobs like this, right? So the legs up, and then the animal does something. So again, remember, when we say that it goes to Bezdin, that means the owner is taking the Bezdin. So that's fine. So the Lord says no. Because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, whoever is first to put these animals down, the damaging forces, the dangerous to greater society, it should not be living within habitation, and if whoever takes the law into their own hands, so to speak, put these animals down first, and obviously that's going to require some level of explanation as well. But when I say again, that's not what this over here need to go. Good. Rabbi Akiva says, we saw some the Esim Shlosha. Rabbi Akiva says, no, these cases have to be adjudicated in the basin of 23. That was interestingly enough, the Lord's going to ask, Rabbi Akiva seems to say the same thing as a kind of comment, right? That belongs in the basin of 23. Okay, let's see, what exactly we're talking about over here. Next, Loas Hashevet, Loas Navi Hashagar, Loas Kohen. We'll say these are actually fascinating cases. You cannot put a shevet on trial. That was when did you ever be judging an entire shevet? So it actually says over here, you don't show shevet sha'al pi'avod yizorah b'mezid. This is incredible. Third white line down in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that chas v'shalom worship Avodah Zarah, or actually says again, the majority of the tribe which worship Avodah Zarah. So now you're putting a tribe on trial. You have to adjudicate this case of amazing, or you have a shepherd, a false prophet, or Kohen Gadol, or you have a Kohen Gadol which have to take the basin. I will say that interestingly enough, you have to see what are you taking the Kohen Gadol's basin for? What exactly is it that he's being accused of? So we'll say all of these cases, so judging the entire tribe, you have a shepherd, false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Allah up to Bezdin shall shoulda that, and here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? He said this called Sanhedrin. Here's the first one in the entire Mishnah so far that we've seen Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's kicked all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They don't see it. This is incredible. They will see him. The Muhammad Harishis, Ella Abdi Bezin Shashim Assuming they Israel can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin, the High Court, 71 judges. Now, I said, we're going to talk about this, and this will be some great secrets over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. It actually says over here, some of the actually, the Muhammad Harishis, this is in the wide lines about 4 lines in. Kolo Kolo, Kolo Yishus, the Vadi Muhammad Yoshua Shaita Mikosh Israel. So Rashi said something very interesting. What is the Muhammad Harishis? Now, we call it Muhammad Harishis. That actual war is a better, I think there's a better term for it. Discretionary war, a discretionary war, right? So Rashi says, war is a discretionary war. Rashi essentially says, other than you get it, you can teaching is also very good, just not correct, Right? So I said, listen to this. Discretionary war. Yeah, what is a discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing here. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Israel, it's called a discretionary war. So they say, which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is considered to be a Muhammad Harishis. So that's not a count. So again, we're going to take a lot of issue with that. Actually, Rambam takes issue with that. Actually, not on topic right now, but again, just coming attractions. So again, what the word does say is something very interesting. The opposite of the Muhammad Harishis is the Muhammad Mitzvah. The Muhammad Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin to get to the war. But the nice again, but a Muhammad Harishis, does require Sanhedrin. This is very well said. Do not add on to the sea. Now, the pastors we're going to see what this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim, Rashi points out. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. We need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. When you ever see the Sanhedrin of the Shvatim, it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin, the High Court of Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, right, in every shaydet. But who establishes the circuit courts? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And also the Sanhedrin of the Shvatim, and the Abdi Beis Shashim Le'echad. So every shaydet should have its own court. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. And also Irani Dachas, and the Abdi Beis Shashim Le'echad. But let's say Irani Dachas, what's Irani Dachas? One of you have a city where all of the inhabitants worship the Avodah Zarah, Chas v'Shalom. What happens to that city? You wipe it out. So the declaration or the sentence of a Irani Dachas can only be established by a Beis Din or by the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. And also the Dachas b'Savar, so let's say now we're talking about Irani Dachas, we must have some interesting discussions over here. And also Irani Dachas b'Savar, you cannot declare a border city an Irani Dachas. I'm not saying we're going to get into this, but this makes just intuitively makes a lot of sense. Why? What happens if you declare a border city in Irani Dachas? What ends up happening? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens up the border. We have lived through an era where we see what happens when border cities are overrun and how that opens up. The deep ways for death and destruction. So therefore, again, it's interesting that you have a border city. So what do you do with the border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a border city as a Irani Dachas. Furthermore, again, we have to see exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities in Irani Dachas, but you can do 1 or 2. Okay? Sanhedrin Gidol, so it's Iranis. Sanhedrin Gidol, the High Court in Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash was comprised of 71 judges. And ultimately, again, a lower court was 23 judges. The Lord says, how do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shneimar. I will say very simple. Osfali. The Lord say absolutely incredible. Because what does the pasuk say in the Midbar? Right, where again Moshe Rabbeinu set up his father. I can't do this by myself. So Moshe says, no problem. Gather for me. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, right, Isri. You know what Moshe said? Hashem says to Moshe, Asfali Sheminish. Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And he's together with the 70. He's there with the 70. He sits on top of the 70. Who got based in? Moshe Rabbeinu. Boom, there it is, 71. 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu. That becomes the model for a Sanhedrin of 71 people. But you don't really say Shimon. This is the Sanhedrin is actually not 71. The Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that the root of holds that Allah for a nice and Moshe Rabbeinu was part of the Sanhedrin. The first Sanhedrin. So if you gather 70 people now, what do you do with an even number of Sanhedrin? Is a different discussion. We'll see in the Gemara. So let's say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that? From Shinemar, get ready for this Gemara. Get ready for this Mishnah. Shinemar, the Shaktu Ha'ida Ve'etzilu Ha'ida. The Pasuk says, the Eida, which will translate as the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge, and the assembly will save. Eida Shofetes, Ve'ida Matzalas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that can indict and a group that can exonerate. In other words, every Beis Din must have an Eida, okay? It must be comprised of at least two groups, the capacity of two groups. One group who could find one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is it? So the Gemara says, Harikan Esri, that gives me 20. I want to say, how do you get that gives me 20? Now watch this. How do I know that Eida represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shinemar, Ad Mosai La'ida Hara Hazos. So let's say, remember again, you say, well, what's that again? It was 12 Meraglim. Remember again, the Pasuk says, Ad Mosai La'ida, it says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible Eida? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yeshua and Caleb, which means Eida means 10. Eida means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses two phrases. The Shaktu Ha'ida, the Eida will judge. The Tzilu Ha'ida, the Eida will exonerate. That shows you that a base has to be made up of two Eidas. An Eida is 10. Where do we learn that from? Meraglim. So 2 Eidas gives you 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other three? The Pasuk says, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crime. So the Gemara says, so it sounds like you can follow a simple majority to exonerate, right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, I can follow a simple majority to exonerate. Then why does the Pasuk have to say Why does he have to say that? But follow the majority. So the Gemara says, to teach me that the Lord said to follow the majority ultimately again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what? What kind of majority do you need? The majority you need? Majority of one. So the Gemara says, in order to indict, ultimately again, two. Now let's say, so here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's pull the part of the fourth turn page. Don't turn it. Right? Let's say, now remember again, what do I have over here? Right? What do I hands off? Right? What do I have over here? Right? I've got a basin of 71, which is an easy one. Because Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people, plus Moshe is 71. Let's go to the kind of count. Fine. Now I want about a basin of 23. So remember again, I had Shaftu Ha'ida, Tzilu Ha'ida, two phrases. Eida, how much is Eida equal to? How much is Eida equal to? 20. Right, 20. Right, 10 and 10? 20. Good. Now I'm back to the other three. So here's what I know. Now I'm saying a group of 20. Now, in order for a basin of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need a majority of 2. Right? Because to indict, you need a majority of 2. To exonerate, you need some majority of 1. So therefore, if I have 20, I need a majority of 2. What does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. Now, so the page. The A's been shuffled. Here's the problem. You can't have a basin of 22. Why can't you have a basin of 22? Because you can't have an even number basin. Therefore, because then you're going to end up with a split. Therefore, Mosifin Alein Od Echad Harikan Esrim Shloshah. Therefore, I can't have a basin of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? 23. So that's what I've got on my next base. I've got my 71 member base thing, and I've got my 23 member base thing. And how about you hate it here, but then we have Sanhedrin? So how many people do you need in a city in order for them to be right this Sanhedrin? Now, what this means is, if you, it sounds like what you are saying here, it sounds like what you're saying is, we'll see this in the Gemara. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up a base in that particular city? That's what I'm asking. How many people do you need in a city to set up a base in? So the Gemara says, says, 250 people. God, no, that's good. May have asked him, 120 people. 120 people in the city in order to set up a Sanhedrin, which sounds to me like a pretty small city. So that's the Gemara. And he says, beside the Shloshim, you need 230 people to make it Sari Asaros, corresponding to the Sari Asaros. Again, we'll see exactly what that means. So what's like, it's interesting enough, the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local base. Now, what's that? First Mishnah, the second Sanhedrin, I'm finishing the second right? And beginning the second Sanhedrin as well. Pretty incredible that finishing and beginning is in there, respect coming of people. Function finishing Mishnah, beginning today, I respect what's it. Mishnah, I'm talking about the Kabbalah, it's not giving me okay, so what is it about? Mishnah is a source. Everything makes sense to the world of Mishnah is, right? Everything is beautiful, everything is harmonious, comes Gemara and stirs the path. So when I will say, here's what Gemara says, here's the problem. The Mishnah says, Dinin Komenis, B'Shlosha, and then B'Semus B'Chabalos B'Shlosha. Right? Monetary laws adjudicated by those of three, and then the laws of theft and injuries are three as well. So asks the Gemara, Atu, B'Semus B'Chabalos B'Chabalos B'Chabalos, I don't understand. It's repetitive. Once you tell me Dine Mominus, three monetary laws adjudicated by those of three, Zeros and Kabbalas, theft and injury is monetary law. Why do you have to break that out separately? To which the Gemara says, I'm not the adult, Mahed Katani. So you're right, the Lord said the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Mahed Dine Mominus, Zeros and Kabbalas. Read the Mishnah like this. Dine Mominus B'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dine Mominus? What do you mean when you say Dine Mominus? You say it was the Kabbalas. You mean the laws of theft and damages. But we'll say when it comes to the laws of loans, now those laws just means loan disputes. Like issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated by a base of three. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So once you see what's happening over here, so one in the Mishnah says, Dine Mominus can be adjudicated by a base of three. But hold up. What do I mean by Dine Mominus? You say that's the Kabbalas. Thefts and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basin of three. So the Gemara says, now we'll see why you should either do tzricha. Now I understand why you need to Dine Mominus. If the Mishnah would have just said Dine Mominus is adjudicated by a basin of three, how about me? I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes Hodas and Abbas, must also include loan disputes. Therefore, coming to Zeros Mechabaros. Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, Zeros Mechabaros will teach you that what does Dine Mominus? What does it mean when we say that monetary law could be adjudicated in the basin of three? That's only theft and injuries. Each time Zeros Mechabaros, the law has what Dine Mominus. Furthermore, again, as the Mishnah just said. So just without Dine Mominus, and just say Zeros Mechabaros, just say theft and injury is adjudicated by basin of three. I don't say Dine Mominus. So I would have said, so no, to have a mina, who I think that people will dance about both. I would have thought, no. Since it said Zeros Mechabaros, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. The high, the kind of Zeros Mechabaros. And because I wanted to say Zeros Mechabaros that, well, you should have given exceeding Zeros Mechabaros exceeding. Because it'll say, when it comes to certain basin of three, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of death and injury. So the Gemara says, the same as the sin, the Nikra Balabayas Elakim. Because when it comes to death, the Pasuk says, right, and the grieved party will come before the judge. Elakim means in this context, the judge. Chabalos, when it comes to injuries, Mari Chabal Bechufa, Mari Chabal Mono. What does it matter to injure someone financially? and you injure someone physically. It's all considered injuries. Therefore, Tana, not injury. Lamanis, Basilis, Kabalos, about Hogos, about Bars, Sekabos, and the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right? So the Mishnah is written as Dine Lamanis Bishmosha. Right? So again, financial cases are adjudicated in the basin of Judah. If we would stop there, we would assume that that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement when it says no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Selos, the Chavalos, theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a basin of Judah. But how long for the Mesa? Let's say Hodalos, no disputes. Okay, once again, we're getting to the exact Hodalos for Hodalos, but it means for our purposes today, no disputes are not adjudicated in a basin of Judah. Rather, again, they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a basin of Judah. And if the Mishnah has to be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous conclusion. I want to pause here for just a second, because I want to show you just a tremendous and a beautiful Mishnah still. Just before I want to get it in, and then we'll have time. We'll still have time. We'll go back to the because this picks up with a little bit of a new surgery in just a moment. So the Gemara says, so it says, remember here in Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? The Mishnah learned out the concept for the basin of 23. Right? Where did we learn it out from? Ada plus 3. What's the Ada? And I will say, brother, what's the Ada? The Ada ultimately, again, is the miracle. And by the way, you see something very interesting as well. When the Gemara learns out the obligation for a million, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a million as well? Is Adas Kolach. Right? Part of a million is Kolach and assembly. The Lachshon Baruch asks such a fascinating question. He says, why are we learning out these bedrock concepts from bad people? Right? Let's focus over here. Right? We're talking about the judicial system. What's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the Torah? And of all the places, you can't find the other source for this. So we'll say, this is what the Rebbe says. This is incredible. Chazal Onu, Meraglim independent of Haba. The Gemara says that the Meraglim don't have a portion in the world to come. So also this is incredible. The Rebbe says that, however, it is impossible for a Yiddish soul, it's impossible for a neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the Meraglim don't despise, don't have a portion of the world to come. But the Baal Shem Tov says, how could it be that a soul is going to be lost forever? He says, it can't be one. Chilek elokah now. People think that's the Balakani is Lashon. But the Baal Shem Tov already said, Chilek elokah. Chilek elokah. The neshama ultimately, again, is a Kishasar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how could it be that a Jew would be lost forever? They say that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come. He says, Lachin, Matzu lahem chazal takana. So therefore, Chazal found the way to save the Meraglim. How do you save the Meraglim? How do you save the followers of Korah? Eido ki asara. By using them as the ruler, as the source for 10, Eido to make the Sanhedrin. I think Limud said, Yisalu yitaplu nishmoseihem. By using the Meraglim as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It lifts up their neshamas. By using their memory, by using even their sin, by using their pasuk to teach us a prophetic halacha, a bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides a tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Korah. God Mishmosim to do us. This is what Chazal. That the learn out of Minyan from Korah. What Chazal learned out Sanhedrin from the Meraglim. In order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals, that even with all of their avelos, the tremendous avelos, there is no such thing as a Jew who is beyond salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So when we learn this accountability, what we're providing is a tikkun for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I've also got two profound lessons over here. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the Korah is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot give up on ourselves as well. And number two, the lengths that we have to go to help each other. So it's easy just to say, you know what, I'm worried about me, and I don't have an achrayus towards the other. But it's not true. All have an achrayus. We all have a responsibility to one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who is struggling, we have an obligation to all of our students and to help out. Chazal felt that achrayus even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Korach, and therefore even to the Gemara. So every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher. We should be Hashem to believe in ourselves, so we should exalt it to believe in Hashem and the other as well. And in doing so, always have the great source to love each other, to look out for one another, to look out to even for the Meraglim, to even look out for the Korach Hamosai, Shkrach, and of course, that Hamosai Adrin. Absolutely amazing. Shkrach, everyone. Just amazing. We hope that Emeretz Hashem, the merit of our learning, which will bring our soldiers complete victory, complete security, which will bring our hostages home to Shalom and the Kara that we should be Zochar Emeretz Hashem. It's very troubles for all of class. Also with that, let us begin. It is really an incredible space to be able to begin a new sector. There's energy, there's an excitement, very difficult to explain it. Even though again, it's not like we're in this for a long haul. And again, even when we finish shots, right? What does the hit do when he finishes shots? What do you do? Like, it's fascinating, right? You just keep going. Right? There's no like day off, there's no sabbatical, there's no take a little bit of time to recharge. There's no let me give myself together. Just again, what happens the next day, you just start again. What happens with Basra, you just start, right? You begin in there, Hashem is mini CMS. Fabrania last night, his boss, as you said, just can't let the end of the Zakta come in and celebrate this Sunday. Our policy in Hashem will be on Shabbos, January 18th, our last Shabbos here in the shul, this current shul here in Hashem. So it'll be a great Christmas to be able to celebrate. But again, with that, let's begin Sanhedrin. We have to. Again, whenever you begin in the sector, like everything else in life, so much is about your kavonas when you enter in. So what do we want? What do we want from God? So first of all, it's incredibly important to understand Sanhedrin. Like, where did this Sanhedrin sit? The Sanhedrin sat in the Rishkas Hagazis in the chamber of three stone. We're going to talk more about that in Hashem in this Masechta, which was one of the chambers, actually one of the small chambers inside of the base of the Mikdash itself. So it's important to understand that even just saying the name Sanhedrin, by definition, conjures up feelings of the base of the Mikdash. And whenever we conjure up feelings of the base of the Mikdash, which will awaken inside of us, a strong yearning, a strong pining, a strong desire for something big. And we spoke about last night by the sea. And the Rabbi Rothschild experienced so beautifully that all of Golos is a chana for Gula. Like ultimately, again, exile is it's a chana, it's a preparation, ultimately for redemption. So when we learn these Mesechtas, and we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply, in certain respects, because we don't yet have a base on Mikdash. The abode is supposed to awaken inside of us a yearning. When we learn Sanhedrin, what I want more than anything is, I want to be able to, okay, now I learned all this information, I want to see it. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I want to be able to see the members of the Sanhedrin filing out of the chamber of Rishkas Hagazis. I want to be able to see them coming out in session. I want to be able to actually see it with my own eyes. So that's our kavanah. That everything we learn in Eretz Hashem should be a hachana, should be a preparation to Eretz Hashem, to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third base of Mikdash, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in here of Yameinu. Amen. Well, so with that, let's begin. In the Gufran Rishuman, let's continue. Let's begin. Sanhedrin, feel right? Feel the excitement. Okay, let's just get to it. Says the Mishnah. So now what we're going to do in this Mishnah is as follows. We're going to focus a little bit on which type of legal bodies, which type of bate din deal with different cases. Now, let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that in the Hashem we're going to get to in the Gemara. So notice, by the way, the entire Amud Aleph is a Mishnah. This is what I want on the base. This is one long Mishnah. And again, this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. In the Hashem. But again, this is kind of going to give us the landscape framework of how the legal system works. So here we go. So, okay, great. So, Dini Monis, Bishlosha. Dini Monis. So again, monetary law. And again, we're going to get into this in the Gemara in terms of what these terms actually mean. To be adjudicated with a basin of three. Regular basin of three. So again, thefts and injuries. So again, thefts, pretty. So if you look at Rashi, and I will say the other piece is, we want to give a very special welcome and shalom to Rashi. Right? Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Rashman. Rashman did a tremendous job, Shkaich Rashman, in terms of shepherding us in Bar Basra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. So Rashi points out, top line, Xelos, Koker Bebikadon, Mishalech, Oyar Habigazlan, the Fina Kotik, Miat Havera Habigazlan, Kigur Baixo, S. Akonis Miat the Mitzri. Avalo, Roshim Solos, so again, Xelos is just a simple act, what we call theft. Chavalos, Rashi says, Chavalos, Chobo Bechavero, Chai Bechamisha Tvorim. So as you're going to see, when you injure someone, you are hiding 5 different types of damages. So again, that types of this Xelos, theft, Chavalos, injuries, Bishlosha, could also be adjudicated in a basin of 3 people. Nezek, the Chatzi Nezek. So remember again, let's say back to our public days. So Nezek is damages. Chatzi Nezek have damages. Where is that have damages? Let's have damages. Short time. Right, so again, this is a situation where you have an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. So again, Chatzi Nezek is Knas. And Chatzi Nezek ultimately is a penalty payment. So Nezek, Chatzi Nezek, Tashlume Keto, paying double. Rashi points out the last of the wide lines. When does a thief have to pay double? If he catch a thief and he has the stolen object in his hands, so you pay double. And paying 4 or 5 times penalty payment. Where does that come up? Rashi, the Shar of Sesh if you sell a sheep or you sell an ox and you go ahead and you steal it and check it and sell it, there's a 4 or 5 time penalty payment for that. And I will say, I want to point out, if you notice over here, the list that's growing, Nezek is on the site, but Chatzi Nezek, Tashlumi Kefil, double payment, Arba Bechamisha, the 4 and 5 time payments. Next, Ones, if a man violates a woman, there's a payment. The Fata, man seduces a woman. Motzi Shemra, or again, I will say, Motzi Shemra is the case of a man who marries a woman, and then he makes a claim that she's not a Basuba. It's not a Basuba. Now, that is a very serious claim, because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. So maybe she had relations with another man during Erusin. During Erusin, all of these cases, the Shlosha did Rabbi Meir. And they also Allah, so all of these cases can be adjudicated in a base din of 3. So the Chum say no, Motzi Shemra, so the Chum agree in all of the cases except Motzi Shemra. Why? The Gemara says, Chutz me Motzi Shemra, Chum over Motzi Shemra, Be'esu Shlosha, Be'esh Yish Motzi in the Fashis. Now the Chum raises a very interesting point over here. They say we agree with you with all the other cases. All the other cases, since we all know the cases which are penalty payments, you can adjudicate that in a base din of 3. The one case in which we will disagree is Motzi Shemra. Why? Because Motzi Shemra carries with the possibility of a capital crime. Right, as we just mentioned before. Since there's a possibility that the accusation that she wasn't a Basuba could ultimately again unravel to lead to the fact that Chas Hashem should be living adultery during Erusin, during Kedushin, before Nisuin. So because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that's got to be kicked up to a basin of 23. So we'll say, so by the way, I just want to point out, we've never heard of a basin of 23 before this. Like, again, 3 I've heard about, right? 3 because 3 is a typical basin. Where did 23 come from? We're going to talk about it. But just begin home. Notebooks. There are some extra notebooks. I'm sorry if you feel free to take your Sanhedrin notebooks. And again, as we've always been speaking about, it's so important. We move at such a great pace. It is important. It would be wonderful so much. It'd be wonderful to think that everyone's going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something, would be incredible. So if you want your notebooks, here they are. So listen, so again, as we go along over here, so you see just different pieces of information to pick up as we go along. So we've been introduced to a basin of 3. That's what we've been operating with this entire time. Basin of 23, we don't know where it comes from, but here's what I do know, which is that a basin of 23 is capable of adjudicating capital crimes. Okay? It's fine, capital cases. Next. Makos b'shlosha. So we'll say, so our first makos is right there in the Chachamim, right there, Motzi Shemra, based in of 3, Chachamim, Motzi Shemra, based in of 21. Sorry, 23. So the verse is followed. Makos b'shlosha. So Makos, what about any case dealing with Malchus? I will say, what's a case of dealing with Malchus? So Malchus ultimately again is pretty much any biblical prohibition, many biblical prohibitions, how do you claim the penalty of Malchus? The person goes ahead and eats non-kosher, Malchus. The person wears shatnez, Malchus. The violation of any basic law, any basic prohibition carries with it the penalty of lashes. Rashi points out that Malchus are goyim. Time of the Bishma, Rabbanan question are fine. So about Malchus. So Rabbi Shmuel Amru Be'esu Shlosha. This is very interesting. In the case of Malchus, now again, remember, where do you get Malchus? In a violation of a law, violation of prohibition. And yet Rabbi Shmuel says that has to be adjudicated in a basin of 23, which is fascinating. So again, this is just a violation of the law. Yet Rabbi Shmuel picks it up to a basin of 23. Again, this is the Mishnah. So right now we're just going through all the information, and then Hashem, we'll see the reasoning later on. Tibur HaKodesh. Shlosha. Interesting case here. What's Ibra Chodesh? Look at Rashi again. Ibra Chodesh. Shahayu based in Yoshin Road in Tzrikin Laber Nagar Abid. That's Shona. So Ibra Chodesh, you want to find looks like this outside. Every single month. You can find for either 29 or 30 days. Right? That's the matter. That's why sometimes Rosh Chodesh is 1 day, Rosh Chodesh is 2 days. Maximum number of days that a Jewish month can have is 30 days. Has to be a 30 days of Passer. It's a diminished month, 29 days. Now remember, before the calendar was fixed, that was established by a beis din. So whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember, it depends on Avis that you get. That type of Avis can be received in a beis din of 3 to Rabbi Meir. Shimon says, this is very interesting, different process. The Shlosha Maskilim, this is fascinating. He holds, Halacha L'maisa, you can begin to discuss like the deliberations in a basin of 3. With the Chamisha, no sin and no sin. And then again, you kind of pick up the conversation to a basin of 5. You go with the Shiva. But you finish it with a basin of 7. The final decision is made in the basin of 7. And God will begin on the Baras. But if you kind of bypass that system and just decided on this in a basin of 3, it works. So I will say, all of this is riveting because now it just happened over here. Rav Shimon introduced to me again a basin of 5 and a basin of 7. So I'm thinking about a basin of 3 and a basin of 23. Yes, so it is basin of 5, basin of 7. Okay, so we'll have the first white line of us in Mishnah. Smichas Zikinim is interesting. What's Smichas Zikinim? Look at the Rashi. Smichas Zikinim. Al Rosh Har Helam Davar Tzibor. We're going to discuss this. So also we're going to do this quite extensively. Har Helam Davar Tzibor is others. Where the Sanhedrin Paskins on a halacha, and the copy this act based on their direction, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called a har helam davar minatzibor. So those I saw again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's smichas zikanim, the arifas eglov. So what's arifas eglov? That's eglov. What's it ever again? find a dead body, you find someone buried in between two cities, you measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come, think of your cat that has never worked, decapitated in a dry up riverbed, wash their hands over the decapitated cat, and say, we are not responsible for the death of this person. Both of these processes, the Shosha, Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says both of these things can take place in a day's day of three people. Rabbi Yehuda says the Chamisha. Rabbi Yehuda says no, it requires a day's day of five. Okay? Hachalitza next. Hachalitza, v'hamiyot. It's a chalitza. Let's say you don't get a chalitza. Remember again, you didn't marry to Rachel, you didn't have enough children. Now there's an obligation of people that we didn't have. Right, that Shimon, surviving brother, has. Rachel or Shimon don't get married because of chalitza. Miyun, remember, what's Miyun? Kind of is also pretty Mishnah. Because this Mishnah is like a Hazara of Shas, right? Because it goes through every single process in halacha. What's Miyun? What's Miyun? Remember again, only a father has the ability to marry off his mind with daughter Midaraisa. With Rabbanan Chazal gave the brother or the mother the ability to do so. But it's important to understand that it's only Ushni Rabbanan. But because it's Ushni Rabbanan, therefore what? The girl, while she is still a minor, to what? Refuse. They change her mind. I don't want this. I don't want this. What happens when she does Miyun? She goes free from the marriage. No get. No other process other than formal refusal to continue on in this relationship. So both Chalitza and Miyun have to be done on a based in of three. Not the Ravai, with Meister Shin, what we do. Okay, so I'm saying a lot of religions again. So not the Ravai. Not the Ravai will say is worth your focus. What does Allah say? You plant a fruit tree. You're not allowed to go ahead and partake of the fruit for the first 3 years. Oh, you're not allowed to do it. Listen, now what happens about the produce that cured number 4? That is called not the Ravai. Again, there's Karen Ravai, which applies to a vineyard, not the Ravai, which applies to other fruit trees. So 4th year produce, you're allowed to consume it, but there's a caveat. What's the caveat? Now, what it is you have to take it to Yerushalayim and consume it to Yerushalayim. Essentially, it's treated like Meiser Sheni. Okay, so Karen Ravai, not the Ravai, sorry, not the Ravai, Meiser Sheni. And I will say Meiser Sheni, you can remember, is a time. So again, it's yours to consume, but you have to consume it to Yerushalayim. So what's the halacha? She'in damav yidur. And what's that? It's actually very interesting. If you look at actually here, She'in damav yidur. You don't hear us here, Kibush and Shir B'Shuk. So let's say you have produce. And halacha l'maisa, remember again, in order to I don't want to take it to Yerushalayim, right? I don't want to take my nuts on the time, my 4th year produce. I don't want to take my nice shit to Yerushalayim. So what can I do? Give it with money, transfer the sanctity onto money, take the money to Yerushalayim and go ahead and spend the money that I have to spend it on what? Spend it on what? Food. That's the caveat. It doesn't really spend on food. So let's say, for whatever the reason, I don't have the ability to assess the value of this produce. So it's interesting, the way Rashi understands it over here, let's say the produce value. Sometimes it's hard to assess the value of round produce. So that can be done in a basin of shlosha, basin of 3 people. Okay. Hekdeshos shlosha. So this is very interesting. Hekdesh can be done in front of a basin of 3. Now what does that mean, hekdesh? So let's say, so remember again, it can't mean consecrating something. Because what do you mean you want to consecrate something? What do you need? What do you need? Like a mouth. Like that's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain, right? You have to be able to go ahead and identify, right? I have to be able to say this is hekdesh, and I have to have das. So Rashi points out that hekdesh means haba with dosan son of shlosha l'shuma. This is interesting. This is a case if you want to redeem hekdesh. I want to redeem hekdesh. Right? So if I want to redeem hekdesh, so something belongs to this hamikdash, and I want it for myself. So it's a process of redemption. That requires a tasting of 3. Hekdesh of shlosha erechim, ha'erechim ha'mikhaltuim b'shlosha. Another interesting piece over here. So we'll say, so look at Rashi. Well, Rashi says that erechim ha'mikhaltuim to be modified. So we'll say, here's what we know. The erech vow is a valuation vow. So what it sounds like is happening over here is there's metaltalim that were pledged to the base of the Mikdash, and I want to redeem those metaltalim for the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll see in the Gemara example what it means. The Mishnah says that requires a basin of three. And Yudah says, Echad Mehen, Yudah Omer, Echad Mehen Kohen. So Yudah says, use a basin of three, but anything to do with redemption of concentrated property needs a coin on the basin. It's so interesting. Like, since you're dealing from the Beis Hamikdash, you only need three. One of those guys has to be a coin. Back goes. What happens if you're redeeming karma? Like, what happens if you're redeeming karma, you're redeeming land? From the Beis Hamikdash, Tisha B'Kohen, that requires a basin of 10, right? And one of those people has to be a coin. All right? The Adam Kiyotze B'Ayim. And the same people, the Bible will say, look again to the erech value of the person. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, back our goes, shall hektish tzarates vasiri kohen l'shuman. The shuman involved with dosa. So if the property is owned by land, is owned by the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to redeem it from the Beis Hamikdash, so that requires a proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a kohen. And Adam, Rashi says over here, Adam above Rukos Atzmo Miyad Hektish Tzarech Asar l'Shuman. So we'll say, so what if this is very strange? It sounds like the Mishnah saying is, if I am pledged to the Beis Hamikdash and I want to redeem it myself, or I want to redeem someone else from Hektish, that also requires a meaning that requires 10, a basin of 10, and one of those people has to be a kohen. Now we'll say, Rashi points out there, and what I was going to ask is, what's that case? Okay, hold on, we'll see it. Next. What's that case here? Now we can get off here, get a little bit over here. Gidei nefashos. That's the Shlosha. Capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now, we'll say, once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Right? Okay, we didn't miss it. We don't know. Right? We don't know. Right? You might introduce it to us over here. And sometimes, actually, again, when you're confused about something, it's not because you can tell something. And all we know there is a constant basin of 23. So, based on 23, we don't know where that comes from yet. But while here's what you know, capital cases, based on 23. Arova, the Anirba, the Esu Shlosha. Those are an interesting case here. Arova the Nirba means if a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performed an act of bestiality on an animal, or Nirba, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with a woman. So in these cases, we'll say, so this is a capital case. Like, why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, if the person was a willing participant in this, then ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. Arova B'Anirba, that's in Shlosha. Based of contribution and our Harakta Es Hayisha, the Es HaBehema. Omer, the Es HaBehema Kalo. What is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. What does the linkage teach us? That just as a capital case for a person is adjudicated in front of a basin of 23, so too again, the adjudication of the capital case of an animal is also adjudicated in the presence of a basin of 23. It's very interesting. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, if you look at Rashi says that the Chaf Adam is the last 6 of the wide lines. The Adam Haromea, the Iskrish Mahadadi, so we'll say, so again, you see over here that the death of the person who engaged in the act of bestiality and the death of the animal are linked. Once again, first says the person is judged and adjudicated by a basin of 23, so is the animal. Incredible. Shar Niskol. That's the Shlosha. Shar Yisakel. Shar Niskol. So it's a Shar Niskol. A stone shard, right? A stone shard is a shard of kill someone. And therefore, again, is going to be put to death himself. Rashi says over here, Shedaga Adam Umes. It's a shard that gored someone, and the person died as a result of the goring. So that shard is going to be judged for the basin of 20 levels. Obviously, the shard that judged, the owner is judged. Right? But ultimately, again, the claim, the case is going to be heard by a basin of 23. Shenamar, Ashar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav Mas. So the Pasuk said the shar will be stoned and its owners will be put to death as well. Misas Bailin, Kak Misas Ashar. Once again, what do you see happening over here? The Torah is going ahead and juxtaposing the death of the shar to the death of the owner. Now again, was a lot after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is the culpability. The idea over here is that just as the capital case of a person hurt by reason of 23, so too the capital case of a short by reason of 23. Incredible. We'll say that's some interesting cases here. As the eighth, the ha'arim, the hadov, the ha'namar, the ha'bargalis, the ha'nachash. So we'll say, see now, you have a wolf, a lion, a bear. Namar is a leopard. Bargalis is also something in the leopard family. Nachash, often translated as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. So we'll say any of these animals which killed someone, Isasam Ba'asim Shlosha. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in a case in a basin of 23. If you go to the Rashi, Rashi's in the second white line, Hazebari, Shenisu Adam Donin Iskiva, Ishar, Damir, Babakama. So ultimately, again, these animals are treated like Ishar that killed someone. So what's that? So these cases are adjudicated in the basin of 23. Very interesting. Eliezer Omer, Kalakodem Lahargan Zaha. Very interesting. Rabbi Eliezer says any of these animals that have killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, Shwaya. These are damaging animals. These are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals. And therefore, interestingly, it's so fascinating over here, right? So the Tanakama says, okay, when these animals kill, there's due process. There's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's not the shot, obviously, they're taking a free-range bear, taking a free-range bear or something like that, right? Right? But when I say that, that's not it. It's not like the animal rights. Right? So, okay, it's still not where by the way, you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals. It's not even a dog right? Right? But it could be, like sometimes you have like people who own like a pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like right? Like it's a pit bull, right? Like what's the matter with you? Right? So it's like so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns these animals, like someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear. Right? So you have enough jobs, right? So the nice and then the animal does something. So again, remember when we say that it goes to Basin, that's the owner's hit to the Basin. That is incredible. So that's fine. So Rabbi Eliezer says no. Because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, whoever is first to put down, Shkoya, they're damaging horses, they're dangerous to greater society, they should not be living within habitation, and therefore whoever takes the law into their own hands so that you can put these animals down first, Shkoya. Now, obviously, that's going to require some level of explanation as well. But when I say again, that's not focus over here. Good. Rabbi Akiva says, Isasam, the Esim Shloshna. Rabbi Akiva says, no, these cases have to be adjudicated in the basin of 23. That was interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to ask, Rabbi Akiva sees the same thing as the Tanakama. Right? And they won't say the basin of 23. Okay, we'll see in the Gemara, Meretz Hashem, what exactly we're talking about over here. Next. Ein Donin, Loas HaShevet, Veloas Navi HaSheker, Veloas Kohen Gadol. We'll say these are actually fascinating cases. You cannot put a shevet on trial. That was saying, when did you ever be judging an entire shevet? So Rashi says over here, Rubo Shav Shevet Sha'avdu Avol Zara B'Mesi. This is incredible. Third wide line down in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to show worship Avol Zara. Or Rashi says again, the majority of the tribe which worship Avol Zara. So now you're putting a tribe on trial. You have to adjudicate this case in a basement. Or Navi Sheker, the false prophet. Or Kohen Gadol, or you have the Kohen Gadol that you have to take the basin. I will say that interestingly enough, we'll have to see no matter what are you what exactly is it that he's being accused of? So we'll say all of these cases, so judging an entire tribe, Navi Sheker, false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella up basin shall shimmer that. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? We said it's close to that. Yet here's the first time in the entire Mishnah so far that we've seen Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's kicked all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They Motziim. Moses is incredible. They Motziim. the Mohammed Harishos, Ella Abi Beidin Hashem Be'achad. Similarly, again, Klal Yisrael can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin, the High Court. 71 judges. I will say, we're going to talk about this, and there's going to be some great suggestions over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. Rashi says over here, something very interesting. Rashi says, Mohammed Harishos, this is in the wide lines, about 4 lines in. Kol Mohammed, Karoi Rishos, the Father Mohammed Yoshua Shaisa Israel. So Rashi says something very interesting. What is Mohammed Rishos? Now we call that Mohammed Rishos not an optional war, but that is a better war. A discretionary war, right? So Rashi says, war is a discretionary war. Rashi essentially says, it's not correct. It's not correct. Now so saying, listen to this. Discretionary war. Now, what does it mean, discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. So I will say, which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is considered one of the shows. So again, we're going to take a lot of issue with that Rashi. And I'm going to take issue with that Rashi. Not on topic right now, but again, just coming attractions. So again, but however, what you might does here is something very interesting. The opposite of the Muhammad Shos is Muhammad Mitzvah. So apparently, Muhammad Mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we'll get into in the Gemara. But Lamais again, but Muhammad Shos does require Sanhedrin. I'll be based in Shoshim Be'echad. Emosifin al Kival Azars, I'll be based in Shoshim Be'echad. This is better what I said. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Pashtus we're going to see that this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim, Rashi goes on. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They also in the Sanhedrin of the Shvatim. So it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin, the High Court in Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, right? In every shayla. Who establishes the circuit court? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the High Court in Yerushalayim. In Osin Sanhedrin the Shvatim, Ela Al Beis Nishashim Le'echad. So every shayla should have its own court, but those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. In Osin Irani Dachas, Ela Al Beis Nishashim Le'echad. But what's the Irani Dachas? What's the Irani Dachas? What's that city where all of the inhabitants worship the Holy Zara? What happens to that city? You wipe it out. So the declaration or the sentence of a Irani Dachas can only be established by a Beis Din, by the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. In Osin Irani Dachas B'Safar. So we'll say now that we're talking about Irani Dachas, you must have some interesting discussions over here. In Osin Irani Dachas B'Safar, you cannot declare a border city an Irani Dachas. Now, we're going to get into this, but this makes a lot of just intuitively makes a lot of sense. Why? What happens if you declare a border city an Irani Dachas? What's happening? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens up the border. We'll say we have lived through an era where we see what happens when border cities are overrun, and how that opens up the gateways for death and destruction of one of the start. So therefore, again, it's interesting that you have a border city. So what do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a border city as a Irani Dachas. Below shalosh. Furthermore, again, we'll have to see exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities Irani Dachas, but you can do 1 or 2. Okay. Sanhedrin Gidol, so what's here it is. Sanhedrin Gidol Ha'isa Shoshim Ve'echad. The High Court in Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash, was comprised of 71 judges. Uktana Shal Esrim Shalosh. And ultimately, again, a lower court was 23 judges. And where it says Minayin Gidol Shoshim Ve'echad. How do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shneimar. I will say it's very simple. Asfali. Shivim Ish Mizikne Yisrael. Moshe Al Gavehen. I will say absolutely incredible. Because what does the pasuk say in Bamidbar? Right, where again Moshe Rabbeinu says to Baruch Hu, I can't do this by myself. So Moshe says, no problem. Gather for me. Moshe Rabbeinu says, right, Isfuli. Hashem says to Moshe, Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who sits on top of the 70? Who's got based in? Moshe Rabbeinu. Boom, there it is, 71. 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu, that becomes the model for a Sanhedrin of 71 people. The Yehuda says Shivim. Yehuda says, no. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that Yehuda holds that Allah and Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't part of the Sanhedrin, the first Sanhedrin. So it's really gathered from these 70 people. Now, what do you do with the even number of Sanhedrin is a different discussion. We'll see in the Gemara. So we'll say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that from? Shneimar, we'll say, get ready for this Gemara. Get ready for this. Or this Mishnah. Shneimar, V'shaftu ha'ida v'etzilu ha'ida. The pasuk says, the Eidah, which translates as the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge and the assembly will save. Eidah shoftatas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that could indict and a group that could exonerate. In other words, every Beis Din must have an eidah, and it must be comprised of at least two groups, the capacity of two groups. One group who could find the parties guilty, one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is an eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikan Esrei, that gives me 20. I will say, how do you get that gives me 20? Now watch this. How do I know that eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar ad mosai le'ida hara hazos. So let's say by the Meraglim. Remember again, you say there were 12 Meraglim. Remember again when the pasuk says ad mosai, the 12th says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible eidah? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Caleb, which means eidah means 10. Eidah means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses two phrases. The shaftu ha'ida, the eidah will judge. The etzilu ha'ida, the eidah will exonerate. That shows you that a Beis Din has to be made up of two eidas. An eidah, minimum of an eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Meraglim. So two eidas gives you 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other three? So the pasuk says, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crime. So the Gemara says, so it sounds like you can't follow a simple majority to exonerate, right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the Gemara says, so if that's the case, I can follow a simple majority to exonerate. Then why does the pasuk have to say achar Rav Nahatos? Why does it have to say that follow the majority? So the Gemara says, Lo katiyas chalatova, katiyas chalara. To teach me that the most to follow the majority ultimately again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? Hatiyas chalatova piyachad. Following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what? What kind of majority do you need? What kind of majority do you need? Majority of one. So the Gemara says, Hatiyas chalara afishnai. In order to indict, ultimately again, you need two. And we'll say, so here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's build up our number. Before we turn the page, don't turn it. Right? And we'll say, now remember again, what do I have over here, right? Why do I have hands off, right? What do I have over here? Right? I've got a Beis Din of 71, which I now know that's an easy one. So Hashem says to Moshe, gather for these 70 people, plus Moshe Rabbeinu is 71. This is going to the time of comment. Fine. Now I want to know about a Beis Din of 23. So remember again, I had Shaftu ha'ida, the Etzilu ha'ida. Two phrases. Eidah, how much is it equal to? How much is it equal to? 20. Right, 20. Right, 10, 20. Good. Now what about the other three? So we'll say, here's what I know. Now I'm starting a group of 20. Now, in order for a Beis Din of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need at least a majority of 2, right? Because to indict, you need a majority of 2. To exonerate, you need a simple majority of 1. So therefore, by 20, I need a majority of 2. What does that kick me up to? What does that kick me up to? 22. Now I turn the page. The Beis Din shuffle. Here's the problem. You can't have a Beis Din of 22. Why can't you have a Beis Din of 22? Because you can't have an even numbered Beis Din. Therefore, because then you can end up with a split. Therefore, Mosifin Alein Od Echad Harekan and Sifin Osha. Therefore, I can't have Beis Din of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? 23. Those say, that's what I've got now my next base. I've got my 71 member based in, and I've got my 23 member based in. The combo you hate here, the table will be inside. Those say, so how many people do you need in a city in order for them to be right this and now what this means is, if you it sounds like what you are saying, it sounds like what you're saying is we'll see this in the Gemara. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up based in that particular city? That's what I'm asking over. How many people do you need in a particular city to set up a based in? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nechemia says 250 people. No, it's good. They have asked 120 people. 120 people in the city in order to set up a center, which sounds to be like a pretty small city. And Nechemia says, you need 230 people to make it Sari Asaros, corresponding to the Sari Asaros. Again, we'll see exactly what that means in Gemara. So we'll say, it's interesting enough, focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local base. We'll say, Mazel tov. Mazel tov on our first Mishnah in the second Sanhedrin. By the way, Mazel tov to Mishnah Yomi. I'm finishing the says well, Mazel. Right, and beginning the second Sanhedrin today as well. Pretty incredible that Daf Yomi, Mishnah Yomi beginning the same damage that from the Kiva. Finishing Mishnah Yomi beginning today. Right, Shrek was like Mishnah tomorrow. I took serious the Kabbalah. Stop being Mammon. Okay, so what is it about? Mishnah is a source. Right? Everything makes like perfect sense in the world of Mishnah, right? Everything is beautiful, everything is harmonious, there's Gemaras, there's the path. So when I was saying, here's what the Gemara says, here's the problem. The Mishnah says, Dinei Mamanis, Bishlosha, and then Gzelos V'Chabalos Bishlosha, right? Monetary laws are adjudicated by a basin of 3, and then the laws of theft and injuries are in 3 as well. So asks the Gemara, Gzelos V'Chabalos Dinei Mamanis, I don't understand. It's repetitive. Once you tell me Dinei Mamanis, 3 monetary laws adjudicated by a basin of 3, Gzelos and Chabalos, theft and injury is monetary law. Why do you have to break that out separately? To which the Gemara says, Amr Abo, Mahin Kafam. You're right, the Gemara says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Mahin Dinei Mamanis, Gzelos v'Chabalos. Read the Mishnah like this. Dinei Mamanis b'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dinei Mamanis? What do we mean when we say Dinei Mamanis? Gzelos v'Chabalos. We mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval, Hodas v'Haldaos Lo. So I will say, when it comes to the laws of loans, now Hodas laws just means loan disputes. Like issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated by a basin of 3. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basin. So let's see what's happening over here. So on one hand, the Mishnah says, Dinei Mamanis can be adjudicated by a basin of 3, but hold up. What do I mean by Dinei Mamanis? Gzelos v'Chabalos, thefts and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require a different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basin of 3. So the Gemara says, now we'll see why the trade is different. Now I understand why I need it. If the Mishnah would have just said Dinei Mamanis is adjudicated by a basin of 3, I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes Hodas and Avalos. Must also include loan disputes. Therefore, coming to Gzelos v'Chabalos. Therefore, the Mishnah says, no, Gzelos v'Chabalos to teach you that what does Dinei Mamanis? What does it mean when we say that monetary law can be adjudicated in the basin of 3? That's only theft and injuries. Itam Gzelos v'Chabalos. The law can't run Dinei Mamanis. Furthermore, again, had the Mishnah just said. So just leave out Dinei Mamanis and just say Gzelos v'Chabalos. Just say theft and injury is adjudicated by a basin of 3, and don't say Dinei Mamanis. So I would have said, I would have thought, no. Since it said Gzelos v'Chabalos, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. The high, it can be Gzelos v'Chabalos. And why did Mishnah say Gzelos v'Chabalos? No, we should the Iker Gimel the Gzelos v'Chabalos Ksivi. Because the Lord say, when the Torah speaks on the basin of 3, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of theft and injury. So the Gemara says, Zelos Tiksiv, the Nikra Balabayas Elalokim. When it comes to theft, the Pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. Elalokim means in this context, the judge. Chabalos, when it comes to injuries, Mali Chabal B'Gufa, Mali Chabal Nora. What does it matter if you injure someone financially or you injure someone physically? It's all considered injuries. Therefore, Tana Mahim Dine. Mamonas Zelos V'chabalos about Hodos V'halvos Lo. State Rabbi say the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right? So the Mishnah is written as Dine Mamonas B'Shlosha. Right? So again, financial cases are adjudicated in a basin of Dine. We would stop there. We would assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Selos v'chavalos, theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a basin of three. But halacha the Maisa, let's say hoda'os v'halos, loan disputes. Once again, we'll get into the exact hoda'os v'halos, but it means for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a basin of three. Rather, again, they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a basin of three. Therefore, the Mishnah had to be written this way because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous conclusion. So I'll say, I want to pause here for just a second because I want to show you just a tremendous amount of this possible. Just before, and I want to get it in, and then we'll have time. We still have time. We'll go back to that before because this picks up with a little bit of a new sugi in just a moment. So the Gemara says as follows. So let's remember again in the Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? The Mishnah learned out the concept that a basin of 23, right? Where did we learn it out from? Ada plus 3. What's the Ada? And what's the Ada? The Ada ultimately again is the Meraglim. And by the way, you see something very interesting as well. When the Gemara learns out the application for a minion, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a minion as well? Is Adas Korach. Right? Part of the limud is Korach and his assembly. So Bachshir asks such a fascinating question. He says, I don't understand. Why are we learning out these bedrock concepts from bad people? Right? Let's focus over here. Right? We're talking about the judicial system. Rosen, what's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. Why are we learning this out from the Barakah? And of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So we'll say, listen to what the Rebbe says. This is incredible. Chazal Amru, Meraglim in Lecheru V'Olam Haba. The Gemara says that the Meraglim don't have a portion in the world to come. So we'll say, this is incredible. The Rebbe says that, however, Yishmos Yisrael the F Shalem Shiyotu the Ome Ad. It is impossible for a Yiddish soul, it's impossible for a neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the Meraglim the spies don't have a portion of the world to come. But the Baal Shem Tov says, how could it be that a soul is going to be lost forever? He says it can't be. Why? Chelek Elokah Lima'av. People think that's the Balakani's Lashon. But it's just the Baal Shem Tov already said, Chelek Elokah. The neshama ultimately again is a Kisra control. So how could it be that a Jew would be lost, or to say that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, Lachein Matzu Lahem Chazal Takana. So therefore Chazal found the way to save the Meraglim. How do you save the Meraglim? How do you save the followers of Korah? Eida Hi Asara. By using them as the meaning as the source for 10 times Eida to get the Sanhedrin. Ayidei Limud Zeh Yisalu V'Yitapu Mishmos Sefer. By using them, by using the psukim, by using the Meraglim as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It lifts up their Shabbos. By using their memory, by using even their sin, by using their pasuk to teach us a profound halacha, a bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides a tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Korach. To learn out of the yin from Korah, what Chazal learned out Sanhedrin from the Meraglim, in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their averos, their tremendous averos, there is no such thing as a Jew who is beyond salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So when we learn this literally, what we're providing is a tikkun for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I will say there are two profound lessons over here. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the assembly of Korach is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot give up on ourselves as well. And number two, the lens that we have to go to help each other. So it's easy just to say, you know what, I'm worried about me. I don't have an achrayus towards the other. But it's not true. We all have an achrayus. We all have a responsibility to one another. We all have to look out for each other. And if we see someone else who's struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that achrayus even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Korach, and therefore built them into the Gemara. Said every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher, and we should result in that Hashem. We believe in ourselves, and we should result in believing in Hashem and the other as well. And in doing so, always have the grace for us to love each other, to look out for one another, to look out even for the Meraglim, to even look out for the Bnei Korach. Rabosai, Shkach for the first half of Sanhedrin, absolutely amazing. Shkach, everyone. Okay, such is supposed to be able to begin. Let's not go about. Shall begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Hamakura sponsor for Tafshin Hey. He comes in the spot of Eretz Yisrael. What's that? Yesterday saying that for today we're going to change the sponsorship in Eretz Hashem as a supposed for all of those who have toiled, and all of the brothers, and all of those Baruch Hashem who are Zocha to bring a Basra to a beautiful and sweet and holy clothes and American Shem B'Shat Tov and Tzlachas. Begin the second Sanhedrin tomorrow B'Shat Tov and Tzlachas. And that's the plus. And that's the plus in American Shem. We should all encounter Hamayacha, Hatzlacha, Shefa, and Mazel for ourselves, for our Mishpachas, and for all of our Yisrael. How the voters wanted to score the month of Kislev. Josh and McClean, in creation of the yard of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, the Rav Chaim and Raphael, and for the safe return of our hostages and the security of our soldiers. Samuel Malka Esther's in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Abraham, and Linda Bas Hanech Chaim, in the memory of their dear friend, Naphtali Gordon, Naphtali Yonah, Hashem Yikom Damo, and Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Yigal. And today, Daf Yomi is sponsored by the Friends of Moshe Garden, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov of being the Sayim Shas with the completion of Yesechas Balavasra. The Daf is also sponsored by the Friends of Zevi Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov of being the Sayim Shas with the completion of Balavasra. The Daf is also sponsored today by Zevi Daniel with the completion of his Daf Yomi cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to the shir, specifically his Daf brothers, David Flum and David Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible, incredible. So says so beautiful, beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Moshe, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is the plus? What is supposed to be the Sayim Shas? I will say, by the way, I'm going to say something also. If you're being the Sayim Shas as well as basketball, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of a cycle. So sometimes you may not have the most difficult things to start something that everyone else is in. So it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. You know, that's another whatever 2 years. I'll just wait until we set rockers. And I think that he also said started not even thinking about it, right? A couple weeks before the last one was over. With a week left of our Basra. So I'll say I want to thank Zevi and Ramesh for just giving us such a beautiful Musar. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it. But take it. Mitzvah, an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to run your spiritual license comes. Okay, it would be great if I started to do this a little bit later, a little bit earlier. When it presents itself, take it and jump into it. Zevi mentioned much mazel, much bracha, and much incredible hatzlacha, and it's an opportunity to be so happy. And therefore, should be Sayim Shas many times over. We should be going to Hashem to grow the spiritual license for many years to come. And this is the plus. This Siyum Hashas, the Ner Hashem be a source of mazel and bracha and Siyum Hatzlacha for your mishpachos for many generations. Incredible. I will say with that, let's begin. Let's begin. There's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the daf tomorrow. Right, so this we gotta finish this. All right, so today's daf is Kuf Ayin Vav 176, and we are picking up on Kuf Ayin Hey on the days. So once pretty much we left off the Gemara yesterday, but we did the sheet of Kula. So remember again, we're doing an interesting machlokes over about Shibuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand? Let's say again, Ruben lends Shimon money. So again, as you know, so loan, halakhic loan 101 is that when you loan someone money, that creates a lien against their property. What is the nature of the that lien? So Ula Paskin, Shibuda D'Oraisa. Whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a star, whether you lend money verbally, any loan creates a shida. Any loan creates a lien against property. The only reason why Hazal said that if you loan without a document, if you loan verbally, that there is no shibud, is in order not to put purchasers at a disadvantage, right? Because if somebody goes ahead and purchases a right, that was fine. So now we're up to Rabba. Rabba Amar, our Torah, after the over the Shas was in our find here, there's 175 feet, probably about 20 lines up in the bottom. Rabba says, our Torah, after the Shas, after the Shas, you know, go out of the hospital. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality, whenever you loan money, so really, you can only collect from unencumbered property. You cannot collect from encumbered property. What's the reason for that? Nighttime. Well, she put the lab daraisa. Rabbi holds that a lien against property is not the daraisa. Biblically, there is no lien against property. I not only allowed to start with a custom. So that's the case. It says Rabbi that biblically there is no lien created against encumbered property. Then why did Rabbi war against any property? And why did the rabbi say that if you don't give a document that Allah did collect people from encumbered property, in order not to close the door in front of borrowers? So I will say, remember, in general, when you're lending from a halakhic perspective, somebody when you give them this already seen us cover Monday night, it's absolutely fantastic. Right? So again, so already as it is, you can't charge interest. So if I can't charge interest, and also there's no lien against property, it's a hard sell. You're going to close the door. You're going to stymie the loan market as people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, you see, at least if you loan with the document, you're not with the shtar, then you get a lien against all property. So if that's the case, that is in order to encourage and to facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property? Some less late color. No, because in that case, it will say again, where Allah Paradise is no behind path, we have a verbal loan, there's no toll. So because there's no toll, ultimately, again, the other rabbi, the rabbi says, the rabbi will say, look here on left, it's a covenant of hope, it's Ula and Rabbi. Ula says, Ula D'Oraisa, the concept of a lien against property is the D'Oraisa concept. In reality, it should revolve upon all properties for all loans. Rabbis went ahead and only did it by Nova Al-Shtar, they lifted it by Nova Al-Pat. Fine. Rab, on the other hand, holds Shikud Allah D'Oraisa. There is no concept of a lien against property. There is no property. Mid-D'Oraisa. The only reason the rabbis make it a lien when it's in a shtar is in order not to close the door to the lenders. Okay, or not to borrowers, I should say. So the Gemara says as follows. The rabbi would say this. Baha Omer Rabba, Gobel Karko, Yesh Lo Malos. Gobel Karko, Yesh Lo, Gobel Malos, Yesh. So once again, this is actually a very interesting case to look at the Rashbat, which is the one which we on the Rabba, Shibud Allah D'Oraisa. The Rabba really holds that Shibud is not D'Oraisa. The Ha'am Riyah Vaik Yishnokun, Shokun Yikom, the part of Nova Kishnayim Nova. So we'll say that here again. Interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, when we spent a lot of time on Yusha, of a firstborn son gets a double portion. What does he get a double portion in? What does he get a double portion in? Muchsak and not Rod. Like he gets a double portion in property that is considered to be owned by the estate and not property that is, what's the word, Rod. Due to the estate. Thank you. Right? So the property that is owned by the estate and not property that is due to the estate. So the Gemara says over here something interesting. So let's say Yaakov dies, leaves behind the two sons of Ruben and Shimon. Ruben is a bakar. So now Ruben, when that debt becomes collectible, if the debt is secured by property, then Ruben gets Pishnai, double portion of that. If it's not secured by property, so the money that's been paid, he doesn't get Pishnai. What do you see about that? What do you see? You see from here that it must be that the lien against property is in the Oraisa lien. And therefore, it turns out that the because that lien existed even when Yaakov was alive, that lien makes the loan right to himself, and therefore the part gets Tishrayim with it. So that would seem to indicate that she did the Daraisa gets Rabbi just said before that she did the Rabbi. So it's going to come up here. The thinking that if the Rabbi will go to the Rabbi, so maybe you'll say no problem, just switch around the positions. Maybe it's really Rabbi who holds she did the Daraisa, and Udo who holds she did the Rabbi. I, the Ha'amar Ulo, the Torah, but that's not true because Ula himself is on record as saying that Midoraisa, a balfo, excuse me, a creditor, is entitled to that from Ziburis. So listen, so remember again. So now, as much as Ula is saying that a creditor only gets collected inferior grade property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that Halach Raisa, she Ula Doraisa. Hello, Rabbi. I'm going to name that. Rabbi Kamar, the labels. Rabbi was in this case over here before about the road. Rabbi was not espousing the opinion. Rabbi was espousing the opinion of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi was Eretz Yisrael, but he himself did not hold that. So those say, therefore we are left. Okay, so by the way, this is actually a tremendous focus. Tremendous focus. What is the nature of an encumbrance? Is encumbrance the Raisa? Is encumbrance the Rabbanon? Rabba, Rabbanon, Uda, Raisa. Okay, hold on, we're going to get to that Raisa. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel, both the same as Rabbi. Nova Alpha, and the Oda Lomina Yershim, and other peoples. If you make the verbal loan, right? Once again, moving them, shilling money, and come up with a nice again. About that now in the start, and what's that about? Even though Lomina Yershim, and other peoples. So ultimately, again, you're not going to collect that, right? From Yershim, from Sober. Like from an estate. Now listen, whatever you see Gershon, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you summon Wakitani. Right, so you can't collect from the estate before the estate was done and litigated out. Nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the loan. Nighttime or what's the reason for that? She did the Ladar I saw. Rabbi Shmuel told like Rabbi that she does not the I saw. If you're going to show me the money, no about that, go to bank, that bank that you're sitting on two posts. On the other hand, if you're going to show that even a verbal loan can be collected from your ship from the peoples. What's the reason for that? I know Shibuda Doraisa. Ultimately, again, because they don't Shibuda Doraisa, like so we'll say, you see what's happening over here. Feel it, right? Feel it? Something big is happening. How do I know something big is happening? You've already stacking the opinions, right? You've got the Kanoan, you've got the Amorai, and now we see how this is really blowing up, potentially blowing up into a major focus over here. So what they say, there's a Pasha, this is a very interesting case. Ruvain digs a pit in Rosh Hashanah. By the way, it's really beautiful. This is back to my Baba Kama case. This is back to Baba Kama. You can Baba Kama, how long ago? I don't know, close to a year ago now. Right? Close to a year ago. It's a whole bit more Rosh Hashanah. This is very exciting. So first, it's Ruvain digs a pit in Rosh Hashanah. Ruvain digs a pit in Rosh Hashanah. Yeah, it's so good. Ruvain digs a pit in Rosh Hashanah. And what happens? In Napa, I love Sharba Harga. Interesting. So remember, Ruvain does something illegal like digging a pit in Rosh Hashanah. What happens? As he's digging a pit in Rosh Hashanah, an ox falls into the pit and kills Ruvain. Kills Ruvain. A lot of takeaways from this, right? We'll face what we don't do to Rosh Hashanah. So again, it kills him. What's that? Putter. So obviously, the owner of the shore is Putter, right? Why is the owner of the shore Putter? Well, see, remember when we had a principle, like whenever you go ahead and you do something deviant, right? You do something, I don't know, you do something illegal, you lose to a certain degree any of your halachic rights. So Ruben dug a pit illegally. The ox falls on him and goes ahead and kills him. The owner of the shark is Pater. Okay. Hello, not only that, hello, Mace Hashar. Oh, watch this. Let's say the shark falls into the pit. Not only does the shark kill Ruben, but what happens? What happens if the shark dies? Yershe Balamar, Hayavim Lashalim, the shark the piper. Very interesting. Ruben's inheritors, Ruben is dug the pit, his inheritors are obligated to pay back the owner of the shark. Okay, so let's say the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Look at the Rashban. Yorshe Bal Habar Kayot Mishani, Allah, Malva Al Peh, over the Yorshe, the Kasha they will have. So let's say it's very interesting. So now what do you see from here? Essentially, when the shark falls in, right, it kills the rain, and then it dies. So essentially, the Gemara is looking at this death that Ruben's estate owns as a Malva Al Peh, as a verbal loan. As a verbal loan, and yet you see that throughout that. About Ramay said it's enforceable even from Yarshim. Even from Yarshim. So that would seem to indicate the concept of Shibuda Da'aresa. Amr Rabbi Loi, the Gemara says we're going to know that necessarily. Amr Rabbi Loi, Amr Afish, Amr Kudim. But the case over here is where the case with the Julie Rashban says the Milva Beit, the Maisa Beit, and the Milva Shtarga. This case was adjudicated in court. And therefore the court ruled that ultimately again the owners of the Yershim of Ruvain are obligated to pay back the value of the ox. And therefore because it's a nice amazing, it's as if it's really adopted. Whereas how hard is that? Which says that we can die. So true. No, the case over here actually is a situation where Halacha Ruvain was made into a traitor. He didn't die yet. He was just mortally wounded by the ox falling on him. The Amra money on a base the Amro, to which the Gemara says, but it says that he died. That he died because the ox buried him in the bed. So the Gemara says, the Hassan, yes, he died now because the Dira the Hajjah. Talking about a case where the judge is literally sitting at the edge of the bed and adjudicated this case at the edge of the bed. Again, I said the idea of here is because it's a case of a court adjudicating the situation, it becomes a little bit star, not a little bit that. Okay, I'll bet. Top of the buying level. 170. Go side. Last stop. I'm gonna bubble. Look this up. Malva Alpeh. Over the day, you're gonna go to the people. Now, look at the message the Papa says. So when you go ahead and lend, write a verbal loan, now look to collect from the Yarshim. You have the ability to collect from the estate. They're gonna go to the people, but you do not collect from sold properties. Over the Yarshim, why are you able to collect from an estate? Conditional Tino Delas Biknei Bubble. In order not to close the door in front of lenders. The person and why wants that issue, that is because the that issue is that remember, when a person lends money, a person they're going to be able to collect even if the borrower dies. If a person knows that the borrower dies and can't collect, then we learn it's going to be a problem that people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, even if you lend without a document, you have the ability to collect from Yarshim. But you can't collect from purchasers. And the Ain't Building on Google's, the less they collect. You can't collect from purchasers. Why? Because that would be unfair to the purchaser, right? If you lend Shimon money, and subsequently, again, after the loan, and let's say they lent verbally, right? Ruben lent to Alpeh. And then afterwards, Ruben sold the property to Lee. It's unfair in the event that Ruben defaults for Shimon to go and collect from Lee. Why? Lee had no way to protect himself, right? Lee did his title search. And because the loan was undocumented, therefore, again, Lee has no trust, he has no abilities. Therefore, on one hand, we want to protect everyone. We want to allow, again, the borrower, the lender, to collect from the estate. And therefore, again, he gets paid. On the other hand, we want to go ahead and protect the purchasers because they had no way of going about this debt. So they'll say, because this is a big one. This is a big one. She put the door I saw, or she put the door on how do we pass it? But I'm asking, you ready for it? Focus, mother below that. Character, Aleph, Halacha, Dalit. Rambam writes, Kol Nova B'Shtar, Nova Osa B'Na Yershim, and other purpose Moshe B'Shtar. When you lend with the documents, right, you lend it in writing, so the halacha is you can collect both from Yershim as well as from purchase. You collect from everyone. Nova Alpeh, if you lend verbally without a document, Nova B'Na Yershim can collect from the estate, but you cannot collect from purchasers, right? And the reason for that is because purchasers had no way to protect themselves when they didn't know about the existence of this law. And the Rambam Haskins, Shekol Nichse Haloba, Hachas Shibud Hamalba, Minachora. The Rambam Haskins, Shibuda Doraisa. Shibuda Doraisa. So again, just understand what that means is anytime you lend money, anytime I lend money to Ruvain, Doraisa, Ruvain's property is encumbered by that debt. Now, also what that should mean is in the event of default, I could collect, or debt, I collect from and the estate by collecting purchasers. The only reason Chazal said that if it's a verbal loan, I can't collect from purchasers is only its buyer protection. It's buyer protection. The purchasers have no way of knowing about this debt. Therefore, if you compare it to the money to collect from it, even though I can compare it to a listen, so again, Halakha Lemaisa, Shikuta Daisa. Listen, it's trying to put the husband also. What does it mean? Not only Halakha Lemaisa, Shikuta Daisa, but ultimately, again, Hashgacha Lemaisa. What is Hashgacha Lemaisa? Shikuta. Listen, like, talking to ourselves, like, we're sleeping, and it's there to a lot of things, right? A person feels a sheep to a lot of things in life. In reality, there's only one thing in life you should really feel a true sheep to, right? A true, the word isn't enslavement, there's a better word, a true encumbrance to. There's only one real sheep in life, and that is God Himself. So, that's what it should feel encumbrance to. One sheep, but listen, if you think about it, by the way, everything else comes from that sheep. When you say to yourself, 1 second, it's not you have a family. Like, how can I feel to sheep? I don't understand. If you feel the sheep to the Araisa, to the Torah, everything else comes from that. Because the Torah tells me that I have to be a good father. The Torah tells me that I have to be a good husband. The Torah tells me that I have to make a parallel in order to go ahead and provide for my family. The Torah tells me all the different things I need to do. But a lot of times it's like we find ourselves like a shullet. We find ourselves encumbered. Is a better word than encumbered. Shullet, in really means like a slave. Like, but we find ourselves encumbered so many different things, right? People find themselves encumbered to their career. People find themselves encumbered to other people's expectations, to society laws, to different things, to encumbered with my friends, what my peer group are doing. There's only one sheep before here. There's only one thing I'm encumbered to in this world, and that is the Raisa. That is the Ribono Shel Olam and that is my life compass. And if I'm shoving myself, if ultimately again I sublimate myself, give myself over, I allow myself literally again to be an Eved Hashem, that's a Shibuda, it's Eved. I'm an Eved Hashem, I'm a Shibud. To the Doraisa, everything positive, everything wonderful, and everything incredible comes from that. Halakha Lemaisa and Hashgacha Lemaisa. Let's do like that. Finish up. Here we go. So once you have the other shoe, I don't go for the Chassid moment. Goes this remember again, the Mishnah that he said. Let's say again, I lend you make money. And we don't have a physical document. And instead what I'm having over here is I have a loan document in Ruben's handwriting. Right, so Ruben has a handwritten, right? The document says, right, Silver lends Ruben $1,000, and it's written in Ruben's own handwriting. So the halakha is the Mishnah asking, in halakha l'maisa, you should go ahead and collect from the Chassid and they call it unencumbered property, but not from encumbered property. But it's a star. It's true, it is a star. But it's a star without what? Star without what? Star without therefore, because star without Adrian, therefore it doesn't have a cold, right? And therefore, because it doesn't have a cold, you can't collect from encumbered property. So why we need Rabbi Rabbi Bar Nosson of Yochanan, what sucks at Yochanan is tonight. So it's like, what happens if Days knows Ruben's handwriting? Right, Ruben, I don't know if you know Ruben is a notorious borrower, or I don't know maybe he's also a witness. A witness is a lot of stuff. So plus, the point over here is they know his handwriting. So what about that? So the Gemara says, right. So let's say, in other words, we're going to say essentially, does the fact that Days recognizes Ruben's writing, does this make it like a star that has English? That's the shiloh. Does it make it like a star with English? On the way. How about being so savvy? The reason is it'll go the element of custom and code. No, we'll say again, in order to collect from the custom and shubha, in order to collect from the pupils for purchasers, you have to have witnesses. Witnesses create a code, a general awareness, and therefore again, purchasers would be aware, even if they didn't recognize Ruben's signature, but still only allows for collection from the custom and code unencumbered property. So Masirai Bakamo, Shloshik Gittin, so Bakamo raises a kasha. So Shloshik Gittin Psulim. There are 3 Gittin that are possible. The Mises have 5 customers, most of them get more idea what it means. 3 Gittin which are possible, right? But if you marry anyway, the person you are essentially the woman that utilized him, the offspring is still going to be kasha. What are those 3 Gittin? Number 1, Sav Biksav Yodo Ve'elavavim. If the get is written in the handwriting of the husband, but there's no witnesses there. There's no witnesses there. So those are very interesting cases. So in that kind of case, it's clear that the husband knows, right? But there's no witnesses that signed on. It's a such a get is kosher, but she really shouldn't use it. But if she did use it, right, as a really Rabbi Rothschild did use it, technically speaking, the divorce is valid. Or there are witnesses that signed her, but there is no date on it. Or there is a date, but there's only one witness. What's the halacha? So these three really are not really fit for use. They says have lot kosher, but if you used it ultimately again, it's kosher. Kosher. So the Rabbi Rothschild says, "I'm not shaking a lot of the Elishnos of the plate in kosher. The go them in the kosher mishivati." And Rabbi Rothschild says the truth is, even if there aren't aged on it, but you gave it in the presence of witnesses, it's kosher. I'll say never again. That's Rabbi Rothschild Mishivasi. This is what Rabbi Rothschild holds. Rabbi Rothschild aged in the Sira house. And remember again, it's not the witnesses who started the document, but the Shtar was done again. It's when you see the giving over of the Shtar. So it doesn't go so far to say that even if you don't have witnesses who signed on the Shtar, but you only have witnesses who are giving over of the Shtar, Halal Kalamaisa, you get discussion you can collect, what do you collect? Right? Or again, I will say, remember again, I'm going to point out also, whatever halachos apply to you also apply to what? Regular shtaris. Like regular shtaris, that is not so long ago. So we go to the Chesed Shvatim. So we'll say so again. So what do you see from here? Look at the Ashvan for just a moment. Go over the Chesed Shvatim. Go over the Chesed Shvatim. Yilomar, when you start Nildahu, always start Akos, Sad Yadov, Evo Aiden, Alashamas of the Lady, go over the Chesed Shvatim. So we'll say so again. Here it is. What do you see over here? You have a star over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the star, and yet despite all of that, Allah you can collect from the husband Shabbat. This country is what we just said before, in which the Gemara says, no, shiny hasam, Mishas Siva, Mishade Nafshe. That case is different, right? In that case is different. Why? Because we're saying this type of situation where Allah again is disclosed in the beginning that Ruben is not going to use anything, but rather again he was only going to Sira to Shabbat himself. He obligated himself in this level of obligation from the beginning of the writing of Mishnah to go to the Rashban. Shining Hasam to the Shas, Siva to the Shabbat Yashay, Kishenechta Hashtar, Nichta, Kidela Lasa with the Aiden, Shaidim Sinaba Holy Hasiva Hilpa, given the Rabbaza, Aiden Sira Karsi, Kidenechta with the Soul Hashtar. So that case is different. Because since it's relying on Rabbi Lazar, therefore, again, the Sira Karsi, therefore, he Shabbat himself from the beginning, and it's his testimony in the Shtar itself. Abalanan, the Goyla, Mahut, Sialov, Sabyado, Kahama, Shishmo Shalom, say, which essentially what was on to say, you take the pot back on this. Remember again, what was our initial question? Our initial question was, Mishnah said that if Ruler lends Shimon money, you have a Shtar, like the Shtar is written, Shimon the borrower's handwriting. So what's the halacha in such a situation like that? The halacha is that ultimately, again, we may collect from Shimon, but only from the possibility for responding from the capital. So Laura asked, what happens if halacha l'maisa completely recognizes Shimon's handwriting? Does that make it as if there's testimony witnesses signed? So we don't want to bring a raya over here, but I'm not sure if this case is different. Right? The get case is different. And I love the way we ask is even if they did recognize the handwriting of roommate, the handwriting of Shimon the borrower, that's fine. Or the valid document, roommate the lender can collect from unencumbered property, but he cannot collect from encumbered property. Beautiful. All right, the both sides. Last piece. Well, the second message. So next, so it goes over again that the Mishnah made a distinction between a guarantor who signs before the signatures and after the signatures. Right? So now it suggests that essentially a guarantor who signs before the signatures, that's a proper guarantor. But a guarantor who signs after the signatures, not really a proper guarantor. Now, the way actually say like that. The Mishnah said that if the guarantor signs after the signature of the witnesses, you can only collect from the nechassim to make COVID of the guarantor, not from the chassim shubavim. So a person that if he signs before the signatures, you can collect even from the chassim to make COVID. That was like, that ultimately, again, that was the position. Sorry, but the shubavim, thank you. Now, remember again, that's not the Shmuel Paskin. Bananas disagree. We'll come to bananas in just a little bit. So the Gemara says as follows: Amaran, both the Ephraim stars go to the Chassid Shvadim. Lachar the Ephraim stars go to the Chassid So here it is. So Rav says if the guarantor signs before, or right, the guarantor signs before the signature of the witnesses, you can collect from the person the shubati. But if he only signs after the signatures of the witnesses, you only collect from the person that he hold. Sin in other again, other times Rav said, after we told him he starts in a double element of person or it. Don't say again. Other times Rav said that even if the guarantor signed before the signatures of the witnesses, still you can only collect from unencumbered property. Kashya, the Rav, the Rav. What is it? The Lord says incredible. No kashya, it's not a contradiction. 100 custom days, cloning Ari. 100 custom day, cloning Ari. Wow. They will say everything hinges on as love. What does this mean? So let's figure this out. Given that $20,000, so in the document it says, I believe I'm going to ship $1,000. So let's say, now watch this. In the right, in the start, it says, and Levi is a guarantor for this loan. Then yeah, that's in the witnesses. Then I don't know myself that Levi is on the hook, even for his own customer should have it. If on the other hand it just says, I give a lend you $1,000, and then it says, Levi is a guarantor for this loan without the love, then ultimately again, I don't know myself that. Then true Levi is a guarantor, but Levi is only a guarantor of what? Is the person that they call not of the person that should have. Essentially, what the Rabbi is suggesting is, you need a hook. You need something directly connecting the guarantorship to the transaction underlying the property. All you need is a dog, right? All you need is that hook. And. In other words, documental juxtaposition. Yes, that is a brand new phrase. That is a brand new phrase, right? Documental juxtaposition is not enough. You need something that actually, again, hooks the guarantor to the transaction above it. So therefore, again, interesting enough, what Rav says is having the guarantor sign before the signature of the witnesses is enough to create an obligation. Remember, again, I said there's an obligation, but it only obligates the customer that they hold. If you want the guarantor to be obligated even for the customer shubadin, you need that hook. You need that and, which again, documentally goes ahead and links it to the actual transaction itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Yochanan says no. The Yochanan disagrees with that. The Yochanan says no. The way a guarantor works, the Yochanan holds that a guarantor's obligation is always capped at his nechasim. That's it. A guarantor is never on the hook for nechasim b'shubadim. Nasa Rabba, so Rabba raised the kasha. Even the kasha she'ela shalom began puzzle. Keshina shema al she'ela shalom puzzle. So let's say this is actually a very interesting case. So Rabba brings up the following question. So let's say again, you have a document, right? So again, Reuben is divorcing his wife Rachel. So in the document that reads like this, right? Reuben is divorcing Rachel, and then in the document itself it says, and witnesses, do me a favor, when you go and you deliver this gift to Rachel, say hello to my old friend. Right? Because again, Reuben lives in Tel Aviv, Rachel lives in Yerushalayim. So Reuben tells the witnesses, my old childhood friend lives in Yerushalayim. Do me a favor, when you deliver the gift, go say hello to Shimon. And he writes that in the document itself. Go say hello to my childhood. I agree. Right. But sometimes it's all about the allocation of resources, right? Why spend money on the additional stamp? Right? If you could just go ahead and have the witnesses go ahead and give over that shalom aleichem. So we'll say, so now watch this. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so here's the issue. If witnesses sign right below that shalom aleichem or that instruction to give shalom to Shimon, then the get is puzzled. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witnesses are signing on the greeting and not signing on the end. Rabbi Yavo, the Kedivim Farshim meaning Rabbi Yochanan. So also says Rabbi Yavo said, and also as follows. Rabbi Yavo said, the way I understood it was as follows. Shalom Pasal. Bisha'ilu Kasha. She'ilu Pasal. Bisha'ilu Kasha. Oh, those say everything depends on the God. If you write it again, I do it with this, but I go home, right? And the next section, Please make sure to inquire about the welfare of my friend Shimon, and then since Shimon witnesses, that's the value to get. It's possible that the witnesses are just signing on the greeting piece. But if it says and, if you have again the documental form, right, which again connects the greeting to the get itself, I remain of the Morsi Rachel, don't really get the right, and please give greetings to my friend Shimon. So the and, the documental form, allows us to understand when the word is excited both on again as well as on the greeting. Hakanami, because of Tony Ari, Yaki, Hainu Turav, was it that's his same to the job, okay, so the Martin right, Emo, in Amra Yochel. So was it Salot and my son, who's not the word person in the job, and therefore again, essentially it is not enough to have the guarantor signed before the signature of the witnesses. Rather, what do you need? You need a documental form. So as it has to say, like I do in and lending Shimon $1,000, and maybe give the guarantor, and afterwards the signature of the witnesses. Beautiful. All right, then we'll say last piece, myself. We'll call it Deva Kishma. So let's remember again, after this, we have the whole tradition of bananas. What is bananas? So bananas means that halach l'maisa, the only time that a guarantor of the home is read, when it is clear that the guarantor was the reason for the debt, right? So for example, in bananas is example, the only time that a guarantor is obligated, let's say for example, Levi says to Ruvain, lend the money to Shimon, and I'll guarantee it. So it's clear that the loan is being made because the guarantor is guaranteed. Otherwise, Benana says there is no obligation. He gives the example of I walk into the marketplace and what happens? I see Ruvain holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruvain, stop. I'll guarantee that. I'll guarantee that. Benana said, but anyone did that to guarantee it? Of course not. Of course not. Just trying to get him out of the chokehold. So I'm walking away again. So this is another hold. This bananas and a bishma. So here we go. Says the Gemara. Nice to call there bishma. Even though, again, I will say, remember again, that Rabbi Shmuel praised the bananas. Right? Remember again, how did he praise bananas? He said, if you want to learn Dinei Mamanas, right? Dinei Mamanas is the most incredible thing. And if you want to learn Dinei Mamanas, who should you go to? Make sure to learn under bananas. Nevertheless, halacha kimosa. The halacha is like Rabbi Shmuel and not like bananas. Not like bananas. We'll say now what does that mean? The halacha is that as long as the guarantors have signed in the document before the signatures of the witnesses, and now we just said there's a whole connecting the guarantorship to the piece of the document the part of the we don't must even though our Mishnah praise bananas, we don't must like bananas. See, by the chana, Mali on Rabbi Shmuel. What about the case of the chokehold? This is important to know. But I said, what about the case of the chokehold? Right? I walk into the shop. I see Ruben is holding Shimon in a chokehold. He's saying, baby, right? And I say, Ruben, let him go. I'll guarantee the loan. What would Rabbi Shmuel, am I now a guarantor for that loan or not? So here we go. So the Gemara says, Tashma, the Amr Shtashma, the Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yochanan, followed by Rabbi Shmuel after Chana. Now Rabbi Shmuel disagreed even in the case of Chana, and Rabbi Shmuel would actually hold that the guarantor is tied. Incredible, right? That even though again it's clear, why am I saying to Ruben, I'll guarantee the debt? I'm trying to save Shimon. That's what's happening over here. But there was Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm going to be obligated as a guarantor. So the Gemara says, okay, so do we pass that way or not? The Tashma, the Asra, and Rabbi Yochanan, followed by Rabbi Shmuel after Chana. Rabbi Shmuel was even in the case of the chokehold. And Rabbi Shmuel would say, even in that case, I would be obligated as a guarantor. Halacha kimosa after Chana. Halacha Rabbi Shmuel, even in the case only again of the chokehold. How Rabbi Shmuel? The Chana Miyado, the Shtado. He said, no, listen to this. It's fascinating. So it comes only in the same name as like this. In the chokehold case, if I dedicate it, so let's just clarify this, right? So I want to take to the shop. Will they catch the in the chokehold? What are the actions? Shouldn't hold with a money, hence the chokehold. Right? So I come along and I say, Ruben, if you alone, I'll guarantee it. So Shmuel comes along and says that works as long as I do a kiyum. If a kiyum is siddur with the lender to say that I'm going to guarantee. So what do you see from here? Michlal, the already the Amma not like kiyum. So we can infer from this that in general, a guarantor does not require Look at Rav Nachman. This argues in Rav Nachman. So we'll say this is another interesting idea. In order to become a guarantor, do you need some type of union or not with the lender? Look at Rav Nachman. And this argues on Rav Nachman. Why I will say the Gemara says the Rav Nachman asking, or on the base of saying last moment. All right, based in people of like so we'll say normally it's only a guarantor. It becomes a guarantor in the presence of Basin, who does not require a kinyan. But in general, they'll say otherwise, in order to become a guarantor, for that guarantorship to be binding, you do need a kinyan. The Elchasam will say, what's that? All right, Mishas, what the most for by kinyan, and what the most by kinyan. So we'll say this is our interesting distinction. If you became an artist, you became a guarantor. At the time that the loan was made, if you become a guarantor at the time that the loan was made, then halacha l'maisa, there is no need for a kinyan. In other words, if you're present at the time of the transaction, like say you are a guarantor from the transaction, again, let's say, you all do the caveat. You're a guarantor from the transaction. You're signing before the signature for witnesses. There's a documental book. Linking your guarantorship to the actual part of the loan document. You have all of that. Kinyan is not necessary to formalize and concretize your guarantorship. However, after Matan Ma'os, it's very important. Now, let's say, remember again, you can technically introduce a guarantor after the loan is made. Right? You may lend Shimon the money, and then later on, move into a little bit of this order, right? Or Shimon decides to get a guarantor. You can introduce a guarantor after the transaction has already been made. But in order to do that, what has to happen? In that case, the guarantor has to be Makabel Kinyan, which makes sense. Since he's not part of the document, right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to introduce him, you need something halakhic to require a kinyan. Already, the base in law by kinyan, we'll say in all circumstances, a person becomes a guarantor. The transaction that's happening with base never requires a kinyan. Why? If the Hakia no, then the Henan lay number on the Shabbat. So let's get it quite beautiful. Quite beautiful, why? Because halacha l'maisa, if I'm a guarantor in a transaction with Beis Din, what does that show? That Beis Din trusts me. So because Beis Din trusts me, again, that is enough for me to commit myself to the guarantorship without having to do anything with the kinyan. We'll say, there, in order to ensure that the guarantor is really on the hook. If I'm in Beis Din, and Beis Din is trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional opinion. So let's say it happens to be that halacha l'maisa in their chokehold, the way that I'm not present, that halacha l'maisa, the guarantor is not on the hook. That's what I'm, which again, I think is logical and intuitive because halacha l'maisa, again, it's clear I'm only doing it in order to go ahead and save me. And I will say that amazingly enough, you're also asking like Rabbi Rothschild and not like Ben Nanas. Now, halacha l'maisa, again, essentially. So again, a guarantor need not do the kinyan if he's becoming a guarantor from the transaction itself. Like that doesn't have to happen. It requires as if he's being introduced later on. And halacha l'maisa becomes a guarantor from Beis Din. Doesn't never require the kinyan. Needs to be signed. The guarantor needs to be written before the two witnesses and needs the doc to be written in order to make it binding. I will say, just to close out for the second, the last Mishnah ended up with a really beautiful idea that Harotza Shiyasot Kedimei Mamanis. Sorry, the person, Harotza Shiyachim, person wants to become wise, Yasot Kedimei Mamanis. A person should go ahead and really involve himself in monetary law. Right? That's the ability to become exceptionally wise. What's the pshat? Well, why don't you say, Harotza Shiyachim, want to become wise? Learn Hilchos Shabbos. Like, learn Hilchos Kashrus. I don't know why so let's say so. Beautiful idea. From the Shane Shmuel, the second chapter ever. He said like this is incredible. He says, what is Kinei Mamanis required? He said, Kinei Mamanis, Shtei Hamamonos Shal Yisrael. Like when you have Kinei Mamanis, what's Kinei Mamanis? There's a pot of money over here, right? Or there's a financial claim. And there's a competing Jews. Right? See, you have Reuben and you have Shimon. And you have to try to figure out like how to distinguish Mamon Who owns the money? Right? So there's one bucket of money or one plate. Who gets it? The Yehudi or the Chaveira? Does it go to Reuben? Does it go to Shimon? So talking about people over the whole time they have on it. So Shimon shows us something amazing. Today, Mamonis requires a very specific skill. Havdalah. Havdalah. The ability to be masculine. The ability to distinguish, does the money belong to the name? Does the money ultimately again belong to Shimon? So today, Mamonis requires the ability to distinguish between two things that look so similar. Right? Reuben should have been a good agent. Reuben looks like a great guy. Shimon looks like a great guy. Reuben makes a compelling claim. Shimon makes a compelling claim. And what do I have to try to figure out? I have to figure out how to be mouthful. How to be mouthful. Says the Shemesh Shmuel something amazing. What is the greatest skill that we possess in life? The ability to be mouthful. The Imam Sef's Rachas brings down that the first thing we do on Motzei Shabbos, right? First thing we do on Motzei Shabbos, we drop an Akal Kodei La'adam Das. We say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you give us wisdom. How does that wisdom manifest itself? Where does Havdalah happen in Shmona Esrei? Atachonekanu and Atachoni La'adam Das. Ultimately, again, the greatest ability, the greatest gift you have is the ability to distinguish between different things. So Dinei Mamonis represents this ability to engage in the incredible process of Havdalah. Now, once you ask yourself, okay, it's very nice. But once you have to remember this, once you learn the financial law, how to do Havdalah, how to make a difference between Reuben and Shimon, there was a take that skill set, and it can bring it to the rest of life. Because what is life all about? Life is all about Anakyo Beit Kodesh Yehov, Beit Oren L'Kosha, Beit Yisrael Zan. Life is all about the ability to make sometimes very, very nuanced distinctions. What's right and what's wrong? What's holy, what's impure? What's kosher, what's shame? What's light and what's dark? That's what life is all about. As I say, more often than not in life, the big decisions we have to make is not really between two things that are polar opposites. But it's often in daily life navigating and nuanced decisions. What does that mean? What's the real application? What's the right decision? What's going to get me where I really need to get to in life? What life means more than anything, what a successful year means more than anything, is the power and the ability to be a Havdalah Yid. And how do you be a Havdalah Yid? Harosha Shiyakim, if you want to fine-tune your Havdalah skills, Yasel Yidinei Mothers, that engage in financial management. When you do that Yidinei Mothers, then you learn that art of nuanced distinction. If you learn it here, those like has been tremendous, of course, and privilege. It was like start from one good customer every single 70, 60-day customer. Like just every day exciting, every day beautiful, every day incredible. And it's been the greatest piece of us in the world. We're going to go here to our Hebrew on Zoom. We'll cover next year. It's nothing better. Literally every morning is having the opportunity to experience Olam Haba and Olam Haza. I think Olam Haba they're a bit more awake than we are. Yeah. But nevertheless, again, it's a little bit, it's a shtick Olam Haba in Olam Haza. Also, tomorrow morning starts like we're going to go. Baruch Hashem, little, you're going to just saw. Let me just see the Gemara. Shagilek, Yechayel, El Fayel. The multitudes, accomplishments will accomplish it. It's a dramatic and beautiful accomplishment. Tomorrow we start Sanhedrin tonight. Everyone is invited. Our real scene of miracles will be actually our last Shabbos here in the Shul, which will be Shabbos, January 18th. That'll be our gala scene. We're going to close out this beautiful Beis HaKnesses with a gala scene in Yetz Hashem. And tonight, everyone is invited here to the Shul. A little L'chaim Siyum Grant at 8:15, Ma'ariv at 9 o'clock. We're going to celebrate together. We'll say we celebrate last week tomorrow, tomorrow morning, Sanhedrin. Committed, stark, ready to go, well rested. If you get enough sleep, we're not going to be well rested. That's declarative statement. We're going to grab Sanhedrin by the horns. We're going to Yetz Hashem, make it our new best friend. We thank Balasya. We'll say it's so important. Balasya, thank you. You have been wonderful to us. You have taken care of us. You've loved us. You've been by our side, like no matter what was happening in my life. It was like a lot of us, I'm sorry, no, I'll just finish up. A lot of us, sometimes can't always count on your friends. Can't always count on your friends. But you can always count on your love. He's always going to be there. He's always going to love you, and he's never going to judge you, and he's always going to be willing to learn with you no matter what else is happening in your life. So we thank God, Pastor, that he's such a beautiful and loving and accepting companion for these last 176 days. We appreciate him for everything that he's given us, and again, actually, we look forward to making a new conversation tomorrow. Say Shkoyach and Gaza. All right, girls, like, good morning, good morning. Wow, Baruch Hashem. Okay, it's such a source to be able to begin last night. Well, I begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Kamatora sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. He tells him Mishbach of Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to tell the what's happening yesterday, saying that for today, we're going to change the sponsorship in Eretz Hashem as a zuchos for all of those who have toiled in all of the babas and all of those Baruch Hashem who are zocha to bring Baba Basra to a beautiful and sweet and holy close. And in Eretz Hashem, B'Shat Tov Mitzlachos, begin Mesechah Sanhedrin tomorrow, B'Shat Tov Mitzlachos. In that zuchos, in Eretz Hashem, we should all encounter incredible bracha, hatzlacha, shefa, and mazel for ourselves, for our mishpachos, and for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Josh and Ekvim, in recognition of the yahrzeit of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim Raphael, and for the safe return of our hostages and the security of our soldiers, Sammy and Mark Bastos, in the memory of their parents, Yitzchak Levi Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Amram, and Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in the memory of their dear friend, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yona, Hashem Yikom Damo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Yigal. And today, Dr. Yomi is sponsored by the Friends of Maishi Garden, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Maseches Bava Basra. The daf is also sponsored by the Friends of Zevi Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas with the completion of Bava Basra. The daf is also sponsored today by Zevi Daniel with the completion of his Daf Yomi cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to the shir, specifically his daf brothers, David Flum and David Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible. So I'll say, so beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Reishi, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is this? What is this to be Messiah Shas? Incredible. I will say, by the way, I just want to tell you something also. If you're being Messiah Shas in Bava Basra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of a cycle. So sometimes, one of the most difficult things is to kind of start something when everyone else is into it. And it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. It's Bava Basra. That's another, whatever, 2 years. I'll just wait until Masechus Brachos. And I think the Zevi also started not even the beginning of Basra, right? But like a week before Bava Basra was over, with a week left to Bava Basra. So I'll say it's such. So I want to thank Zevi and Ramesh for just giving us such a beautiful Musar. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it, but take it. Mitzvah an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual horizons comes. Okay, it would be great if I started at the beginning of this, a little bit later, a little bit earlier. When it presents itself, take it and jump into it. Zevi Maishi, much mazel, much bracha, and much incredible hatzlacha on this accomplishment. We should be zocha. And Yad Hashem to Messiah Shas many times over. We should be zocha and Yad Hashem to broaden your spiritual horizons for many years to come. And this is the course. This Siyam Hashash, and Yad Hashem be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha and hatzlacha for your mishpachos for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so we'll say with that, let's begin. Right? There's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the daf tomorrow. Right? So this we gotta finish this. All right, so today's daf is Kuf Ayin Vav 176, and we are picking up on Kuf Ayin Hey on the base. So we'll say pretty much we left off the Gemara yesterday, but we did the shoot of Ula. So remember again, we're doing an interesting machlokas here about shibuda d'oraisa. How do we understand when, let's say again, Ruben lends Shimon money? So again, as we know, so loan, halachic loans 101 is that when you loan someone money, that creates a lien against their property. What is the nature of that lien? So ula paskin, shibuda d'oraisa. Mid-d'oraisa, whenever you lend money. Whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan creates a shibud. Any loan creates a lien against property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, you loan verbally, that there is no shibud, is in order not to put purchasers at a disadvantage, right? Because if somebody goes ahead and purchases a right, that was fine. So now we're up to Rabba. Rabba Amar Kartora, Echad Yom B'Shtas working around Kopay Me'avei 175 feet, probably about 20 lines of about it. Rabba says, Kartora Echad Yom B'Shtas Echad Yom B'Shtas. You know, go element of Pasuk. Rabba says no. Rabba says in reality, whenever you loan money, so really, you can only collect from unencumbered property. You cannot collect from encumbered property. What's the reason for that? Nighttime. Well, Shibud Lat Daraisa, Rabba holds that a lien against property is not Daraisa, it's Midraba. Biblically, there is no lien against property. So that's the case. It says Rabba that biblically there is no lien created against encumbered property. Then why did Rabba or against any property? Then why did Rabbi say that if you loan with a document, there are a lot of ways you collect fees from encumbered property? In order not to close the door in front of borrowers. Or I will say, remember, in general, when you're lending money from a halakhic perspective, it's already, you can't lend interest. So for this other Monday night, it's absolutely fantastic. Right? So again, it's already as it is, you can't charge interest. So if I can't charge interest, and also there's no lien against property, it's a hard sell. You're gonna close the door. You're gonna stymie the loan market, as people aren't going to loan to lend money. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa. You see, at least if you loan with a document, you're not with the shtar, then you get a lien against all property. So if that's the case, that it's in order to encourage and to facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property? Some less late cover. No, because in that case, we'll say again, we have a verbal loan, there's no call. So because there's no call, ultimately you're getting hit. The Rabbi says different. Let's say what's we have left here is a fundamental focus is Ula and Rabba. Ula says Ula Doraisa. The concept of a lien against property is the Doraisa concept. In reality, it should evolve upon all properties for all loans. The rabbi's going to have you did it by Nova Start, not by Nova of that. Fine. Rabbi on the other hand holds Ula Lat Doraisa. There is no concept of a lien against property. There's no coverage of property. Is all right. So the only reason the rabbis made a lien when it's in the shtar is in order not to close the door to lenders. Okay, or not to borrowers, I should say. So the Gemara says as follows: Remember, Rabbi the hot of Rabbi, Gobu Karko, Yeshlo Baos. So Gobu Karko, Yeshlo, Gobu Baos, so we'll say the statue is very interesting. Just look at the Rashba. So the rabbi would hold that she would have done that. But all the other things, Shofun Yisham, the heart knows of Shnayim know that. So what's interesting enough, one of the things we learned, that we're going to spend a lot of time on Yisham, before a firstborn son gets a double portion. What does he get a double portion in? What does he get a double portion in? Muchsa and not Rod. Like he only gets a double portion property that is considered to be owned by the estate, and not property that is, what's the word, Rod, due to the estate. Thank you. Right? It's only property that is owned by the estate, and not property that is used. Says, well, we have something interesting. So let's say Yaakov dies, leaves behind his son Reuven and Shimon. Reuven is a Bakar, so now Reuven, so when that debt becomes collectible, if the debt is secured by property, then Reuven gets Shnayim, another portion of that. If it's not secured by property, or so the money that's repaid, he doesn't get Shnayim. What do you see about that? What do you see? You see from here that it must be that the lien against property is a Doraisa lien. And therefore, it turns out that because that can go home and then put the son, and let the little car get Israel with it. So that would seem to indicate that she would know right. So yet Rabbi just said before that she was a Rabbi. What's going on here? So maybe you'll say no problem. Just switch around the positions. Maybe it's really Rabbi who holds she would the Doraisa, and Ulo who holds she would the Rabbanon. I Baha'ano Ulo, the Torah. The Torah, but that's not true because Ul himself is on record as saying that Midoraisa, a Balchov, a debtor, or excuse me, a creditor, is entitled to from Zigulis. So let's remember again. So now, as much as Ul is saying that a creditor only gets to talk inferior grade property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against the property, which would then indicate that Halacha L'Maisa, Shibuda Doraisa. Elo, Rabba, Heimer could name Rabba Kamar, the label is true. Now, I was saying this piece over here before about the load. Rabba was not espousing his own opinion. Rabba was espousing the opinion of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. Rabba was Eretz Yisrael, but he himself did not take that. So therefore, we are left fundamental. Okay, so by the way, this is actually a tremendous machlokes. Tremendous machlokes. What is the nature of an encumbrance? Is encumbrance Doraisa? Is encumbrance Rabbanon? Rabba, Rabbanon, Ula, Doraisa. Okay, hold on, we're going to get to Rabba Doraisa. Rabbi Shmuel knows about it. So Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. Bilva Alpha, in the Gova Lomina Yershim, you make a verbal loan. Right, which means again, Ruben lends Shimon money, and Halacha L'Maisa again, but about that, not with the Shtar, and what's not on either Gova Lomina Yershim, Lomina Lekufus. So ultimately, again, you cannot collect that debt from Yarshim, from Soman, right, from an estate that was already Yarshim. What does that mean? Soman or Katana. Right, so you can't collect from the estate until it's paid with God and it's the Lomina Lekufus. Nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the loan. My time, what's the reason for that? Shibud al-Abdaraisa. The Rabbi Shmuel holds like Rabba that Shibud is not Daraisa. The Yoker of Shimon and Makish, the Amitabayu, Milva Alfred, Nova Plague, Golda, Bain and Ayashim, and On the other hand, the Yoker of Shlakish holds that even a verbal loan can be collected from Yershim or from the Kushos. What's the reason for that? The night Taima, Shibuda Doraisa. Ultimately, again, because they hold Shibuda Doraisa, like so I will say, you see what's happening over here. You feel it, right? You feel it? Something big is happening. How do I know something big is happening? Because the Gemara is stacking the accounts, right? You've got the Tanoim, you've got the Amalai, and now you see how this is really blowing up, potentially blowing up into a major machlokes. So whereas the base says, Hasha, this is a very interesting case. Ruvain takes a pig, and he shoots it out. By the way, it's really beautiful to do this because this is back to our Baba Kama days. This is back to Baba Kama. When he was on Kama, how long ago? Probably close to a year ago now, right? Close to a year ago. It's very exciting. So first, Ruvain takes a pig, and he shoots it out. Ruvain takes a pig, and he shoots it out. So good. Ruvain takes a pig, and he shoots it out. The Nafa Arab Sharba Hardo. Interesting. Remember, Ruvain does something illegal by digging a pit in a Shtarabin. What happens? As he's digging a pit in a Shtarabin, he falls into the pit and kills Ruvain. Kills so yeah, he kills him. What's that? Hunter. Obviously, the owner of the shark is Hunter, right? Why is the owner of the shark Hunter? Let's remember we had a principle, like Kola Mishane, Yodo Alatatola. Whenever you go ahead and you do something deviant, right? You do something, you do something illegal, you lose to a certain degree any of your halachic rights. So you may dug a pit illegally. The ox falls on him and goes ahead and kills him. Halacha L'Maisa, the owner of the shard is Hunter. Okay. Hello, not only that. Hello, Shem Mace Hashar. Oh, watch this. Let's say the shark falls into the pit. Not only does the shark kill Reuben, but what happens? What happens if the shark dies? Yershei Alabar Hayavim L'Shalim D'Nei Shar L'Bayla. Very interesting. Reuben's inheritors, Reuben dug the pit. His Yershim, his inheritors, are obligated to pay back the owner of the shark. Okay, so let's say something Gemara says. So what do you see from here? If you the Rashbam. Yarshe Bal Habar Kayav Mishali Alma Malva Al Peh Government at Yarshe Mikasha Levirai. So this is very interesting. So now what do you see from here? Essentially, when the shark falls in, right, it kills Ruvain, and then it dies. So essentially, you are looking at this death that Ruvain's estate owns as a malva alpa, as a verbal loan. It's a verbal loan, and then you see that what? That Allah it's enforceable even from Yarshim. Even from Yarshim. So that the scene here, you gave the concept of Shibud and Daraisa. I'm Rabbi Lai, myself, I'm Rabbi Lai, I'm Rabbi. No, the case over here is where the case was adjudicated. Rashbam says the Milva Bacon, the Maisa Bacon, the Milva Shtarman. This case was adjudicated in court. And therefore the court ruled that ultimately again the owners of the Yarshim of Ruvain are obligated to pay back the value of the ox. Therefore, because it's the Maisa Bacon, it's as if it's written in document. Whereas we're talking about how hard it is. It says that we can die. So straight. No, the case over here actually is a situation where Reuben was made into a traitor. He didn't die yet. He was just mortally wounded by the ox falling on him. Basically, Conro, to which the Gemara says, but it says that he died. And he died because the ox buried him in the bed. So the Gemara says, yes, he died the talking about the literally sitting at the edge of the pit and adjudicated this case at the edge of the pit. There again, let's say the ideal here is because it's a case of a court adjudicating the situation, it becomes a murder mishtar, not a murder with that. Okay, I'll bet. Top of Kufay above 170 to the side, last stop. I'm gonna bubble. Build this up. Malva al peh, government at Yarshim and a government on the roof. That local Maisa, the Papa says that when you go ahead and lend, write a verbal loan, the locals you collect from Yarshim, you have the ability to collect from the estate. You can go on the but you do not collect from properties. Yarshim, why are you able to collect from an estate? In order not to close the door to lenders. Listen, now why? What's that issue? That issue is very simple. That issue is that if remember, when a person lends money, they're going to be able to collect even if the borrower dies. If a person knows that if the borrower dies, they can't collect, then again, you run into a real problem that people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, even if you lend al-peh without a document, you have the ability to collect from Yarshim. But you can't collect from purchasers. And the Eno government on the less they call them. You can't collect from purchasers. Why? Because that would be unfair to the purchaser, right? If Ruben lends Shimon money, and subsequently they're going to have to loan, and let's say they lend it verbally, right? Ruben lent it al-peh. And then afterwards, Ruben sold the property to Levi. It's unfair in the event that Ruben defaults for Shimon to go and collect from Levi. Why? Levi had no way to protect himself, right? Levi did his title search. And because the loan was undocumented, therefore, again, Levi has no choice. He has no ability. So therefore, on one hand, we want to protect everyone. We want to allow, ultimately, again, the borrower, the lender, to collect from the estate. And therefore, again, he gets paid. On the other hand, we want to go ahead and protect the purchasers because they had no way of knowing about this debt. So, how do we ask him? Because this is a big one. Shibud Daraisa. Or Shibud Rabbanan, how do we pass him? Rabbi Paskin, you ready for it? Lochas Mava Beloda, Harik Yud Aleph Halacha Dalit. Rambam writes, Kol Nova Bishtar, Gova Osam in a Yarshim and all the Kulkos Bishtar. When you lend with the documents, right? You lend with the writing. So the halacha is you can collect both from Yarshim as well as from purchasers. You collect from everyone. Nova al-Peh, if you lend verbally without a document, Rova in a Yarshim, you can collect from the estate, but you cannot collect from purchasers, right? And the reason for that is because purchasers had no way of protecting themselves because they didn't know about the existence of this loan. And the Rambam Paskins, Shekol Nipse Haloda, Hachas Shibut Hamalda, Benat. The Rambam Paskins, Shibuda Dorais. So again, just to understand what that means is anytime you lend money, anytime I lend money to Ruben, the Doraisa, Ruben's property is encumbered by that debt. Now, also what that should mean is, in the event of default, I could collect, or debt, I collect from the estate, I collect from purchasers. The only reason Chazal said it's a verbal loan, I can't collect from purchasers, is only its buyer protection. It's buyer protection. The purchasers have no way of learning about this yet, therefore it's unfair to allow them to collect from it, even though technically I'm a Tosh. We'll say so again, Halom L'Maisa, Shibuda guys, let's say it's a tremendous person also. What does it mean? Not only Halom L'Maisa means Shibuda L'Maisa, but ultimately again Hashkaf L'Maisa. What is Hashkaf L'Maisa? Shibuda. Let's say in life, often we feel ourselves like it's to a lot of things. Right? The person feels a sheep to a lot of things in life. In reality, there's only one thing in life you should really feel a true sheep to. Like a true sheep. The word isn't enslavement, there's a better word, true. A true encumbrance to. There's only one real sheep in life, and that is God, the Torah. That's what she's feeling encompassed to. It's one sheep, and if you think about it, by the way, everything else comes from that sheep. When you say it's a second, it's not sure a family. Like how can I feel to sheep? No, understand. If you feel the sheep to the Araisa, to the Torah, everything else comes from that. Because the Torah tells me that I have to be a good father. The Torah tells me that I have to be a good husband. The Torah tells me that I have to make a balance in order to go ahead and provide for my family. The Torah tells me all the different things I need to do. And a lot of times when we say we find ourselves like shubbat, we find ourselves encumbered. It's a better word than encumbered. Shubbat, literally means like slave. Like, but we find ourselves encumbered so many different things, right? People find themselves encumbered to their career. People find themselves encumbered to other people's expectations, to societal norms, to different things, to encumber to what my friends or my peer group are doing. There's only one shubbat for a year. There's only one thing I'm encumbered to in this world, and that is the Raisa. That is the Ribono Shel Olam and his Torah. That is my life encumbrance. And if I'm shoving myself, if ultimately again I sublimate myself, give myself over, I allow myself literally again to be an Eved Hashem. That's Shibuda, this Eved. I'm an Eved Hashem, I'm a Shibud. To the Da'araisa, everything positive, everything wonderful, and everything incredible comes from that. Halach L'Maisa and Hashkaf L'Maisa. Let's go like this. Let's finish up. Here we go. So Hotzel of Savyado Shu Chayiv Lo Gofen Chassid Ben Chorin. So let's remember again, the Mishnah then said, let's say that I lend Ruben money. And we don't have a typical document. But instead what is happening over here is I have a loan document in Ruben's handwriting. Right? So Ruben has a handwritten, right? The document says, right, Silver lent Ruben $1,000, and it's written in Ruben's own handwriting. So the halacha is the Mishnah asking that halacha l'maisa you could go and collect from the chassid and unencumbered property, but not from encumbered property. But it's a shtar. It's true, it is a shtar. But it's a shtar without what? Shtar without what? Shtar without heat. And therefore, because it started out eating, therefore it doesn't have a cold, right? And therefore, because it doesn't have a cold, you can't collect from encumbered property. So, finally, Rabbi Bar Nasa made Rabbi Yochanan, so we'll say, but what happens if Beis knows Ruben's handwriting? So, like Ruben, I don't know if he was a notorious borrower, or just in general, maybe he's also a witness who witnesses a lot of stuff. So, point over here is they know his handwriting. So what about that? So the Gemara says, "My." In other words, the Gemara is saying essentially, does the fact that Beis recognizes Ruben's writing, does this make it like a shtar that has ethos? That's the shayla. Does it make it like a shtar with ethos? Amalei, Afal B'Yishlos and Sagyad L'Bezdin, they don't go that element of chassid. No, we'll say again. In order to collect from the chassid Yeshua, or who holds from purchasers, you have to have witnesses. Witnesses create a tone of general awareness. Therefore, again, purchasers would be aware, even if Beis didn't recognize Ruben's signature that still only allows for collection from the chassid and unencumbered property. So, Master Ra'ibachamo, Shloshik Gittin, so Shloshik Gittin Psulim. There are three people that are puzzled. These six have lives. Three gittin which are puzzled, right? But if you marry already, a person who is essentially a woman who utilized them, the offspring is still going to be kosher. What are those three gittin? Number one, Ksav, Ksav, Yodo, if the get is written in the handwriting of the husband, but there's no witnesses there. There's no witnesses there. So it was a very easy case. Right? So in that kind of case, it's clear that the husband wrote it, right? But there's no witnesses, there's no witnesses that signed on it. It's such a get. is kosher, but she really shouldn't use it. But if she did use it, right, let's say Rabbi Rothschild did use it, technically speaking, the divorce is valid. Or there are witnesses that sign there, but there is no date on it. Or there is a date, but there's only one witness. What's the halacha? So these three really are not really fit for use. The mises have not kosher, but if you used it ultimately again, it's kosher. It's kosher. So Rabbi Rothschild says, kosher. The Goga Megachasim Mishubaki. And Rabbi Rothschild says the truth is, even if there aren't eidim on it, but you give it in the presence of witnesses, it's kosher. I'll say that again. That's Rabbi Rothschild L'Shlitaso. That's what does Rabbi Rothschild hold. Rabbi Rothschild holds eidim Yisira Karsi. Remember again, it's not see the giving over of the shtar. So also goes so far to say that even if you don't have witnesses who say you're a shtar, but you only have witnesses who witness the giving over of the shtar, halal from a maisa, to get discussion you can collect. Right? Or again, I want to remember again, I want to point out also, whatever halachos apply to also apply to what? Regular stars. Right? Regular stars. Right? It's not so long ago. So we're going to so let's say so again. So what do you see from here? Look at the Rashbam for just a moment. Go over the Nechas, right across. Go over the Nechas Shvadim. Lomar, Shtar Mildaru, Os Shtar Akos, Sabiado, Ibo Edin, Allah Shamas of the Canadian. Go over the Nechas Shvadim. So let's say so again. Here it is. What do you see over here? You have a Shtar over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the Shtar, and yet despite all of that, halach l'maisa, you collect from the Nechas Shvadim. This contradicts what we just said before, to which the Gemara says, no, shiny hasam, mishas siva, udishabet nafshe. That case is different, right? That case is different. Why? Because we're saying this type of situation where halacha l'maisa, again, it was clear from the beginning, that Ruben was not going to use it for time and again, he's not going to use it in the sira, so he's mishabet himself, obligating himself in this level of obligation from the beginning of the writing of the Shkat. Shiny Hasam Udishas, Siva Udishabi Nafshe, Kishenechtav Hashtar, Nechtav Kideva Masra Beflei, Shini Siva Bobbi Hasiva. Hilfa, Kevin Drababaza, Kevin Siva Karsi, Kevin Nechtamu Beso Hashtar. So that case is different. Because since it's lying on Rabbabaza, so therefore again, Kevin Siva Karsi, therefore he's Bishabi himself from the beginning of his testimony in the Shtar itself. Abalanan. Boy, like the whole Sialov, Sabyado, the Almo, Shishmo Shabbat, I say, but you was on to say, you can't have his back focus. Remember again, what was our initial question? Our initial question was, Mishka said that if Ruben lends Shimon money, and you have a shtar, right? The shtar is written Shimon the borrower's handout. So what's the halacha in such a situation? The halacha is that ultimately, again, Ruben can collect from Shimon, but only from the chassan that they call it unencumbered property. Gemara asked, what happens if halacha l'maisa recognizes Shimon's handwriting? Does that make it as if there's testimonies, witnesses, signed? So we wanted to bring a raya over here, but Kamashma, this case is different, right? The get case is different, and halacha l'maisa, the way we ask it is, even if they didn't recognize the handwriting of Ruvain, the handwriting of Shimon the borrower, that's fine. In other words, it's a valid document. Ruvain, the lender, did collect from unencumbered property, but he did not collect from encumbered property. All right, double side. Last piece. No, the second last piece. The next. So let's remember again that the distinction between a guarantor who signs before the signatures and after the signatures. Right? So no, it's just essentially a guarantor who signs before the signatures. That's a proper guarantor. But a guarantor signs after the signatures, not to be a proper guarantor. Now, the way the connection is that the Mishnah said that if the guarantor signs after the signature of the witnesses, you collect from the chassan and a kohen of the guarantor, not from the chassan yeshiva. So from that, if he signs before the signatures, collect even from the chassan and a kohen. That was like, now ultimately again, that was the yeshiva. Thank you. Now, remember again, that's what Rabbi Shmuel asking. Ben Nanas disagreed. We'll come to Ben Nanas in just a little bit. So the Gemara says as follows: Amarav, Kodim Chittim Stars Kovim Minachas Mishvatim, V'Achar Chittim Stars Kovim Minachas Minachol. So here it is. So Rav says if the guarantor signs before, right? The guarantor signs before the signature of the witnesses, you can collect from the Chassid Mishvatim. But if he only signs after the signatures of the witnesses, you can only collect from the Chassid Minachol. Sin in Amarav, yet other times Rav said, after the Kodim Chittim Stars Kovim Minachas Minachol. So say, but yet. Other times Rav said that even if the guarantor signed before the signatures of the witnesses, still can only collect from unencumbered property. Kasha the Rav the Rav. Rav is contradicting himself. What is it? The Rav says, no kasha is not a contradiction. Hadikasim Bey Floni Arif. Hadikasim Bey U Floni Arif. Wow. They will say everything hinges on a thought. What does this mean? So let's play this out. Ruben is lending $1,000. So in the document it says, I Ruben am lending $1,000. So we'll say, now watch this. If in the shtar it says, and Levi is a guarantor for this loan, then you have a signature witnesses. Then halacha myself, then Levi is on the hook, even for his own requesting mission. If on the other hand it just says, I would have lent $1,000, and then it says, Levi is a guarantor for this loan without the clause, and ultimately again, halacha l'maisa that is true. Levi is a guarantor, but Levi is only a guarantor up to what? Is the chassan the nechor, not as the chassan the shubban. Essentially, what Rabbi is suggesting is, you need a hook. You need something directly connecting the guarantorship to the transaction outlined above. All you need is a thought, right? All you need is that hook, an and. In other words, documental juxtaposition. Yes, that is a grand phrase. Right? Documental juxtaposition is not enough. You need something that actually, again, hooks the guarantor to the transaction above it. Therefore, again, interesting enough, what Rav says is having the guarantor sign before the signature of the witnesses is enough to create an obligation. Remember, again, we'll say it's an obligation, but it only obligates an obligation the custom that they hold. If you want the guarantor to be obligated, even for the chassan mishibadim, you need that hook, you need that and, which again documentally goes ahead and links it to the actual transaction itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan disagrees with Rabbi Yochanan says no. The way a guarantor works, Rabbi Yochanan holds that a guarantor's obligation is always capped at his nechasim v'nechol. That's it. A guarantor is never on the hook for nechasim v'shubadim. Massive Rabba. So Rabba raised the kasha. Gave the nechasim v'sheila shalom again puzzle. Keshinan shema al sheila shalom chasmin. So we'll say this is actually a very interesting case. So Rabba brings up the following question. We'll say, so let's say again, you have a document, right? So again, Reuben is divorcing his wife Rachel. See, in the document it is like this, right? Reuben is divorcing Rachel, and then in the document itself it says, and witnesses, do me a favor, when you go and you deliver this get to Rachel, say hello to my old friend. Right? Because again, Reuben lives in Tel Aviv, Rachel lives in Yerushalayim. So Reuben tells the witnesses, my old childhood friend lives in Yerushalayim. To me, if it were delivered again, go say hello to Shimon. And he writes that in the document itself. Go say hello to my childhood. I agree. Right. But sometimes it's all about consolidation of resources, right? Why spend money on the additional scale, right? You can just go ahead and have the witnesses go ahead and give over that shalom aleichem. So we'll say, so now watch this. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so here's the issue. You have witnesses signed right below that shalom aleichem over there, or that instruction to give shalom to Shimon, then the get is puzzled. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witnesses are signing on the greeting, and not signing on the end. So also says Rabbi Avo said, Rabbi Avo said as follows. Rabbi Avo said, the way I understood it was as follows. Shalom puzzle. Vishailu kasha. It says Shailu puzzle. Vishailu kasha. Oh, those say everything depends on the above. If you're right in the get, I do the divorce marriage Rahol, right? And then next section. please make sure to inquire about the welfare of my friend Shimon, and then since the witnesses, that's going to validate the get. It's possible that the witnesses are just signing on the greeting piece. But if it says and, if you have again the documental hook, right, which again connects the greeting to the get itself, I remain a divorcing Rachel, go to Liberty's get tonight, and please give greetings to my friend Shimon. So the and, the documental hook, allows us to understand what the witnesses are signing both on the get as well as on the greeting. Hafanami, because of Tony Arif, Yahi, Hainu to Rav, so we'll say that's the case, saying the same thing as Rav, but you're right, Imo, looking up Rabbi Yochanan. So we'll say Salach Lamaisa, interesting enough, more person like Rav, and therefore, again, essentially, it is not enough to have the guarantor signed before the signatures of the witnesses. Rather, what do you need? You need a documental hook. So whereas it has to say, like, I Ruben and lending Shimon $1,000, and Levi is the guarantor, and then afterwards the signatures. It's beautiful. All right, so we'll say last piece, myself. So remember again, after this, we have Nachomis of Shalom Benanas. What did Benanas hold? So Benanas holds that halacha l'maisa, the only time that a guarantor is on the hook is when it is clear that the guarantor was the reason for the debt, right? So for example, in Benanas' example, the only time that a guarantor is obligated is when, let's say for example, Levi says to Ruben, lend money to Shimon, and I'll guarantee it. So it's clear that the loan is being made because the guarantor is guaranteeing. Otherwise, Benana says there is no obligation. It gives the example of I walk into the marketplace and what happens? I see Ruben holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruben, stop. I'll guarantee the debt. Benana said, but anyone said that's a guarantorship? Of course not. Of course not. Just trying to get him out of the chokehold. So I walk once again. So this is not hold this Benana's and Rabbi Shmuel. So here we go. Says the Gemara. Ma'asu bal Rabbi Shmuel. Even though, again, I will say, remember again, that Rabbi Shmuel praised bananas. Right? Remember again, how did he praise bananas? He said, if you want to learn Dine Mamanas, right? Dine Mamanas is the most incredible thing. And if you want to learn Dine Mamanas, who should you go to? Make sure to learn under bananas. Nevertheless, halacha kimosa. The halacha is like Rabbi Shmuel and not like bananas. Not like bananas. So we'll say, now what does that mean? The halacha is that as long as the guarantors are signed in the documents before the signatures of the witnesses, and as we just said before, and there's a hook connecting the guarantorship to the piece of the document before it can be good to go. So we don't pass, even though Rabbi Shmuel praised bananas, we don't pass them like bananas. The chanuk, mali Rabbi Shmuel. What about the case of the chokehold? This is important to know. Right, so what about the case of the chokehold? Right, I walk into the shop. I see Ruben is holding Shimon in the chokehold. He's saying, pay me, right? And I say, Ruben, let him go. I'll guarantee the loan. What would Rabbi Shmuel, am I now a guarantor for that loan or not? So here we go. So the Gemara says, Tashma, the Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yochanan, Chaluk Haya, Rabbi Shmuel, after the Chanuk. No, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed even in the case of Chanuk, and Rabbi Shmuel would actually hold that the guarantor is chayiv. Incredible, right? That even though again it's clear, why am I saying to Ruben, I'll guarantee the debt? I'm trying to save Shimon. That's what's happening over here. But there was Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm going to be obligated as a guarantor. So the Gemara says, okay, so do we pass the next way or not? So Tashma, the Asarab and Rabbi Yochanan, Chalakay Rabbi Shmuel after Chanuk. Rabbi Shmuel disagreed with bananas even in the case of the chokehold. And Rabbi Shmuel would say, even in that case, I would be obligated as a guarantor. Halacha kimoso after Chanuk. And halacha has Rabbi Shmuel, even in the case, ultimately again, of the chokehold. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel. The Chanuk Yado Mishtadek. So no. Well, so listen to this. It's fascinating. So it comes along and really say the name of Shmuel says like this. In the chokehold case, if I get a kingdom, so let's just clarify this, right? So I walk into the shop. Ruben's got Shimon in the chokehold. Clearly, I'm using my female witness to recognize that Shimon owes me money, hence the chokehold. Right? So I come along and I say, Ruben, leave me alone. I'll guarantee it. So Shmuel comes along and says that works as long as I do a kingdom. If the kingdom is similar with the lender to say that I'm going to guarantee. So what do you see from here? Michlal, the Ari, the Amal, lo by kingdom. So we can infer from this that in general, a guarantor does not require a kinyan. And this argues on Rav Nachman. So we'll say this is another interesting idea. In order to become a guarantor, you need some type of kinyan or not with the lender. And this argues on Rav Nachman. Why I both say the Gemara says that Rav Nachman Paskins or Amud Beis Rav said last moment. Already the base thing Shutamo by Kinyan, Alba by Kinyan. So we'll say normally it's only an RA, only a guarantor. Not a guarantor in the presence of base thing who does not require a kinyan. But in general, we'll say otherwise, in order to become a guarantor, for that guarantorship to be binding, you do need a kinyan. The Hilchas will say, what's that locha? Already Shas Motan Moslo by Kinyan. Achar Motan Moos by Kinyan. So we'll say this is a very interesting distinction. If you became an art, if you became a guarantor, at the time that the loan was made, if you become a guarantor at the time that the loan was made, then halach and l'maisa, there is no need for a king. In other words, if you're present at the time of the transaction, I say you are a guarantor at the time of the transaction. Again, I will say, with all the other caveats, you're a guarantor at the time of the transaction. You're signing before the signatures of the witnesses. There's a documental hook linking your guarantorship to the actual part of the loan document. If you have all of that, kinyan is not necessary to formalize and concretize your guarantorship. However, after Matan Ma'os Boiking, it's very important. Now, remember again, you can technically introduce a guarantor after the loan was made. Right? Ruben lends Shimon the money, and then later on, Ruben's a little bit nervous, or Shimon decides to get a guarantor. You can introduce a guarantor after the transaction has already been made. But in order to do that, what has to happen? In that case, the guarantor has to be Makabel Kinyan, which makes sense, since he's not part of the document. Right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to introduce him, you need something with halakhic teeth. You require a kinyan. Already, the base in low by kinyan, we'll say in all circumstances, a person who becomes a guarantor from a transaction that's happening in base never requires a kinyan. Why? So that's actually quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, if I'm a guarantor in a transaction in base, what does that show? That base didn't trust me. So because based in trust me again, that is enough for me to fully commit myself to the guarantorship without having to do anything with the kinyan. Whereas the kinyan is there in order to ensure that the guarantor is really on the hook. If I'm in Basin and Basin is trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional kinyan. I will say it happens to be that halacha l'maisa in this chokehold case. The way that I'm not passing is that halacha l'maisa, the guarantor is not on the hook. That's the way that I'm, which again I think is logical and intuitive, because halacha l'maisa again is clear I'm only doing in order to go ahead and save people. And I will say that amazingly enough, we also paskin like Rabbi Shmuel and not like Ben Nanas. The halacha l'maisa again essentially. So again, a guarantor need not do a kinyan if he's becoming a guarantor at the time of the transaction itself. Right? That doesn't have to happen. The only thing he requires kinyan is if he's being introduced later on, and halacha l'maisa becomes a guarantor in Bezdin. Doesn't require a kinyan. Needs to be signed. The guarantor needs to be written in before the signature of the witnesses, and needs the documental hook in order to make it binding. I will say, just to close out to the second, the last Mishnah ended off with a really beautiful idea that harotza shiyasot b'dinei mamanas. Sorry, if a person harotza shiyachtin, a person wants to become wise, yasot b'dinei mamanas. A person should go ahead and really involve himself in monetary law. Like that's the ability to become exceptionally wise. What's the pshat? Why don't you say harotza shiyachtin? I want to become wise. Learn hilchos shabbos, like learn hilchos kashrus. I don't know why b'dinei mamanas. So we'll say so. Beautiful idea from the Shem Shmuel, the son of Chavarel. He says like this is incredible. He says, what is Dinei Mamanas required? He says, Dinei Mamanas, Shtei Hamamonos Shal Yisrael. Right? When you have Dinei Mamanas, what's Dinei Mamanas? There's a pile of money over there, right? Or there's a financial claim. And there's two Jews. Right? So you have Reuben and you have Shimon. And you have to try to figure out like how to distinguish Mamon Zeh Yoni Ushayim. Who owns the money? Right? So there's one pocket of money or one plate. Who gets it? The Zeh Hayudi or the Chavero. Does it go to Reuben? Does it go to Shimon? Zeh Chachma Gidolo, the whole Tzipar Me'elohim. So the Shimon shows us something amazing. Today, Mamonis requires a very specific skill. Havdalah. Havdalah. The ability to be mafia. The ability to distinguish, does the money belong to Ruvain? Does the money ultimately belong to Shimon? So Dini Mamonis requires the ability to distinguish between two things that look so similar. Right? Ruvain and Shimon come into the basement. Ruvain looks like a great guy. Shimon looks like a great guy. Ruvain makes a compelling claim. Shimon makes a compelling claim. And what do I have to try to figure out? I have to figure out how to mafia. Says the Shem Yishmael something amazing. What is the greatest skill that we possess in life? The ability to be mafia. Havdalah. The Gemara in Sex Brachas brings down. It's the first thing we do on Masei Shabbos. Right? First thing we do on Masei Shabbos. In the Brach of Ata Chodei La'adam Das. We say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you give us wisdom. How does that wisdom manifest itself? Where does Havdalah happen in Shemot Esrei? Ata Chonim Talud and Ata Chonim La'adam Das. Ultimately, again, the greatest ability, the greatest gift we have is the ability to distinguish between different things. So Dinei Mamonis represents this ability to engage in the incredible process of Havdalah. And once you ask yourself that, it's very nice. But once you have Dinei Mamonis, once you know in the financial law how to do Havdalah, how to make a distinction between Reuben and Shimon, then once I can get skill sets, and I can bring it to the rest of life. Because what is life all about? Life is all about Hamavdil Bein Kodesh L'chol, Bein Or L'choshen, Bein Yisrael Ra'ad. Life is all about the ability to make sometimes very, very nuanced distinctions. What's right and what's wrong? What's holy? What's impure? What's kosher? What's trade? What's light and what's dark? That's what life is all about. I will say, more often than not in life, the big decisions we have to make is not really between two things that are polar opposites, but it's often in daily life navigating those nuanced decisions. What does that want to do? What's the real proper path for me to take? What's the right decision to do? What's going to get me where I really need to get to in life? What life needs more than anything, what a successful yid needs more than anything, is the power and the ability to be a Havdalah yid. And how do you become a Havdalah yid? If you want to fine-tune your Havdalah skills, Yasel is the moments that engage in financial law. Because and you learn that art of nuanced distinction. And if you learn it here, you learn it to the best of life. Those has been a tremendous close and privilege. It's just like it's felt like one big casa, one big secret, 176 day casa. Like just every day exciting, every day beautiful, every day incredible. I mean, it's been the greatest piece of to our Hebron on Zoom. Heather that's here. It's never down. Literally every morning is having the opportunity to experience Olam Haba and Olam Haza. I think in Olam Haba they're a bit more than we are, right? But nevertheless, again, it's a little bit, it's a shtick Olam Haba in Olam Haza. Also tomorrow morning starts at 8. You're going to go, Baruch Hashem, literally, again, we just saw, what did we just see in the Gemara? It's that Yilid, Yechayil, El Chayil. A multitude to multitude, accomplishment to accomplishment. This is tonight, a beautiful accomplishment. Tomorrow we start Sanhedrin tonight. Everyone is invited. Our real Seminar session will be actually our last Shabbos here in the Shul, which will be Shabbos, January 18th. That'll be our Gala Siyum. We're going to close out this beautiful Beis HaKnesses with the Gala Siyum, Hashem. But tonight, everyone is invited here to the Shul. A little B'chayim Siyum tonight at 8:15, Myra at 9 o'clock. We're going to celebrate together. We'll celebrate tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow morning, committed, shtayim, ready to go, well rested. Whether you get enough sleep or not, you're going to be well rested. That's declarative statement. We're going to grab Sanhedrin by the horns. We're going to hear Hashem make it our new best friend. We thank Baal We'll say it's so important. Baal Basra, thank you. You have been wonderful to us. You have taken care of us. You've loved us. You've been by our side. No matter what was happening in my life, there was like a lot of us. I'm sorry, no one. I'm just going to try. A lot of us, sometimes you can't always count on your friends. You can't always count on your friends. He's always going to love you, and he's never going to judge you, and he's always going to be willing to learn with you no matter what else is happening in your life. So we're very proud of Pastor. He's such a beautiful and loving and accepting companion these last 176 days. We appreciate him for everything that he's given us, and we are such a new hope that we meet on the second side tomorrow. It's a shreya. All right, don't say good morning. Good morning. Let's go. Small Hashem, second to last daf. Second to last daf of Baba Basra. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual time ago sponsor, Restream, hey, he comes to Mishpachah of our Tzizah, dedicating all the Shem and Drushes this year as he's equipped for the Soros for us on Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Havana and Rabbi Joshua Friedman, Commissioner of the Yazek of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda Ben Chaim Michael, and for the source of the safe return of our hostages and for the security of our precious Hayim Samuel Malka Askerson, for dedicating all the Shiur and Drushes this month in memory of their parents. Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzhak Lincoln, Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Sala, Rafa Basbar, Abraham Zipon, Hilda Eskerson, Hilda Bas, Ephraim Zipon, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband, and father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Kondamov, and Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yidal. We also get the opportunity to welcome back their son after celebrating the wedding, passing out his son, Ari to Jeree Baker. Mazel Tov, welcome back. A little bit surprised that it was not a destination hospital this year, considering that it was Florida, but okay. This year was there, Baruch Hashem, which means back this year, Mazel Tov, Shvizot, and let's hear Marcus Shvizot, and let's Hashem. See, Dory goes to be the thing of Shabbat, so this hospital help you entire Shabbat, Mazel Tov. Excellent. And also, of course, we always dedicate all of our learning in the space of our precious passage, which we believe in the Shalom and the Kalav. And also, especially in these days where, it's so hard to, on one hand, get our hopes up, but on the other hand, what's the power of the Jew and here, and we lose the possibility of a hostage, the possibility of negotiations finally progressing. You never know what kind of pushes things in the favor and the direction of clubs. So it's these days when we hear just these little glimmers of hope that come out. And how about we just push ourselves a little bit more, work a little bit harder. There's no telling what incredible miracles. This is the month of miracles. Kislev is the month is every month is the month of miracles for you. But Kislev is especially a month of miracles. And who knows, if we just push ourselves and work a little bit harder, don't tell me what we can accomplish. So let's say with that, let's begin today's practice. Kuf Ayin Hey, 175, and we are taking up the Be'ez Hashem on Kuf Ayin down on the days. I know I left you this story yesterday. So as I remember again, the Gemara says as far. So you know the story that we started. Where Moshe Bar Asi was the father of Yehuda, and Moshe Bar Asi also guaranteed his daughter-in-law's Suba. Yehuda had fallen on financially difficult times. So Abaye gave Yehuda an interesting mitzvah, which was divorce your wife. You have no money. Should collect her Suba from your father, the guarantor of the Suba, and then you'll get married and Baruch Hashem, you have a little nest egg along with you. So the Gemara says, so in many of the Gemara asked, so they asked Abai, one second, we learned in our Mishnah, that's once, that if a woman has a guarantor for a ksuba, and her husband is divorcing her, and going to rely on that guarantor, he has to think in that he's not going to remarry her in order not to exploit this situation, to which Abai responded, okay, not everybody gets divorced, that never works fine if you get divorced on a based it. But again, the conscious Rashman was that's very interesting. What do you need to get divorced? Pretty much the same thing you need to get married, which is, what is it? Married you need to move also. right? Ideally, right? But for divorce, you don't need a witness. For divorce, all you need is two witnesses. So if you get two witnesses, right up again, I'm not going to see a divorce, and again, you could bypass the entire yada. To which the Gemara says the soap ignoring the son to Congress. Interestingly enough, it turns out that at the end of the code, right? And therefore, again, this whole thing, this whole idea of a lie is they're not going to work regardless, because Allah said the fool of divorce is right. That as a Kohen, he would be unable to remarry her. Rabbi said, this is what some people say, the famous adage, poverty follows the poor. Now, what the Bible seems to be saying over here, apparently the thing that is destined to be poor. And therefore, again, there was really no mechanism to extract him from his poverty. But listen, now, the truth is, that is it's a pretty sad statement. Like, so much of leadership is always about changing your circumstances. And even about changing your financial, it's not just spiritual circumstances. But I think this isn't one of the most beautiful and incredible heartening lessons in leadership is work hard enough and you could change anything. Work hard enough and you could change anything. But at the end of the day, we get the Bible says, Anya Azra Anusa. Having problems the Bible says, so that's what I say like this. It's important to understand that there are certain experiences in life that Coach Bobby wants us to have, and that no matter what we do to try to change them, we're going to undergo them. That's the way life works. So there's like two buckets. There are the things you can change, and there are the things you can't change. What do you do in life with the stuff you can't change? So essentially what I'm is saying is go through experiences, go through the things, go through the grounds that Coach Bobby needs me to have in order to self-actualize. That's Basar Anya, sorry, Anya, messing it up. Basar Anya Azla Anusa. Poverty follows God, which means that for some people, being poor is what a Coach Bobby needs them to be in order to fully self-actualize. Just like for some people, being wealthy is what a Coach Bobby needs them to be in order to fully self-actualize. And there are those things in your life which you are going to be unable to change. So what do you do with the things in your life that you can't change? Lean into them, embrace them, and recognize that at the end of the day, they're absolutely necessary for your personalistic self-actualization. Did I actually say this? Did I actually give this Eitzah to a female to divorce his wife in order to come and see what from the guarantor? Muhammad Abai Eitzah Russia Aram. So now he's saying, what is Russia? What is a cunning Russia? So let's say, so now in the world of like Russia, there are different levels. There's different levels, right? You can just be like a regular Russia. You know, mediocrity finds itself everywhere, right? Even in the world of Mauritius. It's just like a regular Russia, right? What do you know Russia? Mediocre Russia. And then there's a Russia Army. Yeah, you know, if you get hoping or go home, what's a Russia Army? That is a cunning Russia. That's like the ebb of the Russians. Never good Hashem. So what happens? What's a Russia Arab? Zamas, it's a new covenant saying in the Egyptian India. So I said, so that going to into this case. Remember again, we had this case before, but let's say again, the new thing says, I'm leaving my property to a guy, I leave my property to Shimon, and then after Shimon, I wanted to make to leave. Right? So again, he's setting up a progression of that property. So the Shimon Mill says, okay, the transfer like that. But if Shimon decides to sell it, the sale is effective. So that's an example of doing something that works, but it's really not right. So Shimon sells the property, it works. But that's not what we really wanted. What did we really want? He wanted it to go from Shimon to Levi. So the Gemara says, sometimes in Halacha, you can work the system, right? So you can go ahead and cause something to occur, but recognize that that's not really what is supposed to occur. So the Gemara says, so we know shiny, we talk about shiny, this is different. First of all, this is a high really decent to it, the Huna was the son. The Huna was the son of Shimon, of Moshe ben Asri, and third one, the Huna is coming from him. So to benefit one's child, to benefit coming from him, sometimes we're really willing to go ahead and utilize the system a little bit. The kind of Suva, so let's say that we're going to explain this thing in just a moment. For 1 second. This is a guarantor of Ksuba. And we learned elsewhere that the guarantor of Ksuba is naturally on the hook to guarantee the Ksuba. Now we're going to discuss what that means in just a moment. You know, it says, no, Kabbalah Hava. This Moshe ben Atzri wasn't Stan in Oregon and Wawasi, he was a Kabbalah. It wasn't only getting the sort of stage back as a Kabbalah. What's a Kabbalah? Kabbalah is a guarantor that you can go to proactively from the beginning. So it was an only for another Kabbalah Ksula, Afagam Leslie Fasi, Vibal, Yishtabid, Shaper. So this makes sense for the agreement that says that a Kabbalah for a Ksuba, even if the husband has no property, will still commit himself. Elamanda Omar E. Islay Mishtabit, Ilasli Lo Mishtabit, might be Kilamina. But according to the opinion that says, even a Kabbalah only commits himself to guarantee the Ksuba if the husband has some property. But if the husband has no property, then the Kabbalah is not going to commit himself. It's the Gemara says, Ibn Selo, they Habi Havila, Mishtabit. So some say no. Yochuna, the husband, didn't have property. But what happened? It got damaged by flooding. So he had, but now he has nothing. That's all the time he was married, she had. Now he has nothing. But he's in Abba, Gabi, Gray, Shabude, Yeshabin, Nafshay. And we'll say this is beautiful. I'm going to say, remember, we'll say, who's the guarantor? Who's the guarantor over here? Like his father. Moshe ben Atzri is the father of Rechuna. He's the father of Rechuna. So you're right. If you only know circumstances, a guarantor for a Tsuba is not going to become a Kabbalah guarantor unless, of course, what? Unless, of course, the Chassan has property. But this is more normal guarantorship. Now, what is a Kabbalah? Never seen a father. We'll say, what is the cloud done by a father? Abba Megabe Grey, Shabide Ushabit Nafshe. A father will give anything for a son. A father will give anything for his son, and a father will go ahead and guarantee ultimately a guarantee for his son, even if his son has no money. We'll say, the fundity of that statement, if that is true by a human father, and every father knows this to be true. What wouldn't we do for our children? What wouldn't we sacrifice for our children? Alachas kama v'kama, avinu shabashamani, the Ribono Shalom. If this principle is true, that Aval and which is true, Aval and Gabe Gray, Shavud and Mishavud Nafshe, but a father, really again, gives over his very soul to his children. They do anything for his children. I will say this gives us a glimpse into how committed the Ribono Shalom is to us. We saw and focus with very Chassidus, I think it's about the level of commitment that when they were at that Shmarfu, when it was simply that we're committed to our Shmarfu, the Ribono Shalom is absolutely and unequivocally committed to us. Abba Yoshavasha, the Ribono Shalom, the God is great for us. Shabbat Nafshe. The Ribono Shalom is more committed to us than we can ever imagine. The Ikman. So let's say, so again, let's talk about his love of Ksuba. The Ikman. Our Ksuba is incredible. Our Ksuba, do not come over Shtabit. Let's say this is such a kind of wild statement. Everyone agrees. The guarantor of Ksuba is not really committed. In other words, he's not really guaranteed Ksuba. Now, what that statement is, I'll have to see. Kabbalah the Bible, bigger from Shtabit. Now, let's say Kabbalah, a Kabbalah, we know what's Kabbalah. Kabbalah is a higher intensity guarantor. The lender can go to him proactively. So Kabbalah of a regular debt, everyone agrees is Shtabit, ultimately commits himself. Kabbalah the Ksuba, the Arif the Bible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, going out of Kabbalah of Ksuba, and a regular guarantor of a debt. He's not Lopez. Marsava is the Chassid the love of Mishtabit, unless they love Mishtabit. So one of the holds, in a stand case of an already, right, a regular guarantor for a debt. So one of the holds, as long as the borrower has some property at the time of the debt, so therefore it's possible for him to pay back, the other will commit himself. If the borrower has no property at the time of the debt, if the already guarantor is not going to commit the marriage suffer, the other thing holds that this language then less than the shop, everybody holds that no, I'll offer myself, and already agreed to commit himself no matter what. But I wasn't able to here it is, I'm dividing these lines. Already, they dislike or they less than the shtabit. So I'll say the halacha is in a general debt, when a person gives himself over as an already as a guarantor, he's committed. He's committed. Now again, whether the borrower has property or doesn't have property, the already is clear levels. And remember again, we spent yesterday and Sunday going through a whole list of criteria. Right? In other words, there's a number of steps and there are things that have to occur before you can go to the guarantor. But I looked at myself, Right? Ruben lends Shimon money, and Levi is the guarantor. Whether Shimon has property, doesn't have property, Levi is the guarantor. The guarantor is on the hook. What's the exception to this rule? The guarantor of Ksuba. So let's say, so this is incredible. When it comes to the Ari of Ksuba, even though the husband has property, the guarantor is not truly a guarantor. So let's say, so this is incredible. It turns out that when Ruben marries Rachel, and Shimon says he'll guarantee the Ksuba, Shimon got rid of the guarantor. What does that mean? So what exactly is Shimon signing up for? My time up. Let's look at the other below the cluster. And let's say, you know what's happening over there? Do you know why Shimon's stepping up and saying he's really the guarantor? He sees Rachel's a little nervous. Rachel's nervous. So Shimon says, you know what? I'm just going to calm her down. How am I going to calm her down? Rachel, don't worry. I'll guarantee the Ksuba. Now we'll say, the truth is, no one gets married. No one gets married because of the Ksuba. Right? The Ksuba, what role does the Ksuba play in marriage? The Ksuba ultimately, again, is a security blanket. It's the knowledge that in the event of death or divorce, the woman will be taken care of. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, so Rachel could be financially insecure. She becomes along and says, I got you. I guarantee the Ksuba. But it's not a real guarantee, the Gemara says. So only the Russian over here is mitzvah with the other, he's doing the mitzvah. But let's say now, what mitzvah is this exactly? What it says this? It's the greatest mitzvah of all. Making another kid feel safe and secure. And the very distinct people for a person is to give them a sense of security, is to make them feel secure in what they are. So Shimon's coming along and Shimon's saying, I guarantee the Ksuba. But he's not actually guaranteeing the Ksuba. He's just giving a chizuk. He's giving a chizuk, which is a tremendous mitzvah, but does not create a financial obligation. Which I just want to point out how profound that is, that the Gemara calls giving someone else chizuk a mitzvah. Allowing someone else to feel safe and secure, giving someone the confidence to take big steps in life, and making them feel secure, and making that leap, that's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. Being there for each other is a mitzvah. Giving chizuk to one another is a mitzvah. Holding each other's hands at uncertain times is a mitzvah. Giving another youth the confidence to take a major step in life, that's a mitzvah. Incredible. It's a mitzvah, but it does not create a binding guarantorship. And as it turns out, it's fascinating. It turns out that Stam, a person who agrees to be a guarantor of Ksuba, is not financially on the hook. Now, what will happen? The person becomes a Kabbalah on a Ksuba, that's something different, right? You take the step of being a Kabbalah, then that does create, ultimately, again, financial obligation. Incredible. What's another case? Interesting case over here. Shemira. So this is a very interesting case, right? Ruben got his deathbed. And he says, I hereby consecrate all of my property to the Beis Hamikdash. Right? I give all of my money to tzedakah. By the way, such hashgacha happens that we're learning this Gemara, right, on the day that our campaign starts. Incredible. Right? But again, incredible, right? So what happens? So Ruben goes ahead and says, I hereby give all of my property to the Beis Hamikdash. And then he says, none of the money by the way, not all the money, because the truth is $1,000 belongs to the Ruben. So of course, I said, over here, but he kind of did is he made two somewhat contradictory statements. On one hand, he's giving all his money to the Hamikdash, but now he's saying that $1,000 belongs to Ruben. So how do you reconcile this? So he says, no, so Shechina not believe. Why? Because it was like the essentials, people don't play with Hektish. Also, means like play games. So again, what Ruben is saying over here, so what Shechina is saying is, all right, listen, yes, I'm giving over my estate to the Beis Hamikdash, but obviously it's only the stuff that I own. I don't own this $1,000 which belongs to me, but I'm taking it to work because I'm obviously not going to play games with Hektish. So now it's going to go out so now this is 1 second. If he also Kirunya, But does a person take use of this case? Like, in other words, you're a person, you know, with this case. You know, says, the Rabbi Shmuel doesn't have a following case. Rabbi Shmuel said the following. Shchimera Shalamana Maploni Biyadi. So it's an interesting case over here. So Shchimera says, I have $1,000 in my possession that belongs to Reuben. So what's that about? Amar to Nosli. If he says, if the Shchimera says, give it to Reuben, then the someone have to comply and you have to give it. Lo Amar to, if ultimately again he did not say, Shchimera didn't say give it, then in Nosli, then they don't have to give it. Now once they have, that's a very strange idea, right? Now, if Shchimera is saying, I have $1,000 that belongs to Reuben, by possession, right? Then when he says to or doesn't say to you, why wouldn't he be obligated to go? Why wouldn't the kid, the Yarshim, the son, why wouldn't they be obligated to give it to Reuben? What do you see from here? Alma, so what you see from here is people do pull a little bit of a shtick. What's happening over here? Alma, Adam Asul, Shema, Lahaskia, Aspana. So what's happening over here? Well, what he's talking about is the following. Really, Shemira doesn't owe Reuben any money. So why is he saying that he owes Reuben money? Why is he saying it? Because he's concerned that when he dies, he's really leaving a lot of money to his kids. The optics, he doesn't want the optics to be that he had a lot of money, that he's leaving a lot of money. So what does he say? He makes this thing with the, it's not all mine. It's not all mine, this belongs to Reuben and this belongs to Shimon, but he doesn't really need it. So if he says to the kids, to give it, then that means that he really means that it belongs to them. If he doesn't say to, then what is that? Then ultimately, again, that's just his way of optically, publicly diminishing the value of the estate so that his kids don't look as wealthy. So let's say, so what do you see? So the Rebbe says, Hakan and probably was I going to point out that statement, a tremendous statement. Adam Asu Shalom Hasiya Espana. Do you know what that means? Do not give your kids everything they want. Do not give your kid everything they want. It is the kids here of parenting. That parents think that being a good parent means fulfilling every single need and wish and desire of my kids. That's not good parenting. That creates spoiled, entitled children who think that everything in the world is coming to them. So other also Shalova has to be as part of. Don't satiate your kids by giving them everything they want. The job of a parent is to decide. It's a big critical one of the most important things that we learn in life is to make the decision between the things that we need and the things that we want. A parent should make sure that a child has every single thing that he needs, but also has to be mechanech the child that you don't get every single thing that you want. Incredible. Adam also showed the Hasidu as part of incredible. Double Kupai, right? 175. Hakanari. Adam also showed the Hasidu as Ansel. So exactly, now that I see this, I can apply this other case as well. So maybe when Shchimera said like this, Shchimera said, I'm leaving my whole estate for the Mikdash. And now what happens, he says, Reuben owes, I owe Reuben $1,000. Maybe he doesn't owe Reuben $1,000. What is he trying to do? He's trying to just kind of diminish the value of his estate a little bit, right? And bring that down, so that he doesn't appear as wealthy. So the Gemara says, "Keep coming up from the Hasam, did not get started." In other words, the case of there, it's like a Reuben is where ultimately Reuben has a shot. So like, what's happening over here? Shchimera goes ahead. So once they said, "When we come back, we're going to come back to the leaving the property for the kid case in just a moment." But going back to the Hektish case, what's happening over there is as follows. So Shchimera says, "I give all of my property to the Rishon." And then he says, "But there's $1,000 in my possession that actually belongs to Reuben." We're now suggesting that halacha l'maisa, we're talking about a case where Reuben has a shtar. Right? Reuben says, I lent Shchimera, I wasn't with David at the time, but I lent Shchimera $1,000. So he has a shtar. Yichlal. The Rabbi Shmuel below nothing shtar. So Rabbi Shmuel's case, what's he talking about a case where the lender doesn't have a shtar? Number two, notes the Nava of the Hava. 1 second. In Rabbi Shmuel's case, which is what's Rabbi Shmuel's case is the case where Shchimera says, I have $1,000 of Reuben in my possession, give it back to me. Right? If he says to me, they give it. If he doesn't say to me, they don't give it. But even if he says to me, if there's no shtar, then really this is a verbal loan. If it's a verbal loan, I say, what's the halacha? You can collect a milva al peh from the soul. After the rabbis were going to have milva al peh, Ena Gova, Lova Yosha, Lova Pupos. And listen, you cannot collect a verbal loan from orphans or from purchasers. And listen, I remember again, any time that he said you can't collect something from orphans, what does that actually mean? What does that mean? You can't collect it from that right? But there you go. In other words, when you reach the age of majority, you can take it to business and you can litigate that. You can litigate it. But on the nights, you can't just show up and go and collect it. So for example, Shmuel, we're talking about that it's not a star. Even if Shemira said to you, why would the kids be obligated to go to pay that up? I'm not knocking. Do not get star. Both cases, the hectish case, and the case where the father tells the kids, the property is yours, the estate is yours, plot, there's $1,000 for you, right? Both of the cases where Ruvain, the lender, has a star. I said, why did the distinction between the two cases? Well, Kasha, Hadamukuyam, Hadarebukuyam. Very simple. One is talking about a certified star, and one is talking about the non-certified star. And so in the case, ultimately, again, of Musulman, where Shuna says, two, the star itself is certified. So because it's certified, therefore, this is not a mobile pad. This is a certified copy. And therefore, so you can collect it. Incredible. So number two, sorry, you finish there. Number two, Kaini Rishtare. Well, this is very interesting. So essentially, I will say, when Gemara is introducing classes like this, Shmuel is on his deathbed. Right? He says to his kids, I'm leaving you my estate. Leaving my estate. You know, so that's interesting how much that the person uses a parent, and the parent leaves behind his name to Yerusha. So the person is obligated to make two brachas, one of Gaya Hamas, and the other of Hatova Hametiv. Right, so one of the Shmini that I'm saying over here, right, I'm leaving you my estate, but $1,000 that I have is owed to me. So if he says, if that's it, then we assume that actually what he's doing over here is trying to diminish optically the value of the estate. But if he says to me, if he says give it, essentially by saying give it, the Shchivera, is certifying the document. That's like a kiyum shtaris, and therefore again with the certified document, the Yisomim are obligated to repay that debt. Lo amar to no kind of shtare. But ultimately again, if he didn't say to you, then this is an uncertified document. If it's an uncertified document, then what? Then you might say again, you can't collect it from the Yisomim until they reach the age of majority, and then you could litigate it out. Incredible. That's our case. Amarabba, Shmira, great case. Amarabba, Shmira Sha'amar, Mother Kron Yadi. Amarabba said, very interesting case here. Shmira says, I owe you $1,000. Then Bakhtana Embassy dies. And what happens? But Anu, Yisomim Paranu. Yisomim said, we paid back. We paid back. So it's an interclinic again, we paid it back already. So what's that, Rachel? So the Gemara says, yeah, money. They never believed. So it's a two-year money. So again, the Shemira says, also notice the difference in the cases. In case number one, the Shemira is making a declarative statement. Right? I have $1,000 of remains in my possession. Shemira dies, if someone say we pay it back, ultimately we believe him. Two-year money. But if Halacha Lamai said again, Shemira said to his kids, give a money to give $1,000 to me, buy you some parado, and you someone said we paid it back. They are not believed. Okay? So the Gemara says, 1 second. I don't understand this. Klapi Laya. It comes down. I would say just the opposite seems to be true. Amar to Manalapodi. So this is in a case where Shemira said, give. So it's his case. You have $1,000 to me, right? Kevan the Pasca Abuan will say, Ekan the Hara. So I would say in that case, because the father is giving a directive, I was telling his kids to, I would assume that what? That I love them myself, they comply with his wishes. Because he's giving them a directive, he's telling them, kids, give them up. Go ahead and give Reuben back the $1,000. In that case, I would say the kids are complying. He's giving the basket one of those up, he can live with the parade. One of the point of view, on the other hand, when the Shemira just makes a general statement that there's $1,000 of Reuben's in my possession, gave us the more possible that woman will say, since the father's not giving you a directive, he can live with the parade. I would say in that case, he's kind of conveying information without giving a directive to pay back. I would say that's the case for the kids. Did it pay back? It's not hockey, but you're right. I will say, here's what you have to say. Watch this. So Shchimera says, there's $1,000 of living in my possession. The Amr Yisomim. Chazer v'Amar Rana Abba Parati. Oh, okay, so what happens? So Shchimera says, I have $1,000 of living in my possession. And then what happens? Father dies, Shchimera dies. And the kids say, by the way, our father said afterwards that he paid it back. He paid it back. He had money. The kids are believed. Why? My timer. Because we assume what happened over here is as follows. The pressure of the event was like this. Shchimera is on his bed. And I said, what are you doing with your Shchimera? What are you doing with your Shchimera? Hopefully tshuva. That's number one. A lot of tshuva, and probably a lot of reflection. So he's reflecting on his life. And he's thinking to himself, you know what? There's $1,000 of living in my possession. And then he remembered afterwards, you know, no, I gave it back. So the kids say, Dad paid back before he died. And that's it. He's Naaman. However, Tiyuma on the clothing, from Yisrael and Chazar, the Amar Abba Parati in Naaman. But if Shchimera said to his kids, hey, give Reuben $1,000, and then the kids say, Father reflected on it a little bit more, and he realized that he gave it back. We don't believe you, someone. Why not? Then he said, the pare were Hava Amar Turi. So what's very interesting? When Shchimera says Turi, a person only says Turi when after they've really thought this through. Like, in other words, I understand the first case of I have $1,000 of livings in my possession. That could be more of like a reflective statement. That upon further reflection, you realize, oh, I paid it back. But what do you say when Shchimera says, hey, living $1,000? That's not a reflective statement. That is a declarative actional statement. A declarative actional statement only comes on the heels of decisive analysis. Right? So therefore, again, when Shchimera says sorry, that again there's $1,000 of living in my possession, and then Shchimera dies with kids saying, no. Dad said afterwards, that he gave it back. We believe he's someone. But if he said, give $1,000 to Reuben, and then we can say, Dad said, oh, he gave it back, we don't believe he's someone, because Tzu ultimately again is a Russian of certitude, of certainty. Okay? Shmira Shahoda, that's the case in here. Shmira Shahoda, Mahu. Guys, let's say, watch this. So let's say Shmira is on his deathbed. Now, let's say in general, you say that I'm not an hour of Shmira. Generally, if a person goes ahead, let's say I say, I owe Reuben $1,000. I owe Reuben $1,000 to his hotel. Generally, in order for an admission to be binding, you have to do it in front of two witnesses. Because if you don't, I can always claim, you're shot any before. I'm just joking. Like, whatever, there's a lovely conversation, like awkward silences. So I just said, I owe you $1,000. Right? So the nice thing is, you can actually have a Shimon Shahoda. I'll pull the floor, money to the other. But I'm going to go, hey, I got my minute, and I'm back to the Tsar Shioma, I'm tempting guy. In law, I'm going to be shot in the car. So, in general, even when you make an admission requires two witnesses. So, here's the Shiloh. Shchimera, Shahoda, Mahu. When the Shchimera admits that he owes money, what's the halacha? So, Lomar after a guy owns up, Lomar after a guy. Does the Shchimera, when he's making this admission, does he have to identify the witnesses? You are my witnesses, or not? So, we're going to talk about it. So, see me again. Does the Shchimera have to instruct that this admission be committed to writing, or not? So, we say, what is this all come down to? This is incredible. What it really comes down to is, Adam Mushat B'Shas Misa, or in Adam Mushat B'Shas Misa. Does a person joke around when he's dying, or not? That's the Shiloh. Like, Mushat Misa, that's the Shiloh. And let's say, but I'm going to point out, it's not so interesting. In other words, let's say, Mushata is Lashon about Shtos. Like, so does a person say frivolous things, like unnecessary things, when he's dying or not? When he's dying or not, so that's the Shiloh. Is he going to crack a frivolous joke when he's dying or not? So he was a Basar Gebaya Hadrat Hashtat, and he asked the very answer it. Ein Adam Mishata B'Shas Misa. A person doesn't play around when he's dying. Doesn't play around when he's dying. Like, it doesn't go ahead and say Divrei Shtos when he's dying. The Divrei Shchimera Kiksurim B'Kimsurim Bella. But on the other hand, we also say the words of the Shchimera are as if they are written, right? As if they are committed to writing, and ultimately again Kisurim, given over to Beis Din. So we say, so this, remember, so let's just walk backwards. So what that means halacha l'maisa, what that means halacha l'maisa is that, again, in general, we've seen this before, right? This is like Shemira 101. Different Shemira, Kiksuvin, the Kiksuvin double. Right? The words of the Shemira are written and given over to Beis. In other words, that the Shemira need not instruct witnesses and does not have to instruct anything to be given over in writing. His words are always considered to be that way. That's the halacha. But also, what the Gemara introduces us to is this concept of Ein Adam Mishata B'Shas Misaseh. Person doesn't joke around, doesn't engage in different shticks from the I will say, what can you infer from that Gemara? What can you tell from that Gemara? It's when we're dying that we don't engage in different shticks. The problem is when we're living. How much time is wasted in different shticks? How much time is wasted nonsensical activity? How much time is wasted, right, with words that are so meaningless? How much time do you let slip right? You know what, one of the most incredible things about dying, is a person recognizes the urgency of time. Because suddenly I realize that I don't have an inexhaustible supply of it. So the moment where I'm dying, that's suddenly again, Ein Adam Mishata B'Shas Misaseh. How can I joke around? How can I mess around when I'm dying? At the end of the day, I realize I don't know how much time I have left. I better use every single moment wisely. The problem is that when we're living, we think that time is an inexhaustible supply of time. So we'll say things that just are like foolish, and we'll do things that are just meaningless, and we'll let precious moments of time just seep through our fingers. And the goal is to be able to live a life of Ein Adam Mishata B'Shas Chayim. That's the goal. Ein Adam Mishata B'Shas Misaseh is a statement of fact. People don't waste time when they're dying because they recognize, I don't know how much time I have left. But the goal, the aspirational goal in life, is Ein Adam Mishata B'Shas Chayim. If I can maximize life, then I'm alive. If I can maximize my moments, then I'm actually, when I have them, then I can utilize them to the fullest. That's the whole of a successful living. Incredible. Let's go back there. All right, plenty of time. Amal Ben Scharero. Mishkar. Don't be a Chatzi Shabbat. So this is a great issue. If you lend someone money, and the loan is documented in a loan is in a shtar, so I lend you $1,000, and you write it down in a document. What's that about? Don't be a Chatzi Shabbat. I'm able to go ahead and collect from encumbered properties. This is a halacha 101. I did it. So let's say if I just did it with witnesses, what if I lent you $1,000 in front of witnesses, but it wasn't, you didn't write down the transaction in the document, then no one in a custom and a code. Then I cannot collect from encumbered properties. So also, we've seen this many times. The only time you're allowed to collect from encumbered property is when the loan is written in a document. So the document has a code, the document generates publicity, and therefore any purchasers will know about it. If you lend money in front of witnesses, I will say, we've also seen this, remember the halacha is, you are not supposed to lend money without witnesses. Actually, kids are showing up paskins, we saw some kids that if you lend money without witnesses, you are in violation of Rikna, even as even himself. You are in violation of placing a stumbling block. Because if you lend money without witnesses, what is that allowing the borrower to do? What is it allowing to do? To deny the whole thing ever happened. So Allah says you have to lend money with witnesses. Okay, so we'll say, but again, if you lend money with witnesses, but there's no document, you could collect, but only from unencumbered property, not from encumbered property. Other days, Hotzi Allah, Sabiadu Shukhayiv Lo, go over to the custom and recover it. So you get I lend you rather than $1,000, and I produce a document leading in Ruben's handwriting. So we'll say that allows me to collect from unencumbered property. So in other words, the only time we can collect from encumbered property is when we have two things. Number one, the shtar, document, and agent, witnesses. If I produce either witnesses, right, for the shtar, or a shtar written in the handwriting of the borrower that allows me to collect from the custom that they call unencumbered property. Good, that's good. Let's go to the custom and call. This is a very interesting case. We'll say that because in a typical loan document, if I'm going to be giving money $1,000, and Shimon is the guarantor, Shimon would be signing in the body of the document. That information would be written in the body of the document before the signatures of the witnesses. So let's say I read a loan document, and it says, I lent you $1,000, but Shimon's guarantorship appears beneath the signatures of the witnesses. What does that do? Go over to the custom and call it. So I say, I love for myself. So ultimately, again, I can only collect Chasim B'Necholim, because this is not considered, we'll see exactly what this means. We'll look at Ashban. Don't be the Chasim B'Necholim, second after the top. The logo in Shabbat Elam Nada Chasim B'Shtar, Shirish B'Odim, Kevin B'Ketai B'Shtar, Egen Mafkin B'Ketai. Sorry, right on. Go to the Chasim B'Necholim. It's in the short lines, 3 lines in. Go to the Chasim B'Necholim. You're not Olim. The obvious about that, you never are paying. Can we go Chasim Eden Klar? So what's this? What this means is like this. If I go ahead and halakha myself, go ahead and have an artist, I don't give it $1,000, and then what happens, you're going ahead, and the Shimon's guaranteed the loan, so normally Shimon should sign before the signatures of the witnesses. In this case over here, what happened is Shimon signed to read the signatures of the witnesses. So Shimon is a guarantor, but I can only collect, or I belong to only collect from the unencumbered properties of Shimon, not from the encumbered properties of Shimon. Maisa, one there to Shimon, but I'm going to the Chasim B'Necholim. This once happened, and then Shimon said, yes, you can only collect from the Chasim B'Necholim of the guarantor, the Nanas. Ain't about that. Go to the Chasim B'Necholim. The Nana says no. When you have this kind of case, and when the guarantor is signing afterwards, so this you understand, we never seen this before, but apparently in a typical shtar, that you would have as a sub, you'd have the right, let's just go through a part. A shtar is comprised of 2 parts. What are the 2 parts? Torah base and Torah. Right? Torah base boilerplate, right? Torah transaction very specific piece. If there's a guarantor, then you'd have the guarantorship in the shtar, then the signatures of the witnesses. What's happening over here is you have all of those pieces, but here the guarantorship is written after the signatures of the witnesses. The Nanas comes along and says, in that kind of case, there's no guarantorship. Right? Why? He says, Rama, I'm sure this is this. The Nanas says, isn't this case? And so I walk into the marketplace, and I see that Shimon has a lady in a chokehold. And what happens now, I'm able to, using my analytical skills, I'm able to deduce, right, that the lady owes Shimon a significant amount of money, hence the chokehold. So what happens, and I say to Shimon, Shimon, listen, do me a favor, that lady on the chokehold, I got you, I'll pay you back. So I'm not patient that. Why? Why not? It's interesting. What's interesting is you would have thought, why don't you have patient of that? Because obviously I didn't need it. Right? I didn't need it. I'm just trying to get maybe out of that chokehold. Right? But also the interest of the banana says like this. The only kind of guarantorship becomes binding is when it's clear that the lender lent the money to the borrower is on the guarantee of the guarantor. The guarantee of the guarantor is not the motivation for the loan, then the guarantor is not obligated. So because in this case over here, I'm being introduced to the transaction after Shimon already has lady in the chokehold, Shimon didn't want lady in there because of me. Because of that, I'm not really a guarantor. Therefore, again, unless according to the Nanas, when you find the guarantor signed after the witnesses, what does that show you? That lender didn't lend the borrower the money on the basis of the guarantor. Whenever that happens, then I recommend to the guarantor is not involved. So it's like, this is essentially representing fundamental difference in guarantorship. According to the Nanas, the only time the guarantor is on the hook is when it is clear that the guarantee of the guarantor was the motivation of the loan from the lender to the borrower. But when the lender just lent to the borrower without the guarantee, and the guarantee is introduced later on, then there is no obligation upon the guarantor to secure the loan. Incredible. Fundamental holiness. So what is an example of a guarantor who would be obligated? Here's the example. So I go and I say to you, lend Shimon the money, and I guarantee the debt. I guarantee the debt. That would ultimately, again, that would be an example. That would be an example of what for myself of a guarantee. Because here, now this is an extreme example. I be guarantor, I'm initiating the action of loan itself. I say to lend to the borrower, and I got you. I wrote some beautiful information over here. I wrote to Shiyah. This is the last mission of Rav Asra. So the Gemara says, I wrote to Shiyah. Yasaf Notice. If you want to become wise, right, engage in learning monetary law. That's it, right? This balance of thinking, right? So as I said, you want to become wise, engage in monetary law. Because what I'm saying, there is no area of Torah that is as complex and has so much voluminous halacha like daily numbers. Again, this is in bigger meetings as well. The aim, Kamayon Noveya. And they are like literally again a flowing spring, which means essentially that the more you learn, the more you know, and the more you are the more pieces you come up with. In other words, there are some halachas that are finite. They're finite, right? They're like inside you, and that's it. Well, as we've seen in Dear Mominus, what's incredible is the more you learn, the more you see that there's still what cases that can come up. It's like a Maya Novella. Baron Shiasa, Dear Mominus, Yishanis, a Shimon Benaris. And if you want to really learn Dear Mominus, you should be a Rebbe, Shem Benaris. Shem Benaris and I will be a very good expert in Dear Mominus, and if I want to say again, follow them. I'm going to say this one more minute. I'm going to do you got told what's another thing where we are not behind, as if we're not behind at all. Because again, tomorrow there's really not in other things. So we're absolutely fine. I'm going to back to it. So all it said, whether you go ahead and you loan money in a document or you loan money verbally, you are always allowed to collect money from a common property. What's the dollars? All the syllables say that every loan generates a lien. And therefore, again, whether you lend verbally, like Malva Alpha, whether you loan money in a star, every loan creates a biblical lien. So it's like, that's the piece of why did the rabbi step in? Why did the rabbi step in and say that a verbal loan does not generate a lien on that a verbal loan can only be collected to owner of the property? You should simply be too close. Because they were concerned about people who purchase property from the borrower. If there's no document that people who purchase property from the borrower have no idea that the property is encumbered, and that's not fair to them. So therefore, Chazal meaning that a lien is only develops upon property if the loan is recorded in the document. So I'll say, but again, if that's the case, and even if the loan is recorded in a document, it should not create a lien against the property. In that case, it is the purchasers themselves who cause themselves loss. In other words, if you have a document, if you have a loan that is recorded in a document that has a code, if it has a code, that means what? If you research it enough, you'll find it out. You'll find it out. If you don't have already something that is so we'll say it's not over there today, but this is the position of Ula. We'll go into more depth of it tomorrow. Ula holds Shibida Galaisa. Every loan, whether it's verbal or written, generates a lien on all property. The only reason why Chazal said a verbal loan doesn't generate a loan on property is to protect future purchases. All right? Also, can we continue? Last time we'll have us tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone. All right, you want to say good morning? Good morning. Let's go. Baruch Hashem, second to last daf. Second to last daf of Ramadan. I thank you all of our sponsors today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey, Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zuchus for the Soros Travels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Kabbalah with Tova, Josh and Rebecca Friedman, creation of the Yarzeit of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda Ben Rav Chaim Refoil, and in the schools of the safety of our hostages and for the security of our precious Chaylim. Sandy and Malka Askerson for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this month in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leibner, Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah, Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Zichron Lebracha, Hinda Esterson, Hinda Bas Henach Ephraim, Zichron Lebracha, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Komdamad, and Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yigal. We also take the opportunity to welcome back Roxanne after celebrating the wedding of his son Ari to Dorit Bagnet. Mazel Tov, welcome back. a little bit surprised that it was not a destination Chassid of Bashir, considering that it was in Florida. But okay, I'm sorry. The Shir was there. Baruch Hashem. I'm saying after Shir, Mazel Tov, Shizoch, Nes Yom Shizoch, Timeres Hashem. Si Dori Doris B'Rafim Shemach Hashem is Chassid and Kalaf Mir Chai Mishpacha. Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Excellent. I will say, of course, we always dedicate all of our learning in the source of our precious Chassid Shnei Mishpacha will bring them home to Shalom and the Karov. I will say, especially in these days where it's so hard to, on one hand, get our hopes up, but on the other hand, what's the power of the Jew? And we hear in the news the possibility of a hostage deal, the possibility of negotiations finally progressing. You never know. You never know what kind of pushes things in the favor and the direction of Klal Yisrael. So these days when we hear just these little glimmers of hope that come out, however, if we just push ourselves a little bit, work a little bit harder, there's no telling what incredible miracles. This is the month of miracles. Kislev is the month. Is every month is the month of miracles for a Yid, but Kislev is especially a month of miracles. And who knows, if we just push ourselves and work a little bit harder, no telling what we can accomplish as a people. So I'll say with that, let us begin today's Daf Kufay Hey 175, and we are picking up in there. Actually, I know I left you mid-story yesterday. Remember again, the Gemara says as well. So remember the story that we started. The story that we started was Moshe Bar Asi was the father of Rafuna. And Moshe Bar Asi also guaranteed his daughter-in-law Shisuba. Rafuna had fallen on financially to both wives. So Abaye gave Rafuna his so which was divorce your wife. You have no money. She'll collect her ksuba from your father, the guarantor of the ksuba, and then you'll get married and Baruch Hashem, you have a little nest egg along with you. So the Gemara says, so remember the Gemara asked, so they asked Abai, 1 second, we learned it on the Mishnah, that if a woman has a guarantor for a ksuba, and her husband is divorcing her and going to rely on that guarantor, he has to take a note there that he's not going to marry her in order to exploit this situation. Which Abai responded, okay, now everybody gets divorced. In other words, that nether works fine if you get divorced. But again, the Pashas Rashbam points out, it's very interesting. What do you need to get divorced? Pretty much the same thing you need to get married, which is, wait a second, marriage you need to make it also. Right? But for divorce, you don't need to make it. You need 2 witnesses. So if you get 2 witnesses, write up a get. Along with the rights of divorce, and again, you can bypass the entire nether, to which the Gemara says the sof, the kohen, the kohen. Interestingly enough, it turns out that at the end, Rafuna was a kohen, right? And therefore, again, this whole thing, this whole idea of Abayes was not going to work regardless, because Halach Lamaisa, Rafuna would divorce his wife, but as a kohen, he would be unable to remarry. Abayes said, Basar Anya Asla Aniyusa. This is what some people say, the famous adage, poverty follows the poor. Now what the nice thing is saying over here is apparently Rafuna was destined to be poor, and therefore again there was really no mechanism to extract him from his poverty. I was saying that the truth is that is it's a pretty sad statement. Like, so much of Yiddishkeit is always about changing your circumstances. And even about changing your financial and spiritual circumstances. But right, this is one of the most beautiful and incredible important lessons in Yiddishkeit is work hard enough and you can change anything. Work hard enough and you can change anything. But at the end of the day, you get the Bible says, Anya Azla Anya Yusla. How do we follow this? I must say, so that's what Rabbi says like this. It is important to understand that there are certain experiences in life that the Torah wants us to have, and that no matter what we do to try to change it, we're going to undo it. That's the way life works. So there's like 2 buckets. There are the things that can change, and there are the things that can't change. What do you do in life with the stuff you can't change? So essentially what Rabbi is saying is those are the experiences, those are the realities that HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs me to have in order to self-actualize. That's Basar Anya, Anya, Basar Anya Azla Anya. Poverty follows the poor, which means that for some people, being poor is what a consultant needs them to be in order to fully self-actualize. Just like for some people, being wealthy is what needs them to be in order to fully self-actualize. And there are those things in your life which you are going to be unable to change. So what do you do with the things in your life that you can't change? You lean into them. embrace them, and recognize that at the end of the day, they're absolutely necessary for your personalistic self-actualization. We are Rabbi. What was like Rabbi actually say this? The Rabbi actually gave this pizza to Rav to divorce his wife in order to get Ksila from the guarantor. The whole Rabbi is Russia. So Rabbi says, what is an Russia? What is a cunning Russia? So let's say, so apparently in the world of like Rishayim, there are different levels. There are different levels. Right? You can just be like a regular Russia. Mediocrity finds itself everywhere, right? Even in the world of Rishos. There's just like a regular Russia, run-of-the-mill Russia, mediocre Russia. Then there's a Russia army. Big, what's a Russia army? That is a cunning Russia. That's like that's like the Rebbe of the Russians. Rebbe of the Russians. So what happens? What's a Russia army? So I'll say, so we're not getting fully into this case. Remember we had this case before, but let's say again, Ruben says, I'm leaving my property, I'm going to die, I leave my property to Shimon, and then after Shimon I wanted to go to Levi. Right? So again, he's setting up the progression of that property. The criminal says, okay, it transfers like that, but if Shimon decides to sell it, the sale is effective. So that's an example of doing something that works, but it's really not right. So if Shimon sells the property, it works. But that's not what Ruben wanted. What did Ruben want? He wanted it to go from Shimon to Levi. So when it says, sometimes in halacha, you can work the system, right? So you can go ahead and cause something to occur, but recognize that that's not really what is supposed to occur. So the Gemara says, so we know shiny, it's our mirabana shiny. This is different. First of all, again, this was a by giving Egypt to Rav Huna was the son. Rav Huna was the son of Shimon of Moshe ben Asri. And furthermore, again, Rav Huna was become a prophet. So to benefit one's child and to benefit becoming a prophet, sometimes we will be willing to go ahead and utilize the system a little bit. Already, the kind of under Suva, no mishtabit. So listen, now we're going to explain this in just a moment. For 1 second. This is a guarantor of a ksuva. And we learned elsewhere that the guarantor of a ksuva is not really on the hook to guarantee the ksuva. Now we're going to discuss what that means in just a moment. You guys said, no, kabbalah. This Moshe ben Atzvi wasn't Stam. And already, rather, what was he? He was a kabbalah. You also remember again, we saw yesterday, what's a kabbalah? What's a kabbalah? Kabbalah is a guarantor that you go to for actively from the beginning. So the Gemara says, "Holy Cholam Adar Kabbalah Ksuva Afagan Blasnei Lefasi Lebal Shtabit Shapir." So we'll say, so this makes sense. Brings the opinion that says that a kabbalah for a ksuva, even if the husband has no property, will still commit himself. Elaman the Omar Islay Mushtadid, Leslie Lo Mushtadid, might be killing. But according to the opinion that says even a kabbalah only commits himself to guarantee the ksuva if the husband has some property. But if the husband has no property, then the kabbalah is not going to commit himself. Which the Gemara says, people are saying, well, they have your hamila, they shtado. So some say, no, Rav Huna, the chassid, did have property. But what happened? He got damaged by flooding. So he had, but now he has nothing. In other words, how many marriage he had, and now he has nothing. By Sima, Abba, Gabe, Bray, Shabude, Shabu, I will say this before. Others say, remember, I will say, who's the guarantor? Who's the guarantor over here? Like his father. Moshe ben Atzvi is the father of Rav Huna. The father of Rav Huna. So you're right. Maybe under normal circumstances, the guarantor for a ksuba is not going to become a kabbalah guarantor unless, of course, what? Unless, of course, the chassid has property. But this is no normal guarantorship. Number one, it's a kabbalah. Number two, it's a father. Then we'll say, what is the cause normally by a father? Abba begabe brei shabude shabe nafshe. A father will give anything for his son. A father will give anything for his son. And the father will go ahead and guarantee ultimately again the ksuva for his son, even if his son has no money. We'll say, listen to the profundity of that statement. If that is true by any father, and every father knows this to be true, what wouldn't we do for our children? What wouldn't we sacrifice for our children? Allah has come of the Adinu Shabashana, the Ribono Shalom. If this principle is true, that Avala teaching is true, Avala Gabe Brei, Shabude Mushabit Nafshe, the father, literally again, gives over his very soul to his children. Into anything for his children, also this gives us a glimpse into how committed the Ribono Shalom is to us. so often focused, in Chassidus, like in Tzaddik, about the level of commitment that we're outbound into our Kodesh Baruch Hu. But in the same way that we're committed to our Kodesh Baruch Hu, that it almost is absolutely and unequivocally committed to us. Abba, Avinu Shalashai, the Ribbon Shalom, the Gabi Bray, for us, Shabbatay, Shabbat Nafshay. The Ribbon Shalom is more committed to us than we can ever imagine. The Itmar, so again, let's talk about it a little bit like Suba. The Itmar, Aritik Suba is incredible. Aritik Suba, Divra Kolom Shtabit. We'll say this is actually quite a wild statement. Everyone agrees the guarantor of the Ksuba is not really committed. In other words, he's not really guaranteeing the Ksuba. Now, what that statement means, we'll have to see. Kablon de Balho, Divra Kolom Shtabit. That was a Kablon, remember a Kablon. Remember what's Kablon? Kablon is a higher intensity guarantor. The lender can go to him proactively. So Kablon of a regular debt, everyone agrees, is Mushtabi, ultimately commits himself. Kablon de Ksuba, what are the Balho? We'll say, so ultimately, again, what about a Kablon of a Ksuba and a regular guarantor of a debt? Please, do not focus. Mar Savar is the Pasuk of Love Mushtabi, unless they love Mushtabi. So one of the holds. In a stamp case of an RA, right, a regular guarantor for a debt. So one of the holds, as long as the borrower has some property at the time of the debt, so therefore it's possible for him to pay back, the RA will commit himself. If the borrower has no property at the time of the debt, the RA, the guarantor is not going to commit. The other thing it holds that this like then less like Mishnah, the other thing it holds that no halach for myself, but the RA is willing to commit himself no matter what. The Muslim Hilvasa, here it is, I'm providing these lines. RA, they islay, they less like Mishnah. So we'll say the halacha is in a general debt, when a person gives himself over as an RA, as a guarantor, he's committed. He's committed. Now again, whether the borrower has property or doesn't have property, the RA is clear. Now, and remember again, we spent yesterday and Sunday going through a whole list of criteria, right? In other words, there's a number of steps, a number of things that have to occur before you can go to the guarantor. I love myself, right? Ruben lends Shimon money, and Levi is the guarantor. Whether Shimon has property, doesn't have property, Levi is the guarantor. The guarantor is on the hook. I'm sorry. Bar may are Ksuba. What's the exception to this rule? The guarantor of Ksuba. Yafagav the Islay Labal Lo Mishtabed. So this is incredible. When it comes to the RA of Ksuba, the other Ksuba, even though the husband has property, the guarantor is not really a guarantor. So this is incredible. It turns out that when Ruben marries Rachel and Shimon says he'll guarantee the Ksuba, Shimon's not really a guarantor. What does that mean? What exactly is Shimon signing up for? My time mitzvah uda avid below miduchasra. Let's say, what's happening over here? You know why Shimon's stepping up and saying he's going to be guarantor? He sees Rachel's a little nervous. Rachel's nervous. So Shimon says, you know what? I'm just going to calm her down. I'm going to calm her down. Rachel, don't worry. I'll guarantee the Ksuba. I will say, the truth is, no one gets married because of the Ksuba. Like Ksuba, what role does the Ksuba play in marriage? The Ksuba ultimately, again, is a security blanket. It's the knowledge that in the event of death or divorce, the woman will be taken care of. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, so Rachel could be financially secure. She becomes along and says, I got you. I guarantee the Ksuba. But it's not a real guarantee. The Gemara says, so the Lashon over here, mitzvah David, he's doing a mitzvah. Now let's say, now, what mitzvah is this exactly? Prophet says this. The greatest mitzvah at all, making another kid feel safe and secure. Like, the greatest thing you can do for a person is to give them a sense of security, is to make them feel secure in what they are. So Shimon's coming along and Shimon's saying, don't worry about it. I guarantee you Ksuba. But he's not actually guaranteeing Ksuba. He's just giving her chizuk. He's giving her chizuk, which is a tremendous mitzvah, but does not create a financial obligation. The most I want to point out how profound that is. That the Gemara calls giving someone else chizuk a mitzvah, allowing someone else to feel safe and secure, giving someone the confidence to take big steps in life and making them feel secure and making that leap. That's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. Being there for each other is a mitzvah. Giving chizuk to one another is a mitzvah. holding each other's hands at uncertain times is a mitzvah. Giving another year the confidence to take a major step in life. That's a mitzvah. Incredible. Mitzvah, but it does not create a binding guarantee. And it turns out, it's fascinating. It turns out that stamp, a person who agrees to be a guarantor of ksuba, is not financially on the hook. Now, what will happen? The person becomes a kaplan on a ksuba, that's something different, right? You take the step of being a kaplan, then that does create ultimately, again, financial obligation. Incredible. Amar Huna, go to another case. This is the case over here. Shemira, Shegdish Kol Mechasov, Amar Mana Leploni Biyad. So this is a very interesting case, right? Ruben's on his deathbed. And he says, I hereby consecrate all of my property to the Beis Hamikdash. Right? I give all of my money to stuff. And by the way, such hashgacha practice that we're doing this tomorrow, right? On the day that our campaign starts. Incredible. Not a shchimera case, right? But again, incredible, right? So what happens? So Ruben goes ahead and says, I hereby give all of my property to the Beis Hamikdash. And then he says, V'amar, Mara Lakoni Biyadi. Then he's, by the way, not all the money, because the truth is $1,000 belongs to Ruben. So we'll say, so you notice over here, what he kind of did is he made two somewhat contradictory statements. On one hand, he's giving all of his money to the Beis Hamikdash, and now he's saying that $1,000 belongs to Ruben. So how do you reconcile this? So the Gemara says, now, so Shchimera is believed. Why? Because the assumption is people don't play with hektish. Osek means like play games. Right? So again, what Ruben is saying over here, what Shchimera is saying is, all right, listen, yes, I'm giving over my estate to the Beis Hamikdash, but obviously it's only the stuff that I own. I don't own this $1,000 which belongs to Ruben. You take him at his word because a person not going to play games with hektish. So last year, we're going to play. 1 second. Adam Osek Kinunya out Banov, but as a person that uses these kids, like in other words, where a person push stick with his kids, he says, the Rav Shmuel Garin Tabayel, for the following case. Rav Shmuel say the following. Shchimera Shamamana Leponi Biyati. So it's an interesting case over here. So Shchimera says, I have $1,000 in my possession that belongs to Ruven. So what's the halacha? Amar 2, no slip. If he says, if the Shemira says, give it to Ruvain, then the Yisomim have to comply and they have to give it. Lo Amar 2, if ultimately again he did not say, Shemira didn't say give it, then ain't no sin, then they don't have to give it. I will say now, that's a very strange idea, right? Now, in other words, if Shemira say, I have $1,000 that belongs to Ruvain in my possession, right? Then whether he says to you or doesn't say to you, why wouldn't he be obligated to go? Why wouldn't the kids, the Yarshim, the Yisomim, why wouldn't they be obligated to give it to Ruben? What do you see from here? Alma, so what you see from here is people do pull a little bit of shtick. What's happening over here? Alma, Adam Asui, Shalo, Lahaspia, Espanov. So we'll say what's happening over here. What we're concerned about is the following. Really, Shchimira doesn't owe Ruben any money. So why is he saying that he owes Ruben money? Why is he saying it? Because he's concerned that when he dies, he's really leaving a lot of money to his kids. The optics, he doesn't want the optics to be that he had a lot of money, that he's leaving a lot of money. So what does he say? He's thinking that, oh no, it's not all mine. It's not all mine, this belongs to Ruben and this belongs to Shimon, but he doesn't really mean it. So in other words, if he says to the kids, to give it, then that means that he means it belongs to them. If he doesn't say to you, then what is that? Then ultimately, again, that's just his way of optically, publicly diminishing the value of the estate so that his kids don't look as wealthy. So we'll say, so what do you see? So the Nina says, Hachanan, we'll say, I should point out that statement, a tremendous statement. Adam Asli Shalom Lahaspia Espanov. You know what that means? Do not give your kids everything they want. Do not give your kids everything they want. It is the Achilles heel of parenting. That parents think that being a good parent means fulfilling every single need and wish and desire of my kids. That's not good parenting. That creates spoiled, entitled children who think that everything in the world is coming to them. So Adam also don't satiate your kids by giving them everything they want. The job of a parent is to decide. It's a big one of the most important things that we learn in life. is to make the distinction between the things that we need and the things that we want. A parent should make sure that a child has every single thing that he needs, but also has to be mechanech the child that you don't get every single thing that you want. Incredible. Adam Asir Shalom Hasidiya is part of incredible. Top of Kofayin Hey, 175. Hachanami. Adam Asir Shalom Hasidiya Atzlo. So one second, now that I see this, I can apply to this other case as well. So maybe when Shchimira said like this, Shchimira said, I'm leaving my whole estate to the base of Nikdosh, and now what happens? He says, but Ruvain owes, Ruvain, I owe Ruvain $1,000. Maybe he doesn't really owe Ruvain $1,000. What is he trying to do? He's trying to just kind of like diminish the value of his estate a little bit, right? And bring that down, so that he doesn't appear as wealthy. So the Gemara says, from the Hassam did not each start. No. The case of Nervos, like by Ruvain, is where ultimately you're going to leave it as a shtat. So like what's happening over here? Shchimira goes ahead. So we're going to come back. We're going to come back to the leaving the property case in just a moment. But going back to the Hektish case, what's happening over here is as follows. So Shchimira says, I hereby leave all of my property to the Beis Mikdash. And then he says, but there's $1,000 in my possession that actually belongs to Ruvain. We're now suggesting that a halacha l'maisa, we're talking about a case where Ruvain has the shtar. Right? Ruvain says, I lent Shchimira, but I lent Shchimira $1,000. So he has a shtar. The Rabbi Shmuel below the shtar. So Rabbi Shmuel's case, what's he talking about? A case where the lender doesn't have a shtar. Amar Tnu Nostin Mava Alvehava. 1 second. If in Rabbi Shmuel's case, which is almost Rabbi Shmuel's case, is the case where Shchimira says, I have $1,000 of Ruvain in my possession, give it back to me. Right? If he says Tnu, they give it. If he doesn't say Tnu, they don't give it. But even if he says Tnu, if there's no shtar, then really this is a verbal loan. If it's a verbal loan, we'll say, what's the halacha? You collect a milva al peh from Yisomim. After all, Rabbi Shmuel very Tarvayu, milva al peh, eino gover lomin ayash lomin al tuchos. It was that you cannot collect the verbal loan from orphans or from purchasers. Now listen, now remember again, any time that we say you can't collect something from orphans, what does that actually mean? What does that mean? You can't collect it from them when they're young. In other words, when they reach the age of majority, you can take it to base and you can litigate that. But the mice, you can't just show up and go out and collect it. So according to Rabbi Shmuel, we're talking about that it's not a shtar. Even if Shchimira said Tnu, why would the kids be obligated to go out and pay that up? Both cases, the Hektish case, and the case where the father tells the kids, the property is yours, the estate is yours, but there's $1,000 from Ruvain. Both of the cases where Ruvain, the lender, has a shtar. I said, why the distinction between the two cases? Very simple. One is talking about a certified shtar, and one is talking about the non-certified shtar. So in the case, ultimately, again, of the Sulim, where Shimon says to the shtar itself is certified. So because it's certified, therefore, again, it's not a global pad. This is a certified document. Therefore, I love my son, you collect it. Incredible. So Amar 2, Kaimi Lishtare. What if this is very interesting? So essentially, I will say, when the Gemara is introducing to us, it's like this. Shchimira is on his deathbed. Like he says to his kids, I'm leaving you my estate. Leaving my estate. You know, so that's interesting. The person loses a parent. And the parent loses his so the person is obligated to two brachas. One of Dayan HaEmes, and the other of Hatova HaNetiv. Right, so one in the Shchimira is saying over here, right, I'm leaving you my estate, but $1,000 that I have is owed to Ruvain. So if he says, if he just does it, then we assume that actually what he's doing over here is trying to diminish optically the value of the estate. But if he says it's new, if he says give it, essentially by saying give it, the Shchimira, is certifying the document. That's like a key in Shtaris, and therefore, again, with the certified document, the Yisomim are obligated to repay that debt. Lo Amar Tnu, no kind of Shtare. But ultimately, again, if he didn't say Tnu, then this is an uncertified document. If it's an uncertified document, then what? Then the mice again, you can't collect it from the Yisomim until they reach the majority, and then you could litigate it out. Incredible. That's our case. Amar Rabba, Shchimira, great case. Amar Rabba, Shchimira Sha'amar, Manan Choni Yadu. I was a very interesting case over here. Shemira says, I owe Ruben $1,000. Then Amos dies. And what happens? But Amri Yisomim Paranu. Yisomim said, we paid that. I paid that. So here they're claiming again, we paid it back already. So what's that law? So the Gemara says, they're money. They're believed. They're believed. Because it's number of the clothing. So again, if Shemira says, so also notice the difference in the cases. In case number one, the Shemira is making a declarative statement. Like, I have $1,000 of remains in my possession. Shemira dies, Yisomim say we paid it back, ultimately we believe them. It's number of clothing. But if Halacha L'maisa again, Shemira said to his kids, give $1,000 to Ruvain, Baruch Soparano, and Yisomim said we paid it back. They are not believed. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, I don't understand this. Klapi Laya, it comes down to, I would say just the opposite seems to be true. Amar Tinu Bana Leflodim. So this is a case where Shemira said, give, says to his kids, give $1,000 to Ruvain, even with the stock, what would they say? So I would say in that case, because the father is giving a directive, and he's telling his kids to, I would assume that what? That Allah they comply with his wishes. Because he's giving them a directive, he's telling them, cover up, kids, go ahead and give Reuben back $1,000. In that case, I would say the kids are compliant. He's giving the basket one of Milsa, he can limit the parade. One of the Ploni Biardi, on the other hand, when kind of when the Shemira just makes a general statement that there's $1,000 of Reuben's in my possession, give her the law pasuk of one of Milsa, since the father's not giving the directive, he can limit the law parade. I would say in that case, he's kind of conveying information without giving a directive to pay back. I would say that's the case. Didn't pay back. Not healthy, but you're right. Rather, we'll say, you're going to see his chat to say, watch this. So Shemira says, there's $1,000 of Reuben in my possession, but Amri Yisomim. Chazar v'Amar Banu Abba Parati, Ne'eman. Oh, okay, Patrick's over here. So what happens? So Shemira says, I have $1,000 of Reuben in my possession. And then what happens? Father dies, Shemira dies. And the kids say, by the way, our father said afterwards that he paid it back. He paid it back, net money. The kids are believed. Why? My time up. Because we assume what happened over here is as follows. Pressure of eventuals like this. Shemira is on his bed. We'll say, what are you doing in your Shemira? What are you doing in your Shemira? Hopefully tshuva. That's number one. A lot of tshuva. And probably a lot of reflection. So he's reflecting on his life. And he's thinking to himself, you know what? There's $1,000 in my possession. And then he remembered afterwards, no, I paid it back. So the kids say, Dad paid that before he died. And that's it. He's Naaman. However, Tnuman on the Ploni, from his own Chazar, the Amra Abba Parati, in Naaman. God, if Shemira said to his kids, hey, give Reuben $1,000. And then the kids say, Father reflected on the rule before he realized that he paid it back. We don't believe you, so why not? Then he said, the Pare, Rohava Amar Tnu. So this is very interesting. When Shemira says Tnu, a person only says Tnu when after they've really thought this through. Right? In other words, I understand the first case of I have $1,000 of Reuben's in my possession. That could be more of like a reflective statement. That upon further reflection, you realize, oh, I paid it back. But when you say, when Shemira says, hey, Reuben $1,000, that's not a reflective statement. That is a declarative actional statement. A declarative actional statement only comes on the heels of decisive analysis. Right? So therefore, again, when Shemira says sorry, that again there's $1,000 going in my possession, and then Shemira dies, and the kids say, no. Dad said afterwards, that he paid it back. We believe he's sorry. But if he said, give $1,000 to the baby, and then the kids say, Dad said, he paid it back, we don't believe he's sorry, because he's new, ultimately again is a lesson of certitude, of certainty. Okay? Boy, Rabbi, Shemira Shahoda, Shemira Shahoda, Mahu. I was going to say, watch this. So let's say Shemira is on his deathbed. Now, let's say, in general, you say that the halacha now is Shemira. Generally, if a person goes there, let's say I say, I owe Reuben $1,000. Not Shemira. I owe Reuben $1,000. So there's a hodah. Generally, in order for a hodah, in order for an addition to be binding, you have to do it in front of two witnesses. Because if you don't, I can always claim, I I was just joking. Like, whatever, there was a long conversation, so I just said, I owe you $1,000. Right? So the nice if you look at our time, Shuna Shahoda, I'll pull what toy off, my little yada, but I'm not hey. Here got Navina was so in general, when you make an admission, an admission requires two risks. So here's the Shaila. Here's the Shaila. Shkimira, Shahoda, Mahu. When the Shkimira admits that he owes money, what's the halacha? Sarach Lomar Atem Eidai, or Sarach Lomar Atem Eidai. Does the Shkimira, when he's making this admission, does he have to identify that this is you are my witnesses or not? Sarach Shiomer Ksov, what is Sarach Lomar Ksov? Sitting again, the Shkimira have to instruct that this admission be committed to writing or not. So we'll say, what does this all come down to? This is incredible. What it really comes down to is Adam Mishata B'Shas Misa or in Ana B'Shata B'Shas Misa. Does a person joke around when he's dying or not? That's the Shiloh. Right? The Shata Misa, that's the Shiloh. They will say, but I just want to point out something. In other words, they will say, Mishata is Lashon of Shtos. Lashon of Shtos. Like, so does a person say frivolous things, like unnecessary things, when he's dying or not? When he's dying or not? So that's the Shiloh. Or is he going to crack a frivolous joke when he's dying or not? So the Gemara says, Basar Debaya Hadar Hashtag. We asked the thing, he answered it. Ein Adam Yishaka B'Shas. The person doesn't play around. Doesn't play around when he's dying. Like, doesn't go ahead and say Divrei Shtos when he's dying. Divrei Shemira Kiksuvim B'Kisurim Dalam. But on the other hand, we also say the words of Shemira are as if they are written, right? As if they are committed to writing, and ultimately again given over to Daisy. So we'll say, so this, remember, so let's just work backwards. So what that means, halakha l'maisa, is that, again, in general, we see this before, right? This like shemira 101. Divrei shemira, kiksuvim, b'kisurim. Like the words of the shemira are as if they are written and given over to Daisy. In other words, that the shemira need not instruct witnesses and does not have to instruct anything to be given over in writing. His words are always considered to be that way. That's the halacha. Also, what the Gemara introduces us to is this concept of ein adam mishata b'shas. The person doesn't joke around, doesn't engage in it. I will say, what can you refer to that Gemara? What can you refer to that Gemara? It's when we're dying that we don't engage in divrei shtos. The problem is very limited. How much time is wasted in divrei shtos? How much time is wasted with nonsensical activities? How much time is wasted, right, with words that are so meaningless? How much time do we let it slip, right? You know what? One of the most incredible things about dying, is a person recognizes the urgency of time. Because suddenly I realize that I don't have an inexhaustible supply of it. So the moment when I'm dying, that's suddenly again, ein adam mishata b'shas misa. How can I joke around? How can I mess around when I'm dying? At the end of the day, I realize I don't know how much time I have left. I better use every single moment wisely. The problem is that when we're living, we think that time, there's an inexhaustible supply of time. So we'll say things that just are like foolish, or we'll do things that are just meaningless, and we'll let precious moments of time just slip through our fingers. The goal is to be able to live a life of ein adam mishata b'shas chayim. That's the goal. Ein adam mishata b'shas. So just taking the fact people don't waste time when they're dying because they recognize I don't know how much time I have left. But the goal, the aspirational goal in life, is ein adam mishata b'shas chayim. If I can maximize life when I'm alive, if I can maximize my moments when I'm actually when I have them, when I'm realizing to the fullest, that's the goal of a successful life. Incredible. Mishnah. Let's go back there. All right, plenty of time. Hamalves Chalero. Bishtar. Gomer Chassid Shuvadas. We'll say this is a great Mishnah. If you lend someone money and the loan is documented the loan is in the shtar. I say I lend you $1,000 and you write it down in a document. What's the halacha? Gomer Chassid Shuvadas. I'm able to go ahead and collect from encumbered properties. This is like this halacha 101. I have the so I'll say if I just did it with witnesses, what if I lent you $1,000 in front of witnesses, but it didn't write down the transaction in the document, then go to the chasam and call me. And halacha I cannot collect from encumbered properties. Also, you've seen this many times. The only time you're allowed to collect from encumbered property is when the loan is written in a document. So a document has a code, a document generates publicity, and therefore any purchasers will know about it. If you lend money in front of witnesses, I must say, you've also seen this, remember the halacha is, you are not supposed to lend money without witnesses. Actually, kids of Shmuel Paskins, you stop it legal in the sense of kids. That if you lend money without witnesses, you are in violation of Litva, even though Sita Nipshal. You are in violation of place in stumbling block. Because if you lend money without witnesses, what does that allow you, the borrower, to do? What does it allow you to do? To deny the whole thing ever happened. So you have to lend money with witnesses. Okay, so we'll say, but again, if you lend money with witnesses, but there's no document, you can collect, but only from unencumbered property, not from the contract. Other days. Chotzi alov isavya l'shul chayiro, rather than a custom in a code. Again, I lend Ruben $1,000, and I produce a document bringing in Ruben's end right. So we'll say that allows me to collect from unencumbered property. In other words, the only time you can collect from encumbered property is when you have two things. Number one, shtar, document, and eight witnesses. If I produce either witnesses, right, the no shtar, or a shtar written in the handwriting of the borrower, that allows me to collect from the custom and they call it unencumbered property. Good, let's go. Let's go to the custom and they call it. This is a very interesting case. We'll say in a typical loan document, I'm lending Ruben money, $1,000, and Shimon is the guarantor. Shimon would be signing in the body of the document. That information will be written in the body of the document before the signatures of the witnesses. So let's say I have a loan document and it says I lent Ruben $1,000, but Shimon's guarantorship appears beneath the signatures of the witnesses. What does that do? Go over the custom of the code. So it says, I look at my son. So again, I can only collect from the custom of the code because this is not considered. We'll see exactly. Look at the Rashban. Go over the custom of the code. Second after the top. The local of the Shubat and Elam Malda custom start. She reached for even the guitar to start. Even not to the color. Sorry, wrong one. Go over the custom of the code. It's in the short lines, 3 lines in. Go to the custom of the code. Mina Ore. The Arber Shabbat Bad. The Love Al Petty. Kibble Chassini. This means it's like this. If I go ahead and halacha myself, go ahead and have an artist. I lend him $1,000, and then what happens? They go ahead and Shimon's guaranteeing the loan. So normally Shimon should sign before the signatures of the witnesses. In this case over here, what happens is Shimon signed beneath the signatures of the witnesses. So Shimon is a guarantor, but I can only collect. I can only collect from the unencumbered properties of. Not from the encumbered properties. Nice. This one's happened. And the result is yes, you can only collect from the customary coding of the guarantor. Omer Lo, Benanis. Benanis says no. When you have this kind of case where the guarantor is signing afterwards, just you understand, before. Apparently, in a typical shtar, which you have as a south, you have to write. Even again, let's just go to the part. Shtar is comprised of 2 parts. What are the 2 parts? Tofes and Toreth. Like Tofes boilerplate, right? Toreth transactionally specific. If there's a guarantor, then you would have the guarantorship written in the shtar, then the signatures of the witnesses. What's happening over here is you have all those pieces, but here the guarantorship is written after the signatures of the witnesses. The Nanas comes along and says, in that kind of case, there's no guarantorship. Right? Why? He said, I'm alone, Lama. Let's say I walk into the marketplace and I see that Shimon has a lady in a chokehold. And what happens now? I'm able to, using my analytical skills, I'm able to deduce, right, that lady owes Shimon a significant amount of money. Hence, so what happens? Shimon, listen, do me a favor. Let lady out of the chokehold. I got you. I'll pay you back. So what's the halacha? We'll say, Hunter, I don't have to pay for that. Why? Why not? Here's what's interesting. What's interesting is you would have thought, why don't they have picture of that? Because obviously I didn't mean it. Right? I didn't mean it. I'm just trying to get lady out of that chokehold. Right? But what's the interest of analysis like this? The only kind of guarantor that becomes binding is when it's clear that the lender lent the money to the borrower based on the guarantee of the guarantor. But if the guarantee of the guarantor was not the motivation for the loan, then the guarantor is not obligated. So because in this case over here, I'm being introduced to the transaction after Shay already has maybe in a chokehold, she didn't even let anybody get the money because of me. Because of that, I'm not really a guarantor. Therefore, again, I was going to the Nanis, when you find the guarantor signed after the witness, what does that show you? What does that show you? That lender didn't lend the borrower the money on the basis of the guarantor. Whenever that happens, when I walk around the guarantor is not on the like, this is essentially represents a fundamental focus in guarantorship. According to the Nanis, those are the guarantors on the hook is when it is clear that the guarantee of the guarantor was the motivation of the loan from the lender to the borrower. But when the lender lent to the borrower without the guarantee, and the guarantee was introduced later on, then there is no obligation upon the guarantor to secure it. Incredible. I'm not my focus. So what, according to Bananas, what is an example of a guarantor who would be obligated? Although Vani no say Shakira Amanoso, Bananas here would be the example. So I go ahead and I say to Ruvain, lend Shimon the money, and I guarantee the debt. I guarantee the debt. That would ultimately, again, that would be an example. That would be an example of a guarantee. Because here, now this is an extreme example. I be guarantor of initiating the actual loan itself. I say to lender, lend to the borrower, and I got you. I wrote this beautiful English one here. I wrote this so I this is the last mission of our last one. Last mission of our last one. So the Gemara says, I wrote this Shiyakim, Yasam beginning of this. If you want to become wise, right, engage in learning monetary law. Listen, right? This validates what we think, right? So if you want to become wise, engage in monetary law. Then you look on the Kisla Torah Yosenehet. There is no area of Torah that is as complex and has so much voluminous halacha like Giri Mamas. Okay, we'll see some people as well. Behave Kama'ayon Novea. And they are like literally again a flowing spring. Which means essentially that the more you learn, the more you know, and the more pieces you come up with. In other words, there are some halachas that are finite. They're finite, right? Whatever. Right? This is what you do, this is how you do it, and that's it. As we've seen in Dinei Mamonis, what's incredible is the more you learn, the more you see there is to learn, the more cases that could come up. It's like a Maya Novea. Marot the Shiasa Dinei Mamonis, Ushamis Shimon Ben Anas. If you want to really learn Dinei Mamonis, who should be your Rebbe? Shem Ben Anas. Shem Ben Anas apparently again was the expert in Dinei Mamonis. And therefore Allah Almighty again follow him. Amr Gula. Let's say just one more minute. Amr Gula. Don't worry, we are not behind. We're not behind at all. Because again, tomorrow there's really not other days. So we're absolutely fine. So Ula said, Midda Oraisa. Whether you go ahead and you loan money in a document or you loan money physically, you are always allowed to collect money from a covered document. Right? What's the logic? Ula said that Midda Oraisa, every loan generates a lien. And therefore, again, whether you lend verbally, right, whether you loan money in a star, every loan creates a biblical lien. So a second, if that's the case, then why did the rabbi step in? Why did the rabbi step in and say that a verbal loan does not generate a lien on that a verbal loan can only be collected on the property? You should consider doing two things. They were concerned about say about people who purchase property from the borrower. If there's no document, then people who purchase property from the borrower have no idea that the property is encumbered, and that's not fair to them. So therefore, again, Chazal made it that a lien is only develops upon property if the loan is recorded in a document. No, but we'll say, but again, if that's the case, the loan is recorded in a document. It should not be any against property. I think it's in Therefore, say in that case, it is the purchasers themselves who cause themselves loss. In other words, if you have a document, if you have a loan that is recorded in a document, that has a toll. If it has a call, that means what? If you research it enough, you'll find it out. You'll find it out. If you don't, that is so we'll say we'll stop over there for today. But this is the position of Ula. We'll go into more depth of it tomorrow. Ula holds Shibud Galaisa. Every loan, whether it's verbal or written, generates a lien on all property. The only reason why Chazal said a verbal loan doesn't generate a lien on property is to protect future purchases. All right? Motion to be continued. Last time, no last for tomorrow. Shkaya. All right, y'all say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. If you might take all of our sponsors for this morning, should you thank our Tamajori sponsor, Protection, annual Tamajori sponsor, Fulton Mishmaka, dedicating all the show Russians this year. This songs for us back in Israel. Our fellow sponsors for the month of Kislev, Josh and Freeman, which will be outside of Josh's family, so we got better at kind of file, and Swiss, the secret of our hostages and security of our holy soldiers. Sending about the Ashton Maria, their parents, Stephen, Yitzchak Lee, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stephen, Sarah Yehel, Das, Sarah Avron, with the Ashton, with the Abbas, and the Chafayim. Remember with your friend and close social, beloved husband, and father, and spiritual therapist, and Teddy Goldman, and Cohen, and Beaches Miriam, and Maria Lugal, not getting around to life, and for his precious Neshama, and his family, he was humble. Of course, it was as long as you dedicate them on your sister hostages, you Mishpach, and that's Hashem return them back to the Mishpach, and show them the call, and their holy soldiers be successful before the last single day. Once we got, let us begin a lot to do so. We need that ahead of us. Today's dot is combined on 171, on 173B, and the two dots on the bottom. They're upright. Avinas Sha'at Family Shared. Remember, again, still continuing in the subject of the olive, of the guarantee. So remember again, that we saw yesterday's idea, we saw yesterday's Kibara. One of the primary concepts about an olive is that halacha l'maisa, you can't go to the olive first. You can't go to the guarantor first. Now, the truth is, the Gemara Daniel in front of us that has a concept or concept of the guarantorship that allows the lender to go to the olive first. But in general, you have to go to the borrower before you go to the guarantor. The Mishnah, however, says, spoke about a case that if halacha l'maisa, when the lenders, let's say Ruben's lending Shimon money, if Ruben said, and let's say the club lady is guaranteed, so if Ruben says to lady, essentially I'm lending Shimon money with you as a guarantor, but I reserve the right to collect from whoever I want to be able to get. Ruben says, if I want to go to borrow, I'm going to borrow. I want to lend, I'm going to lend. I reserve to go to whoever I want, so the lender has the right to do that. So, does a lender have a right to go and collect money from a guarantor only when the borrower has no assets? Now, this is not a new halacha. This seems to be in line with what we saw yesterday. When does a lender have a right to go to a guarantor when the borrower has no property? Don't give from the olive. But again, if the borrower has property, the lender has no right to go to guarantor. Now we'll say that seems to be, like I said, exactly in line with what we saw yesterday. The guarantor role essentially is there to pay the debt in the event that the borrower cannot. So therefore, again, it comes in Rabbi. If the borrower has property, lender has no right going to guarantor. Borrower doesn't have property, lender can go to guarantor for a second. But how many times simple? We have to be end of the Mishnah. We should know about image the classing the Nova. Don't get from it all age cloud. So remember again, the Shimon said that if the borrower has property, then the lender cannot go ahead and go to the guarantor. Now the fact that the Mishnah records that statement, what does that indicate to us? The cloud, the Tanakama Summer, Roshnavi, there was the fact that the Mishnah records the real Shimon sounds like the Tanakama disagrees with that. And the Tanakama disagrees, Tanakama says no, that a lender can go to a guarantor, whether or not borrower has property. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Kisor Nasura Laki Kata. What's it like? One of the most exciting phrases in all of Shas. Kisor Nasura is something missing. You know, missing. I don't say no. There's no greater simcha in life than when you thought you had everything figured out, but then nothing makes sense. And then as you're missing information, suddenly with this little piece of information that's not actually in your life, you have complete clarity on your life. Obviously, that doesn't often happen on a life scale, but at least it happens in a block scale. So God says again, something is missing, and here's the victory. But here we go. Don't say these last 6 lines are of critical importance to understand that the rest of the sugya with clarity. Here it is. Amal be'es chaver al yidei arif. If a person lends with the guarantor, so once again, Reuben lends Shimon money. Levi is the guarantor for the borrower. Okay, that's valuable. But if from the arif, so ultimately at the end of the argument is what? Reuben can't automatically go to Levi. Reuben cannot go to the guarantor just as his first stop for collection of the debt. That's not the way guarantorship works. First, you have to go to the borrower, only in the event that doesn't have, you have the ability to go to the guarantor. That's halacha number one. The Omar on the last she'efra, we she'etza. But let's say again, at the time of the loan, the lender Reuben said, I reserve the right to collect from whoever I want. If I want to go to borrow, I go to borrower. If I want to go to guarantor, I go to guarantor. So Reuben is making this explicit statement, reserving the right to collect in from whoever he wants. Yifra mina aref. He has the ability to go to the guarantor. Okay, but now, one qualification. The lender boy, what is that so? What is that so? He says, Mishe'in Chasim Malova. So it's like, this is very important. What is that so? What is that so? What is it that a lender has a right to go to a guarantor? That is when the borrower doesn't have property. Amalgation Chasim Malova, no Yifam in Arif. Now, look what I said. The borrower has property. And ultimately, again, the lender cannot go to the borrower. So to the guarantor. So we're saying, what's coming out of this is very interesting. So how often I saw, according to this understanding right now in the Gemara, is that the lender never has the ability to go to a guarantor whenever a borrower has assets. The guarantor is only activated if the borrower does not have assets. And even if myself, the lender says, I reserve the right to collect payment from whoever I want, even that only allows me to go to the guarantor where the borrower doesn't have money. So essentially, according to this approach over here, guarantor is only activated when the borrower doesn't have assets. When the borrower has assets, the lender has no right to come to the guarantor. Now, shows it is an exception to this rule. What's the exception? The kabbalah. Remember when we saw this yesterday? What's the other going yesterday's daf? What is the source? What is the source of Arvis? What is the source ultimately of it that has to be again? So then we get what do we quote? Quote the Chodesh, Yehuda and the Yamim. Then again, the Gemara said, no, that's a different kind of case. That's Kabbalahs. So there is a heightened form of guarantorship that the Gemara calls Kabbalahs. Again, let's give the Kabbalah. Again, if the guarantor steps in as a Kabbalah, I'm sorry, I'm from the Kabbalah, sorry. But I can't also do this. Kabbalahs is a heightened level of Arvis. So in other words, what does Kabbalah say? Kabbalah essentially says that a person agrees to be a guarantor and agrees to be a source of repayment, even if that borrower has assets. So essentially, what we introduced to now is your two different types of guarantorship. This is what they call an arif. And then how does an arif work? Essentially, an arif is only activated way when halacha said the borrower has no funds. He has no money, has no assets, then you could go to the guarantor and you can collect money. A kabbalah is a heightened level of responsibility. The guarantor says, you come to me first stop. I'm happy to take responsibility. You don't even have to knock on the lender's door. Sorry, on the borrower's door. So if the borrower has money, the borrower doesn't have money, you lender have the ability to come to me for payment. That's the kabbalah. So there's a kabbalah, from an Akabla. When it comes to Akabla, even if the borrower does have money, Allah the lender has the ability to go to the Kabla for repayment. Incredible. Kabla's provided out 174. 174. It's essentially Gemara. Rabbi Shimon says, Inish Nechasim Loga, Echadzeh, so it's interesting that Rabbi Shimon comes along and says, if the borrower has assets, then ultimately again, whether the guarantor is an Arif or whether the guarantor is a Kablan, the lender cannot collect from the guarantor. So this is very interesting. So Shimon essentially is being more accurate in the kind of Kabbalah. And Shimon is saying is, if bottom line, according to Shimon, if borrower has assets, there's no guarantorship that's activated, which again, it's actually logical, because the half of a guarantor is someone who is there to secure the repayment of the debt in the event that the borrower is unable to do something. Look at the top Rashbam. Shimon already reached the Chassim and Loga. Echad already got Echad Kablan, or give for element Loga. Incredible. So let's just pause here for just a second, because this is really dramatic. Because now, what we've just gotten from this is kind of like the comprehensive periodic view of the way that guarantorship works. So essentially, again, just go from some kind of comment. Two different types of guarantorship. We'll call an RA and the Kabla. An RA is a more close guarantor. When is that activated? Only in the event that the borrower doesn't have money. He doesn't have money, doesn't have assets, they go to the guarantor. And even if the lender says, I reserve the right to collect from you ever I want, Allah still can't go to the guarantor if the borrower has money. That's hard. Kablan is a high level of guarantorship. And what Kablan essentially says is the guarantor is saying, I essentially, what's essentially what Kablan is? Kablan is essentially the guarantor stepping into the role of the borrower. It's essentially what it is. I'm assuming the responsibility of the borrower. And if I look for myself, come to me no matter what. That's kind of Kablan. Shimon says no. Any time the borrower has assets, whether the guarantor is an Ari or a Kablan, Halacha of the Mesa goes to the borrower. Only in the event that the borrower does not. There's a guarantor. Incredible. So it's like, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So now again, this is our construct for guarantorship right now. So let's go back to it. It says the Gemara. In generally, the halacha always follows it, right? Except when it doesn't, right? And when it doesn't, in three cases. It says chutz le'arif, that's our case. Sidon, which is a case in Sidon, the city of Sidon, L'raya achrola, and the halacha, a case concerning introducing new evidence, which we know again. We're not going to get into these cases. We're talking about our main case. We're not making a declarative statement that the halacha does not follow Shem Real, in this case over here of Amos, and therefore the halacha follows the construct as we just outlined. So therefore, both say, essentially the premise that we learned, which is from Shem Real, and therefore the premise we're operating on is as follows. One is a regular already activated, only when there is no money for the borrower. So again, Shimon has no money, the already will be activated. But if lady is a Kablan actually pretty much stands in the place of the borrower, and a Kablan can be petitioned for repayment even if the borrower has money. So that's the contract for you now. Here we go. All right, for that. So let's say, so now we're getting into some wording in here, right? Because obviously, now what it turns out is interestingly enough, I would imagine that even in secular law, there's different forms of guarantors should be on this, I'd have to imagine. Right? On the guarantee. What's the remember, the case is Ruvain's lending Shimon money. Levi is the guarantor. So let's say again, Levi says to Ruvain, lend Shimon money, and I'll be the guarantor. Or I'll pay you money, lend Shimon money, and I'll pay you back. I'll pay you money chayiv, or go ahead and lend him money. and I'll be chayiv, I'll be obligated. Havenu, Ra'ani Yosef, or lend him money and I'll pay you back, I'll give you back the money. Kulon Lashon Arvasei. These are all the shonos of regular guarantorship. Arvas. Gavin says, what's interesting, what's the coming down middle of all of these shonos? Coming down middle? Havenu. Right? Which sounds like what's happening according to this approach is when you use the Lashon of Halva, what you're essentially saying is, I would like to enter into a classic loan arrangement, right? Or a classic guarantor loan arrangement. A classic guarantor loan arrangement is Arvos, not Halvos. So therefore, again, so anytime you use Lashon on this, so it sounds like you're saying, anytime you use Lashon of Halva, ultimately, again, you're engaging as an artist. To go to the Rashba, the Rashba says, the heart, Russian Halva al Kahabar, where I'm sorry, the masters, who are not Russian, I'm the same. The heart, Russian Halva al Kahabar, Havenu, Huli Yemo, Vani, Horea, in your gift for God. So I'm engaging in a classic loan scenario, and in a classic loan scenario, I want the money of a guarantor has the status of an already out of a cover. Okay, listen to this shows. Taylor, what happened if Levi says to me, give Shimon money value cover. Okay, so that's easy when you say I'm a cover. Right? Or Taylor, value for it, give in, and I'll go ahead and pay back. Taylor, value chayiv, give him money and I'll pay you. Taylor, give to Shimon money, value loss in, and I'll go ahead and I'll give you back. I'll pay you back. Kulon, Russian, Kabbalah. These are all the shows of Kabbalah. Then we'll say now again, what's the coming down there in all of these shows? Right? 10. So interestingly enough, now 10 seems to be a much more forceful Russian than Havel. So since the using of Russian of 10 indicates that the guarantor is taking a much more active role in this transaction. How does a guarantor take a more active transactional role? As a Kabbalah. As a couple, saying essentially, you come to me, give me the money, then you come to me for repayment. You look at the Rashban, Taylor, Nasr Hamani Yado, you give the money to Shimon in his hand, Rani Efra, I'll pay you back in Russian Hamas. If you notice again, there's no Russian of load over here. Ella, you say that I did Ka'ama Kina. So I'll say this is fascinating. The Rashban understands that the Russian of pain is almost Russian of shlichus. That here, lady, the guarantor, is essentially going ahead and saying to Ruben, give money to Shaliach. I'll pay you back. I got you. You come to me. This generates ultimately again an obligation of kabbalas. Incredible. So let's say, so we ask the father Shiloh. Aveil, Vani Kabbalah. So let's say, what happens if you mix it? So essentially, what comes out of it is as follows. When it comes to the thing of Arvus, it sounds like anytime you Russian of Halva, you're creating an RA situation. And whenever you Russian of Tame, you're creating a Kabbalah situation. Okay? What happens if you mix and match? Finally, Aveil, Vani Kabbalah. Right? Winning again, lend him, and I'll be the Kabbalah. Taylor, Vani RA. So you're mixing and matching those shows. So you're right. On the Yitzchak, Russian Arvus, Russian Kabbalah. So Yitzchak says, that's not a Shiloh. If you say the word Kabbalah, you're Kabbalah. And if you say the word Aleph, you're Aleph. And if once you're using those explicit Lashonos, I don't care if you use Pain or you use Halva. If you're saying Kabbalah, you're Kabbalah. If you're saying Aleph, you're Aleph. If this is said, really, Kuwan Russian Kabbalah is a Bar, they Halvayu, Bahani Aleph. So it's exactly interesting. The Vista says, the truth is, it says Vista saying, the default is Kabbalahs, unless of course you use an explicit Russian of Aleph, which is quite fascinating. So the Vista seems to say, like the default setting of Arvus is to be a Kabbalah. High level of guarantorship, which is actually very interesting. The comes Rabbi, we started asking Halacha Reisa, Rabbi, Kuvan Russian Arvus, hey, Bar Tilo, this is ultimately, the Rabbi says, no, just the opposite. In general, almost every single Russian that we use is going to be a Russian of Kabbalahs, unless, of course, the Russian of Arvus, unless, of course, the guarantor says, Pharaoh, give him the money, and now give it back to you. There was obviously, if the guarantor says, giving the money out your family, obviously that's a kabbalas. But obviously that washing of table, so table remember again that other table, which sounds like the shlichus, the anino sin, and I'll give it back to you, is a washing ultimately of kabbalas. So let's say that we have to the Ramapas is like the Rama. So which is very important. The default setting of the Aratorship is Arvis, not Kabbalas. That's the default, right? So again, if you're using, anytime you're using any of these not explicit Shonas, the assumption is that the lady steps into being guarantor. What does that mean? The lady is guaranteed in the event that Shimon, the borrower, does not pay back and does not have the means to pay back, come to me for payment. Shimon has the means for payment, don't come to me. Don't come to me. If, however, again, lady says, Taylor, Vani Nosin, Shruben, give Shimon the money that I'll give back to you. Or lady were to say, I'm a couple. In that case, you'll do a couple, a type of guarantor. Remember, again, a couple type of guarantor, you will no longer even come to him first for repayment, even before he goes to the borrower. Is that a really very about a name of Rashi? Probably I'm a Abba. The man about a name of Rashi, you know, Father said, Taylor, the Ani Nosin, Taylor, Lamar, the Al Amor, Club. So it's very interesting. So my Bible takes us a step further. He says that my Bible is saying that in the case where lady the guarantor is to within the thing like you lend money, I'm sorry, give money, sorry, give money to Shimon, and I'll give it back to you. So literally, Ruben has no claim against Shimon. So it's a very strong statement. So literally, again, what my Bible was saying for Rashi, with his father, is that when Levi steps in this role of Hebron, so pretty much, so Levi replaces Shimon. It's almost as if Levi himself becomes the follower, and it's almost as if it's almost what he's saying is Levi has like no claim on Shimon. The claim is only against the Levi. So that is a very strong statement. You know, it says the Loki. No, that is incorrect. There is still a lender-follower relationship, and as much as Levi may be a Pavlov guarantor, he's still a guarantor, and the primary claim is still against the follower. However, in Cherokee, when we start normal, we made the Malva, actually something did guy. So I'll say this is fascinating. Now, there is one way in which the claim would be from the lender to the borrower, from the lender to the guarantor, and the borrower would be absent from this transaction. How would that happen? So I'll say that in the upon scenario. So what happens? So lately, the guarantor says to the lender, "Great, take loan, right? Go ahead, give money to Shimon. Not knows in the file, not going to pay you back." So again, that brings him a problem. Watch this. What happens if Ruben were to give the money to Levi? To give the money to Levi, the guarantor, say, "Levi, you take care of it. You want to give it to Shimon? You give it to Shimon." In a case like that, the Gemara suggests that halacha l'maisa, in that case, the claim is really just between Ruben and Levi, and in fact, Ruben has no right to go to Shimon. Which by the way, it sounds, at first glance, it sounds shocking, right? But then when you digest it a little bit, it actually makes a lot of sense. Why? Because essentially, in this particular scenario, pretty much Levi has stepped in as the borrower. So again, in general, halacha l'maisa, we would never say, even in the case of a copyright guarantorship, we would never say that the lender doesn't have the right to go up to the borrower. Of course, it has right to go up to the borrower. It's just a difference in a copyright guarantorship, the lender has the ability to even go after the guarantor first. However, if the lender gives the money to the guarantor and says to the guarantor, the copyright, "Hey, lady, you give the money to Shimon." In that case, essentially, guarantors become the borrower, and technically speaking, even the lender has no right to go after Shimon for anything, because his relationship isn't with Shimon, his relationship is with the guarantor. So this is some good, again, always good to have conversation in case there's a lull, and I'm at the Shabbos day. So again, what is the scenario in which the borrower and the guarantor are the same person? How do you ever have the case of a borrower and a guarantor as the same person? That's this case, where the lender gives the money to an already couple. In In that case, essentially, again, lady is the guarantor, but essentially, lady also becomes the borrower to the point that we can't even go after shimmy. Absolutely incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Hold on. It's a story time. Hold on. The accent of Marvel and the concept of Lola. We come in to say Lola. So let's listen to this. So it's a hard scenario. Let's just use these. Let's take it a little bit easier. We're gonna let share money. What happened? Shimmy went ahead and defaulted. So Ruben goes to Mason. And what's happening over here is the Gaia judge ruled and allowed Ruben to go ahead and seize Shimmy's property. Now, he did this without calling Shimmy to Mason. There was no due process. What really happened is a borrower defaults, he put it to Mason. Mason figures it out. In this case, the judge, for whatever reason, decided to skip all of that and just gave Ruben a header to seize property from Shimmy. Okay? So we can notice what happened. Something that coming break up here. So ultimately again, so Rab Chanin ben Gavina went ahead and literally removed this diet. He reversed the judgment. He says absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect, he reversed the judgment. Amar Rabba, man chocolate with the other Piham Yosa. So Rabbi said, wow, Rab Chanin ben Gavina are so smart. So smart. How wise he was to reverse this judgment. God is pleased with us. He loved Rab Chanin ben Gavina Kassavar. Sorry, man Amar Rabba. So now they said, who would be as wise to be able to do something like this? Well, that from Khalil Great Rabbi. In other words, he did something very wise. Why did he do something wise? Listen to this. Goes as fascinating. Kasavar, the Chassid about English, Indian Mahagin said, a person's property essentially are his guarantors. Don't say this is fascinating, right? Number again, Shimon borrows money from Ruben. What happens anytime that you borrow money, right? Your property becomes encumbered. That's what happens. Property is encumbered, which essentially means your property serves as your guarantor. A person's property is his guarantor. The classic by English, it is not arguing with you. It's not. And what do we learn when it comes to guarantors? What did we learn? Amada Escavero, Amada Escavero, Azite, Array, the different Array. So what can we learn? Like the Mishnah, this strange statement. They give a money to someone who's a guarantor. The lender doesn't have a right to go after the guarantor and have it explain it. Come along, go already to Hila. And I want to say, how do you explain that? We explain that is you can't go to the guarantor before you go to the borrower. So once I see what's happening over here, right, you don't let Shimon money, so right, Shimon the borrower, and Shimon's property are his guarantors. So in this case over here, Shimon wasn't repaying, but his Diane gave Ruben the right to seize property. Hold on a second. You can't go to the guarantor until when? Until first you go to the borrower. So in this case over here, Hanan said the judge ruled erroneously because he gave a right to the lender to go to the guarantor, quote, to collect from the property before going to the borrower, and that is an erroneous rule. Therefore, Hanan reversed it. So you want to go right there. I know everybody asked me, the part of the money is going to be okay. So now we're going to go through a couple of really interesting case studies. So remember, let's go through what we have. Right? So we have number one, there's different types of guarantors. There's a couple. Like an RA could only be approached in the event that the borrower has no assets. A couple could be approached even proactively. Right? Lender could choose to go ahead and go to the couple directly, totally bypass the borrower. Here's even a more extreme case, where essentially the couple becomes the borrower himself. What's that case? That's a case where the lender gives the money to the couple and tells the couple to give the money to the borrower. In a case like that, the lender doesn't even have a right to go to the borrower, because essentially the borrower becomes the couple, and the guarantor becomes the borrower himself. Different Rishonos will trigger different relationships. The default setting of guarantorship is couple, unless of course you decide. The default setting of guarantorship is Karen, unless you indicate to the contrary. Okay, so now a couple of interesting questions, a couple of speakers over here. How are about the aspects? So it was a guy who was a guarantor before you sold it. So just to show you what happened over here is as follows. We'll call him Yaakov died. Yaakov left behind an estate. Yaakov buying an estate, and he had three sons, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi. Now Yaakov had outstanding debts when he died, and we'll call it that Yisachar. No, let's call it that Yitzchak. Yitzchak was the guarantor. Yitzchak was the guarantor. Okay, so that's what it means. Arba Yasmin. So there was a guarantor. The only one that says he was a guarantor if he sold it. What it really means is there was a guarantor on the debt that the father of Esau made. So Yaakov died. Yaakov had borrowed money, and there was a guarantor. There was a guarantor for those. That's Yitzchak. Okay, so what happened? The part of the model we come and go to Yasmin. So listen to this one. It's fascinating. So Yitzchak, the guarantor, says, you know what, like this, I want to pay off the debts. I want to pay off the debts of the estate. So he pays off the debts of the estate without ever discussing it with the seller. Now again, Yitzchak is the olive. What's Yitzchak's cheshbon? And in Yitzchak's mind, right? Once you ever have like a situation like this where in your mind you have everything carved out, right? There's only one conflict, which is you never spoke about this with anyone, right? So there's other parties involved in this. You have a whole crowd that involves multiple people, right? And in your mind, it's perfect. Oh, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, but you never bothered to inform anyone else of this grand plan. So what happened? Yitzchak the Arab had this great plan. What's his plan? I'm going to be here. I'm paying off the debt for the installment, and then what? Of course, what is he going to do? What is he going to do? He's going to come back and collect it from the estate. Or it's here or that, or and so I want to kind of wipe the slate clean for the installment. I'll pay off the debt, and then I'll come back and recollect from the estate. Okay, so everybody complied. So what? So the part of the model, so the other problem is he never told the servant about this. By the way, people look at Rashba for just a moment. It's in the intermediate lines about 3 lines here. Who are the asking? At the end, Mother Bechayim. So here the Rashba spells out the case. So remember again, the father, the Rebbe Yaakov, borrowed money during his lifetime. The Zen Nasa are in the Mother B'Shmuel. ולאחר נוסף פרה התחילה להתקנא ולהתחיל להספיק לו לשלום פרה ולא משל יסוד שלא הפסיק לתלה. So again, so just to understand, in this case over here, creditor, no one has come forward to claim money against the seller yet. But again, Yitzchak, the guarantor, he knows about the debt. Because remember, again, he was the guarantor on the debt of Father Yaakov. Right? So here, the guarantor figures, let me just pay it off. But no one asked, right? The creditor has not come knocking. He's still may be aware, may not be aware. But again, the guarantor figured, let me do this, wipe out the debt of the estate. And Shalom on Yisrael, and I'll come back and collect from the estate. So that kind of collect. So I'm not Papa, no. Kriyas Barchov Mitzvah, Yasmin, Yad Abdelele Abed Mitzvah. So it's an interesting Lashon over there. So the Papa says, the repayment of debt is a mitzvah, and you are not obligated in mitzvahs. Okay, so now what is that? So it says, so first of all, so just to give a little bit of color to this. So something interesting happens over here. When Yitzchak, the guarantor, pays off the debt, the debt is paid. Which essentially now means that the state owes Yitzchak, the guarantor, money. There's a debt that's owed to Yitzchak. The Rashbam points out something fascinating. That debt that is owed is what's called Restream. It's a little Alpad. It's an oral transaction. Because remember again, there's no shtar. The shtar that exists was between Yaakov and the creditor. So now there's an oral loan, there's an oral right, and there's a verbal loan that exists. So again, there is a mitzvah. So to go to the rest of that, here's about what mitzvah. Ha'arim answer nasa about what the Malava al-Tabu. So remember again, the Arim, the guarantor, becomes the creditor. It's a verbal loan. Mitzvah no paro. Then you saw the rules in your people, the Rabbi Rothschild, the mitzvah they know, they could gather and start with. So again, you saw the sold by minors. If they're minors, they're not necessarily obligated to go ahead and release this yet. So because of that, you're going to have to wait until they get to the age of majority. Then you can bring them to Beis Din. And once they're at Beis Din, they can go ahead and adjudicate this particular issue. But Papa says essentially, assuming we're dealing with minors, so again, it's not saying that Yitzchak, the guarantor, can't collect, but he's going to have to wait, and he's going to have to go through a judicial process. That's what it is. Again, not in a contrary way, but just like anyone else who wants to go to the state. So if we know, we're going to sure about Amon Swearing, I would say, So what's interesting enough, he says that he agrees that Yitzchak the creditor cannot collect from the estate. But he says for a different reason. We're concerned that maybe Father Yaakov prepaid the debt before he died. Maybe he deposited money with the creditor before he died. And also when you see this making that people do not want to die without outstanding debts. Right? People want to know that their debts are paid off before they get to the Olam Ha'emes. So Rabbi Rothschild says that here Yitzchak the creditor there, Yitzchak the guarantor paid, but for all Yitzchak knows, before Yaakov died, he already paid the debt. So because he already paid the debt, you can't just allow Yaakov the creditor to collect from the estate. So all the days you don't say. So my God, so what's interesting enough, the Gemara says, okay, now they're both kind of saying the same thing, which is that everyone is agreeing that even though Yitzchak the creditor seemingly did a very nice thing by allowing the like paying back the debt, you can't collect from the estate. They're both saying the same thing. So it's practical difference between these two opinions. The Kibinayu, the Shechayim of Moda. So it's like you have to meet with me, and let's say a case where Yaakov on his deathbed admitted that the debt was not paid. So therefore again, according to Rav Huda ben Yoshua, obviously he's a name that he hasn't dated. But according to Rav Papa, the estate would still not be obligated to pay it because this is now only a verbal loan, and therefore they would have to wait until the Yisomim come of age, and then only then pick this up the guarantor collect. Inali, Bishantu, it makes Bishante. Either that, but I will say the loan was due already before Yaakov died. Yaakov was in default, based in putting in Chayrim for non-payment, which is clear again that the loan was not paid. So according to Ravuna, it's clear that the loan was not paid, and therefore technically speaking, under those circumstances, Yitzchak the guarantor should be entitled to payment. But according to Rabbi said, no, it's still a verbal loan, so therefore you can't collect it from you so much of the age of the child. It's incredible. So I'm sorry. Bishante. Shalom Buritam, Shalom is Bishante. No, that's not Kulafuna, Rabbi Yoshua. So let's say, so they sent this message that indeed, if Allah for my son, it was clear. Excuse me. If it was clear at the time of death that halacha l'maisa, Father Yaakov had not paid his debt, that the halacha would be like Rav Huda ben Yoshua. You need to go to the Rashban. The Rashban says, "Don't forsake Rav Huda ben Yoshua. The God in Yasin, the Lord in the rest of the and other mitzvah." So it's like interesting enough. So the halacha follows the following way. This is how the halacha comes out. So in this case, where Yitzchak, the guarantor, did something nice. We paid the debt of the Yisrael, of the estate. We're not talking to anyone about it. So what happened now? Can he collect from the estate? So essentially, what it says like this: if we know for sure that the debt has not been paid, we know for sure that it has not been paid. Either again, Yaakov admitted on his deathbed that it wasn't paid, or he was excommunicated for non-payment of the debt at the time of his death. And I walk for the myself, asking like the Fural, and guarantor, the guarantor can get repayment from the estate. If, however, again, we're not sure about the status of the debt, then in that kind of case, Yitzchak, the guarantor, will have to wait until the son reach the age of majority, and then again go through the proper legal channels to try to get repayment for the debt. Incredible. So they say, there's a kasha, only Shahal Yishnak Chalyon to the Dakas Yodo, will say, if you have an olive, the guarantor, right? And the guarantor has the loan document. That was like, if the guarantor has a loan document, right? If you were to piece these pieces of information together, what narrative would you come up with? Right? He must have paid off the debt. Otherwise, the only way that a guarantor is going to be holding the loan document is if he actually paid off the debt. So now again, so now you have Yaakov who borrowed money, and Yitzchak, the guarantor, is showing up with the loan document. So it's not in a buildup. He cannot collect now that these are only so many cases. Right? So in this case, what's happening right here? So Yitzchak, the guarantor, is coming to the Yaakov died. Yitzchak, the guarantor, is coming to the estate and saying, hey, Hebra, Yisomim, I paid off the debt of your father, now pay me back. And again, he has the document to prove it. So in a buildup, he cannot collect. You're not correct. That was originally correct. So Hashem comes out of here. You can't collect until the someone can grow up. And once they grow up, you can go to the remedy to collect from the estate. In Kosovo, it's allowed you to can't go back. Interestingly enough, but if, let's say, there's a note in the document, right? The lender will be noted in the document, and then you note it says, I, the lender, received payment from Yitzchak the Pavlov, again, you can collect. We'll say, let's go through the service and says, the customer is about to pop over. Now, what's the difference in that? We think about the customer, above that, is about to pop in the hurry. So we'll say, the difference is like this. At the end of the day, is it possible that maybe the Malbec dropped the star and that's how the couple found it? Is it possible? It's possible. It's possible. And therefore, again, remember, we are hyper-vigilant with the money of our things in the estate. So because of that, even under the oath, that we and the show of documentation, in the normal circumstances, we seem to come up with everything that because it's a sudden, we're going to wait to be sudden draw, we're going to adjudicate this out. If, however, again, there's a note, a certified note, has to be certified, obviously, certified note, that the lender says, our lender received the money from this cabron, okay, then that's what I said, then that's indisputable, and therefore I'm not going to myself, in that case, the audit will be able to collect from the estate. So we're saying that if we're going to get it sure, which got is not the value of no doubt. So I say, so ultimately, I get a point because we're really sure. We can come up with this case where Yaakov, the father, died, and he admitted that he owed the money before he died. However, even with the note from the lender, right, still it's problematic because Rabbi said just in general, I love for myself. Again, you have to wait until you become of age. Shari Hassam, the Hassam is Gabak, even a couple of the other side. When Yitzchak the guarantor shows up with the loan document in his hand, and on it there's a note from the lender, and the lender said, the guarantor, Yitzchak paid me. We'll say that's pretty solid. In other words, at a certain point, you just have to accept the enormity of the proof that is being furnished. But I'm not going to myself that the guarantor paid the debt, and even the papa will agree that under those circumstances, guarantor can collect from the estate. Incredible. There's another story, a lot of good stories today. Haruna Arva, going to Havan. If I know the Havan Kane, don't have any yes. So I'll say, so same case. Father Yaakov, right, borrowed money from an Akub, from a Gentile, right? Then what happens? Again, Yitzchak was the guarantor on the debt. Father Yaakov dies. Yitzchak, the guarantor, decides to be a nice guy. What does he do? He says, you know what? I'm just gonna repay this debt, and then I'll go back to the estate and get it. But I want to wipe the slate clean for you, servant. So he goes ahead and he pays the money to the Gentile creditor without saying anything. Not to rescue. So again, creditor has never petitioned the state for repayment. No one said anything. Yitzchak, the guarantor, is just a good guy, and he proactively pays off the debt. So now, but again, Yaakov's a good guy. Even good guys want to get repaid, right? So Yaakov, the good guy, comes to the estate and says, "Okay, I paid back your debt. Pay me back. I'm going to Mordechai. I'm going to Mordechai Rabashi. I'll be on Ravina. I'll be there. I'm sure you're about. I feel I'm going to Kashir Yitzchak." See the criteria being the he said that sometimes you have to be kosher, that maybe there's people who goes, how do you know that Yaakov, before he died, didn't deposit a bundle of money with the creditor? Even those who are kosher for payment of the debt before he died, how do you even serve? That's only for a Jewish creditor. Abai Obed Kohavim gave him the Basar Arva Azur Lo Chashir Yitzchak. Also, remember that he had this in yesterday's halacha, yesterday's but it's Persian law, at least how do the Persian law? But Persian law allowed for the creditor to go after the guarantor first. So the Gemara says, even if you're kosher, but maybe the borrower prepaid the creditor, it's giving a bundle of money, that's always the Jewish creditor. But by a non-Jewish creditor, if that creditor anyway has the ability to go after the guarantor first, we're not supposed to expect the following. The Father Yaakov deposited money with him before he died. And therefore, the automatic assumption with a non-Jewish creditor is that the money, the debt, has not been repaid. So it's just the opposite. I think about the Lord Hashem looks sorry, even according to the opinion that says that we don't normally assume that the borrower deposited money with the lender אני לנסוע, להספיק את שוב, אבל עובד כוכבת, כיוון דדיינים מבוסר 4 אזנים, ילד דעת בסמסוי מקרה, לא הם לקבלת. So you notice it's just the opposite. It's just the opposite. The opposite of is when I'm borrowing money from a non-Jewish lender, because it's known that the lender is going to go, has the ability to go even after proactive, has the ability to proactively go after and guarantee. No one in their right mind is going to guarantee such a loan like that unless, of course, what? The borrower has some stash of cash. Right? If he doesn't have a stash of cash, why would somebody want to guarantee that loan if I know that I could be the first step for repayment? Again, simply you want to just suggest 2 different ways to go ahead and see that particular case. But also, what is fascinating to note in these cases, Torah pointed out, is that in these cases where the guarantor seems to be doing something nice, not seems to be doing something good. What comes down to all these cases is the guarantor is trying to proactively pay off the debt of the assailant. They'll say, well, what comes out of it when he does it? Because then when he does it is, he's entitled to repayment, but he's not being able to get that repayment until the assailant come of age, and then he'll have to adjudicate it in Beis Din. Interesting, the only exception to that rule is when is halacha l'maisa in a case where he paid back the lender, and the lender managed wrote in the document is kabalti mincha. I received repayment for my debt. In that case, then halacha l'maisa, he could go and get repayment from the estate. But absent that, he's going to have to wait till the Yisrael come of age. Incredible. What's that going on? Says the Gemara. The thing that you know, so what's this great story? Moshe Bar Artzi, Arba de Ksubasa de Kalselas. What's this number again? Moshe Bar Artzi, that's his name. Moshe Bar Artzi was the guarantor for his daughter-in-law's Ksuba. Right? You know, interesting. So Moshe Bar Artzi had a son, by the way, we're going to see. Moshe Bar Artzi's son was Rafuna. So Moshe Bar Artzi's son went ahead. So Moshe Bar Artzi guaranteed the Ksuba for his son. For his daughter. Okay, so let's listen to this. So what happened? So the Kalsada. So Rafuna brings on that one. If you call yourself, Rafuna was Moshe Bar Artzi's son, and was falling on some difficult financial times. So Nabai gives it, he said to Rafuna, says, Leika, Benezo, Benaski, Rafuna. So why doesn't somebody give Rafuna this Eitzah? What's the Eitzah? The negashment, this great idea. Rafuna, go divorce your wife. Go divorce your wife. Now, stay till the end, right? Go divorce your wife. Go divorce your wife. Remember again, when you divorce your wife, what do you have to do? You have to make Suda. Rafuna, we have no money. The tails of the two big Suda. So now we are. Right, and what's going to happen? So when you divorce your wife, you have no money. What's going to happen? Your father is the guarantor of Ksuba. Your father is going to have to pay out the Ksuba of your wife for Hagin entry, and then we marry her. It's fantastic. Right? Just go ahead and do that. And when I say again, that's a good Eitzah. I'm a Rabbi. The higher tonight. So I say, one second, you can't do that, right? You can't do so many levels. But I will say, but when I say again, you can't do it because the Mishnah says, remember again, when a man divorces his wife, what does he have to do? If you're going to activate the guarantor to make it sooner, what do you have to do? The husband has to make a matter that his wife can't get any off of him, and therefore can't marry him. I say, it's okay, so tremendous goes around this story that sometimes, obviously we don't know the family dynamics over there. But it is fascinating to see the length that people will go to avoid having direct conversations. Right? In other words, there's a much easier answer over here. Dad, I'm having some really difficult financial circumstances, right? Can you help me out? And again, we don't know the dynamics over here, we don't know the circumstances over here. Now listen, but you should just know, as crazy as this sounds, it's nice in the polio that people create tremendous workarounds instead of having direct dialogue. Sometimes we're so scared to have a conversation with someone, and we're so scared to say things that may be difficult, that we'll do anything and everything but have the conversation. We create these tremendous and dramatic workarounds in order to avoid direct conversation. There's so much pain, so much difficulty, and so much convolution. I don't know if that's actually a word, but I like it. So much convolution that could have been avoided had you just had the courage to have the conversation. Also, I'm leaving you on a cliffhanger. Stop it here, mid-story. Yeah, so we can continue tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, Kevin, you have a great day, everyone. All right, fellas, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, the Kafshin Pei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shema Drushes this year. In the Swiss, Sarah Stellos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Josh and Mecca Friedman, mission of the Yard Saint of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rav Chaim Raphael, and discuss the safe return of our hostages and the security of our holy soldiers. Sammy and Malka Esterson, memory of their parents, little big Stephen, Yitzchok Leib, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Hadron, and Hilda Esterson, Hilda Bas Henech Ephraim. In memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yoran, Sheri from the Malka, Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yugal. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud is precious and Shem will have an Aliyah and his family will be with him. Of course, we will say, as always, we dedicate on our needs to our hostages. May Kishbal from Merit Hashem return them back to their Mishpachos Shalom and Mekarov, and may our holy soldiers be successful in the full of Maaseh Yedeihem. Once with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Reading a great daf ahead of us. Today's daf is confined on 174. We are picking up on 173b after the two dots on the bottom. Then Amar. Ananas She'afarim She'erza. So remember again, still continuing the subject of the Aleph, the guarantor. So remember again, we saw yesterday's NPR. We saw yesterday's Gemara. One of the primary concepts about the Aleph is that halacha l'maisa, you can't go to the Aleph first. You can't go to the guarantor first. Now the truth is, the Gemara dangled in front of us that that is a concept or a construct of arvos, of guarantorship, that allows the lender to go to the Aleph first. But in general, you have to go to the borrower before you go to the guarantor. The Mishnah, however, says, that if halacha l'maisa, when the lender, so let's say Ruben is lending Shimon money, if Ruben said, and let's say we'll call Levi is guaranteed. So if Ruben says to Levi, essentially, I'm lending Shimon money with you as a guarantor, then I reserve the right to collect from whoever I want. Meaning, again, Ruben says, if I want to go to borrow, I'll go to borrow. I want to go to lender, I'll go to lender. I reserve to go to whoever I want. That Ruben, the lender, has the right to do that. Says the Gemara. When does a lender have a right to go and collect money from the guarantor? Only when the borrower has no assets. Now, that was this is not a new halacha. This seems to be in line with what we saw yesterday. When does a lender have a right to go to a guarantor? When the borrower has no property. But again, if the borrower has property, the lender has no right to go to guarantor. Now we'll say that seems to be, like I said, exactly in line with what we saw yesterday. The guarantor's role essentially is there to pay the debt in the event that the borrower cannot. So therefore, again, it comes along Rabbi. If borrower has property, lender has no right going to guarantor. Borrower doesn't have property, lender can go to guarantor. For 1 second. Mohammed Ikram Sifo, we have looked at the end of the Mishnah. Shimon Romer, Image Mechasim Lova, though Yifram in Arif Cloud. So remember again, Rav Shimon Romer said that if the borrower has property, then the lender cannot go ahead and go to the guarantor. And the fact that Mishnah records that statement, what does that mean for us? Mechlau, the Tanakama summer, Loshna, and we'll say the fact that the Mishnah records the Rav Shimon Romer sounds like the Tanakama is used. And the Tanakama said no, that a lender can go to a guarantor, whether or not the borrower has property. So what's going on over here? The Gemara says, Yisrael Machsura, Vachikaton. That's one of the most exciting phrases in all of Shas. Yisrael Machsura, something missing. You're missing. I don't say, no, there's no greater sin in life than when you thought you had everything figured out, but then nothing made sense. I think you guys are missing information. Suddenly, with this little piece of information that drops into your life, you have complete clarity on it. All right, that doesn't often happen on a life scale, but at least it happens in a block tomorrow. So the Gemara says, again, something's missing, and here's the way to read it. Here we go. we'll say these last 6 lines are of pivotal importance to understand the rest of the signal with clarity. Here it is. Hamalva es chavera al yidei arif. The person lends with the guarantor. So once again, Reuven lends Shimon money. Levi is the guarantor for the borrower. Okay, what's the halacha? Lo yifram in ha'aref. So ultimately, again, lo yifram in ha'aref means what? Reuven can't automatically go to Levi. Reuven cannot go to the guarantor just as his first stop for collection of the debt. That's not the way guarantorship works. First, you have to go to the borrower. Only in the event that the borrower doesn't have, he has the ability to go to the guarantor. That's halacha number one. Then Omar Aminas She'efra Mimi She'etza. And let's say again at the time of the loan, the lender Reuven said, I reserve the right to collect from whoever I want. If I want to go to borrower, I go to borrower. If I want to go to guarantor, I go to guarantor. So Reuven is making this explicit statement, reserving the right to collect from whoever he wants. Yifra Mina Aref. He has the ability to go to the guarantor. Okay, but now, for qualification. When is that so? When is that so? He says, so we'll say this is very important. What is that so? What is that so? When is it that a lender has a right to go to a guarantor? That is when the borrower doesn't have property. But Allah said if the borrower has property, then ultimately again, the lender cannot go to the borrower. To the guarantor. So we'll say what's coming out of it is something very interesting. So according to this understanding right now tomorrow, is that a lender never has the ability to go to a guarantor whenever a borrower has assets. The guarantor is only activated if the borrower does not have assets. And even if the lender says, I reserve the right to collect payment from whoever I want, even that only allows me to go to the guarantor when the borrower doesn't have money. So essentially, according to this approach over here, guarantor is only activated when the borrower doesn't have assets. When the borrower has assets, lender has no right to come to the guarantor. Now, so we'll say there's an exception to this rule. What's the exception? The Kabbalah. Remember again, we saw this yesterday? Let's see, remember again yesterday's daf? You wanted to know what is the source? What is the source of Arvis? What is the source ultimately again of the mystic guarantor? Remember again, what the Chumash? Yehuda and Binyamin. Remember again, you want to say, no, that's a different kind of case. That's Kabbalahs. So there is a hidden form of guarantorship that the Gemara calls Kabbalahs. Again, let's do the Kabbalah. Again, if the guarantor steps in as a Kabbalah, Afal Pish Nechasim Lova, Lo Yifra Mina Kabbalah. I'm sorry, Yifra Mina Kabbalah, sorry. But I also listen to this. Kabbalahs is a heightened level of artists. So in other words, what does Kabbalah say? Kabbalah essentially says that a person agrees to be a guarantor and agrees to be a source of repayment, even if the borrower has assets. So essentially what I'll be introduced to now is just two different guarantorship. This is what we call an arif. And how does an arif work? Essentially, an arif is only activated when halacha said the borrower has no funds. He has no money, has no assets, then you can go to the guarantor and Kabbalah is a heightened level of responsibility where the guarantor says, come to me first stop. I'm happy to take the responsibility. We don't even have to knock on the lender's door, on the borrower's door. So when the borrower has money, the borrower doesn't have money, you lender have the ability to come to me for payment. That's the Kabbalah. So you guys said, Kabbalah, when it comes to Kabbalah, even if the borrower does have money, Allah lender has the ability to go to the Kabbalah for repayment. Incredible. Top of Kufay Dal 174. So says the Gemara. Rabbi Shimon says, Im yesh nechasim lova echad zeh ve'echad zeh lo yiframeh. So what's interesting, Rabbi Shimon comes along and says, if the borrower has assets, then ultimately again, whether the guarantor is an arif or whether the guarantor is a kablon, the lender cannot collect from the guarantor. So this is very interesting. So Shimon essentially is being more machmir than the Tanakama. And Shimon is saying is, bottom line, for the Shimon, if borrower has assets, there's no guarantorship that's active, which again, it's actually logical because the whole concept of a guarantor is someone who is there to secure the repayment of the debt in the event that the borrower is unable to do so. If you look at the top Rashbam, Shimon over Yesh Nechasim Moben, Echad already the Echad Kablon, or Yifra Elam. Incredible. So it's like, so let's just pause here for just a second because this is really dramatic. Now, what we just done from this is kind of like a comprehensive panoramic view of the way that guarantorship works. So essentially, again, we'll just go first and kind of comment. Two different types of guarantorship. We'll call an Oreif and the Kablo. An Oreif makes more close to the guarantor when it's not activated, only in the event that the borrower doesn't have money. Doesn't have assets, they go to the guarantor. And even if the lender says, I reserve the right to collect from whoever I want, he still can't go to the guarantor if the borrower has money. That's hard. Kablan is a high level of guarantorship. And what Kablan essentially says is the guarantor is saying, I am essentially, what's essentially what Kablan is? Kablan is essentially the guarantor stepping into the role of the borrower. This is essentially what it is. I'm assuming the responsibility of the borrower. And therefore, Allah for myself, come to me no matter what. That's Tanakama. Tanakama, says no. Anytime borrower has assets, whether the guarantor is a Ari or a Kablan, Halacha and the Mesa go to the borrower. Only in the event that the borrower doesn't have assets, to the guarantor. Incredible. So it's like, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So now, again, this is our construct for guarantorship right now. So let's go back here. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Rothschild, Amar Yochanan. Kol makom sh'Hashem Rabbi Rothschild Allah Kol also. In general, Rabbi Rothschild says, whenever you see generally, the halacha always follows it, right? Except when it doesn't, right? And when it doesn't, three cases. The Gemara says chutz me'arev, that's our case. Sidon, which is a case in Gittin and Sidon in the city of Sidon, Viraya Achrona, and the halacha, and the case concerning introducing new evidence. Again, we're not going to get into these cases. Right over here, what I want to make is the Gemara making a declarative statement that the halacha does not follow Shalom Liel, in this case over here of Arbus, and therefore the halacha follows the construct as we just outlined. So therefore, both said, we're essentially the premise that the Gemara is just rejecting Shalom Liel, and therefore the premise we're operating on is as follows. One is regular already activated, only when there is no money for the loan, the borrower. So again, Shimon has no money, maybe already will be activated. But if maybe is a kablon, the kablon actually pretty much stands in the place of the borrower, and the kablon can be positioned for repayment even if the borrower has money. So that's the concept of money. Here we go. So what's this? Now we're getting into some wording over here, right? Because obviously now what it turns out is interestingly enough, I would imagine that even in secular law, there's different levels of guarantorship like this and that. Right? But Lamaisa, the Gemara says over here, so interestingly enough, now everything is going to depend on how you engage the guarantor. Right? What's the lashon that you're going to use? Here we go. Helveo la'ani arif. So again, remember, the case is Ruvain's lending Shimon money. Levi is the guarantor. So let's say again, Levi says to Ruvain, Helveo, lend Shimon money, va'ani arif, and I will be the guarantor. Or Halveu Ba'ani Korea. Lend Shimon the money, and I'll pay you back. Halveu Ba'ani Chayiv. Or go ahead and lend him money. And I'll be Chayiv. I'll be obligated. Halveu Ba'ani no same. Or lend him money and I'll pay you back and give you back the money. Kulan Lashon Arvasei. These are all the shonos of regular guarantorship. Arvas. Now we'll say, what's interesting, what's the common denominator of all of these shonos? Common denominator, Haveu, right? Which sounds like what's happening according to this approach is when you use the lashon of halva, what you're essentially saying is, I would like to enter into a classic loan arrangement, right? Or classic guarantor loan arrangement. The classic guarantor loan arrangement is arvus, not kabbalas, right? So therefore, again, so anytime you use lashon almost, it sounds like you are saying, anytime you use lashon of halva, ultimately, again, you're engaging as an art. And to go to the next one, that sounds like the lashon halva of kamar, where I'm sorry, the last one was kulan lashon arvus. The lashon halva kamar, halveyu hu yiyemo, that means korea in lo yifromo. So I'm engaging in a classic loan scenario, and in a classic loan scenario, I love the mice and the guarantor has the status of an orator, not of a couple. Okay, listen to this, Charles. Tamo. What happens if lady says to me, give Shimon money, buy the couple. Okay, so that's what saying, I'm a couple, right? Or Tamo, Vani Korea, give him, and I'll go ahead and pay back. Tamo, Vani Chayit, give him money, and I'll pay Chayit. Tamo, give me Shimon money, Vani Nosin, and I'll go ahead and I'll give you back. I'll pay you back. Kulan Lashon Kabbalah. These are all the shonos of Kabbalah. Okay, now again, what's the common denominator in all of these Mishonos? Right? Tame. It's interestingly enough, now Tame seems to be a much more forceful Lashon than Haveyu. So it seems to be using of Lashon of Tame indicates that the guarantor is taking a much more active role in this transaction. How does a guarantor take a more active role, a more active transactional role? As a couple. As a couple, saying essentially, you come to me, you give him the money, you give him the money, and you come to me for repayment. Taylor, Masra Hamam Yado, give Ruben, you give the money to Shimon in his hand. Vani Efra and I'll pay you back. In Lashon Havaz, if you notice again, there's no Lashon of loan over here. Ella, who say that I did Kamar Taylor of it Balba. She wants to say this is fascinating. And Ashram understands that the Lashon of Taylor is almost Lashon of Shlichus. That here, Levi, the guarantor, is essentially going ahead and saying to Ruvain, give money to my Shaliach. I'll pay you back. I got you. You come to me. This generates ultimately again an obligation of Kabbalah.